My name is Zhou Yang. I am a public relations professional whose life and career are set in Three Rivers, where fall comes as suddenly as if nature itself decides to change the course of the seasons without warning. My days are filled with a job that requires not only professionalism, but also the ability to approach people, understand them, and, in a sense, steer their views in the right direction. But outside of work, I am a person like many others, with dreams, doubts, and personal stories that have left unhealed wounds in my soul. One such wound is the loss of my father, whose death continues to haunt me even years after the tragedy. This loss and the nightmares in which I relive that day over and over again have become an integral part of my existence. In the dream, my father was falling from a great height and I froze, unable to help him or even scream. This moment, frozen in time, was so vivid and realistic that every time I woke up, I felt a heavy weight on my heart as if it had just happened. The dreams of my father's death were my burden, an invisible observer of my days and nights, a reminder that some losses are too great to be simply forgotten or overcome. The terror I experienced in the dream was so powerful that it awakened me from my relaxed state in the hot spring. I realized that these nightmares spoke not only to my loss, but also to the fact that I was still searching for a path to healing, a path that would allow me to finally come to terms with my loss and move forward. My ruminations on the nightmare were interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Tan Hong. She was my classmate, though she was 2 courses below me. Tan Hong appeared dressed in a brightly colored bikini, which immediately emphasized her carefree and youthful appearance. Her sudden appearance in this secluded corner of Dragon Hot Spring took me by surprise. With a smile on her face, she cheerfully greeted me, her voice sounding energetic and cheerful. At that moment, Tan Hong seemed to be the personification of the very summer that had already left Three Rivers, but was still alive in her. She gently lowered herself into the water beside me, and her lightness and carefree attitude contrasted vividly with the gloomy thoughts that remained after my nightmare. But our conversation quickly turned from casual greetings to more serious topics. Tan Hong had apparently not come to me for nothing. She had work matters in mind that required our immediate attention. While we were both enjoying the warmth of the hot spring, the conversation with Tan Hong suddenly turned to business. She told me about the serious problems facing the resettlement project led by her company, Mountain River Group. It turns out that the construction of the new resettlement houses suffered from significant quality deficiencies, causing public outcry and the threat of a major scandal. I, having been primarily involved in the marketing and communications aspects of the job, suddenly found that this issue was having a direct impact on my business. Mountain River Group was one of our key clients, and any negative news related to their projects had a direct impact on our reputation and financial well-being. Tan Hong seemed excited to share this information, and I realized that I was expected to not just sympathize, but to take proactive action to address this crisis. It was an unexpected turn in my professional life when construction quality issues, seemingly far removed from my specialty, suddenly became my immediate concern. As the steam from the hot spring enveloped us, Tan Hong seemed to find the strength to move from explaining the problems to offering a concrete solution. She suggested that my public relations firm take on the management of the crisis that had erupted around Mountain River Group's construction project. This was not just an offer of cooperation. It was a direct request for help, backed by the promise of significant monetary incentives for successfully resolving the problem. Tan Hong detailed how our company could help mitigate negative public perception by creating a communication strategy that would redirect public and media attention from the current crisis to the more positive aspects of Mountain River Group. She emphasized that our PR expertise and reputation could be key to restoring confidence in the project and the company as a whole. I listened to her carefully, assessing the magnitude of the task and the potential benefits. On the one hand, the proposal was attractive from a financial perspective and also provided an opportunity to strengthen our professional ties with Mountain River Group. On the other hand, I recognized the risks and challenges associated with managing this type of crisis. Despite my doubts, I realized that the task before us was not only a commercial one, but also a moral one. to restore justice and trust in a project that was of great importance to many people. Dan Hong looked at me waiting for an answer, and I felt that my choice would have far-reaching consequences. At the moment Tan Hong made her proposal, there was a certain tension between us that had nothing to do with business matters. Despite the complexities and challenges we faced, I could not deny that my feelings for her were far more complex than mere sympathy or professional respect. Her sincerity in seeking my help spoke volumes about the depth of our rapport and the trust we had managed to build over the course of our acquaintance. I realized that my interest in Tan Hong went far beyond a professional relationship. Her carefree spirit, energy, and determination evoked feelings in me that I had long tried to suppress by focusing on my work and career. But in that moment, surrounded by the steam of the hot spring and the quiet of the Dragon Hot Spring Retreat, I allowed myself to recognize that my relationship with her was something more. However, our personal feelings and conversation about a possible collaboration were abruptly interrupted by a sudden call on her phone. Tan Hong apologized and quickly answered the call. I could tell from her face that the conversation was important and urgent. She spoke briefly and then, after apologizing, hurriedly left, promising to contact me later to discuss the details of our possible cooperation. Left alone, I felt a mixture of disappointment at her sudden departure and, at the same time, hope that our future collaboration could open a new page not only in our professional but also in our personal relationship.
Jiang couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw Xiao Jun's face of brotherly righteousness, what he was going to do next. He didn't want Xiao Jun to get involved in it, and he also knew that the people from Mountain River Group were not to be messed with. And he didn't want to bring trouble to Xiao Jun. A few months ago, Xiao Jun was still working in the engineering department of the Mountain River Group, and he was the one who discovered that the builders were cutting corners in the construction of the resettlement housing's facade insulation layer. He couldn't stand the way those people were doing it, so he directly poked the matter to Zheng Gang. The director of the engineering department at that time, Zheng Gang, said righteously that he would order the construction party to rectify the situation and also punish the construction personnel. Who would have thought that Xiao Jun did not wait for the construction company's punishment, but waited for his dismissal notice? Xiao Jun is not a fool, immediately realized that Zheng Gang and the construction side of the pants. How can he swallow this breath, angry to go to the construction site, engineering department's office to find Zheng Gang theory? However, not waiting for him to go to the office door, suddenly broke out a few strong men without saying that he will be stuffed into a van. The van drove to an abandoned construction site. A few people dragged him out of the van, and then without explanation is a beating. Xiao Jun is also a bloody man. How can he not fight back? He fought back with all his might. Do not fight back, okay? See Xiao Jun resistance, the other hand more ruthless. In the conflict, Xiao Jun was broken 2 ribs. Some people also drew out the dagger with them, cut Xiao Jun's face. Xiao Jun fell to the ground in pain. Even so, they didn't have the slightest intention to stop. It was at this time that Jiang drove by, and without saying a word, he drove his car towards the gang and crashed into them. The gang didn't expect that what they were doing they would be bumped into and have the guts to intervene. Looking at the speed at which Jiang drove, he was completely determined to kill them, and those people panicked, scattering in all directions, jumping into the van and fleeing. Don't look at them as aggressive. Once they met someone who really wanted to fight for their lives, they immediately wimped out. Jiang did not go after those people anymore, but rushed the scaly Xiao Jun to the hospital. After more than a month of treatment, the injuries on his body were finally healed. However, his face was left with an obvious knife scar. The scene that happened at the scene of the resettlement housing delivery ceremony today was the masterpiece of Jiang and Xiao Jun, who wanted to make the housing quality problem present in front of everyone. After this incident, I'm afraid Zheng Gang's life will not be easy. As the direct person in charge of the quality of the project, it's no longer a question of being able to stay in the Shan group, but rather to consider him criminally liable. By the way, Zhu Yang and Xiao Jun had made it this far, and could indeed already take the heat for Xiao Jun. However, Zhu Yang's plan was much more than that. Zhu Yang slowly sighed and said, "Brother, I know you're righteous, but what I'm going to do next is my own personal matter, and it has nothing to do with anyone. Brother, stop it. If you take me as a brother, then tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Without waiting for Zhu Yang to finish his latter words, Xiao Jun directly interrupted him. He glared at Zhu Yang with a stubborn face. The hideous scar on Xiao Jun's face surprisingly looked somewhat cute. Zhu Yang met Xiao Jun's gaze. The two stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, and finally, Zhu Yang sighed. "Do you know what Tang Hong is looking for me for? She wants me to help Shan Group publicize this crisis." "What? She wants you to help her publicize this crisis?" "No, definitely can't agree to her, but I've already agreed, and this money is a deposit." "Huh, brother. You're not mistaken, are you? It's not easy for us to expose their engineering quality problems. How can we go out of our way to help them solve this trouble?" "What on earth are you thinking? Are you kidding me?" Xiao Jun looked at Zhu Yang with a puzzled expression. As if he didn't recognize the person in front of him. "The deposit has been collected. Do you think it's a joke?" Zhu Yang had a calm face. "Brother, why on earth are you doing this?" Xiao Jun was a bit anxious. "Xiao Jun, don't be anxious. Let me ask you, do you think with the strength of Mountain River Group, can you solve this crisis?" Instead of answering Xiao Jun's question, Zhu Yang asked him a rhetorical question. Xiao Jun froze for a moment and didn't say anything. Mountain River Group was one of the top large real estate companies in Sanjiang City. Their strength was undoubted. Trying to solve this crisis was not a difficult task for them at all. It was said that Liang Shan, the boss of Shan Group, was also a guest of government officials as long as he opened his mouth. He would surely be able to turn the matter into a big deal and a small one. When Zhu Yang saw that Xiao Jun didn't say anything, he continued, "I've thought about it. Even if we don't help, they will still be able to solve the trouble this time. So why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to make some money before we say anything?" "But, Xiao Jun, don't worry about it. I will definitely find a way to make Shan Group spend a few million more to solve the quality problem of the resettlement house. In addition, I will not let this bastard Jiang gang off easily. Now you should be satisfied, right?" Zhu Yang knew what Xiao Jun wanted to say, and without waiting for him to say it, he said his thoughts first. "Brother, you've said everything. What else can I say?" Xiao Jun's face finally had a smiling look on it. All right, don't look so sad. For the sake of this money, you should be happier." Zhu Yang smiled faintly, then got up from the hot spring pool. He took out 5 stacks of money from the pile and slapped them into Xiao Jun's arms. "You keep $20,000 and give the rest to the other 3 people in the company." After saying that, Zhu Yang put on a bath towel, packed up his things, and headed towards the locker room. "Brother, where are you going later?" "I'll drive you." Xiao Jun turned around and shouted towards Zhu Yang's back, "No need. I'm going to see my mom at night." At night, when it was dark, Zhu Yang drove to an old neighborhood. He parked the car downstairs but did not get out of the car. Instead, he sat in the car and lit a cigarette. While smoking the cigarette, he played with the lighter in his hand, and as the flame of the lighter was lit and extinguished, Zhu Yang's face brightened and darkened, since his father fell to his death 10 years ago. His mother disposed of the property where they originally lived and bought a 2-bedroom house in this old neighborhood where no one knew them. His father, Zhu Zhangwen, was the director of the credit department of the Sanjiang Bank, and it is said that he jumped from a dozen-story building in fear of being exposed for taking kickbacks. Mother couldn't stand the neighbor's finger pointing, which is why she sold her original house and came to this old neighborhood where no one knew them. In the blink of an eye, she has lived in this neighborhood for 10 whole years. The neighborhood is even older than before. And the mother is even older. After finishing a cigarette, Zhu Yang rubbed his slightly tired cheeks vigorously and tried his best to make his expression look relaxed. He opened the vanity mirror in his car and squeezed out a small smile into the mirror until his expression didn't look too abrupt. And only then did he get down from the car. Without further hesitation, he followed the stairs directly to the 3rd floor. Standing in the doorway, he took a deep breath, fished out the key from his handbag, inserted it into the lock hole, and with a click, the door opened, pushed the door to enter. The home did not turn on the lights. Vaguely see a black shadow shrunk into a ball. Nestled in the sofa, hearing the sound of the door opening, the black shadow moved a little, looking towards the door. Jiang recognized that the black shadow nestled in the sofa was his mother. It was not the first time he had seen his mother in such a state. It had been 10 whole years since his father passed away. His mother did not say anything on her lips. But Jiang knew that she had never come out from the shadow of that year. Father's death was not an honorable thing in the eyes of those who knew him well. Mother carried a great deal of mental pressure, which is why she resolutely sold the house where she used to live and came to live in this unrecognized neighborhood. The days of being pointed at by people are really hard to bear. Jiang once had a period of time in front of friends and family to raise their heads, and even the beginning of those years. He almost did not walk with any relatives. When he moved to this neighborhood, his mother was thinking more about him. Since living in this neighborhood, mother and son deliberately no longer mention the father's things. But Jiang knew that the shadow of that year had not dissipated when they moved into the neighborhood. During festivals, or on special occasions like the anniversary of his father's death, the oppressive atmosphere in the house left people breathless. Jiang casually turned on the lights in the living room, and the house immediately lit up. "Mom, why don't you turn on the lights?" Saving electricity, he smiled slightly, trying to make the atmosphere in the house as relaxed as possible. When she saw Jiang enter, her mother's eyes instantly lit up and she immediately stood up from the sofa. "Son, why are you back at this hour? Have you eaten yet? What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you now." The mother was about to head towards the kitchen as she spoke. No, I've eaten outside." Jiang hurriedly pulled his mother back from her busy work. "Really ate, you child? You didn't tell me in advance when you came back. It's so nice to eat at home." "Why do you have to eat outside?" the mother complained for a while. Jiang smiled without saying anything. Mother and son sat down in the sofa again. Jiang pulled open his handbag and took out 50 $0 from it. Placing it in his mother's hand, "Where did you get so much money?" The mother looked at Jiang with a puzzled expression. "Don't worry, the way it came is absolutely honorable. I received a case today. The client paid the deposit." Jiang was afraid that his mother would think too much, so he quickly explained where the money came from. What happened to his father had made his mother cautious. "Keep it for yourself then, buying a house. Getting married, which don't cost money. I usually spend less money. I haven't touched a single penny of the money you used to put in my place. I've saved it all for you." Mothers, like most parents, think about their children's families and careers. "Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Don't consider buying a house for the time being. Renting a house outside is quite good. When you get bored of living there, you can still change a set at any time. How nice." Jiang knew that his mother was going to press for marriage again. He quickly changed the subject. "I don't understand what you young people think, but a house is still necessary. If you don't buy a house, which girl is willing to marry you? Are you short of money, if that's the case? Take the money you've given me over the years, and it'll help you put together a little more. I've done the math." Buying a 3-bedroom apartment with full payment won't be a problem. He couldn't see Jiang more than a few times a month. So how could his mother miss the opportunity to push him to get married? Buying a house was just an excuse. Urging him to get married was the main thing. "The money given to you is for you to spend. How can I let you buy me a house? Besides, just like me, I don't even have a girlfriend. It's still early to get married." Jiang wanted to end this topic as soon as possible. "Just like you, what's wrong with my son? He's 58 tall, handsome, and has such a good job. If others can't see you, they are blind, but I think you don't want to find one." Seeing Jiang say this, His mother was anxious. Hearing his mother's words, Zhu Yang grinned. Look at what you're saying. What kind of mother compliments her son like that? This kind of thing depends on fate. There's no rush. Over the years, Zhu Yang's heart was loaded with his father's affairs. He had always suspected that there was something fishy about his father's death, and as long as this matter was not clarified, he did not have the heart to think about his marriage. Still not in a hurry. You're over 30 this year, and you'll be 40 after the new year. When will the destiny you're waiting for arrive? The mother glared at Zhu Yang in a bad mood. Zhu Yang hemmed and hawed and said, Mom, according to your algorithm, it won't take 2 years for me to get ahead of you. PFFD, the mother froze for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing. This was the first time Zhu Yang had seen a smile on his mother's face since he entered the house. She reached out and patted Zhu Yang's arm, saying, You child, don't be so poor with me. You're always saying things that don't make sense. Zhu Yang hemmed and hawed again and said no more. After a long while, the smile on his mother's face faded and she resumed a serious face. Son, tell me honestly, all these years, you haven't considered getting married. Are you still thinking about your father? Knowing her son like a mother, her mother had long guessed this reason. This was also one of the rare times that mother mentioned her father's matter at home. Hearing his mother say this, Zhu Yang immediately lowered his head and did not say a word. Son, listen to Mom. Your father is your father, you are you, his matter has long passed. You should not keep carrying this mental burden. Mother persuaded in a serious tone, Mom, what about you? Zhu Yang suddenly raised his head as he stared straight into his mother's eyes. Mother was slightly surprised. You child, why are you so stubborn? The mother didn't know how to persuade him. Mom, since it's all said and done, let me ask you this. Do you really believe that my father took kickbacks from customers back then? His father's matter was like a thorn in Zhu Yang's heart. When facing his mother, he could act as if nothing had happened. But behind his back, he didn't know how many tears he had shed and how many nightmares he had had. At times, he hated his father, feeling that it was his choice that brought shame to their family and made him unable to raise his head in front of others. However, more often than not, he didn't believe that his father would do something like that. He had always believed that his father was an honorable man. At the same time, he was also afraid of saying something wrong and irritating his mother's nerves again. The person who couldn't get over that hurdle, besides himself, why wouldn't his mother be the same? Mother is not yet 60 years old this year. But her hair is already gray, and her mental state is not good. She looks like a person in her 70s. Hearing Zhu Yang's words, the mother was stunned for a moment and slowly said, Believe it or not, is it that important? The police scene determined that he fell to his death, and also searched out more than $500,000 in cash in his office. So what doubt can there be? Mentioning the events of 10 years ago, the mother's face was filled with sadness. But don't you find all this suspicious, even if he was going to jump? Why did he choose to run to Mountain River Group? Also, since my father embezzled so much money, why would he keep it in his office? Shouldn't he have brought it home? When the incident happened back then, Zhu Yang was only in his early 20s and was still away at college. So he didn't understand what happened at all. These circumstances were also briefly introduced by the police after handling his father's affairs. Out of recognition of the authority of the police, he didn't think much about it at that time and was ignorant of everything. His mother, on the other hand, was so immersed in the sudden change of heart and the many things she had to deal with that she didn't have time to think that much. By the time the emotions stabilized, the father's matter had already been characterized, 3 Rivers Bank. In line with the attitude of peace and quiet, coupled with the bank did not suffer any major losses. It was decided that the matter stopped and did not expand the matter. After all, the person concerned has already died. Later, Zhu Yang tried several times to go to 3 Rivers Bank and the police station to inquire about the more detailed situation. But to no avail. Their statement is very simple, that the matter has been characterized, which is the best result, and that pursuing too much will not be beneficial to him and his mother, and then went more often. Even the receptionist was impatient. However, Yang's heart has always felt that there is something fishy going on. Whenever he was free, he would try to find ways to investigate what happened back then, to no avail. Whether it was at the bank or at the police station, he didn't have any contacts, and there was simply no hope in trying to find out what happened back then. It was only in these 2 years that he shifted his attention to the Mountain River Group. At first, he didn't feel that Mountain River Group had anything to do with his father's matter, mainly because in these 2 years, Mountain River Group's development was just too fast. The real estate industry was another industry that required a lot of cash flow, and the biggest bank that provided financial support for Mountain River Group was none other than Three Rivers Bank. This was what made Yang revisit this real estate company in order to investigate his father's matter. He had also tried to apply for a job at Mountain River Group, wanting to find the truth more easily through internal conveniences. But to no avail. This company was extremely concerned about nepotism, and the average person was simply unable to enter the core layer. Entering an irrelevant department would not help Yang at all in what he wanted to do, and he only decided to give up on this approach later. However, he kept an eye on every move of Shan Group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have coincidentally saved Xiao Jun. Mother looked at Yang and sighed. I understand what you are thinking. I have thought about these issues. And I also asked the police officer who handled the case back then, and he explained to me that your father was negotiating a loan with Mountain River Group at that time. And as for that, the $500,000 or so in the office should not have been transferred away in time. Mom, do you believe the police's explanation for such a big thing to be concluded by guessing? Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? Yang's emotions suddenly turned a bit agitated, and his voice raised a bit as he spoke. He had wanted to control his emotions in front of his mother, but at this moment, it seemed somewhat impossible to do so. His mother stared at Yang, but her expression was unusually calm. Son, I'm not telling you this because I want you to dwell on the past. Things have been over for 10 years. So what can you find out, even if you find out something? What can you do? You have a good job now. The most important thing is to find a girlfriend to get married, so that I can hold my grandchildren earlier. People have to look forward. They can't always live in the past. Mother was not willing to talk about the past with Yang. Mom, what you mean is that you also suspect that there is something fishy about my dad, right? Are you hiding something from me? Yang's mind was not at all on things like finding a girlfriend and getting married, and he heard something unusual in his mother's words. The mother frowned slightly. What are you thinking? How could I be hiding something from you? His mother looked up at Yang and then said, Your father's death has burdened us with too much. Why are you still fooling around? Can't you live a peaceful life? Mother was suddenly a little impatient. Mom, you're right. We do carry too much, but have you thought about it? These things were never meant to be carried by us. Only by finding out the truth can we clear my father's name. And can we straighten our backs in front of our friends and family? Yang did not care about his mother's emotions anymore, and said what was in his heart all at once. These words were also words that had been held in his heart for a long time. What's the truth? Your father took the kickback and jumped from the building in fear of the crime. This is the truth. He has brought too much pain to our family. Do you still want this pain to continue? Mother suddenly became angry and jumped up from the sofa in anger. No, this is not the truth. I must find out. Yang was very stubborn. He did not choose to compromise because of his mother's anger. If this matter was not investigated clearly, he felt that his life had no meaning. Yang, you. The mother suddenly shouted out Yang's big name. Angrily stretching out her finger, pointing at him, unable to say a word, Mom, you don't have to persuade me. Yang still wanted to make his attitude clear, but then he saw his mother gasping for air, trembling, and her turbid tears swirling in her eyes. He didn't dare to continue, fearing that if he continued, he would piss his mother off. Mom, are you all right? Hurry up and sit down. Yang hurriedly got up and helped his mother sit on the sofa, then poured a cup of warm water, The mother drank 2 mouthfuls of water and leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes, and after a long while, she finally slowed down. Yang looked at his mother with pain in his heart. His heart was a little sad. He regretted telling his mother about these things. Finding the truth about his father's death was something he should do. He shouldn't involve his mother anymore. What could she do to help? With a deep sigh, his mother slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yang. Son, listen to Mom. Things are in the past. Don't think about it anymore. How can a mom harm you? The mother looked at Yang with an almost pleading gaze. Yang wanted to say that he would definitely continue to investigate. However, seeing the look in his mother's eyes, it was a bit unbearable. In the end, he still nodded his head. Mom, I will listen to you, in front of his mother. He never told lies, but today, he could only promise first against his will. He was afraid to argue with his mother. And she had a long and short again. Is everything you said true? His mother didn't seem to believe what Yang said. Well, everything I said is true. You're right, things have passed. What's the point of pursuing it further? Yang nodded heavily, hearing Yang's words. A smile finally appeared on his mother's face. Good. I believe what you said. In that case, prepare yourself well and I'll arrange for you to go on a blind date every week. The mother obviously still didn't believe what Yang said. However, it didn't matter. She thought that once she found a girlfriend and got married, she would naturally be able to settle down and wouldn't have the heart to think about the past. As soon as he heard his mother's words, Yang immediately grimaced bitterly. Mom, what year is this? Why do you still come up with this blind date thing? HMPH, it's fine if you don't go on a blind date, unless you can find a girlfriend back on your own. Mother was determined this time. She couldn't let Yang's temperament take over. After 2 more years of delay, even if he was excellent again, he would properly become an unmarried older youth. All right, I'll find you a girlfriend as soon as possible. Is that all right, the idea of a blind date? You'd better get rid of it before it's too late. Yang was somewhat helpless. He thought of sitting face to face with a strange woman in a restaurant and being asked if he had a room. Do you have a car? What kind of job do you have? How much savings do you have? He felt goosebumps all over his body. Yang thought about it. If he couldn't, he would find Tang Hong to come over and help him cope with the situation. This kind of favor for Tang Hong. She should be very happy. You kid, how do you talk? What do you mean by getting me a girlfriend? It should be getting yourself a girlfriend. There was finally a smile in his mother's eyes. The wrinkles on his face unfolded, and his tone of voice eased. Right. It's to find a girlfriend for myself, preferably the kind that can get married right away. Are you satisfied now? Yang shook his head helplessly. The mother finally stopped saying anything more as she laughed. At this time, Yang's cell phone rang. The caller ID was Tang Hong. While considering whether or not to answer the call, his mother came up to take a look. Tang Hong, who is she? Why is she calling you so late? The mother gave Yang a meaningful look. Yang was instantly speechless. Mom, what are you thinking? She's a client of the company, looking for me to discuss work matters. He really didn't expect that his mother had started to become obsessive on the road of urging for marriage. Unwilling to let go of any possible opportunity, Yang got up with his cell phone and walked to the balcony, making sure that there was no way for his mother to hear the conversation on the phone before he picked up the call. He was afraid that his mother would hear Tang Hong mention the words Mountain River Group from the phone. What took you so long to answer the phone? As soon as the call was connected, before Yang could speak, Tang Hong started with a complaint. Is it the resettlement housing thing? Yang did not answer Tang Hong's question and directly changed the topic to work. Although Tang Hong was interested in him, he also knew that at this time, she definitely did not have the heart to talk about love with him. A quality problem with the resettlement housing was not a small matter, and as the person in charge of solving this crisis, the pressure on his shoulders was not small. Calling at this time, it was needless to say that it was the company's business. By all accounts, as a PR firm, The first thing to do was to launch an operation, but Yang did nothing. He deliberately let things fester for a bit. Only then would the demon behind it slowly show its true colors. Yang, this time things might be trickier than I thought. A lot of negative news suddenly appeared on the internet. The company's public opinion is under a lot of pressure. Can you speed up a little bit on your side? As the director of the marketing department of Mountain River Group, Tang Hong was definitely not just a vase. Neither was she a love brain. Once she was put to work, her sense of touch was still very sensitive. Yang naturally knew that there was a lot of negative news on the internet, as quite a few of them were put out by none other than him. As a PR company, this is what we play. If we can't even control the public opinion, then this PR company shouldn't do it. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I am thinking of countermeasures. Tomorrow morning to take a program out. Let's meet at noon." Originally, he wanted to drag things back another day, according to the current situation. "I'm afraid that it won't work. Once things are not good to clean up, the Mountain River Group may have to personally go down themselves." Now, although they didn't make a move, it didn't mean that they didn't have a premeditated plan in private. Yang felt that this time was a good opportunity to get close to the senior management of the Shan Group. As long as things were done beautifully, Tang Hong would then introduce them, and there might be a chance to get to know Liang Shan. That way, there would be a chance to investigate his father's affairs. This, Tang Hong hesitated, then said, "Okay, I'll say more about the company side. Your side is still as soon as possible if it was someone else." Tang Hong would definitely not help to buy time. After a sudden event came out, the PR company would act the first time and come up with a plan even overnight. With a speed of action like Zhu Yang's, if it was anyone else, it would definitely be unacceptable. "Don't worry, I know in my heart that I can't miss your business in this matter." Although Zhu Yang was utilizing Tang Hong, he did not want to harm her after knowing Tang Hong for so many years. Although he didn't exactly understand her, he still knew something about Tang Hong's character, and, forget it, let's meet at noon tomorrow. Tang Hong also wanted to say something else. Words to the mouth and swallowed back. "Okay, wait for my call tomorrow." Zhu Yang did not ask Tang Hong what she wanted to say. If she wanted to say something, she would naturally say it, and if she didn't want to say it, it would be useless even if you pressed her. Hanging up the phone, he stuffed the phone into his pants pocket and glanced back towards the living room. His mother was no longer in the living room. She must have gone back to her room to rest. People get older. Energy is no longer strong. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening will not be able to support. Mother had retired from work for 3 years. And in those 3 years, she seemed to have aged faster than before. Thinking about this, Zhu Yang's heart is a burst of pain. Touching a cigarette from his pocket, he lit one, inhaled deeply, and heavily exhaled a mouthful of smoke towards the dark night sky. The grayish-white smoke slowly drifted in the air and finally disappeared into the dark night sky, merging with the darkness. He looked up at the boundless night sky. There was not a single star in the sky. It was pitch black. Just like his heart, he suddenly missed his father. If his father was still alive, what would their family's life be like now? He might have married the girl he loved, right? Or already had a child, or maybe 2. Mother shouldn't have become what she is today. Right? However, this was all Zhu Yang's beautiful imagination, and those who had passed away had eventually passed away. If his father was alive in heaven, I wonder if he would agree with everything he did, and would he oppose it like his mother did? No, whether his father agreed or not, he had to continue as the night grew thicker. Zhu Yang's heart slowly began to sink. Early the next morning, Zhu Yang drove to an abandoned warehouse converted into a PR firm, Polaris PR. This company was established more than 5 years ago and was founded by Zhu Yang. The location of the company was very remote, and without someone to lead the way, it was not an easy thing to find this place. Pushing open the company's heavy door, a full industrial style of decoration came out. There were only 5 people in the company, including Jiang. Right now, everyone had arrived. Xiao Jun was leaning against the back of the office chair, his feet crossed on the desk, holding a can of Want QQ Star in his hand, a straw in his mouth in a daze, with the obvious scar on his face. It looked out of place with the office environment here, and he didn't care about Zhu Yang's entrance in the slightest. The other 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were crackling on their keyboards. Zhu Yang walked over and reached out to slap Xiao Jun lightly on the back of his head. "How old are you, and you're still drinking Wang's? Can't you be a little out of your league?" Xiao Jun rolled his eyes towards Zhu Yang and did not say anything. Nor did he change his sitting position, still doing what he was doing. Zhu Yang no longer paid any attention to him, sat his butt on the desk, slapped his hands twice and said, "Brothers and sisters, something to do," upon hearing Zhu Yang's words. The other 3 either got up and came over or sat on their chairs and glided right over. All of them didn't treat Zhu Yang as a real boss. And the atmosphere they got along with each other was really just like the kind of brothers and sisters that Zhu Yang said. "Boss, are we going to talk about the resettlement house? Don't worry. I've made a deal with my gang of brothers. We'll continue to send out messages today, and we can't afford to be soft on this kind of black-hearted enterprises." Without waiting for Zhu Yang to open his mouth, the company's penman, Lu Dong, took the lead in patting his chest and assuring him. Lu Dong was mainly responsible for the copywriting aspect of the company and knew a lot of online media people. And as soon as the resettlement housing thing happened yesterday, Zhu Yang let him start posting news online. Lai Fei, who was in charge of gathering news from the outside world, and Ziyu, the female publicist, did not say anything, but looked at Zhu Yang, judging from their expressions. They basically agreed with Lu Dong's statement. Zhu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Don't post any more news. We'll take over the job of Shan Group's PR." "Well, good." Lu Dong casually agreed without thinking. The words had just come out of his mouth when he realized that his understanding was not the same thing as what Zhu Yang had said. "Boss, you said that we took over the crisis PR for the resettlement house. Did I hear you right?" Lu Dong looked at Zhu Yang incredulously. Although they were a PR firm, they still had a bottom line in what they did, and they normally wouldn't take over a crisis PR like this one. "Brother Yang, are you telling the truth? How can we solve a crisis for this kind of crooked businessman?" Ziyu was also a bit confused about what Zhu Yang meant. The people we have to help are of course not Shan Group, but those owners who are waiting to move in. Helping Shan Group is just incidental. Besides, Shan Group is willing to pay $300,000 to solve this trouble. There is no need for us to mess with money, right? Zhu Yang scanned the few people surrounding him. Lu Dong was a sharp knife when it came to writing scripts. However, his thinking was often half a beat slower, and he was still thinking about what Zhu Yang had said. Lai Fei was more composed in nature, and would not easily express his opinion without thinking things through. But Ziyu was a straight, talking person who would say whatever came to her mind, and she always felt that Zhu Yang's explanation seemed to be a bit implausible. "Don't but what my brother said, let's just do it. Where is all the nonsense? Why didn't you guys have this attitude when you took the money?" Xiao Jun, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke. "Xiao Jun, what do you mean? Are we still not allowed to voice our opinions?" "The boss hasn't said anything yet. What's your hurry?" Ziyu could listen to Zhu Yang's words, but she would definitely not let Xiao Jun hold her hand. Xiao Jun was still very angry just now and was blocked back by Ziyu's words. He didn't care. He held the straw in his mouth again and leaned back on his office chair leisurely. "No longer speaking. All right, don't argue anyway. This project has been taken over. What we need to do is to think of a way to help Shan Group resolve the crisis. Let's brainstorm. Everyone write a proposal. Hand it over to me 2 hours later." Zhu Yang was at least the head of this small team. And in the end, he sealed the deal. There were some things, what to do. He didn't need to explain it all over again to everyone. He was the boss of the PR firm. He just needed to tell everyone what to do. Everyone was an adult and had their own judgment. Whether what Jiang did was right or wrong, they would understand after the fact. These guys, apart from Xiao Jun, who had just joined in, the other three had been with him for at least 2 years. If they didn't trust Jiang, they wouldn't have followed him for so long. HMPH, if you ask me, even if it's to defuse the crisis for the Mountain River Group, it would still require their company to bleed out. Xiaoyu didn't seem to have gotten over the argument just now as she huffed. No problem. Any ideas? Write them all in your own proposal. Zhu Yang actually had a good idea of what to do. He had a good idea in his mind. The reason why he wanted everyone to write their programs was to open up their minds and train them on the one hand, and on the other hand to stall for a bit of time. Since Zhu Yang had said so, the others no longer had any opinions. They returned to their positions and started thinking about the program. Zhu Yang also sat back to his position and started surfing the internet for reports on the quality of the resettlement houses. Xiao Jun was a different kind of person. He remained indifferent. He didn't belong to this industry at all. The main reason why Zhu Yang had left him behind was because he had worked for Mountain River Group for a while, and he felt that Xiao Jun would be helpful in what he was going to do in the future. Nearly 2 hours later, Xiaoyu was the first to take his proposal to Zhu Yang, and after passing by Xiao Jun, who had fallen asleep with a document over his face, Xiaoyu slapped Xiao Jun on the face with the proposal in his hand. Still sleeping, where's your proposal? Xiao Jun lost his center of gravity, his chair slipped back, and his entire body fell to the ground. Fine, Xiaoyu, you dare to tease me. Xiao Jun sat on the floor and glared fiercely at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Jun's wretched appearance and giggled. Not caring about his emotions at all, walking over to Zhu Yang's desk and putting the proposal down. Ludong and Lai Fei also quickly finished their programs. Zhu Yang picked up the 3 programs and carefully went through them. They had written quite a few suggestions in their areas of expertise, and some of the approaches were very feasible. If these 3 programs were needed together, they did have a certain degree of feasibility. However, each of the programs, if implemented individually, appeared to have a lot of loopholes. Zhu Yang could see that the 3 of them had a common shortcoming, which was that they still lacked the ability to integrate. If they wanted to stand on their own, it seemed that they would need more time. After Zhu Yang finished reading the 3 proposals, he scanned them in order not to discourage them. He purposely said, "Well, not bad. Your proposals are all very good. Wait for me to summarize them and assign you jobs after I talk to the clients." Boss, no way, really. It can't be that none of our proposals work, and you are deliberately saying something to comfort us. Right? Ziyu could see what Zhu Yang was thinking. She looked a little frustrated. After spending 2 hours of hard work, it was not easy to make a proposal. But Zhu Yang was still not satisfied. And the point was, she still did not know what the problem was. How could it be words of comfort? The programs are indeed all good. Not waiting for Zhu Yang to finish. The cell phone rang. It was Tang Hong calling. It was not even close to the appointed time, and it seemed that she just couldn't wait any longer. Answering the call, he told Tang Hong that the program was ready, and he would now go to the agreed cafe to meet. Seeing that Zhu Yang was going to talk about the proposal, the others did not say anything more. Xiao Jun followed Zhu Yang over there, and he acted as a driver most of the time in the company. At first, Zhu Yang was not used to using a driver, but later he realized that it was a good thing to have Xiao Jun follow him, and when any unexpected situation arose, Xiao Jun could go and do the job for him right away when he couldn't be distracted. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the roadside outside a cafe. Through the window glass, Zhu Yang saw that Tang Hong was already sitting under the pergola outside the cafe. It seemed that she was indeed in a bit of a hurry. She was dressed in a beige trench coat with high heels. Crossing her legs, her arms crossed over her chest, her entire body leaning on the back of the chair. Her long, slightly curly hair, casually tossed behind her head, with the breeze blowing, the long, slightly curly hair swung around. And she didn't care about that at all. She seemed to be thinking about things on her mind, and didn't even notice the car parked on the side of the road. They had known each other since college, and it had been more than 10 years, but Jiang felt that this woman not far away was, at times, inscrutable. He asked Xiao Jun to stay in the car and went over by himself. After all, Xiao Jun had worked at Shan Group. And Tang Hong didn't necessarily recognize him, but just in case, this time definitely couldn't cause any trouble. Walking across to Tang Hong and looking at the woman sitting in the cool breeze, Zhu Yang suddenly felt a sense of pity. However, it was only a momentary thing. He knew what he wanted to do. He couldn't solve his own affairs yet. So where did he have the free time to sympathize with others before his father's matter was investigated clearly? Zhu Yang admonished himself that his heart had to be hardened, and he could not afford to have the slightest bit of softness towards anyone who could possibly stop him from investigating the truth. "You're here. Is the program ready?" Tang Hong glanced at Zhu Yang standing across from her, without first exchanging pleasantries as he took his seat or any greetings. She directly started talking about the program. It could be seen that she was indeed a bit anxious. What, really so anxious? Zhu Yang glanced at Tang Hong, pulled open a chair opposite her, and sat down. Fumbling for a cigarette from his pocket, he pulled out two and handed one to Tang Hong first. Tang Hong hesitated for a moment, didn't refuse, took the cigarettes handed over by Zhu Yang, picked up the lighter on the table again, snapped it and lit it directly. Perhaps at this time, cigarettes could ease her nervousness and also make her mind more active. Spitting out a mouthful of smoke, Tang Hong's mood seemed to have really relaxed a bit. She slowly said, "The resettlement housing involves a wide range of surfaces. Not only is the Mountain River Group under a lot of pressure, but the pressure on the government side isn't small either. And to be honest with you, in fact, last night, the Mountain River Group's PR had already been launched." Zhu Yang froze for a moment. This was a new situation. He didn't expect that Mountain River Group would be so impatient this time. "Tang Hong, what do you mean?" "I was promised this project. Privately, you guys acted first. Both sides of the program are different. In case the PR is not good, whose responsibility is it? Come to think of it, it was simply impossible for Mountain River Group to pin all their hopes on a small PR firm. And it made sense for them to act early. What puzzled Zhu Yang was that with Tang Hong's current behavior, it meant that Mountain River Group's PR was not effective. There was no reason for that. With Mountain River Group's industry status, it could mobilize a lot of resources by saying hello to the government departments, so it shouldn't be a difficult task to solve this crisis. Right, this made Zhu Yang a bit puzzled. Don't worry about it. All the PR is still dominated by your side. Mountain River Group's actions won't affect you. Besides, as far as the company's few idiots are concerned, they can eat idle food and do things properly. Who dares to expect that? Tang Hong obviously had a big problem with Mountain River Group's PR department. What's going on? You mean to say that even the company stepped in and failed to solve the problem? Liang Shan, his energy can't be that small. Right? Zhu Yang pretended to be surprised. HMPH, Tang Hong snorted coldly, then said Liang Shan would like to find someone from the government department to step in. But at this juncture, the people in the government department are all more than smart, who would step in to cause this trouble. Zhu Yang immediately figured it out. Who would be willing to help in this kind of ass-wiping matter that has nothing to do with him? At this time, whoever stepped in to help would mean whoever might have something to do with this accident. No one would take their own hood to do such a stupid thing. Well, when you say it like that, I understand. It seems like things are really a bit tricky. Zhu Yang flicked the ashes of the cigarette on his fingertips and said in a difficult manner, "All right, let's not talk about this. I know you must have a solution. Let's talk about your program first." Tang Hong obviously didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. She was now pinning all her hopes on Zhu Yang. "My plan is simple. Control the internet public opinion, detain the responsible person, appease the owners of the neighborhood, and actively repair the quality problems that occurred in the houses." Zhu Yang directly pressed his cigarette out in the ashtray and dryly stated the 4 directions to solve the crisis. Tang Hong listened carefully to Zhu Yang's 4 directions and frowned slightly. If we can really get these 4 things right, I guess the rest of the problems won't be too big, but it's easy to say, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult to do. Difficult? I don't really think it's difficult, with the financial and material resources of the Mountain River Group. As long as they are willing to cooperate with us, I guarantee that things will be resolved very quickly. From Zhu Yang's perspective, as long as Mountain River Group was sincere in resolving the matter, it wasn't very difficult. Looking at Tang Hong's attitude, I was afraid that there was something else going on. I'm afraid the company will have to spend a few more millions to repair the quality of the houses you mentioned. I don't know if Liang Shan will agree. Tang Hong was embarrassed to even say such words out loud. Have you got it wrong? Your project has a quality problem, and you don't spend money to repair it. Are you going to let the owners live in such a house? Zhu Yang immediately moved to anger. Seeing Zhu Yang angry, Tang Hong was even more embarrassed. She thought for a while and said, "You are right, things are caused by us. The company should spend a little more money. I will talk to Liang Shan about this matter. As for that, we need to find someone to come out and take the responsibility and may have to go to jail." This, spending a little money to make amends, Tang Hong could still accept it, if she still needed someone to come out and take the responsibility. She was a bit embarrassed. This must not be less. Everyone's eyes are watching it, if no one to take responsibility. Do you think public opinion can easily let you off? Zhu Yang was a little impatient from this point onwards. It was even more proof that Mountain River Group was not a company with a conscience at all, which was completely contrary to the company's usual boast of taking social responsibility. This, Tang Hong was a bit hesitant, pondering for a moment and asked, "Who do you think is the right person to take on this responsibility?" It can't be Liang Shan, right, after all. The business will have to continue to develop in the future. The matter of who should take the responsibility. Tang Hong also knew that it didn't even count when she and Zhu Yang said it. And in the end, Liang Shan would have to nod his head. She just wanted to know what Zhu Yang thought. Of course it can't be Liang Shan. If Liang Shan is really arrested and jailed, Shan Group is almost finished. What's the point of doing this PR? Zhu Yang's tone eased a bit. After thinking for a while, he then said, "It seems that for this matter, we can only sacrifice Wang Xiyang and Zheng Gang. Huh? Is that really necessary? I'm afraid this won't work. Right, I mean, let's see if we can find someone from the construction side to take the blame. Besides, the matter was originally caused by them cutting corners. Tang Hong felt that Zhu Yang had struck a bit too hard, taking out 2 of the company's executives in one shot. Wang Xiyang is Liang Shan's right-hand man. A village out, from the time Liang Shan worked as a contractor on the construction site, has been following him. If Wang Xiyang get in, I'm afraid that Liang Shan 10.0.0 not agree. There is also Zheng Gang, although only the director of the engineering department. Seems to be a bit of energy. Even Liang Shan, usually polite to him, want to sacrifice him. I'm afraid not. It was difficult to give up any of them, let alone screwing over 2 at once. HMPH. Zhu Yang snorted coldly and said, "Of course, the responsibility of the constructor should be pursued. Do you think just pursuing the constructor will solve the problem? If you have this attitude, I won't take over this case. You find another high-minded person." After saying that, Zhu Yang directly got up and made a gesture to turn around and leave. "Zhu Yang, what are you doing?" "I didn't say no. Things are a bit big, and it's not something that I alone can make a decision. So, wait for me to go back to the company to discuss it." When Tang Hong saw Zhu Yang getting up, she was anxious. She got up in a hurry and stopped Zhu Yang. "Tang Hong, you should know what a crisis means to a company. Right, I remember, 10 years ago. There was a crash in your company. There is no need for me to tell you what impact it had on the company. Right, Jiang stared at Tang Hong and suddenly talked about his father's crash 10 years ago. Hearing this, Tang Hong suddenly trembled her body. Be nice. What's the point of talking about this? Weirdly creepy. At that time, I hadn't arrived at this company yet. And then after I entered the company, I saw some internal information. That person died quite tragically. Bringing up this matter, Tang Hong seemed to think of something. Her expression was a bit horrified, and her speaking the voice is lowered a lot. It must be that she thought of the photo of Zixi when collapsed in a pool of blood. Have you seen the internal information? What does it say? Jiang just asked tentatively, not realizing that Tang Hong had read the internal information. He suppressed his inner emotions and tried to look as calm as possible, like he was discussing his work. What, you're interested in that matter emotionally? Ah, it was years ago. I can't remember what was written on the information. I only remember that the deceased was somewhat related to you. He. Tang Hong looked as if she had thought of something and smiled towards Jiang. Hearing Tang Hong say this, Jiang's heart suddenly tightened, thinking, does this woman know her identity? The dead have something to do with me. You're not mistaken, are you? Jiang's expression was slightly unnatural. He, if I remember correctly, he seems to be surnamed Zhu as well. He's in your family. Doesn't that make him related to you? Tang Hong seemed to have gotten away with teasing Jiang and laughed again. So it was like this. Jiang was relieved in his heart. If he wanted to find out the truth about his father's fall, he absolutely couldn't let others know his identity, especially people from the Mountain River group, including Tang Hong. It's funny, isn't it? Let me remind you. Such jokes. Less in the future. Jiang feigned anger. He. Why are you still angry? All right. It's my fault, all right? I shouldn't have compared you to a dead man. Don't get angry. Tang Hong hastened to make amends. Jiang averted his face to the side and stopped talking. He was afraid that Tang Hong would see something else different from his face. Talking about his father in such a way made Jiang's heart a little twisted. All right. Let's get down to business. The company's case. You can't let go of it, haha. Don't forget. You've already received my deposit. Tang Hong shifted the topic to work again. What do you mean by this? You think I'm taking over this case for money? Jiang pretended to be impatient. Fine. I misspoke again. You're not doing it for money. It's all for me. Okay. Tang Hong had a smile on her face. Forget it. You're justified either way. Give me an accurate message as soon as possible. The negative news on the internet. I'll find a way to suppress it first. Jiang glanced at Tang Hong, then added, I'm doing this all for your sake, otherwise, who would be willing to take this case? P50, Tang Hong stared at Jiang and laughed out at once. When Jiang was puzzled, she smiled and said, I didn't expect that I am quite important in your heart. Huh? Don't worry. I will try to follow your program and convince Liang Shan. Just wait for my good news. Tang Hong said this, took the initiative to stretch out her hand, helped Jiang flick the cigarette ash that floated down on her clothes, and then glanced at him again with a meaningful gaze, even though Tang Hong didn't say those lovey-dovey words. Jiang was still able to read something from her eyes, looking at her back as she left briskly. Jiang's heart felt a little bad. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to use Tang Hong to get close to Shan Group in the future. When things were over and she knew the truth, would she hate him, however? Jiang couldn't care less. Over the years, he had found out some suspicious clues about his father's death, one after another, and all the signs pointed to Mountain River Group. And Tang Hong had just said that she had accessed the company's internal information a few years ago. Just for this point, it was resolute not to give up on utilizing her, even if Tang Hong would hate him in the future. He didn't mind in the slightest. Wanting to find out the truth didn't allow him to have too many concerns. 2 hours later, Jiang received a call from Tang Hong. She asked Jiang to go to Shan Group, saying that Wang Xiyang wanted to see him and discuss the program with him. Jiang didn't hesitate and agreed in one breath. This was something he had already expected. Such a big thing. Definitely not something Tang Hong alone could decide. Through Tang Hong, slowly getting in touch with the core people of Mountain River Group, this was Zhu Yang's plan. First sending Xiao Jun back, Zhu Yang drove to Shan Group alone. Xiao Jun had worked at Shan Group after all. So in case he was recognized, things would be a bit troublesome. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the parking lot in front of the Mountain River Group building. And he got down from the car, lit a cigarette, and examined the building in front of him. Zhu Yang's heart was full of mixed feelings. He subconsciously glanced towards the place where his father had fallen to his death back then. However, time has changed, things have long since changed, and even the building in front of him is not the same as it was 10 years ago. 2 years after his father's accident, I don't know for what purpose, Shan Group tore down the original building and rebuilt the current new building. In Zhu Yang's opinion, it might have been superfluous because some people were weak-minded the original office building. In that year, completely out of date, just opened less than 10 years, there is no need to redemolish the construction. This is not a ghost in the heart is what, of course, the Mountain River Group will not tell the truth. Said the company's development speed is too fast. The original building cannot meet the office needs. What is actually going on? I'm afraid that only they themselves know, while thinking about these things. He finished a cigarette, threw the cigarette butt at his feet, lifted his foot and stepped on it, turning his ankle a little harder to pulverize the cigarette butt. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his collar and stepped into the office building, arriving at the lobby on the first floor. Tang Hong was already waiting at the reception desk. Seeing Zhu Yang enter, she hurriedly greeted him. "Let's go, Wang Xiyang is waiting for you in the office. I'll accompany you to meet him. I'll speak for you then." This was a company. Tang Hong spoke moderately, and deliberately kept a proper social distance from Zhu Yang. It seemed that Tang Hong still cared quite a bit about other people's opinions in public. Zhu Yang did not say anything and nodded slightly before following Tang Hong into the elevator. Using the work tag hanging around her neck, Tang Hong swiped the elevator's sensor switch and pressed the button for the 18th floor. The office building had a total of 19 floors, and the company executives worked on the 18th floor. While Liang Shan's office was on the 19th floor, Zhu Yang had been to the company twice before, but unfortunately, he couldn't even open the elevator on the 18th floor, let alone go up to the 19th floor and reach Liang Shan. This is quite a strict hierarchy in your company. Do I count myself in your favor while waiting for the elevator to go up? Zhu Yang flirted with Tang Hong. You're just laughing at me, right? Tang Hong smiled faintly and didn't say much. However, judging from her expression, she was quite pleased with herself. Mountain River Group was considered a well-known company in Sanjiang City, and to be able to work here, she naturally had the money to be complacent. Not to mention, she was also the company's marketing director. While talking, the elevator stopped at the 18th floor. 2 people came out of the elevator, the modernized office environment, showing everywhere that this company did not lack money, still made Zhu Yang's heart secretly surprised. "Not bad. Isn't it fulfilling to work here all day long?" Zhu Yang sighed. "Oh, what is this? You haven't been to the 19th floor yet." "That's the emperor-like enjoyment," Tang Hong said casually. However, halfway through the sentence, the second half of the sentence did not come out again. Zhu Yang instantly realized that he was afraid that there was something else going on in the 19th floor. He smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? If you have the chance some other day, you can take me to see it." "Oh, okay, let's talk about it when we have the chance. In fact, I don't have the permission to go up to the 19th floor either." Tang Hong looked a little unnatural, and her speech turned cautious, despite her deliberate attempts to hide it. Zhu Yang still heard something unusual in her words. "I'm afraid that the 19th floor had some company secrets and some unspeakable things." "Let's not talk about it. Wang Xiyang should be waiting impatiently. Hurry up and go meet him." Tang Hong changed the topic. Zhu Yang didn't say any more words and followed Tang Hong towards Wang Xiyang's office, while his mind began to plot to see how he could get to the 19th floor to have a look. Knocking on the door of Wang Xiyang's office, he saw that Wang Xiyang, dressed in a suit, was sitting with his legs crossed in the sofa in the parlor area. Jiang took a glance at the whole office, which looked almost 100 square meters, with the words, "Heaven rewards the diligent," hanging on the wall behind the luxurious desk. He really couldn't see how Wang Xiyang's character had anything to do with these 4 words, just like he was wearing an expensive suit, but still couldn't emphasize his nobility. Wearing a dragon robe didn't make him look like a prince, which was probably what he was talking about. "Mr. Wang, let me introduce you. This is Jiang, the owner of Polaris PR." Tang Hong smiled faintly and introduced Jiang first. "Damn it, you're Jiang, long and svelte like a white boy. Can you solve the trouble this time?" Wang leaned back in the sofa, his small eyes dripping, and quickly sized up Jiang from top to bottom. Jiang couldn't help but frown lightly. He didn't really like Wang Xiyang's style of speaking. "Oh, Mr. Zhu, don't mind it. Mr. Wang is not scolding you. That's just how he talks. It's his mantra." Seeing a slight change in Jiang's expression, Tang Hong hurriedly explained. "Ha ha ha, right, Mr. Zhu, don't take offense. Heck, my old man is a mason by birth, not much culture." "He speaks rudely. You bear with me. Please take a seat." Wang Xiyang burst into laughter and reached out to ask Jiang to sit down. Jiang looked at Wang Xiyang, squeezed out a smile, laughed lightly, and took a seat diagonally across from him. Tang Hong didn't say anything else and sat down next to Wang Xiyang without moving. "Mr. Zhu, I see you look a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Wang Xiyang didn't talk about business right away, but first sized up Jiang's slightly handsome face. "Is that so? This might be our destiny, right then in the future. I still hope that Mr. Wang can lead me to a small fortune." Wang was a personal witness to his father's crash. It was not surprising that he could see a little bit of his father in Jiang's body. Jiang kept his composure and couldn't let Wang Xiyang see that there was anything different. "Take you to make a small fortune." "Motherfucker, how am I going to bring you a fortune when you come up and lay your hands on me?" Wang Xiyang suddenly changed his face. "Mr. Wang, how do you say that?" Jiang pretended to be surprised. "Haha, I heard about your scheme from Tang Hong." "You are ready to push my old man and Zheng Gang out to take the blame. You are dark enough." Although there was a smile on his face, a touch of viciousness appeared in Wang Xiyang's eyes as he spoke. He stared at Jiang's face. Jiang looked at Wang Xiyang and did not say anything. Tang Hong, who was sitting on the side, started to get nervous first. She didn't think that before the official start of the talk. The swords had already been drawn, and it was not known whether an agreement could be reached at the back. Jiang picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip as if nothing had happened. Wang Xiyang stared straight at Jiang. He felt that Jiang seemed to be a bit arrogant and did not put him in his eyes at all. When he wanted to get angry, Jiang put down the cup of tea in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. "Mr. Wang, let me ask you, the company has such a big problem with the quality of the project. If no one comes out to take the blame for it, do you think that this matter can be passed, damn? Then you take me out to start I invited you to solve the problem. Not for you to send me in." Wang Xiyang suddenly sat up straight and glared angrily at Jiang at this time. Both Jiang and Tang Hong could see that Wang Xiyang said on the surface that he was discussing the program, but in reality, he had no intention of discussing at all. Discussing how to send him to jail, isn't this a joke? "HMPH, do not take you. Do you want to take Liang Shan? If you're willing. It's not impossible." Jiang was not intimidated by Wang Xiyang's anger. He had been doing crisis PR for more than 5 years. What kind of scenes hadn't he seen before he came? He had already thought that Wang Xiyang would not have a good attitude. Damn it, that's even worse. "Whoever dares to cross my big brother, I'll find him and fight for his life." Wang Xiyang was very loyal to Liang Shan. He was also clear that if there was no Liang Shan, the entire company would have collapsed, and his good days would have come to an end. "Neither this nor that, you say, who should be responsible for this matter. I see that you don't have the sincerity to solve the problem. If that's the case, I think it's better to forget about the cooperation between us." Jiang used the leave it alone approach again. He threw the question to Wang Xiyang and asked him to make a choice, with one sentence. Wang Xiyang's temper immediately went down. Even though he was a big old man, he knew that what Jiang said made sense. However, he also felt that Jiang's approach was too fucked up. How could he discuss with someone else to make an example of himself? Mr. Wang, don't be angry for now. Discuss it again. It's not like there's no room for things to be eased. Sitting on the sidelines, Tang Hong saw that the situation was somewhat stalemated and quickly opened his mouth to persuade HMPH, heck, this motherfucker Zheng Gang. Lao Zai explained to him that this project is extraordinary, so that he should not have crooked thoughts with me, but he still made this kind of thing for me. Wang Xiyang's mood eased a little. He also felt that it was unreasonable to lash out at Jiang, so he could only vent his belly full of fire on Zheng Gang. Mr. Wang, about Zheng Gang's matter, I reported it to Mr. Liang alone, and Mr. Liang means that he won't be bailing him out this time. Tang Hong glanced at Wang and said, my big brother really said that, then wouldn't Zheng Gang be a bit surprised this time? Hearing Tang Hong say this, Wang Xiyang seemed a bit surprised. His initial thought was to spend some money to repair the house and things would pass. But now it seemed that the situation was not as simple as he thought. In order to keep the company, I'm afraid that someone would really have to make sacrifices. He turned his head to look at Tang Hong. And in his heart, he was a little upset with her. She didn't even consult with herself and directly looked for Liang Shan to report. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There was no time to pursue these issues with his heart now. The key was to solve the immediate crisis as soon as possible. Let's ignore Zheng Gang first. He did it to himself. Mr. Wang, let me ask you, you honestly say, what Zheng Gang did this time, did you know or didn't you know? Tang Hong did not give Wang the slightest bit of face. Jiang looked up at Tang Hong and was a little surprised. At least Wang Xiyang was the vice president of the company, or Liang Shan, his hardcore brother, although Tang Hong called out to Wang with a mouthful. In reality, he didn't give him any face at all. Could it be that all the rumors in the outside world are true? Did Tang Hong really have an improper relationship with Liang Shan? At this time, Wang was a little impatient. Tang Hong, I'm really wronged Big Brother repeatedly explained that this time the project must be done beautifully. Even if you give me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to cut corners Well, I believe you, but even so, then you cannot escape management responsibility Tang Hong didn't seem ready to let Wang Xiyang off the hook. Then what do you mean? Could it be that Big Brother really wants to send me in? Wang Xiyang stared straight at Tang Hong, forcing down the anger in his heart. That wouldn't be up to me. Tang Hong wasn't the least bit intimidated. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, interrupting Tang Hong's later words. Come in. Wang raised his voice and answered. On the surface, he was talking to the person knocking on the door. But in reality, anyone could see that he was venting his dissatisfaction with Tang Hong. Soon, a young girl in her early 20s. Her twisted braids bouncing behind her head pushed the door in. Everyone's gazes went to the little girl. The little girl was around 1 meter 6.5 with a slim figure. She was not considered a top beauty, but she gave off a very durable feeling, especially those eyes, which were like a pool of water, very pure. Even someone like Jiang, who was not a fan of women, could not help but look twice more. Tang Hong noticed Jiang's expression and glared at him without moving, then smiled faintly towards the little girl who came in. Mr. Zhu, let me introduce to you. This beauty is Han Tingting. Mr. Liang's secretary. She emphasized this, implying that Jiang should not think blindly. She seemed to sense a threat from the way Jiang looked at Han Tingting. Jiang did not say anything, but just smiled and nodded towards Han Tingting. Han Tingting glanced at Jiang, greeted him softly, and looked at Tang Hong again. Secretary Han, is there any instruction from Mr. Liang? Han Tingting, as Liang Shan's liaison with various departments, must have come over at this time with instructions from Liang Shan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be idly wandering around various departments. Mr. Tang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Liang said that he agrees with Polaris' proposal. So you guys should stop discussing it and hurry up to take action. At the latest tomorrow. To suppress the public opinion on the internet first. Han Tingting spoke in a small, soft and sticky voice. Zhuyang's heart was a bit strange. He couldn't understand how a company full of big old men could have a person like Han Tingting as a secretary. Even though Han Tingting spoke softly, it did not affect the weight of the words she spoke in any way. Secretary Han, you didn't convey it wrong, did you? Did my big brother really say that? This kid is going to take me on. Wang Xiyang couldn't sit still first. According to Zhuyang's scenario, not only would Zheng Gang be disposed of, but he would also be disposed of along with him. How could Wang accept this? Mr. Wang, Mr. Liang also said that if you have a problem with it, you should go to him personally. Han Tingting still manipulated her soft voice and said. After saying this, while Wang was still stunned, Han Tingting turned around and was about to leave. Secretary Han, wait a moment. Tang Hong called out to Han Tingting at this time. Han Tingting turned around. Looking at Tang Hong, waiting for her later words, Tang Hong glanced at Wang Xiyang and then Zhuyang before finally seeming to make up her mind and asked, Secretary Han, I heard that Chief Engineer Han led a thorough investigation into the quality of the resettlement houses today. Other than the problem with the outer wall insulation, were there any other findings? Wang immediately tensed up when he heard Tang Hong ask this question. Maybe Zhuyang didn't know who Chief Engineer Han was, but Wang Xiyang did. The Chief Engineer Han that Tang Hong was talking about was called Han Zhengzheng, the company's chief engineer, who had been in the construction industry for 20 to 30 years. And whenever there was any quality problem in a project, it usually couldn't escape his eyes. There is another identity. He is Han Tingting's father. The reason Han Tingting entered the industry was probably also influenced by Han Zhengzheng. If he found any other quality problems, Wang felt that there was no way he could live, and he simply couldn't explain to Liang Shan. Similarly, Tang Hong was also nervous. Han Tingting smiled faintly and said, Mr. Tang, don't worry. The inspection is over, and no other problems have been found. Hearing Han Tingting's words, Tang Hong and Wang Xiyang breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Zhuyang was the same. He was doing PR, but he was determined not to jeopardize the rights and interests of the majority of homeowners. If he found out that there were other problems with the quality of the houses, he would rather give up his plan and ask Shan Group to solve the problem first. After Han Tingting left, Tang Hong looked at Wang Xiyang, smiled faintly, and said, Mr. Wang, since Mr. Liang has already given his word, there's no need for us to continue this coordination meeting, right? Hurry up and let Mr. Zhu go back and take action. Right. Wang raised his head and glanced at Tang Hong with a defiant gaze. Fine, you guys see to it. I'm the one who's going to be cleaned up. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Wang Xiyang had a big opinion, however, since this was Liang Shan's intention, he couldn't go against it. Hee, Mr. Wang, that's it then. You get busy first. I'll send Mr. Zhu downstairs. Tang Hong smiled again. Then immediately got up. Zhuyang followed Tang Hong and got up, nodded towards Wang Xiyang and followed Tang Hong to leave. After Zhuyang and Tang Hong left, the more Wang Xiyang thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt in his heart. He grimaced and came to the 19th floor, without even knocking. He directly pushed open the door of Liang Shan's office. Big brother, why are you doing this? Wang Xiyang was directly a question, however, before he could finish his words. He was stopped by Liang Shan, who was on the phone with a fierce gaze. Good, then let's make a deal on this matter. Let's go play ball together some other day. Huh? Liang Shan ended the call with a smile. Afterwards, his expression became serious, sullenly looking at the furious Wang Xiyang, slapping his short, fat body on the desk. His fat meat followed by trembling. How many times have I told you, this is a company, where is there any big brother? You think it's still in the old village, Liang Shan Yang's flurry of anger caused Wang Xiyang's momentum to instantly wilt. Big brother, isn't this no outsider? Besides, for so many years, I'm used to calling, as usual, Wang Xiyang didn't change his name over. But the aura of his speech weakened a lot. Liang Shan glared at him, eased his breath, and casually threw him a cigarette. Tell me, what is it? Of course he knew where Wang Xiyang was coming from, however, as long as Wang Xiyang did not open his mouth. He would not poke his nose in first. This was the city of being a leader, big brother. It's still not about the resettlement house. You really want to push me out to take the blame? Wang Xiyang stiffly spoke out the unwillingness in his heart. HMPH, you still have the face to talk to me about this matter. How many times have I told you that this project is very important? Did you take it all as a whisper? Do you know how many people have called me from yesterday until now? Tell me, can it be done without pushing you out? Liang Shan jabbed his finger at the desk to question Wang Xiyang. Big brother, this time it's really not about me. It's all about that bastard Jiang Gang. You also know that Jiang Gang's back is. Don't make excuses. I don't care who's behind him. Are you Jiang Gang's leader? If he has problems, you have to be punished along with him. Not waiting for Wang Xiyang to finish his words, Liang Shan pouted him back. Wang Xiyang opened his mouth. Not knowing what to say, Liang Shan picked up a cigarette, inhaled a mouthful, slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and then said, Kaingzi, it's not easy for us to get to today. How many pairs of eyes are staring at us? We really can't be caught in the act, otherwise you and I will die without a burial place. Liang Shan's voice turned low. But the words that came out gave Wang Xiyang some chills. Big brother, it can't be, this little thing. It's not so bad, right? We don't have behind us this kind of words you say less in the future. Let me remind you. No one can be relied on. We can only rely on ourselves. Liang Shan interrupted Wang Xiyang again. Wang Xiyang was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to say in the company. He was the one charging forward, acting as Liang Shan's horseman. As for the matter of figuring out how to use his brain, he couldn't figure it out. As for the matter of dealing with the upper echelons, he didn't understand even more. He only listened to Liang Shan's words. Wherever he told him to charge, he charged. Big brother, is there no other way? Are you really going to send me to the prison? Wang Xiyang was still a bit unwilling. Liang Shan took another drag on his cigarette, stretched out his fingertips, and massaged his temples a few times. Go through a procedure over at the police station, then go out of town to avoid the wind. It's best to go out of the country. Right, and then come back when the wind has passed. When Wang heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Where was this sending him to the police station? It was simply giving him a vacation to travel abroad. Good, this is good. I'll listen to you, big brother. Wang Xiyang's face finally had a smile on it. The wrinkles on his face were laughing out of chrysanthemums. HMPH, satisfied now, who was the one who aggressively approached me just now to settle the score. Liang Shan glared at Wang Xiyang. Hey, big brother, it's me who was sulking. I knew that you wouldn't leave me alone. Wang Xiyang gave another fawning smile. All right, go back and get ready. Let me remind you to keep a low profile. Don't cause me any more trouble. Liang Shan glanced at Wang Xiyang. His heart was still a bit uneasy. Seemingly a simple quality accident, what exactly would evolve into, Liang Shan couldn't say. Judging from the reaction from the government side, it gave him a feeling of being in 7 places in his heart. Wang Xiyang where would know what Liang Shan's heart thought. Got the desired result, bumbling out, Tang Hong sent Zhu Yang downstairs to the parking lot when he was about to get on the car. Zhu Yang suddenly turned around and asked Tang Hong, "Who is that Han Zhengjing you guys were talking about? He seems to be a technical expert, and you guys trust the quality of the works he inspected so much. Just now, after hearing Han Tingting say that Han Zhengjing had already gone to see that there was nothing else wrong with the project, and that even the incomparable Wang Xiyang was relieved. This had to make Zhu Yang feel surprised. Are you interested in this person, or is there another deep meaning? Tang Hong gave Zhu Yang a meaningful look. What do you mean by that? Zhu Yang was in a cloud, not quite understanding the meaning of Tang Hong's words. Men are all like that. When they see a young and pretty one, their hearts are like cats scratching. Right, you dare to say that you don't have the slightest idea about Han Tingting. Tang Hong had a smile on the corner of her mouth. But she still couldn't hide the jealousy in the bottom of her eyes. I'm talking to you about Han Zhengzheng. Why are you talking to me about Han Tingting? Besides, when did I have thoughts about her? Zhu Yang was even more confused about what Tang Hong meant. You really don't know. Han Zhengzheng is Han Tingting's dad. When Tang Hong saw that Zhu Yang didn't look like he was lying, the smile on his face grew even bigger. It seemed like she had misunderstood him. How would I know that? You're really strange. Zhu Yang feigned displeasure. This Han Zhengzheng is our company's chief engineer. Is an academic school with Liang Shan, Wang Xiyang. Those people are not the same, intellectuals. A sinew, Tang Hong did not introduce much about Han Zhengzheng, just a few words, but Zhu Yang probably understood what she meant. The image of an intellectual, wearing glasses with thick lenses and an obsessive mind, suddenly appeared in Zhu Yang's mind. It seemed that this person had some real skills, or else he wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of chief engineer in a company with such complicated nepotism. Seriously, this time things are a bit tricky. Liang Shan asked to control the public opinion before tomorrow. Are you sure about that? While Zhu Yang was still thinking about Han Zhengzheng, Tang Hong shifted the topic to crisis public relations again. Her worry could still be seen between her lightly furrowed brows. Don't worry about it. If I didn't have this certainty, I wouldn't have taken over this case. Okay, enough talk, back to work. Zhu Yang smiled faintly towards Tang Hong and turned around to get on the car. Zhu Yang, Tang Hong called out to Zhu Yang again. Zhu Yang stopped and looked back at Tang Hong, waiting for her later words. Tang Hong, however, hesitated and opened her mouth, but didn't say what she wanted to say. Forget it. It's better to wait until after the work is done, originally. Tang Hong wanted to talk to Zhu Yang about what was going on between them. However, she suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be a good time for her to do so. Zhu Yang didn't say anything, nodded his head, glanced at Tang Hong, whose eyes were tinged with melancholy, turned around and got into the car, driving away. Tang Hong stood still, not leaving right away, her eyes staring at Zhu Yang's car until it disappeared into the traffic. Completely out of sight, while she was somewhat lost in thought, her cell phone rang. It was a call from Liang Shan, asking her to meet him in his office. Recovering her thoughts, she picked up her spirits, turned around and entered the office building, swiped her card and went up to the 19th floor, knocking on the door of Liang Shan's office. He was currently sitting on the sofa in the parlor area waiting for her. Seeing Tang Hong enter, Liang Shan smiled faintly towards her. Director Tang, come, sit down and talk. Tang Hong wasn't polite and directly walked over and sat opposite Liang Shan. Liang Shan picked up the cigarette case on the table, popped out a cigarette and handed it to Tang Hong. Want one? Forget it. Let's talk about work. Tang Hong didn't have too much expression on her face. A business, like appearance, well, less smoking is good for the body. Talk about work first. Subordinates such an attitude. Liang Shan's face is slightly untenable. He put down the hand of cigarettes and picked up the teapot. Help Tang Hong pour tea. Tang Hong just looked at it and did not want to drink the meaning. Liang Shan also didn't care. Superintendent Tang, are things all settled? The matter he was talking about was obviously crisis public relations. Well, it's been negotiated, and Mr. Zhu's side has said that it will control public opinion first before tomorrow. Tang Hong still didn't have too much expression, purely just talking about work. Is this Zhu Yang reliable? There's also that Polaris company of his. It seems like I haven't heard much about it. Liang Shan still seemed to be a bit hesitant. What, Mr. Liang doesn't trust the person I introduced him to? Tang Hong frowned slightly. No. I don't mean that. The person you introduced, of course, I'm relieved. I heard that he's still your classmate. You naturally understand him. Liang Shan glanced at Tang Hong with a meaningful gaze. If there's anything you have to say. Just say it, no need to be explicit. Tang Hong was displeased, her tone not very nice, not at all like the attitude a subordinate should have towards his boss. What I mean is that we can't pin all our hopes on Jiang. You'd better communicate with the city government side. I'll communicate with the city government side. What do you mean? Without waiting for Liang Shan to finish his words. Tang Hong angrily interrupted him. Superintendent Tang, don't be angry. I mean, your relationship with the municipal government side. I'm just an employee of the company, and I have even less to do with the municipal government side, has even less to do with it. Tang Hong once again interrupted Liang Shan's words. Both of them stopped talking, and the atmosphere in the office became strange. After a long pause, it was Liang Shan who spoke first. Superintendent Tang, I know, you're still annoyed about that incident. But, on the other hand, think about it. After following that person all these years, didn't you also get what you wanted? You, shameless. Tang Hong's face held a reddish color and cursed angrily. You don't have to say that. This society is like this, using each other for the sake of profit. There is no one right or wrong. Liang Shan felt as if he had regained the initiative of words, his heart slightly balanced. Tang Hong angrily turned her face to the side. Completely ignoring Liang Shan's words, she could only use silence to maintain her last bit of dignity now. Superintendent Tang, I advise you to better think about it. If it wasn't for that person, could you have the life you have now? And your family, could you live such a good life? Liang Shan laughed softly. What, Liang Shan? Do you mean that I should still thank you? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten to this point. You're his accomplice. Accomplice, you know. Tang Hong was furious, her body trembling. Superintendent Tang, you don't have to be so agitated. It's all a matter of you and me. Why are you making yourself sound so aggrieved? Liang Shan wasn't annoyed, and even laughed a little. Tang Hong seemed to have been said to the sore spot. For a moment she was speechless, not knowing how to take Liang Shan's words. After a long moment's reprieve, Tang Hong's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Liang Shan with an angry gaze. You're right, I really don't have the qualifications to blame others. It's all about my own lack of self-love. Tang Hong said this, but instead, Liang Shan was a little embarrassed. Superintendent Tang, things are in the past. At least the outcome is good now, right? Don't think too much. Liang Shan turned back to comfort Tang Hong. Do you think the current result is good? Yes, you're right. I do have to be materially superior to most people in society. However, I have no personality, no dignity. I can't even have a simple love like other women. This is not what I want at all. In addition to tears in Tang Hong's eyes, there was also frustration and loss. What love is not love? It's all childish stuff, if I remember correctly. You're also in your 30s, right at such an age. How can you still be as naive as a little girl? It's better for people to be realistic. Liang Shan again some bitter words. Seeing that she couldn't talk to Liang Shan on the same channel, Tang Hong simply ended the topic. Mr. Liang, is there anything else? If not, I'll go to work. Tang Hong slightly tilted her head, not letting the tears fall from her eyes. This was her dignity. She had to maintain it. A conversation like this, for Tang Hong, it didn't mean anything at all. It would only uncover her scars, making her even more unbearable and humiliated. She didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Superintendent Tang, I'll remind you once more, this time, whether it's for the company or that person. It's very important. In case it's not handled well, the consequences will be unimaginable, but that person doesn't seem to have realized the gravity of the problem. Please try to persuade him again. Liang Shan still seems to be a bit undeterred. Don't worry about it. He's much smarter than you think. What you can realize about the problem, he can naturally think about it. No need for you to worry about it. Better think more about your own affairs. Tang Hong sneered and gave Liang Shan a sarcastic laugh. Right, you're right. It's probably me thinking too much. Liang Shan gave a dry laugh without waiting for him to finish. Tang Hong had already stood up from the sofa. ready to leave, Superintendent Tang, there's one more thing. I'll ask you by the way. Yang is just as simple as being your classmate. Right. Liang Shan stared at Tang Hong's back and suddenly came up with this sentence. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong suddenly turned around and stared at Liang Shan with an angry face. What do you mean by that? I don't mean anything. I'm just reminding you of what you can and can't do. You have to have a number in your heart. You're that person's woman. I'm sure he's not willing to see you having an ambiguous relationship with another man. Do you understand what I mean? I don't understand. Could it be that I have a marriage relationship with him? I'm still a free man at least, right? I have the power to choose my life. Tang Hong was completely enraged by Liang Shan's words. Liang Shan sat on the sofa as if he hadn't noticed Tang Hong's emotions as he continued. Men, they are always possessive. You should understand, son of a bitch. Tang Hong cursed angrily and turned to leave. She forcefully pulled open the office door, went out, bang sound, and heavily closed, stepping on her high heels. She quickly left the 19th floor. She did not return to her own office, but left the company and drove all the way wildly, nearly an hour later. She arrived at a body of water. This was the place where the three rivers met. The origin of the name of Three Rivers City was probably related to this. Raging rivers converge here. The water suddenly flattens out, and after flowing eastward for dozens of kilometers, it splits up again, flowing forward according to its own course. When in a bad mood, Tang Hong likes to sit in the deserted riverside, listen to the sound of the wind and the sound of the water, only to face the river to the east of the river. In order to let her mood calm down, sitting on the withered grass on the bank, looking at the river rolling eastward, Tang Hong's tears involuntarily flowed downward. Thinking of the words Liang Shan had just said, Tang Hong's heart was overwhelmed. Which woman doesn't want to have a sensational and beautiful love? However, she was at her best age. But she was being counted by Liang Shan, giving her away as a lover for business purposes. She had 10,000 reluctance in her heart. But Liang Shan opened out the conditions so that she could not refuse. Thinking about it now, it was all remorse. If fate could do it all over again and let her make the choice again, what would she choose? I'm afraid even she couldn't answer. She sat on the riverside, unknowingly even fell asleep on her knees. The cool breeze did not feel cold at all. It was more like a good medicine to soothe her trauma. Even she herself did not know how long she had slept. Suddenly, a cell phone ringing woke her up. Her body trembled slightly, and she instinctively opened her eyes. Night has quietly descended, the distant lights reflected in the river, Tang Hong blinking eyes, a tear gently across the cheek. Taste the original bitter inside, actually also with a hint of sweetness. At this moment, all the helplessness and sadness, all melted in that drop of tears. The cell phone is still ringing non-stop. Took it out and saw that it was a call from Jiang. After adjusting his emotions, he picked up the phone and softly said, "Hello, Tang Hong, online, right. After our team's efforts, those negative public opinions on the internet are temporarily under control. You can also breathe a sigh of relief. The next step depends on your actions." Yang's voice was tinged with fatigue. It was conceivable that he hadn't been idle after leaving from Mountain River Group. Otherwise, it wouldn't have produced results so quickly. Well, it's been hard on you. I knew you'd be able to do it. It's not just taking action against Wang Xiyang and Zheng Gang. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Tang Hong's mood was still a bit low. What's going on? Listening to your tone, it seems like you're not too happy. Yang's mind was sensitive. Even though Tang Hong tried her best to use a calm tone, he still heard something unusual. "No, I'm quite happy." Tang Hong tried her best to squeeze out a dry smile. Then said, "Yang, do you think we have a future?" Yang froze for a moment. Tang Hong's change of topic was too fast for him to react. Stunned for a moment, Yang did not say a word. "Forget it. At this time, I shouldn't ask you this question." Tang Hong let out a bitter smile. "Tang Hong, where are you? Why do I hear the sound of a steam whistle? Are you at the river? Are you all right?" Jiang heard the sound of the ship's siren and seemed to hear the wind on the river. "Nothing, what can I do? I was driving by the river and happened to receive your call. Okay, I still have things to do. Let's do this first." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang to reply, Tang Hong directly hung up the phone. This was a pain that belonged to her alone, and she wasn't ready to share it with others for the time being. Looking up into the distance, the night got thicker. Controlling the public opinion online was not a difficult task. Originally, there were quite a lot of news that Jiang had put out himself, so it would be fine for him to ask Ludong to delete the ones that were released. As for the news released by other media, with Ludong's connections, a phone call and the promise of a drink and meal basically solved it almost. There were some sporadic voices left, which no longer affected the big picture by the time of the next day. The voice of the online discussion of this matter gradually became much smaller. As for the owners of resettlement housing, they will also release some news. After all, it is the age of self. Media, everyone is a media person. But their number is limited, not too big a voice. However, their demands should never be ignored. These owners are the real victims. If their demands are not met, they can join together to stage a sit-in in front of the city hall. Once this result is achieved, no one can afford it. Early in the morning, Jiang and Tang Hong agreed to come to the resettlement housing community together to meet with the owners' representatives. The original agreement was to meet with the owners' representatives, but there were hundreds of owners at the scene. Tang Hong had never seen such a scene before. She was afraid of any accidental conflict, and even her legs were trembling. Even Jiang, who had seen the world before, was a bit scared in his heart. He explained to the owners that this time he came here to solve their demands. So please go back first, and they will talk to the owner's representative. However, where will the owners listen to Jiang? The building with peeling insulation walls stood not far away, and it looked as if it had psoriasis, which was shocking to the eyes. How could these owners not be anxious? After explaining again and again, and finally letting the owners' representatives step in to persuade them. Only then did some of them go back first. But there were still a large number of owners surrounding the outside of the conference room, refusing to leave for a long time. Many people have spent 3 generations of savings to buy a house. A day has not yet lived. How can accept the house appeared major quality problems? Outside the conference room, the owners waited anxiously, and in the conference room, the atmosphere was no better. As soon as the negotiation started, some owners asked for a refund. Tang Hong and Jiang looked at each other with a difficult face. This seemed to be completely different from the proposal they had negotiated. She hadn't expected the owner to be so extreme. And for a moment, she didn't know what to do. She looked at Jiang with a look of help. Jiang smiled slightly and scanned the room. Based on his years of experience in public relations, he could tell that these owners didn't really want to withdraw from the house. The prices of the resettlement houses were originally lower than the prices of the surrounding houses, and belonged to the People's Livelihood Project. And the owners had spent a lot of effort trying to apply for the resettlement housing index at that time. The reason why they made such an offer was because they wanted to gain greater benefits in the subsequent negotiations. People are selfish. As long as they can grasp the weakness of human nature, they can solve the problem well. Okay, no problem. If you want to withdraw, go to the sales department anytime. Jiang didn't have any hesitation. He agreed painfully. After saying this, the whole place went quiet all of a sudden. No one had expected that Jiang would not follow common sense. In the opinion of the owner's representatives, shouldn't the developer get nervous right away when they put forward such conditions? This one in front of him seemed to not care at all. Did he have another agenda, wanting to get back their surrendered homes and turn around to sell them at a higher price? Many people muttered in their hearts. Tang Hong, who was sitting next to Jiang, was shocked. She didn't expect Jiang to agree to such a request from them. This was not a small matter. Once a wave of returned houses formed, how could they explain to the company? She reached out her hand and tugged on Jiang's sleeve underneath. Yang understood what she meant. However, he turned a blind eye, scanning the scene once again. The people who were clamoring for a withdrawal did not really get up to go to the sales office. Yang smiled again and continued. It seems that everyone's purpose is not to actually withdraw from the property, but rather they want to solve the problem. Nonsense, of course, we are here to solve the problem. Why else would we come here? Right, you developers are too unreasonable. How dare you mess up a livelihood project like this? Do you still have the law in your eyes? Compensation must be made. Everyone was talking in tongues. Yang didn't say anything as he listened to everyone's arguments. In his opinion, these representatives were not discussing solutions to the problem at all, but were complaining about the grievances in their hearts. Letting them complain about the grievances in their hearts would be conducive to solving the problem. When everyone had complained almost enough, Yang then raised his voice and said, "Everyone, I've heard all of your complaints. Are you willing to listen to me?" The scene immediately quieted down. Yang was representing the developers today. No matter how cheerful their discussion was, wouldn't they still have to listen to what the developer had to say in the end? Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, the quality problem of the houses, although it is the responsibility of the construction side. But Mountain River Group absolutely does not evade and promises to rectify the situation within a limited period of time, shoveling out the outer wall insulation layer of all the buildings and reconstructing them again, and for the person responsible for the quality problem. The group's vice president, Mr. Wang Xiyang, and the director of the engineering department, Mr. Zheng Gang, will be immediately transferred to the public security organs to pursue the legal responsibility. After this was said, the dissatisfaction at the scene immediately eased quite a bit. Tang Hong turned her head and looked at Yang with an adoring gaze. Yesterday, when Yang proposed this program, although she didn't explicitly oppose it on her lips, in her heart she felt that he was too radical. Taking out 2 company executives at once was unimaginable. Now it seemed that doing so was effective and necessary, not releasing sincerity, but instead covering it up, was not conducive to solving the problem at all, saying good words, solving the quality problem of the insulation layer. This is the problem that was exposed. Who knows that the house you built, there are no other quality problems? The owner's representative inside, there are people with quick brains, quickly thought of other aspects. This, you please rest assured, after the matter came out, the group attaches great importance to the first time on the house to do a full appraisal. The other aspects are completely in line with the standard. This is the appraisal results. Jiang raised a pile of materials in his hand, then placed it in the center of the conference table for the owner's representative to flip through. This was the house quality appraisal certificate that he had asked Tang Hong to find Han Zhengjing to get. He expected that someone would ask this question. This appraisal was done by your company itself. How can we trust it? There were still people who didn't buy it. Mountain River Group's reputation, in their opinion, had been minimized. It doesn't matter if people don't believe in this appraisal. They can go outside and find a third party to test it if possible. Judging from Wang's performance yesterday, Yang believed in Han Zhengjing's professionalism. He wasn't afraid of a third party coming to appraise it. Hearing Yang say this, everyone stopped talking. Applying for third party appraisal is easier said than done. First of all, it involves the appraisal fee. Who should pay for it? Owners' representatives are temporarily elected by the owners, but they do not have the authority to agree to pay the appraisal fee on behalf of the owners. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yang continued, "Don't worry about it. There is such a big quality problem in the project, no matter it is the government or the owners. Everyone is staring at it, even if the company wants to hide it. It doesn't have the guts to do so." Yang knew that I'm afraid they wouldn't believe anything he said now. The only way was to resort to psychological warfare. Fine, if we find any other problems besides the outer wall problem. Don't blame us for demonstrating in front of the city hall. A person who appeared to be the leader put down this sentence. Finally, initially agreeing to the method of repairing the house, this was the most important thing. Talking about this step, Yang's heart was finally relieved. He also knew that he had utilized the good side of human nature. However, to solve a problem, sometimes it does require some means. The only thing he could comfort himself with was that he was sure that what he was doing was in the best interest of the owners. This was your problem in the first place. Now that the house is in trouble and we can't move in on schedule, what should we do about the rental costs incurred? Someone made a new request. Yang had also considered these things in advance. Within the 4 directions he mentioned to Tang Hong, one of them said that the owners should be appeased by all means. Pacifying the owners wasn't by talking. It certainly required real money, and this part of the budget. They had already taken it into consideration. This is a good point. We do need to bear some expenses. The incident happened suddenly. You guys give a little bit of time for the relevant departments of the company to discuss and see how we should compensate you for this part of the expenses. Yang did not immediately agree. If he agreed right away, the owner's representative might put forward even more unreasonable requirements if he saw that the requirements were so easy to fulfill. Reasonable requirements Shan Group was not willing to agree to, let alone unreasonable requirements. And he did not want things to fall apart, which would not do any good to the resolution of the matter. Since Yang had put his words into words, the owner's representatives could not afford to make any other demands. It was already good enough to have these basic demands of theirs resolved, as Yang had said, and they didn't really want to ask for a few $1,000s more for renting the apartment. Their ultimate goal was to be able to successfully get a house with quality, seeing that no one made any more demands. Yang spoke again. All right, the company side understands everyone's demands. Don't worry. We'll solve it as soon as possible. If there are no other questions, then we'll stop here today. The whole coordination meeting was considered a success. After Yang finished these words, the owner representatives looked at each other and were ready to get up and leave. At this time, a loud bang was suddenly heard as the door of the conference room was kicked open. Who the hell is Yang? Who the hell are you to mess with me? With a loud shout, a man in his 30s with a dark face and a strong body stepped into the conference room. His eyes swept around and finally pointed directly at Yang. Tang Hong, whose tight heart had just breathed a sigh of relief, could not help but frown when she saw that the person who barged in was Zheng Gang. Wasn't this the rhythm of something bad? Zheng Gang, don't mess around. You're already wrong when it comes to the quality of the project. Don't add to your mistakes. Tang Hong knew Zheng Gang's character, doing things without a brain, impulsive and reckless. Regardless, must have already known the company's decision to deal with him, knowing that this was the PR company's idea. He directly found the scene of the coordination meeting. It was a small matter to make a fuss in front of all the owner's representatives. But if you didn't pay attention and didn't say the right words and touch the nerve of the owner's representatives, things would be troublesome. There was also the problem that Zheng Gang was obviously targeting Yang, and Tang Hong was afraid that he would hurt Yang. The owner's representatives who were ready to leave were also confused when they saw this scene. When they heard Tang Hong shouting at Zheng Gang, the person who rushed in, they thought of Zheng Gang, the director of the engineering department, the company executive who was going to be dealt with. Looking at Zheng Gang's arrogance and domineering behavior, they knew that this person was not to be messed with, and I was afraid that it would be a bit difficult to deal with him. If he is not dealt with, the owners are a little reluctant, but he is the main culprit who caused everyone not to move in on time. The representatives of the owners stopped and didn't leave. They wanted to see how the company would deal with such a person. Zheng Gang walked up towards Yang and Tang Hong. Tang Hong instinctively sidestepped her body, trying to block Yang's way. She felt that since she was a woman and a member of the company, Zheng Gang wouldn't dare to do anything to her even if he was fooling around. Stinking bitch, get out of my way. Don't think I don't know. that this matter has something to do with you as well. I'll clean you up after I'm done with this little white boy. Zheng Gang saw Tang Hong blocking in front of Zhu Yang and became even more angry. They were all from the company. He felt that Tang Hong should at least be on his side. Zheng Gang, let me remind you, better keep your mouth clean. Being scolded by Zheng Gang in front of so many people, the anger in Tang Hong's heart came up in a flash. Her eyes were on fire, staring straight at Zheng Gang, stinking bitch, less pretending to be serious in front of me. Other people don't know what kind of goods you are. Would I not know if it wasn't for sleeping with someone? Could you fucking sit in today's position? Zheng Gang is completely tearing his face off. What words are difficult to hear? What words? Tang Hong was trembling with anger at Zheng Gang's words, unable to say a word. Zheng Gang didn't care about Tang Hong's emotions. He stepped forward, pushed Tang Hong to the side, and reached out to grab Zhu Yang's collar, wanting to yank Zhu Yang up from his chair. There was a loud bang. Without waiting for Zheng Gang's hand to touch Zhu Yang's collar, Zhu Yang jumped up from his chair, grabbed the crystal ashtray on the conference table, and with the advantage of his height, smashed it directly onto Zheng Gang's head. Zheng Gang let out a miserable scream. His brain door was in pain, instinctively covering the smashed place with his hand. A stream of blood came out from his fingers. Wow. Those owners' representatives who were onlookers let out a cry of shock and froze in place. They hadn't expected that the seemingly gentle Zhu Yang would dare to make the first move and go straight for the gadgets. Tang Hong, who was pushed and staggered, also let out a shriek and looked at Zhu Yang with an unbelievable gaze. She felt that Zhu Yang was a bit impulsive. She wanted to stop it, but Zhu Yang's action was too fast for her to react. Kid, you're fucking tired of living. It'll get you killed. Zheng Gang, who had come back to his senses, was infuriated and screamed as he was about to pounce towards Zhu Yang. Usually, he was the only one who bullied people. Where was it someone else's turn to make a move against him? Zheng Gang, damn it, stop it, when Zheng Gang raised his fist and wanted to hit Zhu Yang. An angry shout rang out from the doorway of the conference room. Zheng Gang froze for a moment, and his raised fist stopped in midair. He turned around and saw Wang Xiyang with a few security guards, standing angrily at the entrance of the conference room. Zheng Gang could not give face to others, but he must give face to Wang Xiyang. What kind of character Wang Xiyang was and what he had done. He still knew something in his heart. He had been on the construction site for more than 20 years. In terms of ruthlessness, Zheng Gang was definitely not his match. Brother Qiang, why are you here? This kid is Zhu Yang, trying to fix us. Zheng Gang's tone of voice also softened, immediately standing on a unified front with Wang Xiyang. His mother, what kind of bullshit? Every day net to lousy trouble if you do not do that kind of shameful thing. How can others screw you? Not waiting for Zheng Gang to finish his words, Wang Xiyang cursed angrily and interrupted his later words. Then he turned back to look at the security guards behind him and said impatiently, "You guys, rack this guy who is corrupting the company's reputation out and send him to the police station." Wang Xiyang acted with great righteousness. It couldn't be helped. He didn't want to be this villain. But in front of so many owners' representatives, he had to show a great righteousness. When he learned that Zheng Gang had come to make trouble, he immediately rushed over, in front of the owners to make trouble. This is not a fool. It can only spoil the company. The security guards behind him got the order, and without saying a word, they stepped forward to rack up Zheng Gang and drag him outside. "Brother Qiang, what are you doing?" "I'm loyal to you. You can't do this to me." Zheng Gang didn't expect Wang Xiyang to be so crisp and clear, not showing him any mercy at all. He couldn't care that his forehead was still bleeding and shouted loudly. However, Wang Xiyang acted as if he didn't hear him, grimacing and not saying a word. Zhu Yang did not move and glanced at Wang Xiyang. He knew in his heart that to be able to lay his hands on Zheng Gang like this was purely for the benefit of the company. Soon, Zheng Gang's shouting disappeared outside the conference room, the shocked representatives of the owners. Where had they ever seen this kind of scene? looked at Wang Xiyang with a confused face. They did not know Wang Xiyang. However, they could be sure that Wang Xiyang's position must be higher than Zheng Gang, and what he had just done was quite manly. Wang Xiyang walked towards one end of the conference table under everyone's puzzled gaze. He first scanned the circle and then said, "Hello, all owners' representatives. I am Wang Xiyang, the vice president of Mountain River Group." As Wang Xiyang introduced himself, whispers erupted in the crowd, of course. They remembered that just now Jiang had said that among the people to be dealt with, there was also the company's vice president, Wang Xiyang. Could it be that this was the one standing here? Wang Xiyang stretched out his palm and pressed down towards the whispering people, signaling everyone to listen to him. The conference room was quiet again. "Everyone, I know what's in your mind. Yes, I am the Wang Xiyang who is going to receive punishment. The company has such a big quality accident. As the project leader, I can't escape the management responsibility. The meeting is over. I'll go to the police station to turn myself in." Taking a breath, he went on to say, "You can rest assured that since the quality accidents, that our company will not escape responsibility. We'll certainly take up the responsibility that should be borne, so that everyone as soon as possible to live in the quality of the new house." Wang Xiyang came to a passionate impromptu speech. After he finished his words, there was a short silence in the conference room. I don't know who took the lead to applaud. Next, the conference room broke out in warm applause. Wang Xiyang also did not expect this scene to occur. He actually all believed what he said, with everyone's applause. The expression on his face was very well placed. In fact, only he himself knew that he was weak in his heart. Soon, he left the conference room amidst the warm applause. Jiang and Tang Hong looked at each other. Tang Hong even gave a cold snort of disdain. Finally, the meeting ended in a near farce. The representatives of the owners left one after another, leaving only Jiang and Tang Hong in the conference room. "Jiang, are you all right? You were too impulsive just now. Zheng Gang isn't one to be messed with." If it wasn't for Wang Xiyang's timely arrival, I'm afraid. Tang Hong had a bout of aftershock and looked at Jiang with a worried expression. "HMPH, isn't it just a Zheng Gang? What does it count for? You probably don't know. When I was in college, I practiced sparring, and I don't even put ordinary people in my eyes. Besides, when I saw him bullying you so much, could I not do anything about it?" Jiang did not brag to Tang Hong. After his father's accident, he did go to practice sparring specifically. He had always suspected that there was something fishy about his father's death, and not knowing what he would face in the future, practicing sparring was also for self-defense. In fact, Jiang was not impulsive just now. He just wanted to take advantage of Zheng Gang coming over to make trouble and deliberately make things worse. The matter of the owners had basically been resolved, and there would be no further changes because Zheng Gang came over to make trouble. His purpose of making a big deal out of it was to muddy the water, and only by muddying the water could he see the real situation of Mountain River Group clearly. He did not expect that Wang Xiyang would arrive in time and give a passionate speech. It seemed that at this juncture, Wang Xiyang didn't want to let things expand. Don't brag about it, but people are quite happy in their hearts that you can fight others for me. Tang Hong didn't believe that Jiang had really gone to sparring practice. She just thought that. He just had fast reflexes. When she heard that Jiang did it because of her, she was as happy as honey in her heart, and her face had a smile on it. Jiang looked at Tang Hong and laughed softly, then suddenly put away the smile on his face. "Tang Hong, just now Zheng Gang scolded you for those words." Jiang remembered that Zheng Gang scolded Tang Hong for those words. Although Zheng Gang is a big old man, but some words are definitely not just randomly said. He tried, wanting to pry into some situations from Tang Hong here. He was not a person who liked to gossip, and was not interested in Tang Hong's private life. However, he vaguely felt that Tang Hong's private life had something to do with Mountain River Group. Upon hearing Jiang mention this matter, Tang Hong immediately turned nervous. "Jiang, don't listen to that bastard Zheng Gang's nonsense. Nothing he said is true. Tang Hong was a bit incoherent. Zhu Yang glanced at Tang Hong, and in his heart, he was even more certain that Zheng Gang's words should have some clues, even if he didn't know the real situation. There is a saying that there is no wind and no waves. There are always some clues, right, in his heart. He thought so, but on his mouth, he didn't ask any further questions. I told you, this asshole's character is here. Believe what he says. How can I believe his words? Zhu Yang smiled and glanced at Tang Hong. Tang Hong's face was a bit abnormal as she tried to squeeze out a smile in response to Zhu Yang. After the coordination meeting with the owner's representatives, Tang Hong reported the situation of the coordination meeting to Liang Shan. Liang Shan didn't hesitate and directly promised to compensate the owners $5,000 per family for transitional rental. Resettlement housing community, a total of nearly 2,000 households, calculated that this expenditure alone will cost the company nearly 10 million. Liang Shan also met Peina, but in order to solve the problem as soon as possible. He gritted his teeth and agreed to, and the same day will be posted to the announcement of the resettlement housing community bulletin board inside. The company's financial department dare not be slow. The director of the financial department, Pan Lily, personally, and quickly mobilized special funds. In the next day began to be issued one after another, because of this money. The owners of the heart is finally some comfort. Resistance to the company began to ease the mood, and even many people think that Shan Group is a conscientious enterprise. The reason why the quality of the project problems, that is the cooperation of the third-party problems. Spending money to buy a reputation, Liang Shan instead felt that he had earned it at the same time. The company began to inspect the external walls of every building in the neighborhood, and when they found any slight quality failures, they immediately shoveled them all out and reconstructed them. This action ushered in another wave of goodwill for Mountain River Group. There were even quite a few media outlets clamoring for coverage, not the least of which was the official media of Sanjiang City. People seemed to have forgotten that these things were what businesses were supposed to do well, and what they were doing now was merely a remedy for the mistakes they had made before. In contrast, Zheng Gang was not so lucky. While Wang was enjoying the sunshine and beauty on an overseas beach, he was chewing on dry buns in prison. Liang Shan's original intention was to want Zheng Gang to squat in jail for 2 days. And when the owner's emotions eased and the media no longer paid too much attention to the matter, he would operate and fish him out. However, Zheng Gang made a fuss at the coordination meeting and pushed himself to the tip of the storm. Liang Shan had the intention to help him, but there is nothing he can do. How many eyes are staring at him? Not to mention fishing him out, even if he really comes out later. The company can never keep this person. His temperament was a time bomb. Zhu Yang hadn't been idle in the last few days, and would go to the construction site twice every 3 days, worrying that Shan Group would play any more tricks, seeing that everything was being executed according to the discussed plan. His heart was finally relieved. The 3 men in the company, this time basically has no use. The most important thing every day is to monitor the news on the internet. At any time to grasp the trend of public opinion, Xiao Jun even had nothing to do, and when he arrived at the company every day, he almost just slept, and sometimes he could even sleep for the whole day. He would like to follow Zhu Yang to the construction site to help out. But because of his identity, where would he dare to show his face? Xiao Jun had also asked Zhu Yang that there was no need to go to the construction site often since things were almost settled. Zhu Yang just smiled without saying anything. His main purpose of going to the construction site was not for the quality of the project. After mixing well with the management staff at the site, he tried to inquire about Shan Group. After a period of time, he was a bit disappointed. These managers stayed at the construction site for a long time. So how would they know the core things of the company? Slowly, Zhu Yang gave up on this approach. It seemed that things still had to start with Tang Hong. I wonder why, recently, Tang Hong did not come to pester him and even started to be intentionally distant, which did not seem to be Tang Hong's character. Zhu Yong could tell that Tang Hong seemed to have something on her mind. He had a principle that he wouldn't take the initiative to ask about things that other people didn't talk about. What was asked on his own initiative was not necessarily true. Time passed very quickly, in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. A month wasn't a long time. It could pass calmly, and a lot of things could happen. It was good that his mother hadn't pushed him to go on any more blind dates in the past month. It was probably because he promised her last time that he would find a girlfriend as soon as possible. The mother should also know that it takes a little time to find a girlfriend. You can't just go to the street and pull one back. Right, Wang Xiyang reappeared at the construction site. Zhu Yong almost didn't recognize him when he saw him. He only saw that his skin was tanned, obviously as a result of sunbathing, and it didn't look like he had spent some time in prison at all. Coupled with the fact that he had overindulged and was full of sunshine, it was more like he was back from a vacation. This made Zhu Yong suspicious of Wang's whereabouts in the last month. Damn, Mr. Zhu, good PR this time. Ha ha ha, when Wang Xiyang saw Zhu Yong, he even took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Wang, did you just get out of jail? How come it looks like a vacation when you're in jail? This spirit can be. Zhu Yong's face was calm and his words teased Wang Xiyang twice. Oh really, you can also see that I'm in good spirits. I'm telling you, heck, prison food feeds people. Wang burst into another fit of laughter. He is a big old man, but he is not a fool, of course. He can't tell others that he just went to the prison for 2 days. And then, in the name of medical parole, he came out of prison and flew straight to Maldives. Heh, is that so? I don't know anything about this. Zhu Yong snorted with Wang Xiyang. Mr. Zhu, heck, in the past, I couldn't look down on you civilized and cultured people. Thinking that you couldn't make things happen after this incident, I kind of understand that, as ruthless as we are in our means. Compared to you guys, shit isn't even a thing. Zhu Yong was not willing to talk more with Wang Xiyang. However, Wang Xiyang pulled Zhu Yong to chatter on and on. Is that so? You think highly of me? Zhu Yong casually coped. How could I? Let me tell you, I'm a very accurate judge of people. I can kind of tell you're not a simple person. You'll definitely be able to achieve great things in the future. You're a friend. I'll make a friend out of you. I'll make a friend out of you, Wang Xiyang. Wang Xiyang's thoughts were relatively simple. He felt that Zhu Yong was a capable person. Even Liang Shan felt that the problem was tricky. He instantly grasped the core of the problem, a coordination meeting. And the problem was solved. He was willing to make friends with Zhu Yong in the future, in case something like this came up again. He would be able to ask Zhu Yong to help out. Zhu Yong froze for a moment. He did not expect Wang Xiyang to say something like that. Mr. Wang, you're not joking with me, right? You're the vice president of Shan Group, and you're said to be worth over $1 billion. How could you possibly make friends with me? I can't afford it. Damn it. What kind of words are you saying? Looking down on me, huh? Wang feigned displeasure and glared at Zhu Yong, then laughed and stretched out his arm. Resting it on Zhu Yong's shoulder, let's go, just in time for dinner. Let's brothers go for a drink. It's been a month. And we haven't had a good drink, giving me a craving, saying this. Wang Xiyang could not help but pull Zhu Yong to go out for a drink. Wang did not bring a driver and drove himself, driving Zhu Yong to a secluded alley. Zhu Yong's heart felt strange. According to Wang Xiyang's personality, he should have taken him to a high-class restaurant. What did he mean by bringing him to this small alley? There didn't seem to be any restaurants here either. Seeing Zhu Yong's doubt, Wang Xiyang didn't explain much. After getting off the car, he took him and walked across a small bridge to a place that looked like a mansion. Only after pushing open the door did Zhu Yong realize that there was something else inside. He realized in his heart. This was probably the mysterious private restaurant, right? Soon, a woman in her 30s with a pretty face welcomed him. Brother Qiang, why are you free to come over today? what do you want to eat? The woman had a smile on her face as she exchanged pleasantries with Wang Xiyang. You look after it. Bring my brother over for dinner today. He's a man of culture. Don't neglect him, Wang said while walking inside. It could be seen that he was very familiar with this place, obviously not his first time. The woman's eyes darted around. Sizing up Zhu and smiling slightly, Brother Qiang, don't worry. You guys go in first and have some tea. The meal will be ready soon. Wang Xiyang also did not speak more, leading Zhu into an elegant room inside. Not much more than a moment's work. The woman herself came in with a pot of tea and a bottle of Maotai wine. She did not exchange pleasantries, but just smiled softly towards them, put down the wine and tea, and retreated. Wang Xiyang's eyes glanced twice at the woman's back and arse and grinned. The unintentional movement still fell into Zhu eyes. He thought to himself, this woman is probably not a simple character, so he should pay more attention if he has the chance in the future. Wang did not say that he wanted to drink. She seemed to understand his mind and directly sent over a bottle of white wine, and did not ask Wang which brand he wanted to drink. It could be seen that she knew Wang Xiyang very well. Older brother, do you drink tea or wine? I'm going to have a couple sips. I'm about to crave for it in the past 2 days. Without waiting for Zhu to reply, Wang Xiyang had already unscrewed the lid of the white wine and poured himself a cup, and gave another exaggerated sniff of the wine. Forget it. I'll just have some tea. I have things to do later. Zhu took over the teacup and poured himself some tea. Okay, heck, I knew it, you cultured people are just different from big old men like me. We don't need to be formal. We can drink as much as we want. After saying that, Wang Xiyang is really nonchalant. First sip and smack his lips. Cool, heck, it's this flavor. Those foreign wines, it's like cat urine, Wang Xiyang lamented. Zhu smiled slightly, to be honest. Excluding his character, Wang Xiyang's personality was quite bold. Mr. Wang, you are quite familiar with this place. Come here often. Zhu looked around the private room. He actually wanted to find out more about this private dining hall. Sort of come here often. There are times when Big Brother likes to come here to talk about things. It's quiet, Wang Xiyang said casually. Zhu did not pursue the question further and nodded slightly. Come to this kind of secluded place to talk about things. What kind of serious matters would it be? Taking a sip of tea, Zhu thought for a moment, looked at Wang Xiyang, grinned, and asked, Mr. Wang, who was that person just now? The owner's wife of the restaurant, that's right. Her name is Fang Ling. Hey, what? Interested in her? Wang Xiyang gave Zhu I know you look, and then said, damn, this woman is really hot. But she's not an ordinary person. Let me remind you, it's okay to take a look, but don't get any ideas. Wang reminded Zhu with the tone of a man who had been there before. He, Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? I just saw that the boss wife was enthusiastic. That's why I asked more. I really didn't mean anything else. Zhu feigned embarrassment and defended with his mouth. Hey. Wang gave a meaningful smile and didn't continue with the topic. At this time, Fang Ling brought a waiter and brought in a few dishes. After arranging the meal, she smiled towards Wang Xiyang. Brother Qiang, I took it upon myself to get these dishes. If you need anything else, you can find me again. Wang Xiyang nodded and said, damn, it's quite good. How could I not trust you? Fang Ling smiled again. Didn't say anything else, and even gave Zhu a special look before exiting the private room. Come on, hurry up and try it. The meal's here. You can hardly eat outside. Wang reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Then, without waiting for Zhu to do so, he ate it himself first, nodding his head as he ate, calling it good. Zhu took a shallow taste first, and it felt really good. How's it? Didn't lie to you, right, bro? Let me tell you, it's just you, ordinary people. I really bring him here, Wang said while taking 2 more sips of wine. Maybe it was because the meal was delicious. Or maybe it was because he really hadn't drank for a while. Wang Xiyang was a bit greedy after not too much work. After 3 or 2 sips of wine, his words increased. Brothers, heck, to be honest, at the beginning, I really looked down on you, think even my big brother is tricky problem. Just with you, really can handle it. The key is, you come up. You have to mess with me, I did not expect. You also really helped me solve the problem. Catala, oh, that's what I do, it's nothing. Jiang knew that Wang Xiyang had been drinking and spoke a bit exaggeratedly. He wouldn't take other people's compliments to heart. No, brother. Do you think that Buddy is drunk and intentionally saying nice things to you? Actually, it's not. Do you know what person I admire the most? What I admire the most are cultural people. Wang Xiyang asked himself, then said, when I was small, my family was poor, no money to study, and I followed my big brother out to mix with the society at a young age. In fact, the most envied in my heart is your kind of readers. Wang suddenly sighed with emotion. Mr. Wang, don't say that. No matter studying or coming out to work. Isn't the final goal to make a living? Aren't you doing quite well now, being rich and having a status? People can't wait to envy you. Jiang listened to Wang Xiyang's words and felt some emotions in his heart. Damn, others envy, yes, others do envy me, but I, forget it, don't say it, come and drink, Wang Xiyang said half. Really not willing to say it again, picked up the wine cup, directly drank half a cup, a mouthful of fierce wine under the belly. Originally, a pound of alcohol Wang Xiyang. Drank less than half a pound. Even began to be a little dizzy. Brother, you're right, no matter what you do, in the end it is not to earn some money, really a good thing. After you have money, you will have good food, good drink, and beautiful women surrounding you. Wang Xiyang was not completely drunk. However, his speech was no longer too sharp, and his brain's reaction was half a beat slower, hearing Wang Xiyang's words. Jiang smiled without saying anything and shook his head slightly. Bro, heck, what? You don't believe what dude said. Saying this, Wang Xiyang got up and staggered over from across the table, pulling out a chair and sitting beside Jiang. Naturally putting his arm on his shoulder. Dude, I can see that you're interested in the boss wife, right? If you have money, a woman like this can come a whole bunch of them at the drop of a hat. Not to mention these local chicks. Even if you want to get foreign chicks, that won't be a problem. Wang Xiyang looked like a man who had been there before. Teaching to Jiang, Jiang did not know how to take Wang Xiyang's words. He laughed dryly. He seldom had time to think about feelings, and things like this breaking through the bottom line and not talking about feelings but only carnal desires were even more unthinkable. What, you think dude is bragging? Oh, if I don't show you something real, you definitely won't believe it. Saying that, Wang Xiyang explored his body, took over the cell phone from the table, drunkenly scratched the cell phone screen and opened the cell phone album. Inside was a video of Wang wearing swim trunks and sunglasses, lying on a silver beach, enjoying the sunbathing. Two blonde, blue-eyed, bikini-clad, hot foreign hotties, one on the left and one on the right, embraced Wang Xiyang on both sides. Wang Xiyang's one hand did not idle, unscrupulous in the body of the hot girl's rubbing. The three people like no one else's territory. Enjoy the discussion of life. It was unknown who took this video. Perhaps it was Wang Xiyang himself. Watching the video, Jiang froze. It wasn't that the video was too hot, but the time when the video was shot was exactly a few days ago. According to Wang Xiyang, at that time, he should still be in prison. Obviously, he had lied when the video was played here. Wang Xiyang hemmed and hawed and said, the content behind is inappropriate for children. So I won't show you. Wang didn't understand what was going through Jiang's mind and thought he was surprised by the content of the video. Bro, stupid, right? Damn. Some other day there is a chance, buddy, to take you to enjoy a bit. Guaranteed to make you unforgettable for a lifetime. You also do not say. Foreign women with the domestic is not the same. Is a bit of flavor on the body. Wang Xiyang has some intention of not finishing. Picked up the wine glass and took another big sip. Mr. Wang, it's still you who are dashing. I'm really envious. Jiang pretended to have a face of envy. Wang smiled and was just about to speak when Jiang's topic suddenly changed and continued. Mr. Wang. I see that the video was shot a few days ago. At that time, weren't you still in prison? Chi, how can I be locked up in prison? But it's just a walk in the park. Buddy has long been in. Halfway through his words, Wang felt that he was talking a bit too much. Some words, for the time being, could not be said to Yang. Probably today's wine drink happy, otherwise. Do not say these words, even the video will not show him. Yang was completely dumbfounded. No wonder Wang Xiyang willingly went to the police station to turn himself in. So, he already had a way out, unexpectedly. He was able to get out of the police station easily, which really made Yang feel unbelievable. Could it be that the law was like child's play in front of them? Mr. Wang, it's still you who has a lot of energy. Yang's tone had a derisive flavor. Oh, this kind of words. We brothers here to say on the line. Go out after, do not talk nonsense. I feel quite good with you. Take you as a brother. You cannot sell the brother Wang Xiyang some regret their big mouth. Thinking back, he has no interest with Yang, and this time he is a partner. So I believe it won't hurt to say this to him. Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? I didn't hear anything Go out and tell others what. Yang quieted down and used the method of playing dumb to show that he would not go out and talk nonsense. Oh, haha, I knew it. Brother is a righteous person. In the future, if there is a chance to get rich. You must not be missing. Come on, drink, drink. Wang Xiyang laughed loudly. Half an hour later. The end of the meal. Wang Xiyang finished the bottle of Moutai, and the person was also drunk on the floor. Mr. Wang, wake up, wake up. It's time to go back. Yang gently kicked Wang Xiyang twice with his foot, testing him to see if he was really drunk. Wang waved his hand impatiently, not even raising his eyes. Not able to say a word, Yang was certain that he was really drunk off his ass, glancing towards the door. Seeing that there was no one, Yang hurriedly picked up Wang Xiyang's cell phone, wanting to open the video inside and secretly record it. However, he tried twice, but did not open the lock screen of the phone. He tried again with Wang Xiyang's fingerprints. And it still didn't work. Just when he wanted to try again, he suddenly glimpsed a figure flashing by the door. He hurriedly put down his phone. Fang Ling pushed the door in and first gave Yang a puzzled look. Then she saw Wang Xiyang, who was drunk on the floor. Egu, why is this drinking so much? A bottle of wine is all gone. Really? Fang Ling complained for a while. Boss lady, I was just about to go out and get your help. Look at Mr. Wang drinking like this. How can this go back? Yang had a difficult look on his face. Forget it. I still have guest rooms here in the backyard. Let him just sleep here. After Fang Ling finished speaking, she turned around and went out the door, and in a short while, entered again with 2 waiters. The waiters didn't ask many questions, and were about to go out with Wang Xiyang on their shoulders. Fang Ling, on the other hand, collected the cell phone, car keys, and some other things for Wang Xiyang, temporarily keeping them for him. After doing so, Fang Ling looked at Yang. Handsome guy, what's your name? I haven't seen you here before. You're so refined. You don't look like the same kind of person as Wang Xiyang. Boss lady, my name is Yang. I run a PR company. Have you been working with Mr. Wang recently? Yang wanted to get close to Fang Ling, so he took the initiative to report himself. Oh, the same PR company that helped Wang solve the problem of resettlement housing. Fang Ling was a bit stunned. She had heard about this matter, but she hadn't thought that in a little over a month's time, the two of them had gotten so familiar. Well, you're right. The boss wife has also heard about this matter. It seems like the boss wife is very well informed. Yang was surprised. Although this matter was not small, it was all known to a large number of people in a small area. How could someone who had nothing to do with this matter pay attention to this? Not to mention a woman who opened a restaurant in a secluded alley. It made no sense for her to care about this unless it was somewhat related to her. Huh? Fang Ling laughed softly and didn't explain much as she continued. Since you are Wang Xiyang's friend, Then please come over more often to take care of the business in the future, La. Fang Ling once again took a look at Jiang. Jiang smiled slightly. She always felt that there was something else in this woman's eyes. If it was in normal times, Jiang would not bother too much with such a woman. To socialize with such a woman was undoubtedly playing with fire. However, what he was about to do was in itself playing with fire if he was too fond of his own feathers. He would not be able to find out the truth about his father's death. There was a slight chance. Jiang was not willing to miss it. Dancing with the wolves in order to get what he wanted. Thinking of this, Jiang took out his cell phone and said with a smile, "Boss lady, is it convenient to add a contact? If I come, I'll contact you in advance. Not convenient." Fang Ling directly refused. "Handsome, if you want to ask for my contact information, you can just say so." Why make such an excuse? Fang Ling swept over Jiang's face with her seductive eyes, not expecting this woman to say this. Jiang was caught off guard, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer her words. He was not really good at dealing with women and could only give a dry laugh. PFFD at this time. Fang Ling suddenly covered her mouth and lost her smile. While Jiang was puzzled, Fang Ling continued, "It's certainly not appropriate for others to want my contact information. However, if a big handsome guy wants it." I'm still begging for it. Saying this, Fang Ling reached out and took her cell phone from Jiang's hand, opened WeChat, added her contact information into it, and then gently tapped her cell phone on Jiang's chest before she ate and laughed and turned around to leave. Everything changed a little fast. Jiang actually did not react for a moment. This woman, her ability to grasp people's hearts is not small. While thinking about these things, the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang. Jiang's thoughts were interrupted and he was shocked for a moment. Hastily glancing at the phone, the caller ID was Tang Hong. "Hello, Tang Hong." Jiang picked up the phone. "Where is it? Looking for you for something." Tang Hong didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to business. "Oh, it's better if I go find you," not knowing what was going on. Jiang was reluctant for Tang Hong to come to this place. "What, it won't be with another woman? It's not convenient for me to go over, right?" Saying this, Tang Hong joked about Jiang. It had been almost a month since Tang Hong had spoken to Jiang in such a tone. How, Jiang seemed a bit vain, as if he was a child who stole candy and was discovered by his parents. He immediately thought of Fang Ling. I wonder, does this count as being with another woman? Jiang didn't know why he thought of Fang Ling. "All right, I just said it randomly. Look at how vain you are." Tang Hong smiled again and said, "I'm in the office of the engineering department of the resettlement housing complex. Come over." Recently, Jiang had been soaking in the resettlement housing complex a lot, so she went there directly to look for him. And the others told him that he had gone out with Wang Xiyang. When Jiang returned from outside, Tang Hong was already sitting in the engineering department office drinking 2 cups of coffee. Seeing Jiang enter, Tang Hong took out a handbag and threw it on the table. "Here, this is the rest of the project payment. A total of $200,000. Everyone else is chasing after the money. You're good. It's the other way around. Letting party a chase after you to give you the money. Really? This is even if the case is over. And the project still not finished." Jiang pulled out a chair and sat opposite Tang Hong. He didn't bother to look at the bag of money on the table. "It's almost over even if it's not over. It's just a matter of these 2 days. This time, you handled it well. Liang Shan is quite satisfied, and it's just a pain in the ass to give the money." Tang Hong did not think. "Oh, Liang Shan can think so. This time, inside and out. Let him lose nearly $20 million. He should meet pain, right?" Jiang touched out his cigarettes and pulled 2 out of them, handing one to Tang Hong. Tang Hong didn't take it this time and gently waved her hand. Jiang didn't push and lit one for himself. "Losses inside the embankment are made up outside the embankment. Liang Shan is so smart. How would he do a money-losing deal?" Tang Hong snorted disdainfully. "What, listening to you? There's another story behind it. Yang put down the lighter in his hand, exhaled a mouthful of smoke and glanced at Tang Hong, seemingly a simple sentence. Yang still heard a different message. The URA is satisfied with Liang Shan, speed and effectiveness in dealing with the crisis this time, and has verbally agreed to hand over the construction rights of the elevated city ring road to the Shan group. Tang Hong let out another sneer. Really, there's such a thing. This is a big project. I'm afraid Liang Shan will wake up laughing in his dreams. Right, Yang looked at Tang Hong without moving. He knew that the City Ring Road elevated project was a big project. He had been paying attention to Shan Group's every move and knew that they had been trying to find a way to get this project. Building the resettlement housing complex was just their way of showing the URA that they were determined and willing to cooperate with the government in all construction. The elevated ring road is a big piece of fat meat, more than 100 kilometers of road. The government invested more than 80 billion. After removing the cost, the profit left behind is at least 20 billion up and down, who do not want to take over this project. Like this project, usually by the government background of the construction company to build. A private enterprise can get this kind of project. It is rare, HMPH. Tang Hong just laughed coldly and didn't voice her opinion. A project of this magnitude should go through bidding. Right, the URA has the final say. Yang frowned. Of course it has to be tendered. However, there are some things you are not clear about. A company with no background can just win the bid. Tang Hong took another sip of coffee. Oh, Shan Group's strength is not ordinary. Tens of billions of projects can be taken down. Awesome. Yang sighed and became more anxious in his heart. He knew that Mountain River Group was powerful. He didn't expect it to be this powerful. There was even less hope of wanting to make things happen for himself. You may not be very clear. A project like this, not a company can eat it, even if Shan Group gets it. It will have to go through layers of subcontracting. Besides, Shan Group's capital, it's not the Three Rivers Bank that's supporting it behind the scenes. Just by Liang Shan himself, it's not even close to being good enough, seeing that Yang seemed to be interested in this matter. Tang Hong spoke a little more. It seems that your company has a good relationship with Three Rivers Bank. I'm afraid it wouldn't work without some personal friendship, right? Yang deliberately led the conversation towards Three Rivers Bank. He had always felt that there was a coupled relationship between Mountain River Group and Three Rivers Bank. And if he wanted to find out the truth about his father's fall, I was afraid that this was a breakthrough. It's not because of that woman from Three Rivers Bank. Tang Hong looked disdainful. That woman from Three Rivers Bank. You mean Qin Liju, the vice president of Three Rivers Bank. Yang was surprised in his heart and immediately thought of this person. 10 years ago, she was a newcomer who had just joined the credit department, and at that time, she was still working under her father. Unexpectedly, in just 10 years' time, at the age of around 35, she had already taken the position of the vice president of Three Rivers Bank. And the speed of her promotion was as fast as riding a rocket. HMPH. Tang Hong snorted coldly and said, Besides her, who else could it be? Becoming the vice president of the bank at a young age. The old president who's about to retire is a poser. And the whole bank listens to her. Is that so? This Qin Liju isn't simple. She must be very capable. Right, Yang frowned slightly, knowing that she was now the vice president. What he didn't expect was that she was exercising the power of the president. It seemed that he had still underestimated this woman, capable, if it wasn't for selling her sex. She would be able to sit in the position of vice governor. Don't think that I don't know about the things she's done. Tang Hong was very disdainful of Qin Liju. This was new news, if not for his contact with Tang Hong. Yang could not have thought of such things even if he had thought about it. A woman getting to the top on her own merits didn't seem to be a strange thing anymore in today's society. Wasn't Tang Hong also like that? From this point of view, she didn't seem qualified to laugh at Qin Liju. Perhaps Tang Hong would think that she was excellent in her own right, and could still make a career without relying on nepotism. However, this was only her idea. There were many capable people, and if she didn't have connections, why would that position be hers? Seeing that Zhu Yang was silent, Tang Hong seemed to realize something, and she also sensed that she was not qualified to talk about Qin Lizhu like that. What are you thinking? Tang Hong glanced at Zhu Yang. Oh, nothing. I'm thinking, who can handle such a woman? I've seen Qin Lizhu once. A high and cold look, giving off a feeling of bad contact. Such a woman is not easy to conquer, right? Zhu Yang made an excuse. It's true that ordinary people can't conquer her, but money can, as long as there's money. What kind of woman can't get it? Not to mention a woman as greedy for money as Qin Lizhu. Do you think Liang Shan lacks that kind of money? A look of disdain once again appeared on Tang Hong's face. Huh? You mean to say that Qin Lizhu is Liang Shan, his lover? Zhu Yang almost dropped his jaw in shock. This was something he had not expected, but upon careful analysis, it seemed to feel like a logical thing to do, if there wasn't this relationship. Would Qin Lizhu be so dedicated to supporting Shan Group? A thought seems to make a little sense. Qin Lizhu can bring financial support to Shan Group. That Liang Shan can bring Qin Lizhu what? The boss of a private enterprise, not to have the energy to decide the appointment and dismissal of a bank vice president. Right, Zhu Yang felt that something was wrong, as if there was a missing link in the middle. It seemed that there should be a middleman. He glanced at Tang Hong again, and saw that there was no annoyance on Tang Hong's face other than disdain. If Qin Lizhu was Liang Shan's lover, what about her, Tang Hong? Looking at Tang Hong's behavior, it seemed that she was completely indifferent to the matter of Qin Lizhu being Liang Shan's lover. Could it be that all those rumors about Tang Hong's private life in the outside world were false? Zhu Yang immediately had a feeling of being in the clouds. What? You seem to be interested in the matter of Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu. Tang Hong looked at Zhu Yang and straightened her body forward. The tight, thin sweater inside her trench coat perfectly trimmed her figure, the plumpness of her chest. Trembling slightly, she smoothly pulled Zhu Yang's hand on the table. Again, she stared into his eyes with seductive eyes. Where had Zhu Yang seen such aggressive eyes? Even though he didn't have much interest in Tang Hong, it didn't mean that he had no feelings for pretty women, and in the final analysis, he was also a man of blood. It's not that I'm interested in their affairs, I just think that, if Qin Lizhu wants to rise to the top, Liang Shan may not be able to do much to help. Right. Zhu Yang pretended to flick the ashes of his cigarette, his eyes looking towards the ashtray on the desktop, not moving to avoid Tang Hong's eyes. He, you don't believe what I said. The nasty thing the two of them did on the 19th floor of the company happened to be peeked at by me. Tang Hong grinned, looking a little embarrassed. Is that so? Then they are too bold, aren't they, directly in the company? Not even avoiding anyone, Zhu Yang's mouth was wide open, somewhat unable to believe what Tang Hong said. People came and went in the company. How could someone of their status and position be so carefree? You still don't believe it. There's only one person's office on the 19th floor, Liang Shan. What kind of people is he trying to avoid? Saying this, Tang Hong's eyes turned, and a seductive color came to her eyes as she continued. Do you want to know the details of the great battle between the two of them? Zhu Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Hong to suddenly say such words. His face was slightly embarrassed. Giggle. See Zhu Yang's color changed. Tang Hong giggled and said, when we are together, I'll describe it to you. Don't look at Qin Lizhu high cold, in bed, tisk. You certainly can't think of. What nonsense. Zhu Yang gave Tang Hong a blank look and wrenched his hand out of her hand, then picked up the money on the table and was ready to get up, with a woman as active as Tang Hong. He was really a bit overwhelmed. Hey. Tang Hong laughed again, even her eyebrows curved up, the plumpness on her chest shaking along. Zhu Yang, do you know what I like about you? Zhu Yang didn't answer, just looked at Tang Hong. If I were to say these words to other men, I'm afraid they would have been like a cat seeing fishy. But you're different. You're completely unfazed. Is it not obvious that him hinting at it, actually, the more you are like this? The more I like it, Tang Hong said while laughing. Zhu Yang's high spirits and indifference, unintentionally for Tang Hong, seemed to have become a poisonous perfume that made her want to stop. The affairs of men and women were not in the least bit private to her, and she opened her mouth without any embarrassment. I wonder if it was the same for others. Perhaps it was because she liked him in her heart that she was so reckless in front of him. Let's go, not talking crazy with you here. Zhu Yang frowned slightly and prepared to get up. Hey. Tang Hong laughed again, then suddenly added, Zhu Yang, don't go first I'm not joking anymore, I'll tell you something serious. Zhu Yang, who was about to get up, saw that Tang Hong didn't look like he was joking, so he sat down again without speaking. Waiting for his later words, just now, you went out with Wang Xiyang. Didn't he make things difficult for you? Right, if he made things difficult for you, you tell me. I'll go find him and have someone clean him up, whatever. Tang Hong put away the smile on her face and looked serious, not like she was joking at all. Zhu Yang was a bit surprised. This kind of words were not at all like a soft-looking woman to say. Could it be that after working in a real estate company for a long time, even women would become rough with such a direct and dry approach to solving problems? You mustn't be impulsive. Zhu Yang subconsciously returned, This son of a bitch. He's really giving you a hard time. Don't worry. I won't spare him, Tang Hong said through gritted teeth. Zhu Yang didn't understand what Tang Hong had to rely on to be able to say such a thing. She was only a marketing director in the company, while Wang Xiyang was not only the vice president of the company, but also Liang Shan's brother. So where did she get the backing to be able to say such things? However, Zhu Yang's heart was quite touched. For a woman to be able to take things this far for him, it was already quite something. At the same time, his heart felt even more guilty for not getting along with Tang Hong for pure purposes. Don't, there's no such thing. You've got it wrong. Wang Xiyang didn't find me in trouble. He just invited me out for dinner. Zhu Yang hurriedly explained. He didn't want Tang Hong to go and flip out with Wang Xiyang because of this. Ah, really? Wang Xiyang would invite you out for dinner. He didn't have any good intentions, did he? Tang Hong looked skeptical, not believing what Zhu Yang said at all. She couldn't be more clear about what kind of person Wang Xiyang was. The last time he was in the office, he was about to flip out with Zhu Yang, and it would be good enough if he didn't look for trouble with Zhu Yang. But to invite him for dinner, she felt that Zhu Yang didn't tell her the truth, afraid that she would offend Wang Xiyang. Of course it's true. Wang Xiyang said that I helped the company a lot this time, so he's going to treat me to a meal. Zhu Yang looked at Tang Hong's vigilant face, really afraid that she would do something impulsive, and quickly explained. So that's how it is, Kinda counts on Wang Xiyang, this bastard, to have some conscience. After saying that, the expression on Tang Hong's face finally eased up, and then said, I knew that your ability to solve this kind of thing is nothing at all. Tang Hong looked at Zhu Yang with an adoring gaze. Even someone like Wang Xiyang took the initiative to invite Zhu Yang for dinner. So of course Tang Hong was happy in her heart, a little embarrassed by Tang Hong's words. Zhu Yang waved his hand. Actually, this crisis of your company is not complicated. The key to solving this crisis is sincerity. I didn't do much work. At this point, Zhu Yang was not being modest in his career. A problem like this one was not complicated. The reason why Mountain River Group couldn't solve it was that from the very beginning, they hadn't really considered the problem from the interests of the owners. They had been thinking of minimizing the impact of the incident and calming the anger of the higher-ups. Unbeknownst to them, the more they did this, the more counterproductive it was. Then I don't care anyway. If you solve the problem that Shan Group can't solve, you're just better than Liang Shan. Tang Hong was like a little girl. Even her tone of voice was filled with admiration. Zhu Yang let out a bitter smile, shook his head slightly, and did not argue much. By the way, what kind of delicious food did Wang Xiyang treat you to? Tang Hong's thoughts were heavenly. a foot in the sky and a foot on the ground, making it impossible to catch the rhythm of her speech. He took me to a private restaurant, not to mention the food there tastes pretty good. Jiang felt that there was nothing to hide about this kind of thing, so he told all about the place where he ate. It's not just that the meal tastes good, the boss's wife is also good looking. Right as soon as she heard that she went to a private restaurant for her meal, it was like it pricked Tang Hong's sensitive nerves, and she glared hard at Jiang. Jiang saw the jealousy of a woman's rivalry in Tang Hong's eyes. However, this vinegar, Tang Hong ate somewhat inexplicably. What are you saying? What does it have to do with me if the boss wife looks good or not? What? You know that restaurant too? Jiang deliberately changed the topic, since it was a place that Wang often went to. As an executive of the company, it wasn't uncommon for Tang Hong to know about that place. Maybe she had been there before. I went there 2 years ago. As Tang Hong said this, she leaned her body towards the back of the chair and stretched her waist in front of Jiang with reckless abandon, not worrying at all about revealing a tender white around her waist. Sitting straight again, she looked at Jiang and said, Jiang, that place is not a good place. Try not to go there in the future, and don't have any interactions with that woman. Tang Hong reminded Jiang as if after some thought. It's not as serious as you said, right? Isn't it just a restaurant? How could it not be a good place? Jiang froze for a moment when he had eaten at the restaurant. He had felt that the restaurant was a bit unusual, and that the owner's wife was not an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, Tang Hong said the same thing. He himself was guessing that Tang Hong must know some inside information. He deliberately said so, wanting to trap Tang Hong's words. However, Tang Hong didn't follow Jiang's thoughts down the line. She glanced at him and said, There are some things that it's best if you don't know. You just need to know that you shouldn't cross paths with that woman in the future. Tang Hong did not do much explaining. When Jiang wanted to follow up with another question, Tang Hong changed the topic again and said, And Wang Xiyang, he's not a good bird either. You should also deal less with him in the future. Hee. Look at what you said. You almost didn't describe your company as a bandit den. Everyone is not a good person anymore. What about yourself? Jiang joked. Tang Hong froze. Only after a long time did she slow down. You're wrong. Our company isn't a bandit's den, but it's worse than a bandit's den. And I'm not a good person either. Tang Hong used the self-defeating expression. Jiang thought she was joking, and when he looked up at her, he realized that she had a serious face and didn't look like she was joking at all. The smile on his face also retracted. Jiang, I admit that I'm not a good person, but I promise that I'm absolutely sincere to you. I'm willing to do anything for you. I just hope that I didn't make a mistake in paying for this relationship. If I find out in the future that you're being disingenuous to me, I'm not a bad person to mess with. Tang Hong spoke seriously. Jiang's eyes lightly danced. He was a bit vain. He felt that Tang Hong's eyes were a bit sharp, as if they could read his mind clearly. Jiang didn't want to deceive Tang Hong, but once he thought about what he was going to do. And Tang Hong was the best entry point and knew more. He couldn't care less about what would happen later. Even if Tang Hong knew in the future that everything he did was a way of using her, that would be fine. That was all a matter for later, not something that needed to be considered now at all. Don't brag. You're not a good person, and I, Jiang, am not a good person either. When the time comes, we still don't know who's worse than who. After saying that, Jiang deliberately glared at Tang Hong with fierce eyes, then got up, took the bag of money, and turned to leave. Behind him came a burst of giggles from Tang Hong. After leaving from the resettlement housing neighborhood, Jiang was not in a very good mood and drove his car aimlessly down the street. His mind thought about the things that happened today. Each thing was very important to him. However, these things were all separate. The seemingly separate things all seemed to have some relation to the Mountain River group. And as for what connection they had, he couldn't figure it out, He always felt that there should be a key figure for these fragmented events to tie everything together. Who was this key figure? Would it be Liang Shan? Yang vaguely felt that it wasn't. He then wanted to pursue the truth about his father's fall. But he felt that the things he was facing seemed to be getting more and more complicated, and the whole thing was becoming confusing. While thinking about these things, the car traveled to the intersection of the road. Ah, a tragic scream. A figure fell in front of the side of his car. Oh no, it won't hit someone. Right. Yang was shocked, muttered in his heart, and looked at the intersection in front of him. At this time, the traffic light was exactly green. Obviously, the person who fell to the ground ran the red light. Yang instinctively kicked the brakes. Do not care if someone else violated the rules, and hastily pushed open the door to get out of the car. He saw a girl around 24 or 25 years old sitting on the ground, rubbing her red ankle. Obviously, she twisted her ankle, but it was impossible to tell if she had hurt any bones. The girl was wearing a black suit and uniform dress, and had a pill head. The reddish ankle was in stark contrast to her white, scallion-like fingers. Girl, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? However, let me make it clear. It wasn't me who hit you. It was you who ran the red light and hit my car. When it came to this kind of thing, spending some money to help someone see a doctor, Yang wouldn't refuse, even if it wasn't his responsibility. However, he had to make things clear first. He was afraid that he would meet a difficult person and rely on himself. Do you have any sympathy? Can't you see that I'm hurt like this and you're still talking to me about responsibility? The girl suddenly raised her head, tears in her eyes, looking at Yang with pearly blossoms. Yang looked at the girl in front of him. With a fair face, delicate features, and glowing skin, so pure that it was suffocating, just like a white lotus flower blooming in the dark night. Only at this time, this white lotus flower was a bit lousy. Her body was stained with mud, and one of the high heels on her feet had broken its heel. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry over and give me a hand? The girl was even more annoyed when she saw that Yang didn't say anything and stared at her. Oh, Yang answered and came back to his senses. He rushed forward and helped the girl, sitting on the roadside road tooth. How do you feel? Try to move around and see if you've hurt any bones. As Yang said this, he was about to go up and grab the girl's ankle. To check the ankle injury, he had practiced sparring before and was considered to have some experience with this kind of bruises and sprains. What are you doing? The girl screamed in shock when she saw Yang trying to grab her ankle. No, don't get me wrong. I just want to check it for you. I know a bit about this sprain. It was only at this time that Yang realized that he seemed to have violated the girl. When he practiced sparring in the past, there were some female trainees in there, and when sprains occurred, he would take the initiative to help them check without having to avoid anything at all. He was in a rush just now and didn't think too much about it. Who needs your help checking? I can do it myself. Saying that, the girl bent over to rub her ankle. Hiss, probably rubbing the sore spot. She sucked in a mouthful of cold air, a pained expression hanging on her face as tears almost fell from her eyes. She glanced at Yang with a helpless and innocent look on her face. Girl, don't be in a hurry. I have medicine in my car. Let's rub some medicine on it first. While saying that, Yang opened the storage compartment of the car and found a tube of ointment from it. Because he had practiced sparring, it made him used to always have a tube of ointment, and to his surprise, he really used it today, only not on himself. What is this? Is it medicine? Seeing Yang take out a tube of something unknown from the car. The girl looked disgusted. Don't underestimate this. It works. I used to practice sparring. Any injury. With this medicine, it's guaranteed to return to normal within 3 days. Yang was slightly exaggerating. He mainly wanted to comfort the girl so that she wouldn't have a psychological burden. Saying this, Yang half squatted, unscrewed the cap, and squeezed a little onto the girl's ankle. Then, catching her foot with one hand, he gently applied the medicine with the other. He didn't have anything else in mind. He just wanted to check her injuries through the process of smearing the medicine. Well, there shouldn't be any major problems. 2 days of rest and recuperation will be fine after checking. Jiang determined that she had only sprained her ankle and had not damaged the bones. Does it work? It's so sticky and gross, isn't it? The girl's voice was much softer this time. How come it doesn't work? Did you feel a cool sensation? Your ankle isn't too painful. Jiang looked up at the girl. Well, it does seem to have gotten a lot better. The girl's voice was like a mosquito. Her face was red, and she somewhat didn't dare to look squarely at Jiang's gaze. Only at this time did Jiang realize that he was still holding onto the girl's feet. He quickly let go of his hand and said, "Rub some more on yourself." Jiang handed the ointment to the girl's hand. The girl just gave a hem and did not continue to apply it. Jiang took another look at the girl's feet. He didn't have a foot fetish, however. He still had to admit that the girl's feet were very pretty, just like the buds of a tender lotus root. It was said that a woman's foot was a jade foot, so it must be referring to such a foot. Right, the girl realized that Jiang was staring at her feet and became even more embarrassed, but she could not point it out. Jiang quickly reacted, and he was a bit embarrassed. "Girl, don't get me wrong. I want to know what size shoes you wear. And you can't wear these shoes anymore. I'll buy you a pair in the neighborhood." Jiang's reaction speed was still considered fast, and he quickly found himself an excuse. "Forget it. It's no trouble, right? I'll just make do." The girl also knew that it wasn't Jiang's responsibility to get into this car accident. It was her own carelessness. When she was walking, she was thinking about her work and got distracted. If she asked Jiang to buy her shoes again, it would be even more overwhelming. How can this make do? Besides, you twisted your foot, so you can't just walk back barefoot, right? Saying this, Jiang ignored the girl's objections, picked up the high heels on the ground, looked at the size, said to tell her to wait, and then glanced at the shopping market on the side of the road. Before quickly walking in, the girl looked at Jiang's back, and in her heart, she didn't know what was going on. But she had a feeling of déjà vu and a thumping heart. About 20 minutes later, Jiang carried 2 pairs of shoes and quickly came out of the shopping center. "Girl, you're in a hurry to wait, aren't you? How about trying them on for size?" Saying this, Jiang half squatted in front of the girl and opened the shoe box. Only then did the girl see that Jiang had bought a pair of high heels and a pair of cotton slippers. The style of the high heels was almost the same as the style of her own original pair, while the cotton slippers were a cute cartoon style in pink color. Now that her feet were injured and a little swollen, she definitely couldn't wear the high heels, so she could only wear the slippers for the time being. She thought to herself, "He's a big man's, his heart is quite fine." PFFD, the girl laughed out at once. "I didn't realize that you still have a girlish heart," looking at the bare pattern on the slippers. Jiang was also dumbfounded. "I don't know what you like, girls, buy cartoon, always right. If you don't like it, I'll go change it," Jiang explained. No, quite good." The girl had already put her foot inside the cotton slipper, and then appreciated it left and right. "All right, since you're quite satisfied, then that's it, I'll leave first." Having brought things to this point, Jiang felt that it was already considered quite good, and there was already no need to stay. "Hey, you're leaving." Seeing Jiang getting up to leave, the girl was anxious, as if someone else was trying to take a valuable thing from her. "You can't leave. What am I going to do if you leave?" Jiang glanced at the girl, smiled slightly, and said, "In your case, it's really inconvenient to walk on your own. Why don't you take a taxi back?" He thought the girl wanted to rely on him. "That won't do. I'm injured, and it has something to do with you. You can't just leave me and go like that." The girl began to be unforgiving. Jiang frowned slightly. "No, girl, let's make it clear from the beginning. It wasn't me who hit you. It was you who crashed into my car. You ran the red light. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, didn't I compensate you with 2 pairs of shoes?" Jiang felt that he had done his best to bring things to this point. If the girl continued to dwell on it, it would be a bit unreasonable. if it wasn't for the fact that she was now injured. He might have to get angry. There were a lot of people who touched porcelain nowadays, of course. This kind of thing mostly happened to the elderly. However, it didn't exclude young people from doing so. HMPH, then I don't care. You can't just leave like this anyway. Or else I'll call the police. The girl snorted coldly and started to play rogue with Jiang. My God. How can you say that? Jiang could see that the girl was just trying to make things difficult for him. As for calling the police, she was just talking off the cuff. If she really wanted to call the police, she could have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Beauty, what do you really want? Jiang was somewhat helpless. What do you want? Just want you to be responsible for me. The girl's eyes rolled, and her face was filled with a sly expression. Okay, I'll compensate you some money. Okay, saying this, he opened the car door and took out the money Bag Tang Hong had given him, casually pulling out a dozen or so from it, for things that could be solved with money. Jiang was always reluctant to use troublesome methods. Besides, in the case of Mountain River Group, the money was easy to earn, so it wouldn't hurt to spend a little out. Hee, you think I want to ask you for money? What kind of person do you see me as, a bumper? The girl seemed a bit dissatisfied as she glared hard at Jiang. This makes Jiang a bit overwhelmed, and don't want money, and want let him go. What is this trying to do? Okay, you're good, I'm afraid of you. You're not a bumper, okay, then tell me, what do you want? Jiang put the decision in the girl's hands to see what she could actually say. She didn't even accept the money she was willing to lose. So I really don't know what she wants. This. The girl also seemed to be a bit embarrassed, and after thinking for a long time, she finally said, You first help me back to the bank, wait for me to think about it. Back to the bank. Jiang froze for a moment. Yeah, that's where I work. The girl reached out and pointed across the road. Jiang turned his head and looked along where the girl's finger was pointing. The opposite side of the road was exactly a bank, Three Rivers Bank, and it was also the headquarters of Three Rivers Bank. It seemed that the girl had just crossed the road to go back to the bank, but she did not expect a car accident. Jiang let out a bitter smile. This was too much of a coincidence, right? He had just been thinking about finding a time to make another trip to Three Rivers Bank. But he did not expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. However, what he hadn't expected was that it would be in such a way. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me up, while Jiang was frozen. The girl had already started to urge. Jiang came back to his senses, helped the girl up and asked, You work at the Three Rivers Bank, While asking, he glanced at the girl's work tag hanging on her chest. Yeah, I just came here to work. Just look at my work clothes and work license. Zhang Zixi took the initiative to show Jiang her work tag. Your name is Zhang Zixi. Jiang glanced at the name on the work tag. Zhang Zixi answered and then said, The light is green, hurry up and go over. Jiang reacted and hurriedly helped Zhang Zixi cross the road. Arriving at the bank, Zhang Zixi let Jiang help her to the office at the back of the hall, since she had come to the bank. Jiang was in no hurry to leave. He pulled over a chair and sat opposite Zhang Zixi. I say, girl, what were you thinking just now when you crossed the street? Dare to break the red light. Jiang was purely looking for words without words. The purpose was to get acquainted with Zhang Zixi, so that he could inquire with her about Qin Lijia's situation. Over the years, he also tried to inquire about the bank's situation, but there were no acquaintances inside. And the bank was a special industry, so who would tell you what was going on inside, this time by chance? Zhang Zixi crashed into his car, which was a godsend for Jiang. It would be a pity if he didn't seize this opportunity. Don't call me girl after girl, as if you are much older than me. People have names. My name is Zhang Zixi. Zhang Zixi seemed to be a bit dissatisfied with Jiang's name for her. Fine, I'm really convinced. Miss Zhang Zixi. Jiang was helpless and gave Zhang Zixi a look before shaking his head straight. Zhang Zixi let out a PFFD and laughed. Aren't I thinking about the bank? Just came to the bank to work. A whole lot of deposit tasks. I'm dizzy, just met a customer had said to open an account in our bank. But finally changed his mind. Just halfway through her sentence, Zhang Zai stopped. She realized that she had said something right. This kind of thing, there was no need to tell a stranger. Zhu Yang didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. He knew that working in a bank, there were storage tasks, and a newcomer like Zhang Zixi must be under a lot of pressure to fulfill the tasks if she didn't have connections and resources. Zhang Zixi suddenly glanced at the money bag in Zhu Yang's hand. Her eyes rolled, and she said, "It's right that you hit me with your car, making me unable to work for a few days, making it even harder to pull in deposits." Right, Zhu Yang didn't know what she was trying to say. But what Zhang Zixi said was considered to be the truth. He looked at her and nodded, "Good, since that's the case. Shouldn't you make it up to me?" Zhang Zixi looked quirky. Her eyes kept glancing at that money bag in Zhu Yang's hand. Zhu Yang also noticed Zhang Zixi's eyes. However, he still didn't understand what exactly she wanted to say. Did she want money? That didn't seem to make sense. If she wanted money, she would have just asked for it on the road just now. Not wanting money? Then what exactly did she mean by staring at her money bag? What you said also has a little bit of sense. You say it. Exactly how do you want me to compensate you? Not excessive, and I can do it. We'll try to promise you. Don't worry. What I said is definitely not excessive, and you can also do it. The money in this bag of yours. There are 200,000, right? The corner of Zhang Zixi's eyes carried a smile and a sense of triumph. Like a hunter discovering his prey. No, how do you know that I have $200,000 here? You wouldn't want me to compensate you for $200,000, would you? Zhu Yang's mouth was about to open wide. Could it be that it wasn't that she didn't want compensation, but that she couldn't see past a few $1,000s? If that was the case, this girl was a bit greedy. I'm a professional. One look and I probably know how much money you have here. Zhang Zixi was a bit smug and immediately changed her tone, saying, "What are you thinking? How would I want your money? What kind of person do you think I am? I am wanting you to deposit the money in our bank, sort of helping me pull a deposit task." Zhang Zixi smiled shyly. That's it. Zhu Yang came to a realization and then said, "No problem, it'll be deposited with you. As a favor to you, this was originally a matter of a show of hands, so there was no need for Zhu Yang to refuse. The point was, this would get close to Zhang Zixi and favor what he wanted to do. Great. I didn't expect you to agree quite quickly." Saying this, Zhang Zixi seemed to have thought of something else, and then asked, "Do you want to discuss this with your wife?" Zhu Yang froze when he heard this. It took him half a day to come to his senses. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Look at me, do I look like someone who has a wife?" "Ah, you don't have a wife, great, for some reason." Zhang Zixi's heart burst with joy as she muttered out of her mouth. What? Zhu Yang looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Oh, it's nothing. I mean, I might also need to talk to your girlfriend, although she is not married. But girls nowadays have a lot of control, just in case," Zhang Zixi said in a serious manner. She wanted to know something about Zhu Yang, but she was too embarrassed to ask, so she could only use this way. "All right, don't worry about it. I don't have a wife or a girlfriend. My own money is my own master. You should feel relieved now, right?" Zhu Yang felt that she was a bit puzzled. Could it be that nowadays, when you go to the bank to deposit money, you have to investigate the marital status of the depositor? He interrupted Zhang Zixi and told his situation. "Really, you look quite outstanding, but you actually don't have a girlfriend." Zhang Zixi looked at Zhu Yang with disbelieving eyes. However, her heart burst with dark pleasure. What exactly was she happy about? Even Zhang Zixi herself couldn't tell. "You're asking questions. Do you still want my savings or not?" Zhu Yang was about to get depressed by Zhang Zixi. "Yes, of course. Go to the front counter to do it now." The deposit that was delivered to the door. Zhang Zixi had no reason to refuse. Although $200,000 was not a lot, it was not a small amount either. A little bit counts for a lot. Zhu Yang did not say any more. immediately got up and was about to head outside. He seemed to be afraid that Jiang Zixi would ask something else. He felt as if this girl's brain was a bit abnormal. You help me a bit, ah. How am I going to get over there? Jiang Zixi was anxious when she saw that Zhu Yang didn't take care of her and was going straight to go first. Only then did Zhu Yang react. He turned around and walked back, smiling shyly towards Jiang Zixi. He hadn't had a girlfriend. He couldn't take care of people at all, and of course he wouldn't think about this kind of thing that well. HMPH, I believe you this time. Looks like you really don't have a girlfriend. You can't take care of people at all. You're in your 30s, right? Serves you right for not having a girlfriend yet. Zhu Yang helped Jiang Zixi walk outside while her mouth was broken. You're not this damaging. I'm still holding you up. If you keep talking about me like that, I'll let go. Zhu Yang was helpless for a while. He felt that this girl's words were a bit much. Fine, I won't say it. Is that all right? Self-esteem is quite strong. She said that she wouldn't say any more, but she still had no intention of stopping. Just as they were walking down the hall, suddenly, they heard the security guard at the door call out Qin Zing. Zhu Yang hurriedly turned his head to look over, only to see the security guard pulling open the door to the lobby. And a high-strung woman in her 30s, carrying a bag, walked out. Who else could it be if not Qin Lizhu? Qin Lizhu walked to the door, walked down the steps. There was a black Audi car parked on the curb. The driver saw Qin Lizhu come out, quickly opened the rear door, stretched out his hand, blocking the upper end of the door. Serving her to get on the car, Qin Lizhu bent down and sat in the car. The driver hurriedly returned to the driver's cab, and the car took off, all the way down. Qin Lizhu didn't even seem to look the people around her in the eye. Jiang Zixi saw Zhu Yang stop and followed his gaze outside, just in time to see Qin Lizhu leaving in her car. Go away, what are you looking at? Only then did Zhu Yang come back to his senses. Just now, I saw a woman going out from the bank. Quite imposing. It's the leader of your bank, right? Zhu Yang asked knowingly. Well, good vision. She's the head of our bank. How is it awesome, right? Becoming a bank president in her 30s. She's my target. Jiang Zixi's face was all lit up when she said this. I didn't expect you to be quite ambitious. Being a bank president may not be a good thing. It's better to try to do your job well. Zhu Yang looked like he was talking to Jiang Zixi, but also looked like he was talking to himself. The year his father fell off the building, Qin Lizhu was probably also Jiang Zixi's age. Right, I'm sure Qin Lizhu was a great beauty back then. Just like Jiang Zixi now, she was able to sit on the bank president's position, what she paid behind the scenes. I am afraid that only she knows. He actually did not want Jiang Zixi to follow the same path as Qin Lizhu. Well, what you said also has a little bit of truth. When the president of the bank is too much pressure, all kinds of socializing is also much. It's not as good as a small staff of mine. Jiang Zixi was open-minded and easy to listen to. She felt justified by Zhu Yang's casual remark and was quick to analyze the pros and cons. All right. Let's not talk about this. Let's go do the deposit first. Zhu Yang was not willing to discuss this issue much. Besides, it always felt a bit strange for him to be holding up a female bank employee and standing in the hall, causing the people going and coming to look at him sideways. More importantly, he didn't want to draw the attention of the other employees in the bank. In the future, he would inevitably have to investigate his father's affairs, and being noticed by the bank's people was rather not a good thing. Jiang Zixi did not say anything else. Zhu Yang helped her to the side of the counter. She held onto the wall of the counter and limped to the back of the counter before opening an unused window. Zhu Yang didn't need to register and just sat there. He took out the $200,000 in cash and the ID card in his wallet and handed it to Jiang Zixi together. Zhu Yang, 32 years old this year. Jiang Zixi didn't count the amount of cash first, but first picked up Zhu Yang's ID card and read the information on it. After saying that, she quipped, "No way, you're really already in your 30s, I really can't tell saying this." Jiang Zixi recklessly sized up Zhu Yang's face again. Indeed, if they didn't say anything, ordinary people really couldn't tell Zhu Yang's real age. That handsome face hid his real age very well. Are you going to do business or not, if you don't do it? I'll leave first. Jiang was left with no temper at all by Zhang Zixi, and he made a gesture to reach out and take back his money. Do. Don't be in such a hurry. You're in your 30s. You need to be a bit more stable. Hehe. Zhang Zixi joked with Jiang before picking up the money on the counter and putting it into the counting machine. Counting the number of stacks one by one, after counting each pile, she would tie it up carefully and stamp her name on it in a serious manner. Once into the work, Zhang Zixi's face is full of serious expression. This was probably her true state at work. Completely different from the casual conversation with Jiang just now. Soon, the counting of the $200,000 in cash was completed, and Zhang Zixi helped him to apply for a bank card from Three Rivers Bank. By the way, how come you are carrying so much cash? Not many people use cash anymore, so for safety's sake, it's better to go out with as little cash as possible in the future. Zhang Zixi reminded while handing out Jiang's ID card and bank card, well, didn't I just receive a project payment? I was just about to go and save it up. Jiang casually replied, Yo-ho, I didn't expect that you are still a boss. I really can't see it. Zhang Zixi seemed to have discovered a new continent. Her eyes lit up. Jiang looked at Zhang Zixi's appearance and was slightly shocked. Although he had just met her and didn't know her very well yet, but looking at her expression, Jiang could tell that she was probably holding something back in her mind right now. In Jiang's opinion, she belonged to the category of quirky girls. It's just a small workshop of 4 or 5 people. Not exactly a boss. Jiang regretted telling her that it was project money. He hastened to explain. A company of 4 or 5 people is also a company. Don't look at the company as small, not necessarily less profitable. I have a few customers, also small and micro enterprises, a few $1 million a year in profit. Can you say this is a small company? Zhang Zixi said with a fluttering brow. Jiang glanced at her and always felt that this girl was a bit nervous. A pretty and pure girl. Why does she talk so much? She was not reserved at all and was sometimes startled. He smiled slightly and did not follow Zhang Zixi's words. Boss Yu, how is it? Have you considered opening a public account in our bank? There was a hint of cunning in the bottom of Zhang Zixi's eyes. Only now did Jiang realize that all the patting Zhang Zixi had done in front of him was waiting for him here. He thought for a while and shook his head slightly. It's better to forget about it. Our company already has a public account, so we don't need to go through the trouble, right? Depositing a sum of money in the Sanjiang Bank was fine. But if the company's public account was also opened here, Jiang's heart was a little twisted. What's the trouble? Many companies have several public accounts. It's convenient for the company to manage its finances. Zhang Zixi did not mean to give up, and what she said was indeed true. A company could often have basic, general, temporary, and special accounts, and they could be opened in different banks. However, these were all things that large companies needed to consider. Jiang felt that it was unnecessary for him, a small company, to make so many tricks and end up making others laugh. He looked at Zhang Zixi and shook his head with a smile. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think about it again. Anyway, you didn't bring your company's business license or anything today, and you can't do it. Zhang Zixi refused to give up easily. All right, I'll come back to you when I've thought about it. That's all for today then. Bye. Jiang smiled a little, collected his ID card and bank card, put them in his wallet and got up ready to leave. Boss Yu. Wait a moment. Zhang Zixi saw that he was about to leave and immediately called out to him. What else? Jiang stopped and looked back at Zhang Zixi. That, I hurt this foot. Can you send me home? Zhang Zixi stammered a bit as she spoke. After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Jiang would not agree and hurriedly added, This injury of mine has something to do with you. So you can't just ignore it. Jiang was a bit hesitant. He was not willing to have too deep a contact with a woman in private. However, to be honest, he didn't hate Zhang Zixi too much in his heart. There were times when he instead felt that she was quite real. Although sometimes she would play some tricks, but her tricks could be recognized at a glance, and it would not do any harm to people. He had the heart to refuse. After a glance at her big eyes, the bones turned, making people feel funny and a little helpless. "All right, I'll give you a ride." It's also considered a good person's way of doing things, since he was prepared to utilize Jiang's Zixi to understand the bank's situation. An opportunity like this to deepen the relationship, letting it go would also be a pity. Good, great. I knew, you will definitely agree. I will take leave from work now. Jiang Zixi actually cheered a little. After saying this, she realized that someone was looking towards her and hurriedly shrunk her neck. Hiding her mouth in embarrassment and snickering, soon, Jiang Zixi looked for her supervisor to ask for leave. Jiang helped her, walked out of the bank and took her to the car, according to the address provided by Jiang Zixi. Jiang drove there in about half an hour. The car stopped at the entrance of a slightly older neighborhood. He glanced towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Next to it, there was only the street number written, but not the name of the neighborhood. Inside the neighborhood, there were 3-story brick buildings. Jiang was puzzled in his heart. At least he had been in Sanjiang City for so many years, but he had never heard of such a neighborhood. While being puzzled, Jiang Zixi smiled and spoke. "I'm afraid your car won't be able to get in. Just park it at the entrance." Jiang came back to his senses and hurriedly parked the car, opened the door and got out, walked around the front of the car, walked to the passenger side, helped Jiang Zixi open the door and helped her get out of the car. "Can you go in alone?" Seeing Jiang Zixi walking with a limp, Jiang was a bit uneasy. "It's okay, I can do it. It doesn't hurt very much anymore." Jiang Zixi tried to take 2 steps. Hiss, probably pulling on the injured position. Jiang Zixi sucked in a mouthful of cold air in pain. Jiang hurriedly tried to reach out to help. Jiang Zixi, however, waved her hand. "It's fine, it's fine. You don't have to worry. It'll be fine after I get used to it." She gritted her teeth and insisted herself to take 2 steps forward, as if she wanted to show off to Jiang. She stopped and turned back, grinning towards Jiang. Her white teeth and curved eyebrows made Jiang's heart flutter. He didn't know why he felt this way. Hastily, he shook his head, wanting to expel this feeling from his heart. Over the years, there were quite a number of women who appeared by his side, but he had never had such a feeling, and it was a bit of a marvelous feeling. He felt that he was not moved by his heart. But the girl's simple smile made a ripple in his heart. Jiang swore that he would never consider his personal feelings until his father's matter was cleared up. And he denied that he was heart-struck just now. He denied that he was moved by his heart just now. How could he be moved by someone he had just known for a few hours, who was almost as good as a stranger? Jiang justified his heart fluttering just now. He didn't say anything, but just smiled and nodded towards Jiang Zixi. "Boss Zhu, I will look for you again." After taking 2 steps, Jiang Zixi stopped once again. She turned her head to look at Jiang and dropped these words. Jiang was surprised, not understanding what she meant by that. "Oh, what? Did you forget about the matter of opening a public account at our bank?" Jiang Zixi pouted her lips, showing that she was angry. Looking at Jiang Zixi's pink lips, Jiang found it incredibly cute. "Fine, I'll wait for you to come to me." Jiang shook his head helplessly. He felt that Jiang Zixi was just joking. After separating from here, if he stopped looking for her at the 3 Rivers Bank, how could she find herself? Jiang Zixi smiled again and did not say anything, turning her head and shuffling her feet to leave slowly. Jiang did not leave immediately, but stood at the doorway and looked inside. He was afraid that Jiang Zixi would fall again. After watching for 2 minutes and seeing her slowly adjusting, he was finally relieved, just as he was about to leave. A black Audi drove into the neighborhood as it passed by Jiang, a man in his 50s sitting in the back row. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a slim figure, turned his head to look at him. Jiang froze for a moment. He felt that the man seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. As for where he had seen him, he really couldn't recall. While he was in a daze, the Audi had already driven up to the entrance gate. The security guard immediately saluted and quickly pressed the remote control to raise the gate and let the car in without any inquiry. When Jiang looked at the car again, it had already driven into the neighborhood. He thought he might be paranoid. How could he have seen such a person? Just as he wanted to get into the car again and leave, he saw the Audi surprisingly stop beside Zhang's Zixi. A young man in his 30s came out from the passenger side, said something to Zhang's Zixi, and then helped her into the back of the car. The car started again and disappeared from Zhuyang's view. Zhuyang was puzzled in his heart and had the intention to go in and see what was going on. He walked directly towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Just as he approached the entrance, the expressionless security guard blocked him. "Buddy, a friend of mine went in just now. She hurt her foot. I'm not at ease and want to go in and take a look." Zhuyang concluded that the security guard had seen himself with Zhang Zixi just now. He thought that by saying that, the security guard should let him in. However, the security guard shook his head, still expressionless. "I'm sorry, I can't let you in without papers. No, just now when my friend went in, didn't you also not ask for identification?" Zhuyang was a bit annoyed. Isn't this treating people differently? That lady just now, right? Sorry. She doesn't need an ID. We know her. The security guard was still looking like he was oil and salt when talking to Zhuyang. He didn't even change his standing posture a bit, always standing straight. Zhuyang thought to himself. The quality of the security guards in this neighborhood is quite high, but they are just a bit unsympathetic. Since they said so, there was nothing he could do about it. Dude, what's the name of this neighborhood? How come I've never heard of it? Zhuyang was still a bit undeterred. The security guard wouldn't let him in. So he should have told him the name of the neighborhood. Right, sorry, no comment, if there's nothing else. Please leave as soon as possible. The security guard finally lowered his condescending head and looked at Zhuyang. However, his eyes were full of doubt, looking at him like a fool as if to say, "You don't even know what this place is. And you're going to go inside?" Zhuyang was a bit embarrassed. He gave a dry smile and wanted to explain. However, the security guard once again stood straight, ignoring Zhuyang's presence. Zhuyang made a fool of himself. He looked into the neighborhood for a couple of moments before he turned around and left. When he walked to the car, he was a bit reluctant again, taking out his cell phone. He wanted to use the cell phone map to check and see what this mysterious neighborhood actually was. Without checking, a check made him even more cloudy. The neighborhood he was in, on the map, was actually a small piece of blank. There was no display at all. At this time, a 70-something-year-old grandpa, who came out from the neighborhood to walk around, happened to pass by Zhuyang's side. "How are you, old man? Let me inquire with you. What is the name of this neighborhood?" Zhuyang thought to himself, the old man lives here. He should know the name of the neighborhood, right? Unexpectedly, the old man froze for a moment, then actually laughed. "Young man, you really got me. Where is the name of this neighborhood?" "Here is the government agency's family home. See the road sign above. Right, no, 98, all these years. We all call this place as no, 98 family home." The old man finished with a smile and left with his hands behind his back. Zhuyang froze in place. Dare I say that this is the family home of a government agency, then that old man just now? Maybe he was still a retired old cotter. Would he make people feel funny if he asked that? Right, there is Zhang Zixi. What exactly does her family do? She even lives here. I guess her family members are civil servants in government organizations. 3 days after the incident, Zhang Zixi did not look for Zhuyang again. Zhuyang also did not take the initiative to go to the bank to look for Zhang Zixi. His intention was to use Zhang Zixi's connections in the bank to inquire about Qin Liju. Then he thought, Zhang Zixi is just a new ordinary bank employee. How much can he know about Qin Liju? Besides, Zhuyang could not bear to take advantage of a girl like Zhang Zixi. When he thought of such an innocent girl being utilized by himself, Zhuyang's heart would somewhat despise himself. In the past few days, he occasionally thought of Zhang Zixi and wondered if her foot injury had healed yet. However, he felt that he and Jiang Zixi was just a one-sided affair and would not meet again. She was at most a passer-by in his life. Like other women he had known, it would not be long before he would forget all about her, but sometimes, fate is like a joke with people and will not be in accordance with what they want to go forward while working at the company. Jiang suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. At first, he thought it was just a nuisance call and hung up without hesitation. Who knows, the call came in again. Only then did Jiang think that it should not be a harassment call. A normal harassing call would never come in a second time once you hang up. Hello, Jiang picked up the phone and said hello. Yeah, boss you dare to hang up on me. A girl's voice rang out from the phone. Jiang froze for a moment, and soon he reacted to the voice on the phone, which was none other than Jiang Zixi's voice. Jiang Zixi, how did you get my cell phone number? Jiang hadn't told Jiang Zixi her cell phone number, so he wondered how she knew his phone number. Not bad, you can still hear my voice. Hey, can't imagine. Right, you left a cell phone number when you made a deposit that day. Forget it. Jiang Zixi heatedly smiled with a look of triumph. Then added, this is my number, remember to save it. You can't fail to answer it in the future. Hearing Jiang Zixi's words, Jiang then reacted. He did leave his cell phone number when he made the deposit that day, and to his surprise, the girl had memorized the number right then and there. He guessed that Jiang Zixi had called him, and the odds were that she was urging him to go for the public account. Does that? You want me to go for a public account? I've thought about it for a while, and I think it's better to forget about it. Jiang felt quite embarrassed to reject someone, but he opened his mouth anyway. Get a counter account. Oh, yes, I did say that. However, this matter is not in a hurry. After a period of time is fine. I am looking for you today. Not to pull deposits, don't worry about it. Jiang Zixi said this and laughed again. She seemed to have already forgotten what she said that day. Not pulling deposits, are you telling the truth? Jiang was half convinced. Of course it's true. I'm calling you to invite you for dinner. Jiang Zixi wasn't displeased by Jiang's attitude. It seemed like she was in a pretty good mood. Invite me to dinner. Jiang looked puzzled. There should always be a reason for dinner, right? It seemed a bit inexplicable for Jiang Zixi to invite him for dinner. Yes, treating you to dinner. The medicine you gave me worked well. My foot injury is completely healed. I want to thank you properly. Jiang Zixi laughed when he heard that it was because of this. Jiang wanted to say that there was no need to be polite. However, without waiting for his words to come out, Jiang Zixi, as if she guessed what he wanted to say, quickly said, It's decided. Don't reject me. At 7:00 p.m. You pick me up at the entrance of the No. 98 family compound. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang to speak, she quickly hung up her cell phone, as if afraid of his refusal. Jiang hugged the cell phone and was a bit stunned. What was going on here, just like this? Agreeing to have dinner with a girl you've only met once. This kind of thing seemed rare for other people, but for someone like Jiang, who was unwilling to fall in love, it was a bit unbelievable. He had the heart to call Jiang Zixi back and express his refusal. However, after thinking about it, wasn't it just a dinner, a big man? Even this matter is so complicated that it will make the girl laugh. In his heart, he treats this matter as an ordinary thing, just like socializing with clients, and warns himself not to take it too seriously. I don't know how. The more he admonished himself, the more he wanted to think about the evening meal. Where should we go for dinner? Should I pick it up early, after dinner? If it's early, should I stroll around? When should I send her back? When thinking about these things, even he felt a little ridiculous and couldn't help but shake his head. Brother, you are in a situation. Inexplicably, what are you laughing at? Xiao Jun didn't know when he stood opposite Jiang's desk. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Jiang's expression with a serious face. What's the situation? Get lost, don't talk nonsense. Jiang hastily retrieved his thoughts and scolded towards Xiao Jun with a smile. How come there isn't? Don't deny it. I saw it all, not just me. The others saw it too, if you don't believe me. Ask them. Xiao Jun dodged to the side so that everyone else in the studio could see Zhu Yang's face. Ludong and Lai Fei looked at each other, then nodded their heads together with a hum sound, as if they had discussed it. You two brats, you're starting to talk nonsense as well. Let Ziyu talk. Was I really like what Xiao Jun said just now? After saying this, Zhu Yang seemed a little less confident and added, Ziyu, you're the most honest. You have to tell the truth. Ziyu looked serious and said, Brother Yang, don't listen to Xiao Jun. He's just a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. What he said is not right. I told you. How could I be as bad as Xiao Jun said, or Ziyu is honest? Zhu Yang was a bit pleased and said in a long drawn-out tone, Who knows? Ziyu's words suddenly took a turn and continued. Just now, Brother Yang not only inexplicably laughed, even his eyes were different. It was that kind of affectionate eyes. Ha ha ha. Ziyu's words just finished. The studio erupted into laughter. Yeah, you Ziyu. Why didn't I realize that you are even worse than a few of them? Saying this, Zhu Yang grabbed a document on his desk and made a gesture to throw it towards Ziyu. Annoyed, Brother Yang is annoyed. Ziyu knew that Zhu Yang was trying to scare her. Not only was she not afraid, but she intensified it and teased him again. The laughter in the studio got louder. Good, each and every one of you. You're getting more and more out of control. You don't even put the company boss in your eyes anymore. Zhu Yang feigned anger after saying this. Even he himself laughed along with them. A few people played around for a while. And when everyone had had enough, Zhu Yang also put away the smile on his face. Brothers, there is something serious to tell you. A few people also put away the smiles on their faces when they saw Zhu Yang getting serious. They knew Zhu Yang. They knew his character, and they knew that he was about to say something serious. Everyone looked at Zhu Yang. Brothers, this time, the case of Mountain River Group, we did a good job. The project is basically near the end. However, I have to remind you, we have offended Zheng Gang this time. This guy is not a good person. We must be careful. Zhu Yang was meticulous. He had contacted Zheng Gang once and knew his character. He was afraid that this guy would be impulsive and do something drastic again. It can't be, brother. Wasn't Zheng Gang gotten in? Xiao Jun sat with half of his butt on the desk and looked at Zhu Yang with a puzzled expression. A few other people didn't say anything, but, looking at their expressions, they probably thought the same as Xiao Jun. The more they thought like this, the more worried Zhu Yang became. That's right. Zheng Gang was made to go in. But it's not like he can be sentenced to 3 years and 5 years for this kind of thing. Hell come out sooner or later. And last time, I even opened his scoop. So who knows what hell do when he comes out. Zhu Yang thought of Wang Xiyang. He had inquired about it. He spent 2 days in the police station and came out straight away. He hadn't even been to prison. Who dares to guarantee that Zheng Gang doesn't have any connections? He heard that this time Zheng Gang hired the construction team. Behind the other high people earn the benefits, Zheng Gang just took a small head. Things make such a big deal. The construction team only went in a contractor to cover the bag, and the construction team behind the people. Not even a shadow to find out, is this still not a high person, maybe at some point. Zheng Gang will come out from inside under the operation of a high person. Zheng Gang came out of prison and found out that he lost his job at the Mountain River Group as well. What was the first thing he was going to do? It didn't take much thought to realize that he would not let him and Polaris go. Hearing Zhu Yang's words, the others looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to do for a while. They were just a PR company, and these guys were all considered to be Svengali, plus there was Ziyu. A girl, where had they gone through something like this? Xiao Jun was different. He had been around construction sites for a while, and had seen those workers being good and brave. Brother, you're worrying a bit too much, aren't you? Zheng Gang's biggest reliance is the Mountain River Group. The Mountain River Group has already fired him, even if he comes out. What else can he do? Xiao Jun was unimpressed. Zhu Yang didn't know how to explain to them. He glanced at them and then said, Hopefully, Xiao Jun is right. However, there are some things that we have to be on guard against, in case we encounter Zheng Gang coming over to look for trouble. We must all beware and run if we need to. Don't get tough with him. Zhu Yang thought to himself. Perhaps his worries were redundant. Even if Zheng Gang wanted to look for trouble, he would probably only look for himself. What he said was sort of a reminder to them. Kidding, running away. Is that my Xiao Jun's character? Xiao Jun couldn't accept Zhu Yang's statement at all. What happened to Mountain River Group was originally because of him. If he didn't dare to get tough with Zheng Gang, would he, Xiao Jun, still be Xiao Jun? Why did he bother to bring this matter to light in the first place? Seeing Xiao Jun say this, Zhu Yang became even more worried. Xiao Jun, he wanted to persuade again. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He knew that if he said more, Xiao Jun wouldn't necessarily be able to listen. Oh, brother, you can rest assured. Zheng Gang is already finished, and will never be able to turn over again. Xiao Jun smiled playfully toward Zhu Yang. He hadn't done anything big, but this time, following Zhu Yang, he had done something big. Not only did he get Zheng Gang in, but he also made a fortune. He admired Zhu Yang to the core, and he also felt that Zheng Gang definitely didn't have another chance to turn over a new leaf. Well, hopefully it's like you said. Zhu Yang was a bit helpless. He glanced at Xiao Jun and then at the others. And finally reminded, all in all, everyone should be careful in our line of work. We might offend someone at some point. And at critical moments, we have to learn to protect ourselves. Zhu Yang was older than a few of them. And as he was the boss of the company, he felt it was his responsibility to remind them of this. Okay, I know, brother. I think it's getting late. Shouldn't you go back and get ready? It's not good to be late for a date with a girl. Right, brother, what's the girl's name? Xiao Jun joked with Zhu Yang in a serious manner. The change of topic was too fast. Zhu Yang didn't react for a moment and froze in place. A few other people looked at Zhu Yang and surprisingly answered Xiao Jun's question in unison. Zixi, Zhu Yang was almost infuriated as he got up and kicked Xiao Jun in the ass. The studio burst into laughter once again. Zhu Yang looked at the time. It was almost time for him to get off work at 5 o'clock. Xiao Jun seemed to be right. It was time to go back and get ready. The idea came to his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He told himself that it wasn't about going back to prepare. He just didn't want to be joked about by them in the office. All right, each and every one of you. I think you're all too full. It's almost time. If there's nothing to do, all of you can get lost. Zhu Yang waved his hand and simply let everyone off work. Upon hearing that they could leave work early, the gang dispersed in a flurry, packed up their things, and left faster than Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang shook his head helplessly. After everyone left, Zhu Yang thought to himself, is there a need for him to go back? Isn't it just a dinner? Wouldn't it be fine to stay in the office until it's almost time and just go over there? What's there to prepare for, he thought to himself, but he couldn't help but walk out, back home. See, the time is still early. He shaved, organized his hair, and changed into a new dress, standing in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror. Zhu Yang was dumbfounded. What's wrong with himself? Was it necessary to make it so grand, thinking of this? He changed his clothes back to what he normally wore. Seeing that it was almost time, he then slowly went out. However, when he changed into his leather shoes, he deliberately wiped the dust on them. He told himself in his heart that doing so was only out of a kind of respect for the girl, and had no other meaning. Driving in the car, it took about half an hour or so for him to reappear at the entrance of the mysterious No. 98 family area. Looking at the time, there were still 5 minutes left until the agreed upon 7 o'clock in the evening. He wasn't sure if Jiang Zixi was already waiting at the door. Looking through the car window glass, Zhu Yang searched. And he saw a tall girl wearing a beige trench coat, carrying a black satchel, and with long, shawl-length hair, looking towards the road. Who else could it be if not Jiang Zixi? At this time, Jiang Zixi happened to turn around and saw Zhu Yang as well. She was as happy as a little rabbit and ran towards Zhu Yang's car cheerfully. I don't know what happened, But Yu Yang suddenly remembered a saying that the most romantic encounter in love is when you happen to turn around and she happens to look up. Just as Yu Yang was thinking about this sentence, Jiang Zixi had already run to the side of his car. She smiled and pulled open the passenger door, waving her hand towards him. "Hi, Boss Yu, how are you?" Saying this, Jiang Zixi revealed a row of neat white teeth. I don't know from which moment. Jiang Zixi liked to call Yu Yang as Boss Yu. Yu Yang did not object to such a title either. He nodded his head and smiled slightly. Jiang Zixi got into the car with a bend, twisted her waist, and naturally sat on the passenger seat. "It seems like your foot is completely healed. So I can rest easy then." Yu Yang looked at how flexible Jiang Zixi's pace was and looked down at her injured foot. Jiang Zixi's foot was wearing the high heels that Yu Yang had bought for her that day. He didn't know why. But he somewhat didn't quite dare to look at that pair of shoes squarely and hastily averted his gaze. "Well, yes, it's completely healed. The ointment you gave really works quite well." Jiang Zixi didn't notice Yu Yang's gaze. Then added, "The shoes you bought are also quite good, quite discerning, just right for my clothes. Thank you." Jiang Zixi started her shredding mode again. Yu Yang thought to himself, "This girl has a lot of words." "Right, where do you want to go for dinner? I'm afraid I'm going to starve to death if we don't set off again." Yu Yang glanced at her and hurriedly changed the topic. He did not want to bring up the matter of the initial encounter again. Hee, right. Look at me, as soon as I see you. It seems like I can't stop talking, halfway through her words. Jiang Zixi suddenly stopped. She probably realized that what she said was a bit direct, even if her heart really felt that way. She couldn't say it out loud, especially she is still a girl, only the second time to meet with others. At least the reserve or to have it. It's like she's trying to confess her love to someone. Yu Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't know if Jiang Zixi had said it without any intention, or if that was what she had in mind. He wondered what kind of character she usually had. Anyway, when she was with herself, she just had a lot of words. The atmosphere was suddenly a bit awkward. Yu Yang didn't pick up on Jiang Zixi's words and just gave a dry laugh. After a moment's reprieve, Jiang Zixi returned to her old self. "Let's go eat at the stall. I haven't been there for a long time." "I miss the food on the stall. The little girl's heart may not be loaded with things. Everything comes and goes quickly." Big row, stall. Yu Yang was a bit surprised. He hadn't seen a formal invitation to someone for dinner where the place chosen was a big stall. "What? You dislike big stalls? I would like to invite you to a better place to eat, but as you can see, I've only just started working, and that little salary isn't enough. Besides, I really miss the flavor of the stall." Yu Yang didn't believe that she would lack money at all. Just go to work is indeed a fact. The wage is not high is also a fact. However, this does not mean that she lacks of money. Body sat on the bag is a luxury goods, at least 10,000 yuan to start. Wearing clothes, he could not see what brand, but look at the workmanship. It is estimated to be a customized model. Like this family conditions, she said she lacks money. How can Yu Yang believe, however, he didn't reveal her on the spot? No matter what, it was only the second time they met, and they might not see each other again in the future. So there was no need to bother about people's family conditions. You're really good. I've never seen one who invites people to eat at a big stall. Yu Yang glared at Jiang Zixi. Hey, then you didn't know me. If you knew me earlier, wouldn't you have seen it? Jiang Zixi's eyebrows curved in a smile again. Yu Yang felt that the whole person was relaxed when spending time with such a simple girl. Talking to her, there was no need to think too much. They didn't have to calculate with each other. They didn't have to fight with each other. After being used to that kind of life, suddenly meeting Jiang Zixi was like a fresh spring that flowed into his heart, making his heart, which had been dusty, willing to accept something different. Yu Yang suddenly realized this. If it was in the past, he might have quickly closed himself off again. However, at this moment, he didn't think about it that much, and felt that what could he do if he let his nature run wild for once? All right, you name the place. I'll listen to you tonight. Yang smiled faintly and started up the car. Soon, the car made a turn and pulled into the traffic. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the parking lot by the side of the road. Before he even got out of the car, he could already hear the sound of people outside, smelled the smell of cumin in the air, and the gray smoke rising up under the neon lights. Now that it was already fall, I didn't expect the open-air stalls to still be doing such a hot business. Hurry up and get off. What are you waiting for if you're any later? There won't be any seats left once she arrived at this place. Jiang Zixi seemed to be on her own turf, urging Yang to hurry up and get off the car, parking the car. Yang walked down, surprisingly a bit at a loss. He hadn't been to a place like this for many years. Big stalls were suitable for a few friends to eat together. Where had he had any real friends over the years? What are you staring at? Hurry up. Seeing Yang standing still, Jiang Zixi turned over, took his arm and headed for an empty table. Yang felt quite awkward. However, he still didn't refuse. Boss Yu, what's wrong? Is it because you haven't come here to eat before? You're all big bosses. It's indeed a bit aggravating to come here to eat, huh? After sitting down, Jiang Zixi joked about Yang while ordering her food. Seeing Jiang Zixi being so relaxed, Yang also slowly relaxed. It's true that I haven't been here for years. When you come here to eat, you have to be with your friends. Coming alone will only make you lose your mind. Yang said honestly, well, you have a point there. I haven't been here since I graduated. Jiang Zixi agreed with Yang's point of view. And after saying that, then added, don't you have a few friends? Oh, when you are a little bit older we'll know. What friends are not friends is not important. People to the end can only live into their own a person. The less friends, the better life. Yang had a feeling. Surprisingly said a pass of philosophical words. Ha ha ha. Your words sound a bit interesting. In fact, you are only a few years older than me. How do you say it as if you are as old as you are? It's no fun. Jiang Zixi hadn't had Yang's experience, so naturally she wouldn't have a deep sense of life. Yang smiled faintly and did not bother to argue with her about anything. As he spoke, a large plate of kebabs and 2 portions of kanto boiled were brought up. Jiang Zixi stared at the table full of delicacies, her eyes emitting a bright light, her mouth about to water. Yang looked at her, somewhat speechless, and shook his head helplessly. Hey. Jiang Zixi grinned in embarrassment and said, Boss Yu, will you laugh at my lack of talent? Saying this on her mouth, her hands did not stop, already picking some of her favorite food in front of herself. Completely disregarding the food, facing this kind of girl without much heart, Yang instead felt relaxed all over. He didn't make it polite with Jiang Zixi either, and followed her example and started to eat. Jiang Zixi looked at Yang's appearance, completely disregarding her image, and laughed out loud. Eating a big stall went best with beer, but Yang had to drive. And Jiang Zai didn't want to make her image look too bad after all. It was the first time they ate together. And which girl would want to set up the image of an alcoholic in front of a boy? Therefore, both of them did not drink. Other than that, the 2 people were kind of enjoying themselves as they ate and chatted. Time seemed to pass quickly. And more than an hour passed. Most of the time was spent with Jiang Zixi talking, chatting about some interesting things from school and work, while Yang was listening most of the time. Jiang Zixi also asked Yang to talk about his interesting stories from school and work. Yang, however, kept his mouth shut for him. Where were the interesting things? Where were the interesting things in his life because of his father's death? There is only gloom. Even his job was full of rivalry and all kinds of calculations. If you tell this to Jiang Zixi, it is a kind of blasphemy to the innocence and beauty. Jiang Zixi's optimism and innocence was like a beam of light that suddenly shone into his heart. So how could he destroy this fleeting beauty? Boss Yu, I think you have something on your mind. Jiang Zixi suddenly looked up and stared at Yang. Hearing this, Yang suddenly had a hint of nervousness. For a moment, he managed to stabilize his mind and said, Nonsense, where do I have something on my mind? Is that so? Why do you look so preoccupied if you don't have something on your mind? And you haven't been talking much. Jiang Zixi was just being simple. She wasn't stupid and could tell at a glance that Yang had something on his mind. Nonsense, which eye of yours saw that I have something on my mind? I'm just tired from work and don't want to talk too much. Yang was secretly taken aback in his heart. Did he really look like he had a heavy heart, if that was the case? Changes must be made. Even Jiang Zixi could tell what was on her mind. If she really met Liang Shan or Qin Lizhu in the future, wouldn't they be able to see through her at a glance? Once that happened, what was there to talk about finding out the truth about his father's fall? Hee, your eyes can't fool me, but even if you don't talk too much, I'm willing to stay with you. Jiang Zixi's words turned around. And after saying that, she realized that her words were too blunt and hurriedly explained, "What I mean is that I am willing to make you a friend." Yang was surprised in his heart. Could it be that what Jiang Zixi said was true? Could she really read his inner world from his eyes? He thought it was a bit ridiculous, having spent time with quite a few people. None of them had said such a thing. Jiang Zixi must be playing a trick to show that he didn't care. He lowered his head and pretended to glance at the watch on his wrist as if nothing had happened. "Boss Yu, you're not in a hurry to go back, are you? It's still early. Why don't we take a casual walk?" Jiang Zixi thought that Yang wanted to go back and was a bit anxious. Yang hesitated for a while. The time was not even 9 o'clock. Going back now, it did seem a bit early. The point is, after going home, you will also be alone. You might as well stay with Jiang Zixi for a while longer. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, since you want to take a stroll, then I'll walk with you." With these words, Jiang Zixi hurriedly got up, as if she was afraid that Yang would back out, who knew that at this time, the waiter of the stall was carrying a tray and happened to pass by. It was about to hit Jiang Zixi's body. Yang was quick on his feet and pulled Jiang Zixi towards him with a slight force. Jiang Zai let out a cry of surprise. Her feet lost balance and she directly fell into Yang's arms. The two of them sat there in a strange position, their eyes facing each other. Yang felt the softness of Jiang Zixi's body, and for a moment he was actually a bit reluctant to let her go. As for Jiang Zixi, she seemed to have felt the change in Yang's eyes. Her cheeks suddenly flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Yang's eyes. I'm sorry, beautiful girl. Are you all right? It wasn't the responsibility of the waitress." But she still hastened to apologize. "Oh, it's fine," Yang and Jiang Zixi replied in unison. After saying that, the two laughed together again, and Jiang Zixi hurriedly stood up from Yang's body. After getting up, Jiang Zai seemed to still be immersed in the embarrassment just now. She lowered her head and stood mute, not saying a word, completely different from the girl who was chattering on and on. Yang knew she was embarrassed, so he didn't take the initiative to talk to her, but quietly went to pay for the meal. By the time she came back again, Jiang Zixi had already returned to her original appearance, only she was still a bit afraid to look at Yang, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, occasionally glancing at Yang, but with a smile at the corner of her eyes. "Boss Yu, as promised, I invited you to dinner. How can I make you pay?" It was only at this time that Jiang Zixi remembered to pay. "It's okay. 2 people ate more than $100. It's the same whoever pays. Besides, how can I be ashamed to let a girl pay?" Yang had originally planned to pay himself. Jiang Zixi then didn't say anything more, leaving the stall. The two walked side by side on the commercial street, probably because of what happened just now. Both of them had much less to say, and the atmosphere became a bit less unusual. Yang, however, felt that the neon lights were extraordinarily beautiful tonight. There's a necklace seller here, yeah. Go check it out. Suddenly, Jiang Zixi saw a necklace store and hurriedly pulled Yang to go over to join in the fun. Little girls are like that. Emotions come and go quickly. Yang laughed softly and accompanied her to the store. "This is a handmade necklace store. I don't know what material is used for the metal. The price of each necklace is not expensive. Basically no more than $100 when you look at it." Zhu Yang thought to himself that Jiang Zixi was just looking for a good time. Like her family conditions, I'm afraid she wouldn't look at the things here which knew. She seemed to be very interested in these things, and would let out a gasp when she saw the good-looking ones, causing the beautiful boss lady to hold her tongue as well. No, it's too good-looking. I must buy one. While saying that, she urged Zhu Yang again. Boss Zhu, you also help me see. Which one looks good? That's how girls are when they see something that looks good. Their difficulty in choosing comes up. Even Jiang Zixi was no exception. Zhu Yang had no choice but to come up and pick them carefully, then pointing to one of them. He said, I think this one is quite good. The necklace Zhu Yang was talking about was a circle, with one side of the circle made in the shape of a crescent moon, which was also filled with a light blue liquid, looking quite meaningful. Jiang Zixi looked down and scrutinized it, then looked up at Zhu Yang and said, Why do you think this one is good? No reason. It's just a feeling. I think this pendant is like pure blue moonlight, a girl like you who just came out to work, pure as water. I hope you can keep it up and not be polluted by the bad atmosphere in this society. Zhu Yang suddenly became serious. His heart was indeed thinking the same thing. Most people who just stepped into society were almost blank slates, and after a long time, as they were repeatedly ravaged by society, there were really not many people who could keep their beginnings. Such a pure girl, Zhu Yang was not willing to let her go with the flow. Jiang Zixi put away the smile on her face and looked at Zhu Yang with a surprised look. She did not expect Zhu Yang to say such a passage, but did not want to admit that he was right. Glaring at him, she said, What you mean is that I'm stupid. After saying this, there was a smile on his face. Aya, this handsome guy said it so well. You kind of gave a new meaning to this necklace of mine. I think the selling price should be doubled. He, the beautiful boss lady also brightened up and joked with Zhu Yang. This can't be done. You can't raise the price. You'll take this necklace. Jiang Zixi was anxious when she heard that. She hurriedly urged Zhu Yang. Boss Zhu, pay quickly. Zhu Yang wouldn't skimp on a few $dozen. He didn't hesitate. Took out his cell phone and immediately swept the code to pay. Jiang Zixi, at this time, went inside the counter and whispered something to the boss wife. A few moments later, the boss wife took out another necklace from the counter, along with the one Zhu Yang had just picked out, and took it behind the counter. Not long after, the boss wife came out with two jewelry boxes, a burgundy one and a dark blue one, which looked quite well made. She handed the two jewelry boxes to Jiang Zixi's hands. Thank you, boss lady. Jiang Zixi had a smile on her face, then took out her cell phone, ready to scan the code to pay. Just buy one of these things to wear. Why did you get two? It's better for me to pay for it. Right. Zhu Yang shook his head helplessly. Girls usually can't help it when they see something beautiful. And it seems that Jiang Zixi is the same way. Zhu Yang wanted to re-sweep the code to pay. Jiang Zixi, however, stopped him. No, I have to pay for this one. She said it very firmly. Zhu Yang didn't know what she was thinking, but seeing that she was so determined, he thought that it was only a few $dozen, so he would just let her be. With a beep, Jiang Zixi scanned the code to pay for the item, and a big smile came back to her face. She happily put the two jewelry boxes into the bag carefully. After doing this, she seemed to be in a good mood as she walked out of the jewelry stall, pointed to a store selling ice cream, and said, Boss Zhu, why don't you treat me to another ice cream? Ah, you want. It's cold, and you want ice cream. Zhu Yang looked at Jiang Zixi with a surprised face and shook his head back and forth. He wasn't being petty, but he felt that it wasn't the season for ice cream. Aya, what do you know? A lot of people still eat ice cream in winter. Do you think eating ice cream is to quench your thirst? Jiang Zixi stomped her feet anxiously, like a child pestering an adult to buy snacks. I'm sure what Jiang Zixi said was true. Otherwise, what kind of business could an ice cream parlor have if it opened here? However, Zhu Yang still shook his head straight. He always felt that eating ice cream on this day was not good for his health. Boss Zhu, just promise me, it's a rare day when I'm happy, so just fulfill this little wish of mine. Seeing that Yang refused to say yes, Jiang Zixi even pulled his arm and flung it on both sides. Using a petulant and cute move, Yang froze. He always felt that it was a bit unusual to get along with Zhang Zai. And such moves seemed to be only between couples. Besides, didn't she just want to eat an ice cream? It seems that there is no need to ask for his opinion. In his heart, he felt that Jiang Zixi's behavior was a bit out of bounds. But he was enjoying this feeling a bit. Looking at her bitter and pleading expression, Yang really can't do anything about her. And finally could only agree. Jiang Zixi was overjoyed and pulled Yang over to pick one, without waiting to walk out of the store. She had already unpacked it. Boss Zhu, hurry up and try it. Eating ice cream in this season has a different flavor. Saying this, Jiang Zixi had already handed the ice cream to his mouth. Yang hastily tilted his head back, trying to avoid it. On one hand, he felt that it was really strange to eat ice cream in this season. And most importantly, what was wrong with being fed something by a girl? The point was, he felt that his relationship with Jiang Zixi was far from that. However, where was Zhang Zai willing to let him go? Her hand continued to send it forward a bit, directly shoving the ice cream into Zhu Yang's mouth. Forced to do so, he could only take a small bite, a burst of coldness, mixed with the sweetness of the cream. It was indeed a different flavor. How's it not bad, right? Saying this, Jiang Zixi took the ice cream that Zhu Yang had taken a bite of and put it into her own mouth. Taking a bite as well, Zhu Yang exclaimed in a small voice, wanting to stop her. After all, he had bitten it himself. What's wrong? Jiang Zixi looked puzzled. Oh, nothing, I mean, you got cream on the side of your mouth. Since Jiang Zixi had already started eating it, wouldn't it be embarrassing for her if she said something to stop it again? Could it be that she herself would not realize that the ice cream was eaten by herself, seeing that the corners of Jiang Zixi's mouth were stained with cream? He took the opportunity to remind her and change the subject. Yes, Jiang Zixi hurriedly pulled out a tissue from her bag and wiped it on the corner of her mouth. After wiping a bit, she glanced at the tissue paper, but did not find any cream wiped off. Boss Zhu, is there any or not? You're not lying to me, are you? Jiang Zixi thought Zhu Yang was making fun of her. Why are you so stupid? Isn't it right here? Seeing that she didn't wipe it off after a few wipes. Zhu Yang followed suit and got anxious. He unconsciously stretched out his hand and used his thumb to gently help her wipe it off. The thumb inadvertently crossed her soft and cold lips again, and Jiang Zixi froze, as if she was electrocuted. She stayed where she was, not moving at all, and a red haze immediately flew onto her cheeks, but her eyes carried a smile. Not uttering a word, and embarrassedly biting lightly into a small mouthful of ice cream again, that, I just see that you have been unable to rub, for you anxious, this is. Zhu Yang at this time also realized that his own actions just now a little overstepped the boundaries, and hastened to make an explanation. Idiot, I didn't blame you. What are you explaining? With a smile in her eyes. Jiang Zixi blankly glanced at Zhu Yang and hurriedly lowered her head again. She felt that the ice cream in her mouth instantly had no flavor. It seemed that her heart started to beat faster. Her eyes stared at the tips of her high heels, and she could no longer say a word. Zhu Yang looked at Jiang Zixi's appearance and felt a little embarrassed in his own heart. Jiang Zixi's behavior was entirely due to her own actions, and it was assumed that the young girl had never really been in love. Just by looking at her, she knew that she had absolutely no idea how to get along with boys. It was completely understandable for a simple girl like Jiang Zixi to behave like this, according to reason. Although he has not really been in love, but, like the skin-to-skin between men and women, is not without. The other day, with Tang Hong in the hot spring pool, she only wearing a bikini sitting in his arms. He can sit in his arms, however, facing a little girl like Jiang Zixi, just reaching out to help her wipe the cream from the corner of her mouth. How could it give him a strange feeling in his heart? This was not at all like how a man in his 30s should behave. It was simply a brat. He felt that this was not a good sign. He had to control his emotions. Yang reminded himself in his heart that the thing he had to do was to find the truth about his father's fall and clear his father's name. If this matter was not done well, he would not have the heart to do anything else. Thinking of this, Yang hastily collected his emotions, not allowing any hint of feelings to sprout in his heart. He knew very well in his heart that if his father's death was something else, anyone who became emotionally attached to himself would follow the bad luck. Yang understood his own personality once he found out that his father's death was artificially created. He would be immortal with his opponent, to hold his grievances in his heart. To be indifferent and to live for the comfort of the moment is not his character. Daring to create a murder case, one can imagine how cruel the opponent would be. How could he let a girl as innocent as Zixi follow him at his own risk? Over the years, Yang had still found out some information, and there were signs that his father's death had something to do with the Three Rivers Bank and the Mountain River Group. As for the ins and outs of the matter, he had not found any strong evidence so far. However, he had a strong premonition that he was slowly getting closer to the truth of the matter in recent times. "It's getting late, let's go back." Yang, who had made up his mind, lifted his wrist and looked at the time before looking at Zixi. Oh, Zixi didn't raise a different opinion this time, and lowered her head, agreeing in a small voice. Yang then did not say anything else and turned his head back. Zixi lowered her head and quickly followed. Even without turning back, Yang seemed to have seen the shy smile on Zixi's face. He admonished himself in his heart that it was impossible between them. Let things end today. He could not give her any hope. Yang could not help but speed up his steps. Trying his best to keep a little distance from Zixi, "Boss Yu, slow down, wait for me. This foot of mine is only just." Right came the sound of Zixi's rapid breathing from behind her. In his heart, he did not want to stop. However, his footsteps could not help but stop. He turned back to look at her, only to see that she was slightly frowning, panting, and had already been pulled away by herself by a distance of more than 10 meters. Even so, she was still struggling to catch up. "Why are you wearing high heels when your foot injury is just right?" Yang complained to her. "And that because you bought them," Zixi muttered in a small voice. Being a dozen meters away, Yang did not hear what she said clearly. "What did you say?" Yang asked a follow-up question. "It's nothing. I feel as if you've suddenly changed as a person, leaving me behind. Did you think of something?" Zixi's mind was very sensitive. It was like she could see through the thoughts in Yang's heart. Yang was a bit stunned. Was he acting so obvious? It was as if his thoughts or every move could not escape her eyes. Could she really see his mind through his eyes? Knowing that he was so preoccupied that she could even see the changes in his heart. Could it be that she was so uncivilized? She was just a simple girl. How could she manage all this? "How come didn't I stop to wait for you?" How could Yang admit that he was seen through the heart of a little girl? "HMPH, don't think him stupid. You're just different from earlier." Zixi had already walked up to Yang, and she snorted in defiance. "No. What makes you say that? Tell me properly. How exactly am I different?" Yang also came to be interested. He wanted to know what exactly Zixi saw in him. "I can't say. It's just a feeling. If you feel it with your heart, you can feel it." Zixi stared into Yang's eyes with clear eyes. Yang froze for a moment. He wasn't sure if what Zixi said was true or not. However, he didn't dare to look into her eyes right now. He felt as if she could really see his heart through his eyes. "How about it? Guessed right by me, right?" "Weak-hearted, right? Don't dare to look at my eyes anymore." Zixi seemed to have caught Yang's weak point and burst into triumph. "Gee, what am I vain about? What you said is not right at all. I'm too lazy to care about you. Hurry up and go." Yang changed the topic and turned around to continue walking back. This time, Yang slowed down his pace. Keeping the same rhythm as Zixi, both of them did not speak again. In a short while, they walked to the parking lot. After getting into the car, Jiang Zixi sat on the seat and adjusted the seat so that her legs could be as comfortable as possible. It could be seen that she was indeed a bit tired from walking today. Jiang somewhat regretted that her foot injury was just right. She shouldn't have promised her to loiter after dinner. Boss Yu, we are already considered friends. Right, after the car drove into the traffic. She suddenly asked this question, counting is right, in the face of such a question. Jiang, for a moment, did not know how to answer. Say it is not, can be asked to eat together, but to say it is. Plus this time, only the second time to meet. HMPH, say it so reluctantly. Could it be that being friends with me, Jiang Zixi, is so condescending to you? Jiang Zixi was obviously not satisfied with what Jiang said. After complaining, she then said, whether you take me as a friend or not, anyway, I take you as a friend. Since graduation, I don't have a friend, even go out to eat without someone to accompany me, and I will look for you in the future. Girl, are you all right, making friends with me, a man in his 30s, and have to accompany you to dinner? Can't you find a few friends of similar age with common hobbies? Jiang was a bit speechless by Jiang Zixi. This was the rhythm of being pestered by her. He had a bit of a headache. Jiang Zixi, however, did not feel that this was Jiang rejecting her in the slightest. She fluttered her big eyes and stared at Jiang, and even grinned. Hey, I just like to make friends with men in their 30s. What's wrong? You're not convinced, heh. Jiang gave a bitter laugh and said, aren't you sick, miss? I'm very busy at work. How can I have time to be like you youngsters? How can I have time to eat and go shopping like you youngsters? I think it's better to avoid this kind of thing in the future. You'd better find someone else. Seeing that Jiang Zixi didn't get his meaning at all, Jiang made his words a bit more blunt. He wanted Jiang Zixi to understand what he meant, so that he would know what to do. Young people rely on momentary curiosity and enthusiasm, as long as you don't give her a chance and hope from the beginning. It won't take 3 days for her to give up on her own accord. In the past, there were also girls who approached him, and this was the approach he adopted. He felt that Jiang Zixi would not be an exception. HMPH Jiang. Jiang Zixi didn't seem to expect that Jiang would reject her, and she was so angry that she leaned towards the seat, pouted and didn't say a word. Jiang's heart let out a bitter laugh and glanced at her with his afterglow. He seemed to see a crystal light in Jiang Zixi's eyes, a girl like Jiang Zixi with a good family condition and a good job. The key is that she is still pretty and young. With such conditions, when posed here, probably no man would refuse. Right, other girls have already hinted at the obvious enough. And he Jiang is rejecting people beyond the 1,000 miles. I'm afraid that Jiang Zixi has never met anyone like Jiang, although Jiang Zixi didn't explicitly show that she had a good feeling about him. But feeling is a wonderful thing. How could Jiang not feel it, a person's demeanor and actions, without even realizing it? Often showed it for one night. Jiang Zixi had a smile on her face all the time. Didn't that say it all? Jiang also admitted in his heart that a girl like this was indeed unattainable. He also wanted to try and start a romance. However, as soon as he thought about his father, he immediately backed off, blame it on meeting the right person at the wrong time. Maybe if he let her take a little hit, she wouldn't come back to haunt him, and that might be a good thing too. Even though he knew she was in a bad mood right now, Jiang did not take the initiative to open his mouth to comfort her. After a few moments, Jiang Zixi seemed to have adjusted her mood on her own. She turned her head again and looked at Jiang with a smile. Boss Xu, you're a person with a really hard heart. When you see that I'm unhappy, you don't know to say a couple of nice words to coax me. But I'm a person with a strong psychological quality. You can't hit me at all. Jiang Zixi resumed into an optimistic state. Jiang was somewhat at his wit's end. What kind of person was this girl? Her resilience was beyond his imagination. Was there really no way to make her give up? Jiang let out a bitter smile and said, You are not mentally strong. You are thick-skinned. HMPH, whatever you say, I don't care. Jiang Zixi looked like there was nothing you could do about me. Jiang shook his head and stopped talking. Soon, The car stopped at the entrance of the No. 98 family area. "Missy, the place is here. It's getting late. Hurry back and have a good rest," Jiang said politely. He thought to himself that this was probably the last time the two of them would ever see each other. They didn't know each other very well in the first place, almost as well as strangers. When she left from the car, she would not be seen with her again this night. The little bit of beauty that belonged between the two of them was like a flash in the pan. So, when it was time to part ways, he wanted to end it all in the most peaceful tone. Zhang Zixi, however, sat in the car without moving. She opened her bag and took out a blue jewelry box from inside. This was a necklace that Zhang Zixi insisted on buying again at the jewelry store. "Boss Zhu, this is a men's necklace. I picked it out for you just now. It's for you." Saying this, Zhang Zixi had already handed the jewelry box to Jiang. Jiang froze. How could he not expect that this necklace was actually bought by her to give to him? No wonder she was dead set against paying for it at that time. Thinking like this, everything made sense. After half a day, it turned out that he had given her a necklace and she had given him a necklace. What is this? The meaning was too obvious, even if he was a fool. Jiang understood that little bit of Zhang Zixi's mind. No, it's better to forget about it. I'm a person who never wears necklaces. Why don't you give it to someone else? Jiang waved his hand back and forth. A few $dozen is not expensive, but the meaning symbolized here is too unusual for Jiang to accept. Give it to someone else, give it to who? I've told you. I don't have any other friends, so if you don't want it, just bother throwing it away. Zhang Zixi was very unhappy with what Jiang said, and she glared at him fiercely. Then, as soon as she shoved the necklace into his hand, she turned around and was about to get off. Zhang Zixi, wait a moment. Jiang's face was serious as he called out to Zhang Zixi, who wanted to get off the car. Things had become a little complicated, moving in a direction that was out of his control, and he would not allow that to happen. He felt it was very necessary to make things clear between them, so that she would break her mind when Zhang Zixi heard Jiang call her. She sat down again and turned her head to look at Jiang. She felt that Jiang should understand her feelings, and she wanted to hear what Jiang had to say. Jiang took a slow breath, not a single expression on his face, and even some indifference. Zhang Zixi seemed to have realized something as well. However, she didn't speak first, but kept staring at Jiang. She was waiting for Jiang to say what was in his heart first, so that she would know how to react. Zhang Zixi, it's really inappropriate for you to send me this. We've only just met. We don't know each other at all. Besides, in the short term, I'm not at all ready to start a relationship. You'd better take this away. After today, let's not contact each other again. Just treat it as if we never knew each other. Jiang brewed his emotions for a while and finally said the words in his heart. Such words could be a big blow to a little girl. But he just had to say them so that she could close the emotional floodgates that had just been opened in time. Hearing Jiang's words, Zhang Zixi's body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with watery light. However, a moment later, she unexpectedly laughed. "Big brother, what are you thinking? It's not like you think I'm falling for you. Right, you are also too funny. Right, we've only just gotten to know each other. And you think I'm in love with you. You're treating me to dinner and giving me a necklace. How can I take advantage of you? This is just considered a courtesy." Zhang Zixi stared at Jiang's eyes and forced herself to be calm. Jiang didn't know if Zhang Zixi was telling the truth or not, so he assumed she meant what she said. Since she said that, Jiang followed her words down the line. Well, then maybe I really did misunderstand. Since that's the case, let's not meet again in the future. Jiang tried his best to make his words as desperate as possible. After saying that, in order to show his determination, he purposely turned his head to the side, not looking at her eyes. "Gee, as if who cares to meet with you, making a fool of yourself," Zhang Zixi sneered, pushed open the car door, turned her head and got out of the car. After getting out of the car, as if venting her dissatisfaction in her heart. She closed the car door with a bang. With the strong sound of the door closing, Yang's heart followed a tremor. And then the heart of the empty all of a sudden up. He didn't dare to turn his head to look at Zhang's Zixi, who was leaving, afraid that she would suddenly turn around and look at him, and even more afraid that he would regret the decision he made. However, he still couldn't help but glance at her with his remaining light, only to see that she had already walked into the neighborhood, leaving him with nothing but a stubborn back. Seemingly wiping her hand over her eyes, Yang let out a deep sigh. He hoped that this was a good thing. A long pain was better than a short one. Perhaps the only way to do this might be to do the least harm to her. He hoped even more that Zhang Zixi's words just now were from her heart, so that he wouldn't feel guilty and Zhang Zixi's heart wouldn't be really sad. There was another sigh. Yang looked down and saw the blue jewelry box in his hand. He slowly opened it and lifted the chain. The pendant at the end of the chain followed out of the box. It was a very creative style metal cross pendant. He remembered that the jewelry store's owner's wife had said that every necklace in her store had a meaning. Did this cross necklace have any special meaning? Yang didn't know very much about it. He couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. He drove the car and returned to the jewelry store. It was already past 10 o'clock. The pedestrians on the road were gradually thinning out, and the owner of the jewelry store was about to close. She was a bit surprised to see Yang appear. Apparently, she remembered this handsome man. "Hello, handsome. What can I do for you?" The boss wife noticed the jewelry box in Yang's hand, and she asked in confusion. "Boss lady, do you remember this necklace?" Yang opened the jewelry box and handed it to the boss lady. "Well, of course I remember. Isn't it the necklace your girlfriend gave you just now? What, you don't like it?" The boss wife saw that Yang was preoccupied and thought that he didn't like the necklace. "Boss lady, you misunderstood. That girl just now is not my girlfriend." Yang let out a bitter smile and hurriedly explained. "He didn't say anything about not liking the necklace. Not your girlfriend. How is this possible? It wasn't your girlfriend who gave you the necklace." "Necklace represents falling in love, not to mention a necklace with a cross." The boss wife didn't believe what Yang said at all. Yang was stunned for a moment. He hadn't thought that the necklace had this meaning. "Boss lady, then what do you think? What meaning does the cross represent?" He wanted to know this more than anything else. "Generally speaking, the cross represents happiness, luck, and guardianship. The boss wife was the one who did this," and casually spelled out the meaning of the cross necklace. When Yang heard this, his heart finally eased a little. Such a meaning he basically guessed. Luckily, it didn't have much to do with love, which gave him a little bit of comfort in his heart. He didn't say anything more, nodded towards the boss wife, and was ready to leave. However, the boss wife suddenly said, "Actually, right, the cross necklace has another meaning, that is willing to walk with you." What? Yang froze. He stopped again and stared blankly at the boss lady. If the cross necklace really had such a meaning, then the meaning of it couldn't be more obvious when Zhang Zixi bought it and gave it to him. After a moment's reprieve, he asked again, "Boss lady, the girl who came with me, does she know that the necklace has this meaning?" He now pinned his hopes on the fact that Zhang Zixi had just bought it casually, and that even she herself did not know that the necklace had such a meaning. The boss wife smiled faintly and said, "Of course I knew. I even reminded her of it at the time." Yang was completely confused now. It seemed that this girl did have her heart set on him, which was a situation he did not want to see. They had only known each other for a few days, and had only met twice in total. How could they have gotten emotionally entangled? This made Yang unable to understand how. He really didn't know where exactly he had attracted her. He stayed where he was, in a daze, not knowing how to resolve this matter at all. The boss wife seemed to have seen Yang's abnormality as well. She laughed and said, "Handsome guy, why do you look as if you are unhappy? Such a nice girlfriend, who even took the initiative to give you a gift. You should be stealing joy." Right, Yang came back to his senses at this time. He nodded slightly towards the boss wife, and without another word, he turned around and left, driving home. His mind was still blank, until now. Jiang still couldn't believe what had happened over the course of the day. Taking a cool shower, he tried to calm his mind down. The cold water rushed over his body, causing him to shiver. He gritted his teeth and held on. The only way to clear his mind was to let his body be stimulated. Emerging from the shower, he stood at the heel of the bathroom mirror and examined himself as soon as he looked down. He happened to see the necklace thrown on the sink. Opening the box, he took out the necklace and with a reach, hung it on the mirror lamp, which happened to hang down along the mirror from Zhu Yang's angle. It looked as if the necklace was hanging around his neck. He stared at the pendant of the necklace for a moment and reached out to pinch the pendant in his hand. Under the illumination of the mirror light, he vaguely saw that there seemed to be words engraved on it. He hurriedly moved up and looked closely, only to see that on the back of the pendant, Z and Z was engraved with a laser. Obviously, these letters were engraved later when buying the necklace. Jiang Zixi had asked the boss wife if the store could engrave the letters. These letters were obviously engraved by Jiang Zixi's boss wife. What exactly does it mean? Could it be the initials of his and Jiang Zixi's names? Thinking of this, Zhu Yang's mind, which had managed to calm down, immediately became a bit confused again. No, we absolutely could not let things go on any further. He took off the necklace and threw it into the jewelry box, then pulled open the drawer under the sink and threw the necklace into the drawer. After doing this, he didn't seem satisfied and walked out of the bathroom again, picked up his cell phone, and pulled Jiang Zixi's cell phone number into the blacklist. He wanted to be ruthless, so that she could never find herself again in the future. For the next 3 days, Zhu Yang did not receive any more calls from Jiang Zixi. In fact, even if he wanted to receive a call from her, it was impossible. He had already blacked out her number, so how could she call in occasionally? Zhu Yang would feel a little lost. Feeling empty in his heart, however, on second thought, he felt that this seemed to be the best ending. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Sitting behind his desk, his eyes looked at the computer screen in front of him. But he was a bit distracted. There are some things that can deceive others, but cannot deceive their own hearts. Ringing, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, and Zhu Yang's thoughts were interrupted. Glancing down at the cell phone screen, it was an unfamiliar number. Picking up the phone, he answered the call. "Hi, Boss Zhu, how are you?" Jiang Zixi's familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out from the phone, the same way of greeting like before. Through the cell phone screen, Zhu Yang seemed to have seen her smiling face. Zhu Yang was startled and hurriedly took the phone away from next to his ear and quickly hung up. The cell phone was like a hot chestnut as he hurriedly placed it on the table. It can't be, can it, after blacking out her number? She could still call in again. Zhu Yang thought he was having an illusion, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this number was different from the one Jiang Zixi used before. It turned out that she had changed her number to call herself. Who knew how many calls she had made with the old number in the past few days? He felt a little unsettled. Raising his head to look at a few other people in the studio, he saw that they were working normally and no one noticed him. And only then did he feel slightly more at ease. It was at this time that the door of the studio was suddenly pushed open. "Zhu Yang, what do you mean, how dare you black out my number?" Jiang Zixi's voice came from the doorway. Zhu Yang looked up. Who else could be standing at the door if not Jiang Zixi? Unexpectedly, she had found her way to the company. Everyone else in the studio turned to look at Jiang Zixi. After looking at Jiang Zixi, they shifted their gazes back to Zhu Yang. Although none of them spoke, Zhu Yang could see their doubts in their eyes. It seemed to be saying, "What did you do to this beauty, letting people come to your door? Beauty, who are you? What's the matter?" Ziyu was good at dealing with people, and without waiting for Zhu Yang to react, she got up in a hurry and walked over to Jiang Zixi. "Hello, my name is Jiang Zixi, here to find Zhu Yang." Seeing Ziyu speaking politely, Jiang Zixi hurriedly introduced herself. "Ah, you are Jiang Zixi. We've been guessing what you look like. I didn't expect to be so pretty, quickly. Come sit over here." Ziyu was familiar with herself and pulled Jiang Zixi's hand, so she came to sit beside the conference table and even enthusiastically poured a cup of hot water for her. Ever since that day when Jiang went out to have dinner with Zhang Zixi, these few people in the studio had started gossiping and guessing what kind of girl this Zhang Zixi was. Jiang was already in his 30s and had never mentioned marriage or finding a girlfriend. This was probably the first time he was seen going out to eat with a girl. They all wondered what kind of girl would make the unattractive Jiang feel tempted. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zixi found her way to their company, listening to her tone. It seems that she is still chasing after Jiang. I don't know what Jiang was thinking. Such a beautiful and innocent girl. He was so willing to pull the plug on people's cell phone numbers. What, you know me? Zhang Zixi looked at Ziyu with an excited face. It's not like she knew Ziyu before. The only reason she knew her must have been from Jiang's mouth. Unexpectedly, Jiang would mention her in the company. How could this not make her excited? Saying this, Zhang Zixi secretly turned her head to look at Jiang. He, not only does Ziyu know you, we all know you too. The other 3 people in the studio also gathered around. They pulled over chairs and sat on the edge of the conference table, all of them looking at Zhang Zixi. Where had Zhang Zixi seen such a formation? What kind of company was this? The atmosphere was completely different from the bank where she worked. Why are all the employees in the company like this? They don't take the boss too seriously, right? This was not like going to work. It was almost like a guest had come to their home, and they were entertaining them warmly. Zhang Zixi looked at the few people sitting around. Her heart was unusually nervous, especially Xiao Jun, who still had a visible scar on top of his face. Looked intimidating. Next, several people began to talk. Some asked Zhang Zixi where she worked. How old is she this year? There are also people who constantly praise Jiang, saying how he is so good, people and handsome. And there is no love history, the 2 of them together. It is simply a groom and a woman. These people are engaged in public relations. Without a few words and Zhang Zixi relationship, Ziyu even got her cell phone number, said that in the future when there is nothing to do. Zhang Zixi quickly got in touch with these people. Zhang Zixi quickly became close to these people. And even when she looked at Xiao Jun at this time, she felt that the scar on his face looked unusually cute. Jiang stood behind the desk not far away, like an outsider, watching those people chatting to their heart's content. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and came around from behind the desk. What's going on, all chatting? Don't you one and all have anything to do? Jiang yelled at them. The studio fell silent. Jiang walked over with a dark face and pulled Zhang Zixi's arm. Pulling her up from the chair and dragging her to go outside, you slow down, my cell phone. Zhang Zixi let out a cry of surprise, leaning her body back and grabbing her cell phone from the conference table, and waving her cell phone towards Ziyu, signaling for more contact in the future. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Was this still the Jiang they knew? Too rough on a beautiful woman. Right, soon. Zhang Zixi was pulled outside the company by Jiang. Be gentle, you're hurting my arm. Zhang Zixi said this and tried to shake off Jiang's hand with force. Jiang gave her a look and let go of her arm. Zhang Zixi, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree that we want meet again? You're good, you even found my company. What exactly do you want? Jiang looked at her with a dark face. Zhang Zixi skimmed her mouth toward Jiang. HMPH, if you say you want meat, you want meat. I regret what I said that day. Okay, saying this, Zhang Zixi glared at Jiang again, then muttered, you're really good. You even pulled the plug on my number. Smart, right? I'll change my cell phone to call. Besides, now that information is so developed, a quick search on the internet will find your company. Let's see how you'll hide from me in the future. Zhang Zixi had a look of triumph on her face. She looked at Jiang with an expression of what can you do to me? Jiang was speechless. He frowned and glared at Zhang Zixi. Zhang Zixi did not look at Jiang at all. She stuck her hands into the pockets of her trench coat and tilted her head to look around as if there was some kind of scenery in the sky. Looking at her with a disinterested look, Jiang couldn't do a thing with her. Sighing, he eased his mood. He tried his best to keep himself calm. Jiang Zixi, let me ask you one thing. Do you like me? Jiang felt that he had to make things clear between him and her. Jiang Zixi was a young girl, hot-headed and immature about her feelings. Decisions made on impulse couldn't be taken seriously. But he couldn't be impulsive. He knew that there was no future destined between them. So what if you like it? So what if you don't like it? Jiang Zixi probably didn't expect Jiang to suddenly ask this, and she instantly became a bit nervous. She retracted her gaze looking up at the sky, but she didn't dare to look directly at Jiang, and just muttered a couple of words in a small voice. It was probably the girl's reserve that prevented her from saying what was really in her heart. She felt that making it this far was enough to show her attitude, which a man should understand. Jiang Zixi, I don't care what you think if some of my actions have caused you to misunderstand. Then I apologize to you, and I clearly tell you that it's completely impossible between us, so please don't come back to pester me. Jiang had to make things clear. He didn't care what Jiang Zixi thought in his heart. The words had come to this point. But any girl would probably not be able to stand it. Jiang Zixi suddenly turned her head to look at Jiang. Jiang, you dare to say that you don't have any feelings for me when we went to dinner together that day. I was able to tell from your eyes that you don't hate me. Why don't you dare to admit it? Tears were already welling up in Jiang Zixi's eyes. Jiang froze as he looked at her. He admitted that Jiang Zixi was right. He really didn't hate her, and even liked her a little, unexpectedly. The things that occasionally showed in his eyes were seen by her. Could it be that it was because of these that gave her the courage to bravely pursue? Yes, you're right. It's true that I don't hate you, but I want like you either. I'm like this to everyone. There's no result for the two of us. Jiang knew he couldn't be led by Jiang Zixi's rhythm. He had to be ruthless. Why won't there be results? How will you know if you don't try? Jiang Zixi was very stubborn. She tried her best to control her tears and not let them fall, looking at Jiang with a supplicating look, looking at a girl standing in front of her with pearly blossoms. Even a man with a hard heart would be melted. Jiang's heart felt a little bad. Jiang Zixi, I really don't have the heart to talk about love. We've only known each other for a few days. Do you know me? Just say you like me. You'd better let me go. Jiang's mind was a bit messed up. He said impatiently, That's right, I don't know you. How can I know you if you don't give me a chance? Jiang Zixi immediately asked back, and after she finished, she continued, You're right. The time we've known each other is indeed very short. However, ever since the first time we met, I've fallen in love with you. Jiang was completely confused when he heard this. If what Jiang Zixi said earlier was still veiled, this time it was considered a real indication of her heart. Falling in love with him at the first meeting. Could this be considered love at first sight? He couldn't believe that this was true. He had heard of love at first sight, but that was all in the movies, and he thought it was complete nonsense. For a man and a woman to build a relationship, wouldn't they need to go through an in-depth understanding? Would such a thing really happen in reality? Jiang looked at Jiang Zixi and gently shook his head. Yes, we just met. Do you think what I'm saying is unreliable? There was a car accident. You anointed me with medicine and bought me shoes. Just because of these, I think you are a considerate person. That's why I fell in love with you. Jiang Zixi still looked at Jiang with stubborn eyes. No, what kind of reason is that? If I were a different person, I would do the same, Jiang cried and laughed. Could it be that just because he had anointed her with medicine and went to buy her 2 pairs of shoes, therefore she liked him? This made it sound downright unbelievable. If this reason was valid, there would be too many women who would fall for him. You may think this reason is ridiculous, but let me tell you, since I was a child, no one has treated me like this, including my parents. Speaking of this, Jiang Zixi's eyes were a little lost. After a moment's reprieve, she added, That day, you had to leave after you bought me shoes. To be honest, I was really a bit reluctant to part with them. And I deliberately pestered you, letting you send me back to the bank. And later on letting you handle the deposits, and then letting you send me home again, when I did all these. You must have thought that I wasn't in my right mind, but in reality, I just wanted to spend a little bit more time with you. Bringing up the circumstances of their first meeting, Jiang Zixi had mixed feelings in her heart. Zhu Yang's thoughts were also brought back to the first meeting by her. Like Jiang Zixi said, he did feel that the girl was a bit nervous that day. Little did he realize that the reason was here. According to his observation, Jiang Zixi's family condition should be quite good, so he wondered why she would say such a thing. However, he didn't have the heart to explore the reason for this right now. Looking at Jiang Zixi, Zhu Yang sighed deeply. Jiang Zixi, I understand your feelings. However, I have my own hardships. I have something very important to do. It might be dangerous, and you might get hurt if you stay with me. Seeing that Jiang Zixi was unmoved by the direct refusal, Zhu Yang simply told his situation, wanting her to know the hard way out who knew. Jiang Zixi did not take his words to heart at all. Zhu Yang, my father and my grandfather are both in the government department. If you're willing, I'll ask them to help you with your troubles. Jiang Zixi seemed to see a glimmer of hope. She hurriedly told the resources she had on hand, wanting to use them in exchange for Zhu Yang not kicking her out. A girl from a good family background could do such a humble thing for a relationship. Zhu Yang looked at her with an unbelievable gaze. He did not expect that Jiang Zixi would say such words. Apart from not feeling good in his heart, Zhu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been unable to find out the truth about his father's fall, and the key problem was the lack of connections. If someone from a government department really stepped in to help, I'm afraid it would be a lot easier to find out what happened to his father. However, once he decided to do so, the relationship between him and Jiang Zixi would become less pure. This was an outcome that Zhu Yang did not want to see. On second thought, was there anything more important than finding out what happened to his father? To be honest, Jiang Zixi was very good at catching the changes within others. The slightest change of expression on Zhu Yang's face did not escape her eyes. Boss Xu, let's make a deal. You promised. No, what did I promise you? Zhu Yang was a little displeased. However, this displeasure was not directed at Jiang Zixi, but at himself. He hated himself. Why couldn't he control his emotions well? Why would he be seen through Jiang Zixi's mind at a glance? HMPH, don't deny it. Your expression just now already said it all. Jiang Zixi snorted coldly, and a smile instantly appeared on her face, although a crystallized teardrop was still hanging from the corner of her eye. Looking at Jiang Zixi's appearance, Zhu Yang really didn't know how to reject her. Was it wrong for her to like someone? However, Zhu Yang's heart really did not favor this relationship. Love is beautiful, but can love that is full of purpose and exploitation from the start still be considered love? Love is sweet, but before the beginning, let the girl several times tears of love can still be considered sweet. Zhu Yang really didn't know what to say. After a pause, he glanced at Jiang Zixi and said, "Don't think so much. I'm not ready to start a relationship with you." Zhu Yang, you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixi instantly became anxious. However, I can treat you as a friend, a pretty good friend, not waiting for Jiang Zixi's words to come out. Zhu Yang added another sentence. Jiang Zixi stared straight at Zhu Yang with big eyes. She was digesting what he said. Although she didn't hear the words she most wanted to hear, the relief in Zhu Yang's tone was enough to make her happy. "Haha, you're telling the truth. You didn't lie to me, did you?" Jiang Zixi's hands danced with joy as she stepped forward and pulled Zhu Yang's arm, as if she was afraid that he was telling a lie, and that the person would run away if she wasn't careful. "What's going on you? I've said it's a common friend. Please pay attention to a little sense of boundaries." Zhu Yang couldn't really do anything with her, so he hastily pulled his arm out from inside her hand. Jiang Zixi wasn't angry either. Looking at Zhu Yang just kept giggling. "Okay, hurry up and wipe the tears on your face. Crying and laughing. Let people see it. They still think I'm bullying you." Zhu Yang sighed again in his heart. "Hehe, it's you who bullied me." Jiang Zixi said this on her lips, but she still wiped her hand on the corner of her eyes to wipe off the teardrops that had been hanging on her face. After wiping, she looked at Jiang and asked again, "Can I call you later?" "Sure," I said, "I'm a friend." "Of course I can call." Jiang felt that Zhang Zixi was starting to get an inch. However, since he said he was a friend, there was definitely no problem to make a call. "Okay, then pull my number out of the blacklist," Zhang Zixi continued to remind. "Don't worry, it's natural." Jiang casually replied and also took out his cell phone and pulled her number out of the blacklist in front of Zhang Zixi. Zhang Zixi watched Jiang do all this, and the smile on her face became even brighter. "By the way, Boss Yu, what do you think of the necklace around my neck? Does it look good?" Saying this, Zhang Zixi moved forward a bit to let Jiang admire the necklace around her neck. Jiang glanced at the necklace hanging on her fair neck, under the backdrop of her slender neck. An ordinary necklace was surprisingly worn by her with a sense of high class. Zhang Zixi just slightly tilted her head, revealing her white neck, which already seemed to be very seductive to Jiang. This temptation was no less than Tang Hong sitting in his arms in a bikini. Jiang hastily turned his head to the side, not daring to look any further. "You make a little comment, ah. Does it look good or not?" Seeing that Jiang didn't say anything, Zhang Zixi urged again, "Hee, of course it looks good." "I picked it out, how can it not look good?" Jiang snorted coldly. Hee, I think it looks good too." The smile on Zhang Zixi's face intensified. Then she added, "Where's your necklace? Have you worn it yet?" "Let me see how it is." With these words, Zhang Zixi was about to make a move to pull his collar. Jiang hastily took half a step back. Girls nowadays were really active enough, not paying the slightest attention to the sense of boundaries between men and women. Perhaps, in Zhang Zixi's opinion, they should be considered as boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Even if they weren't now. They would be one day in the future. I've told you, I never wear that thing. Despite agreeing to be friends with Zhang Zixi, he admonished himself in his heart that the relationship between the two of them was limited to that of ordinary friends. And they could not go half a step further. Really? Then where did you get the necklace? Zhang Zixi didn't seem to believe what Jiang said at all. "It's been a few days. Who remembers this? I casually tossed it aside after I took it back, probably threw it in the trash." "You?" Zhang Zixi glared fiercely at Jiang. Jiang looked indifferent. Soon, Zhang Zixi withdrew her gaze again. A smile on her face again. "Liar, I don't believe you really threw it in the trash." A dishonest man, Zhang Zixi was certain of her thoughts. At this time, Jiang's cell phone suddenly rang. He happened to take the opportunity to step aside. Taking it out, it was Tang Hong's number. He glanced at Zhang Zixi, who was not far away, before picking up the phone. "Jiang, you're really good. What have you been busy with lately? It's been more than a week, and you don't come to the construction site or contact me. Did you get the payment for the project and forget about me?" As soon as the phone was connected, Tang Hong's complaining voice came from inside. "What are you talking about? There's something else going on in the company recently." Jiang made a random excuse. "Is that so? It's not like you're hooking up with another little girl, is it?" "Oh." Tang Hong seemed to be in a good mood. The speaker had no heart, but the listener had the intention. Jiang's heart fluttered along with him. And with his afterglow, he glanced at Zhang Zixi, who was standing not far away. "What's gotten into you? Where is there any little girl?" He said so with his mouth, but he was a bit weak. He, I'm joking with you." "How also angry? Know that you are not such a person. If you like to hook up with little girls, long ago I have nothing to do." Tang Hong began to say some words that are not 4 or 6. "Tang Hong, what exactly is your problem?" Not waiting for Tang Hong to finish her sentence, he hurriedly interrupted, letting her say more, not knowing what kind of words she would say. "Jiang, no, you did promise me." There was some dissatisfaction in Tang Hong's tone. "Promised you what?" Jiang was confused. "Jiang, you asshole. How could you forget that the last time you soaked in the hot springs at the Dragon Spa Hotel? You promised me that you would go out with me, once the matter of the resettlement house was settled. Tang Hong reminded in annoyance. Zhu Yang was dumbfounded when he heard this. After Tang Hong's reminder, Zhu Yang reacted. It seemed like he did say something like that. However, at that time, it was just to cope with her. It didn't occur to him that she would still remember it so clearly after almost 2 months had passed. Tang Hong, this. Zhu Yang was a bit hesitant and glanced at Zhang Zixi with his afterglow again. The matter of this girl in front of him had not yet been dealt with. And another Tang Hong came. He really did not have the energy to deal with these things. This what? These days, you're deliberately avoiding me, aren't you, after utilizing me? You're going to cross the river and tear down the bridge. Where was Tang Hong willing to give Zhu Yang the chance to backtrack? She pressed on step by step, which is not true. You've got it wrong. Aren't you busy with other things these days? Zhu Yang didn't want to get into a deadlock with Tang Hong yet, and on the side of Mountain River Group. He was still counting on her to pry some news. He quickly made an excuse. Fine, I believe you. Come over now. I want to see you. Tang Hong's sneering voice came out from the cell phone. Obviously, she didn't believe in what Zhu Yang said. Now, Zhu Yang hesitated. To tell you something about the Mountain River Group. Come if you like. Tang Hong looked like whatever. Go, of course I'll go. You're looking for me for something. Can I not go? You send me the location. Upon hearing that it was about the Mountain River Group, Zhu Yang was instantly energized. He could find excuses to shrug off other things, but if it was about Mountain River Group, how could he not go? Even if Tang Hong set a mountain of daggers and seas of fire, he would still have to go through it. After saying that, he immediately hung up his cell phone because he saw Zhang Zixi walking towards his side. Just after putting down his cell phone, Zhang Zixi had already walked behind him. What, something at work? Zhang Zixi's face seemed a bit unhappy. Well, a call from a client. I'm going out for a trip soon. Look, Zhu Yang had the intention of evicting the client. From this perspective, this call from Tang Hong came in a timely manner. It's okay, I've been out for quite a long time. It's time for me to go back, so you can get busy with your own business. Don't worry about me. Zhang Zixi acted very reasonable. All right, then be careful on your way back. I won't keep you. Zhu Yang nodded towards Zhang Zixi, then was about to walk towards the parking spot. Zhu Yang. Zhang Zixi suddenly called out to him again. Zhu Yang turned back and looked at Zhang Zixi, waiting for her to say the words that followed, that. There's something I'd like to ask for your help in a few days. Zhang Zixi looked a little hesitant, but finally said it. What is it? Zhu Yang instantly tensed up. He was afraid that she would propose something that would make things difficult for him again. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, it won't make things difficult for you, and it's not a bad thing. So don't worry about it. Zhang Zixi could see the change in Zhu Yang's expression and hurriedly explained. All right, then we'll talk about it when the time comes. Since Zhang Zixi didn't want to talk about it for the time being, Zhu Yang didn't have the need to pursue the matter. This girl was also a different person for a while. Maybe what she thought of now, she would forget in a couple of days, seeing Zhu Yang agreeing. Zhang Zixi once again put a smile on her face. She waved her hand towards Zhu Yang, then went to the curb and called a cab, leaving one step ahead of him. Zhu Yang watched Zhang Zixi leave and was finally slightly relieved. He didn't stay any longer and got into his car, following the location map provided by Tang Hong, and drove straight there. Upon arriving at the place, he realized that the place Tang Hong had booked was a hotel room. I had the intention not to go upstairs, but thinking of what Tang Hong said, I could only go up. Arriving at the door of the guest room, he just wanted to knock on the door, but found that the door was actually hidden, obviously. Tang Hong was sure that he would come and deliberately left the door open. Zhu Yang pushed open the door and slowly walked in. There was no one in the guest room, and only the sound of rushing water could be heard coming from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, the figure of a woman bathing was vaguely visible. He hurriedly wanted to exit. However, Tang Hong's voice was already coming from the bathroom. You're here. It'll be done soon. Wait for me. Okay, there's no rush, Zhu Yang answered awkwardly. then chose to sit down on the windowed single sofa away from the bathroom, casually picking up a magazine on the coffee table and flipping through it absent-mindedly. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped and the glass sliding door was pushed open. Jiang turned his head to look over, only to see Tang Hong wrapped in a white lightweight bathrobe, the curves of her body vaguely visible under the light. Obviously, she was in a vacuum. Jiang hurriedly turned his head and pretended to look through the magazine in his hand again. Tang Hong, however, didn't care about being naked as she held a dry towel and wiped her long, slightly curly hair with water droplets. "Come over and do me a favor, blow dry my hair for me." Tang Hong was already sitting in front of the mirror while the hair dryer was placed on the dresser. This Jiang was a little hesitant. "What's wrong? You want even help with this little favor. You don't want to know about the Mountain River Group." Tang Hong didn't look at Jiang more than once and said while straightening her hair, hearing Tang Hong say that. Jiang was a bit helpless in his heart, he thought. Isn't it just blowing out his hair? Could Tang Hong still eat him up? Thinking clearly about all this, he put down the magazine in his hand and got up to walk behind her. First, he glanced at Tang Hong in the mirror, then picked up the hairdryer and pressed the switch. A hot breeze blew out as the hairdryer rattled. Jiang ruffled Tang Hong's hair with one hand, while the other shook the hairdryer rhythmically. The scent of the shower gel on her body kept burrowing into Jiang's nose. He had to admit that Tang Hong was a woman of taste. Other than that, just the scent of the shower gel she chose smelled very good. Looking in the mirror again, he could only see Tang Hong with her eyes slightly closed, seemingly quite enjoying the service that Jiang had brought to her. Looking downwards along her face, the 2 bumps on her chest were very obvious because of the water stains on her body that had soaked her pajamas. With just a glance, Jiang hastily averted his gaze and hurriedly lowered his head. However, if he didn't lower his head, it was fine, but once he did, his eyes directly drilled through the collar of his shirt, giving him an almost unobstructed view of the great scenery. Jiang no longer knew where to look. It took about 10 minutes to finally blow dry Tang Hong's hair. These 10 minutes were nothing short of an ordeal for Jiang. Turning off the hair dryer, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and prepared to sit back in the sofa again. Looking good, Tang Hong opened her eyes at this time and inexplicably said, "Ah, what?" Jiang froze for a moment. "What did you say? Don't pretend with me," saying this. Tang Hong looked down towards her breasts. "Chi. What's with that? If you don't have anything serious to say, I want to accompany you," revealed. Jiang was a bit embarrassed and made a move to leave. Where did he intentionally want to see this? What's wrong with looking at it out of a man's instinct when you intentionally made such a mess? Heh, Tang Hong snorted coldly and said, "You're quite stubborn, just look. It's not like him not letting you look. And him not blaming you. Why are you still anxious, even if you go straight to your hands? I won't say anything about you." Jiang was made somewhat speechless by Tang Hong. It was really rare to see a woman with a flavor like this. And Jiang felt that he couldn't handle it. He turned around and was about to leave. "Do you really not want to know about the Mountain River Group?" Seeing that Jiang was about to leave again, Tang Hong took out the matter of Mountain River Group to talk about it. Jiang instinctively stopped in his tracks. "Ha, Jiang, I've noticed now that you seem to be very interested in the Mountain River Group's affairs." "Is there a reason for that?" Tang Hong laughed out loud as she stared at Jiang's face, looking as if she was reading his mind. He, are you kidding? Mountain River Group is such a big company. Isn't it wrong to pay a little attention to it? Isn't this also for me to make more money?" Jiang was shocked in his heart. Could it be that during his time with Tang Hong, which sentence he said was wrong, or which question he asked too much that made her suspicious? He hastily found an excuse that seemed to be acceptable. Who knew? Tang Hong let out another cold laugh. "Jiang, you take me, Tang Hong, for a fool, don't you? If you wanted to make money for so many years, your company wouldn't be the size it is now, and although I don't know your purpose, You're definitely not looking to make more money. Tang Hong spoke with great certainty. She stared straight at Jiang with a smile on her face. Jiang shook his head slightly. Tang Hong, you're fucking sick. Purposely calling me here and finally saying such things to me. You think it's interesting? Jiang feigned anger and glared angrily at Tang Hong. He couldn't let Tang Hong see that he had something else in mind. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave in a few days. The city is going to hold a commendation meeting for Shan Group, and Zhang Zhiguo is going to personally attend. When Zhu Yang was about to walk to the door, Tang Hong suddenly spoke. Zhu Yang's hand was already on the doorknob and stopped again when he heard Tang Hong's words. He turned back to look at Tang Hong. He only saw Tang Hong with a smug look on her face, as if she had guessed that Zhu Yang would turn around. What did you say? You mean to say that Mayor Zhang Zhiguo is going to attend the commendation meeting? Zhu Yang looked at Tang Hong with a surprised face. A large corporation could not develop in a city without the support of the government departments. However, for a mayor to personally attend a company's commendation meeting was enough to show that the mayor's relationship with this company was not simple. Zhu Yang immediately thought to himself, if Mountain River Group was growing so fast, could it have something to do with this mayor? I told you. You're interested in the Mountain River Group's affairs, and you still won't admit it. Tang Hong stared at Zhu Yang's eyes, seemingly catching his handle, and smiled again. All right. Even if I'm interested in the Mountain River Group's affairs, that's all right, isn't it? Tell me, what's going on here? Zhu Yang didn't care about Tang Hong's speculations anymore as he returned and sat down on the sofa. He was sure Tang Hong didn't know what he wanted to do. He wanted to know the most detailed things. Tang Hong, on the contrary, wasn't in a hurry at all. She unhurriedly fished out a tube of lipstick from her bag and carefully applied it. Zhu Yang stared at Tang Hong in the mirror, trying his best to control his emotions and not look too anxious. It took Tang Hong 2 minutes to finally apply the lipstick. She pursed her upper and lower lips to even out the lipstick. Zhu Yang, what do you think of this color? Will it be too red? She carefully surveyed herself in the mirror. Zhu Yang obviously didn't realize what Tang Hong was saying. What? Thinking about what? I'm asking you. Will this lipstick of mine be too red? Tang Hong glared at Zhu Yang through the mirror. Oh no, it's quite good. It complements your skin tone. Zhu Yang's attention finally fell on Tang Hong's face, although it was perfunctory. But what was said was also the truth. The big red lipstick did set off Tang Hong's complexion more fair. Really? Then I'll be wearing this color number from now on. Tang Hong capped the lid of the lipstick and threw it into her bag. Then began to look in the mirror again. Don't be a stinker first, talking business with you. What exactly is the relationship between Liang Shan and Zhang Zhiguo? Why did Zhang Zhiguo stand up for Liang Shan? Zhu Yang was about to run out of patience. There's no relationship. The resettlement housing project is a government livelihood project. Isn't it normal for the project to be completed successfully in Zhang Zhiguo? On behalf of the government, to praise the construction unit, the more anxious Zhu Yang was, the less anxious Tang Hong was. Is it really that simple? Zhu Yang didn't believe what Tang Hong said at all. If it was really that simple. There was no need for Tang Hong to specifically call him over for a trip. There's one more thing. Zhang Zhiguo will personally announce at the commendation meeting that the elevated ring road project in Sanjiang City will be given to Shan Group for construction. Tang Hong looked like she had just remembered. Zhu Yang looked at her suspiciously. This news was not new to him. Tang Hong had already told him about it more than a week ago. It was announced by Zhang Zhiguo himself at the commendation meeting. And it seemed that the bidding process was over. No more. Zhu Yang felt that Tang Hong must know something else. Only she was not willing to tell herself yet. There's more. This commendation assembly is for the resettlement housing community. Wang Xiyang has kinda done something personnel-wise. He proposed for you to attend this assembly as well. Tang Hong was like squeezing toothpaste, uttering another thing. Let me participate as well. That's not true. Is it? What am I doing attending such a meeting? Zhu Yang, was not the least bit interested in this kind of meeting. Why do you think? What a great opportunity to show your face in front of the leaders, so that if there are any more PR cases in the future, will they not think of you first? Tang Hong had a look of hatred. Zhu Yang listened to Tang Hong's words and fell into deep thought. However, what he was considering was not the matter of showing his face in front of the leaders. What he was considering was the fact that by attending such a commendation meeting, he was able to take a closer look at Liang Shan and Jiang to see if he could tell how close they were from their simple conversation. Looking at the things that had unfolded around the Shan group and the Three Rivers Bank, he always felt that there was still a link missing inside. What exactly was this link? He had never been able to figure it out. Now, all of a sudden, he felt that he had a clue. And if he took the government departments into consideration, it seemed that all the circumstances would make sense. And as the city government was the biggest department for economic development, would the head of this city government be somewhat related to the Mountain River Group? Zhu Yang was a bit lost in thought, thinking about what, talking to you, seeing Zhu Yang's mute face. Tang Hong glared at him. Oh, nothing, I was thinking, is a small person like me qualified to stand with the mayor? Zhu Yang came back to his senses as he made up a random excuse. PFFD, Tang Hong burst out laughing all of a sudden. Then she said, I haven't seen you that timid. Even Zheng Gang's head dared to open up. Are you still afraid of meeting a mayor? Don't worry about it. He's not a three-headed man. How, listening to you, you're quite familiar with Zhang Zhiguo. Zhu Yang suddenly looked up at Tang Hong. Tang Hong, who was still looking smug just now, was immediately stunned for a moment when she heard Zhu Yang's words. However, she quickly regained her composure. With a slight smile, she said, I can't say him very familiar. I've seen him a few times in the company. Really, Zhu Yang was still staring at Tang Hong's face. He somewhat didn't quite believe what she said, and immediately asked, Are you saying that Zhang Zhiguo often goes to your company? It seems like he's still on good terms with Liang Shan. This thing between the two of them, how would I know? Tang Hong appeared to stammer. Every time Zhang Zhiguo goes to your company. What is it usually about? Zhu Yang wasn't going to let go of this topic and asked another follow-up question. Are you finished? I've already said that I don't know about the two of them. Tang Hong suddenly raised her voice. Looking impatient after saying this, she felt that she had lost her temper, and after taking a breath, she continued, We haven't seen each other for so many days. It's not easy to meet. Can we talk about something else? Can we not mention them? Tang Hong frowned, sort of making an excuse for her loss of composure. Zhu Yang looked at her and sighed in his heart. He could tell that Tang Hong was definitely hiding something from him if he wanted to get some news out of her. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a simple matter to be able to get her to actually talk. He was afraid that he would need to be with her. This was the last step Zhu Yang was willing to take if he wanted to get more information from Tang Hong. It seemed that he would have to take his time and not rush, so as not to be counterproductive, thinking of this. He didn't say anything else but fished out cigarettes from his pocket, first tossing one to Tang Hong before lighting one himself. Cigarettes have a role to play, that is, when the conversation falls into embarrassment, smoke a cigarette. Can ease the awkward atmosphere. Sure enough, this time Tang Hong didn't refuse. She put the cigarette on her mouth, got up and walked to the other side of the coffee table and sat down next to the sofa, reached out for Zhu Yang's lighter and lit the cigarette. After taking 2 puffs and exhaling deeply, Tang Hong's entire face was shrouded in a cloud of light gray smoke. Even so close, Zhu Yang could not see the expression on her face, nor could he see through her mind. After a moment's reprieve, Tang Hong leisurely said, Zhu Yang, if one day you know something bad about me, will you still choose to accept me? As she said this, Tang Hong looked at Zhu Yang with a forlorn face and lost eyes. Zhu Yang froze for a moment. There had been rumors outside that she had an unclear relationship with Liang Shan. Could she be talking about this matter, having known Tang Hong for so long? She had never mentioned this topic. Suddenly saying so today, on the contrary, made Zhu Yang a bit surprised. All people have times when they have no choice. Perhaps you are the same with your own helplessness. Jiang said something ambiguous. How could he not have spent these years in helplessness and necessity? He felt that perhaps Tang Hong also had her own hardships. However, he couldn't give Tang Hong a definite answer. Not to mention whether Tang Hong had that kind of history. Even if she didn't, a woman like her wasn't his favorite type. And if he didn't want to use her, he wouldn't have approached her at all. Heh, it's really quite hard to hear a word of certainty from you. Are you not even willing to say a word to coax me? Tang Hong let out a bitter laugh. Jiang wanted to explain. You don't need to explain. I understand what you're thinking. In case you can't accept me, I also understand. This is my own fault. I can't blame anyone else. After saying this, Tang Hong lowered her head, took a deep drag on her cigarette, then swallowed it down along with the smoke and the tears in her heart. Looking at Tang Hong's appearance, Yu Yang's heart also felt quite bad. However, he didn't know what to say to comfort her. The room was a bit dull. No one said anything, and both of them kept smoking cigarettes. After a cigarette was finished, Tang Hong pressed the cigarette out in the ashtray, then turned her head to look at Zhu Yang and continued. The city government has come with a deputy mayor, Meng Jingbo, who can't pee in the same pot as Zhang Zhiguo. Zhang Zhiguo wants to hand over the Ring Road elevated project to the Shan group, and I'm afraid that he will jump out to oppose it. Zhu Yang was stunned for a moment. Tang Hong had changed the topic too quickly, hadn't she? What the mayor decided and went through the bidding process. I'm afraid he's a bit out of his depth if he, a deputy mayor on a posting, wants to oppose it, right? Yu Yang felt that it was really too difficult for this Meng Jingbo to oppose the decision made by Zhang Zhiguo. How could he, an outsider, fight against Zhang Zhiguo? According to his understanding, this Zhang Zhiguo had been deeply cultivating in Sanjiang City for many years, and it was really not an easy thing to shake his position. What's wrong with being a hanging deputy mayor? Do you think that if people don't have a little bit of relationship and background, they can just casually come over to hang around? Tang Hong let out a sneer. Zhu Yang froze again. He suddenly realized that his understanding of the official ecology was not as good as that of a woman. With a bitter smile, he asked again, "Why are you telling me this?" Hearing this, Tang Hong stared at Zhu Yang for a while, as if she was looking at a strange person. "Are you not interested in this information?" Tang Hong looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Zhu Yang was instantly a bit weak. He admitted in his heart that the news Tang Hong was talking about might indeed be of some use to him. "All right, no matter if these news are useful or useless to you. I've told you anyway, if you think it's not useful. Just consider it as a gossip and listen to it casually. Anyway, the struggle at the top level really doesn't have much to do with us." Tang Hong looked indifferent. Zhu Yang looked at her, not knowing what to say for a moment. "All right. I've finished saying what I should or shouldn't say. It's time to go back." Saying this, Tang Hong got up and walked over to the bedside, pulling off the strap of her robe, ready to start changing her clothes, not caring that Zhu Yang was still sitting on the sofa. "That's it for now then. There are still things to do at the company. I'll go back first." Zhu Yang got up in a hurry, not waiting for Tang Hong to untie her robe, and had already walked quickly to the door. "Goon, old lady doubts. Are you a man or not?" Tang Hong turned her head and glared fiercely at Zhu Yang. Where did Zhu Yang care to pay attention to her? He hurriedly pulled open the door and fled as if he was leaving. Zhu Yang almost fled back to the car. His mind was still reeling with the images from earlier. Who could stand up to such a woman? I'm afraid a man wouldn't be able to jerk off the fire. "Right, fuck." Zhu Yang cursed angrily in his heart and lit another cigarette to ease his emotions. After half a cigarette, his mood finally calmed down a bit. The cell phone suddenly rang again. He thought it was still Tang Hong's call, and he couldn't help but feel another pang of tension in his heart. Took it out of his pocket to see that it was actually Wang Xiyang who called. Unwilling to have too much interaction with such a person, however, after thinking about it for a while, he still picked up, thinking that he must be about to say something about the commendation meeting. "Hello, Mr. Wang, how are you?" Jiang greeted politely. "Damn it, every time you are so polite with me. I really can't stand you bunch of cultured people." As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Xiyang's catchphrase came out from inside. Jiang knew that this was his mantra, and although he was unhappy in his heart, he couldn't say anything. With a soft, awkward smile, he did not follow Wang's words down the line, but asked, "Mr. Wang calling me." "What's the matter? Damn, you're still like this." Wang Xiyang seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Zhu Yang's literal way of speaking. However, he immediately added, "Forget it. I'll tell you one thing, in a couple of days. Mayor Jiang is going to the resettlement housing community. I've reported your name as well." How's that? When brothers enough fun, right? Wang Xiyang was really talking about the commendation meeting. "Well, thank you, Mr. Wang," Zhu Yang casually replied. Listening to you, it seems like you already know about this." Wang was a bit strange, and soon he figured out the reason for this and continued, "Look at me. How could I forget about this? Tang Hong, that woman is your classmate. She will definitely tell you first." I didn't expect Wang Xiyang to think of this relationship right away. However, he seemed to be quite critical of Tang Hong. Zhu Yang's heart was slightly surprised. It seemed that although Wang Xiyang was a big old man, however, he was not a fool. And to be able to be seen by Liang Shan, and to be the vice president of the company, he must not be all a brainless person. In the future, when dealing with such a person, it was better to keep an eye out. Mr. Wang, you really guessed it, but she also told me that it was you who strongly recommended me to participate in this commendation meeting. So thank you, Mr. Wang, for giving me this opportunity. Zhu Yang hurriedly counted this favor on Wang Xiyang's head. Regardless of what he actually thought in his heart, the surface work had to be done. Heck. This is all a small matter. Once he heard Zhu Yang's words, Wang Xiyang was in a really good mood and burst into a fit of laughter. No matter what kind of person it was, they probably liked to hear good words. After saying this, Wang Xiyang continued, "Zhu Yang, don't blame your buddy for not reminding you. Tang Hong, this woman is not simple. You'd better stay away from her. Or else, how you'll be unlucky in the future, you may not even know." Wang Xiyang suddenly talked about this matter. This made Zhu Yang a bit surprised. He didn't rush to speak, first taking a drag on his cigarette, then quickly digesting the meaning of Wang Xiyang's words. A moment later, Zhu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Wang, do you have some misunderstanding? Tang Hong and I are just classmates. There's really nothing else. Besides, I also know that Tang Hong is Mr. Liang's woman, so I don't dare to think about it even if I don't know the sky and the earth." Since Wang Xiyang took the initiative to talk about this matter, Zhu Yang followed his words to the bottom. He wanted to test the waters and see what Wang Xiyang would say, as much as possible. He did not say his words as bluntly as possible. However, he was certain that Wang must have understood what he meant. What? Tang Hong is my big brother's woman? How is this possible? Who did you hear that from? Wang Xiyang was astonished. Mr. Liang is a big boss. It's normal for outsiders to be interested in his private life. Rich people nowadays, who doesn't have a few women outside. It's not even a matter. Zhu Yang didn't understand the meaning of Wang Xiyang's words, and intentionally made this kind of thing insignificant. No, heck, this is a rumor. Things aren't like this at all. Tang Hong the bitch is clearly halfway through his sentence. Wang suddenly realized that he had lost his words, and the words that followed were left unsaid. What happened to Tang Hong? Zhu Yang was depressed when he saw Wang Xiyang say half of what he said. It was obvious that he was going to say something right away. But why did he stop? Could it be that the person behind Tang Hong really wasn't Liang Shan? If it wasn't Liang Shan, who could it be? Zhu Yang followed up with another question. Oh, nothing. Wang Xiyang never mentioned what he just said again. He denied it in a hurry and then said, "Brother, you just need to know that Tang Hong is not a simple woman. Just don't get too close to her in the future. Don't ask too many questions about other things." Zhu Yang was a little disappointed. However, he still nodded and said, "Mr. Wang, don't worry. I really don't have anything with Tang Hong. Yang said something against his will. If Wang knew that just now, Tang Hong was almost about to be honest with him. I wonder if his glasses would fall to the ground in shock. All right, just know the difference. Wang obviously didn't want to continue this topic. Okay, then let's start with this. On the day of the commendation meeting, remember to come early. After saying this, he also said that when he was free, he would go to a private dining hall for dinner together, and only then did he hang up the phone. Mentioning the private kitchen, Yang couldn't help but think of that gorgeous private kitchen owner's wife again. It was only a momentary thing in his mind, and his thoughts went back to Tang Hong, listening to Wang Xiyang. He was basically sure that Tang Hong was not Liang Shan's woman, based on his understanding of Liang Shan. Although he wasn't a womanizer, he wasn't a decent man either, if a woman as seductive as Tang Hong was in the company. Could Liang Shan really not be moved at all? The fact that Tang Hong could sit in the position of director of marketing could not be denied that part of it was Tang Hong's ability. But Yang felt that a bigger part of the reason was the man behind Tang Hong. What kind of man could make Liang Shan give such a big face? One must know that the director of marketing in a real estate company was definitely an important position. Yang thought his head through, but there was no result. Wang Xiyang was right in saying that this Tang Hong was definitely not an ordinary person, and that he must be careful in every way when he got along with her in the future, with her being able to perceive that she is approaching Shan Group with another purpose. It is enough to show that this woman is not ordinary. If this woman wanted to ruin her own business, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang immediately felt a chill down his spine before Tang Hong's matter could be clarified. The next day, Yang received a call from Zixi first. She wanted to ask Yang to meet her. Yang thought to himself, this Zixi goes to work. Is she so free, not knowing much about the nature of her work? He didn't dare to comment on it. He was really a bit scared to meet with this girl, so he had the intention to refuse on the grounds that he was busy at work. But before Yang could say anything, Zixi seemed to understand his mind and said that he had to come out because he promised that he would do her a favor. This made it really hard for Yang to refuse. Asking her what exactly was the matter, she, however, refused to say, saying that everything would wait until they met, following a place provided by Zixi. Yang drove over. It was the entrance of a restaurant. From afar, he saw Zixi standing at the entrance of the restaurant, stretching her neck and looking towards the roadside. Today's Zixi was dressed in a casual outfit. White sweater, dark blue women's jeans, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet, and when she stood towards the entrance of the restaurant, her slender figure hardened her body compared to the welcoming lady at the entrance. She also tied up her hair and braided it into a twisted braid. Youthfulness came out. Yang would smile before he even got out of the car. Beauty is something that everyone likes. It always makes people happy physically and mentally. Zixi saw Yang's car drive over, jumping and trotting over, just like a happy little white rabbit. She knocked on the passenger window glass and waved her hand towards Yang with a smile. Hi, Boss Yu, how are you? Another habitual greeting. Yang nodded towards her, parked the car and walked over. Zixi, what are you up to? Making it mysterious. Yang looked at Zixi's appearance and didn't know whether to complain. Or should he be helpless? Hey, you'll know when you go in later. Saying this, Zixi reached out and pulled Yang's arm. About to walk inside, Yang hastily took a step back. Zixi, make it clear, if not, it'll go back. The more mysterious Zixi made it, the more bottomless Yang's heart became. This, actually, I came over today as a blind date, or my father arranged. I simply do not want. You act as my boyfriend. Help me cope with it. It seems not to say it is not possible, Zixi said stiffly. After saying that, she even gave Yang a worried look. Yang's eyes went wide. Had he known that it was something like this, he definitely wouldn't have come. What was going on here? Seeing the change in Yang's expression, Zixi hurriedly explained. This is all arranged by my father. He doesn't care about my happiness at all. He only thinks about his career path. The blind date is the grandson of a retired provincial leader. Isn't this a marriage? I'm the one who doesn't want it. Jiang Zixi simply told the whole truth after she finished speaking. Her eyes were all aggrieved. Looking at Jiang Zixi, Jiang suddenly sympathized with her a bit, born in such a family. It seems that you can get good resources and have favorable living conditions, but there are a lot of things that you can't help. Take marriage for example. How much power do you have to make your own decisions? Sighing, Jiang said. What do I do later? You don't have to do anything. Just follow me in. Just show up and I'll tell him that I already have a boyfriend. And you'll be considered to have successfully completed your mission, seeing Jiang willing to help. Jiang Zixi was overjoyed. Is it really that simple? Jiang's heart still had some concerns. Well, it's that simple. Seemingly afraid that Jiang would back out, Jiang Zixi nodded her head affirmatively in a hurry. Okay, then, I'll follow you to fool around a little bit. The words have been said to this point, even if you don't agree. I'm afraid it won't work. Hey, I knew you would agree. You have the best heart. Jiang Zixi smiled and was about to take Jiang's arm. What are you doing? What's wrong with all this? Why do you like to move your hands? Jiang wanted to shake off her hand. Aya, we have to act like we are in a play. Otherwise, how will people believe it? Said Jiang Zixi. Holding Jiang's arm tighter, Jiang helplessly glanced at Jiang Zixi. Maybe what she said had a little bit of truth. But that didn't exclude her from having another idea. Since she had agreed to pose as her boyfriend, she did have to act like one. Walking into the restaurant, there weren't many people inside, and from afar, he saw a person wearing a loose sweater, with slightly longer hair, and a literary young man's appearance. Sitting by the window in a grungy manner, the sunlight shines right through the window on his body. He lazily flipped through the magazine in his hand. It seemed to be completely immersed in his own world. Is that the dude? Jiang pointed with his chin to the literary youth not far away. He couldn't associate the word blind date with this person. Jiang Zixi fished out her cell phone from her bag, opened the photo album, found a photo, compared it with the artistic youth, and then nodded. Yes, that's him. All right, go over there. Jiang was a bit interested in this person. Ah, this is going over. I'm suddenly a bit scared. Jiang Zixi temporarily wimped out instead. Where had she ever been on a blind date with anyone? Moreover, she even brought a fake boyfriend with her. This was probably the most outrageous thing she had ever done. In the past, her life had always followed her parents' plan, moving forward step by step, ever since she met Jiang. That heart started to become unruly. However, when it came time to really take this step, she was a little hesitant instead. What, scared? If you're scared, it's not too late to back out now. I'll retreat right away. Jiang looked at Jiang Zixi's appearance and felt funny in his heart. Originally, she didn't have the guts, but she preferred to do something so exciting. No, you can't leave. What will I do if you leave? Jiang Zixi was instantly anxious. She pulled Jiang stiffly and walked over. Hello, Xiao Ziyotang, right? Jiang Zixi stood opposite the literary youth and asked first. It was only at this time that Xiao Ziyotang's gaze lifted from the magazine. He first glanced at Jiang Zixi and then at Jiang, probably already understanding what was going on. You're Jiang Zixi, he. It seems that today's matter is a bit interesting. Xiao Ziyotang let out a laugh. However, he didn't seem to be angry. Should we change seats? It seems like we can't sit here. Xiao Ziyotang was originally sitting in a two-person seat. He probably didn't expect this to happen either. No, it's only a few words. I'll leave after I finish. Jiang Zixi wasn't even interested in sitting down. Fine, go ahead, I'm all ears. Xiao Ziyotang put down the magazine in her hand and clasped her hands in front of her chest with a serious listening expression. Seeing Xiao Ziyotang so calm, Jiang Zixi instead became a little nervous. She looked at Xiao Ziyotang, took a breath, and then said, Today's blind date. It's all my father's idea. I already have a boyfriend. And I'm not willing to come at all. Jiang Zixi made things clear in one sentence. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhao Ziyuatang, waiting for him to make a statement. Finished, is that all? Zhao Ziyuatang stared at Jiang Zixi and asked. Yeah, what do you think? Jiang Zixi stared at Zhao Ziyuatang with big stubborn eyes. Hey, you're saying it with a straight face. I came all the way from the provincial city to make a trip, and you dismiss me with a single sentence. Do you think it can be justified? Zhao Ziyuatang looked like he refused to let Jiang Zixi off the hook. Big deal. I'll compensate you for the fare. Is that okay? Jiang Zixi looked like a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Gee, easy for you to say. Do you think I care about a few $100s of car fare if you don't agree? It doesn't matter. You told me earlier. It's not that I can't accept it. But you let me run all the way and give a few $100s just to get rid of it. It's not that simple, is it? Zhao Ziyuatang had a stern face and looked at Jiang Zixi with an angry expression. No, then what do you want? Jiang Zixi knew that she was at a disadvantage, but with things having come to this, she could only grit her teeth and persevere. She wouldn't mind if losing some money could solve this matter. What do I want this? Zhao Ziyuatang was obviously a little hesitant. I'm afraid that even he didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. He really didn't know what to do. He turned back towards the surroundings for a moment, and finally his eyes fell on the wine cabinet next to the restaurant, smiled slightly, and said, Why don't we do it this way? You go and choose a bottle of wine and drink it on the spot. And today's matter, even if it didn't happen, what do you think, Zhao Ziyuatang teasingly looked at Jiang Zixi. Jiang Zixi was instantly furious, and her face turned red. The wine in the wine cabinet could all be high-level liquor. Any bottle of it would make her drunk on the spot. The key wasn't even about drinking. This was a bit bullying. She didn't expect that such a literary youth, like Zhao Ziyuatang, would be able to do such a thing, brother. It's a bit bullying when you do this, without waiting for Jiang Zixi's words to come out. Jiang stood out. Originally, he had agreed with Jiang Zixi that he didn't need to speak after he came in, just show his face. However, seeing Zhao Ziyuatang being such a bully, would he still be a man if he really didn't say a word? Bullying ill bully people. What can you do, Zhao Ziyuatang finally shifted his gaze to Jiang, HMPH. Jiang snorted coldly and said, Zhao Ziyuatang, right, don't think that just because your family has a bit of background, others won't dare to do anything to you. If you really dare to bully people, it'll beat the hell out of you just the same. Jiang's eyes turned cold. He pulled Jiang Zixi behind him, ready to make a move against Zhao Ziyuatang at any time. Zhao Ziyuatang had a calm face as he met Jiang's gaze and locked eyes up. PFFD, suddenly, Zhao Ziyuatang laughed. Jiang Zixi and Jiang were dumbfounded, not knowing what this kid was suddenly mad about, looking at the two of them with confused faces. Zhao Ziyuatang laughed even louder, and in the end, he even laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Zhao Ziyuatang, what are you smoking, stupid? Jiang Zixi exchanged a glance with Jiang, and then landed her gaze on Zhao Ziyuatang's body again. She really couldn't figure out what was so funny about Zhao Ziyuatang. After a long while, Zhao Ziyuatang finally stopped laughing. He waved his hand and looked at Jiang Zixi with a smirk on his face, saying, no more, it's too funny. Before I came here, I heard from my grandfather that you, Jiang Zixi, are a well-behaved girl, but I never thought that you'd be even more deviant than I am. One sentence made Jiang Zixi a little embarrassed. The previous her was indeed such a person. This time was probably the craziest thing she had ever done. She really didn't know how angry she would be if things were known by her father. Zhao Ziyuatang smiled again and continued. Actually, I'm also against this kind of political marriage. I'm not interested in the career path at all. Besides, I have a girlfriend of my own, and a blind date is just to cope with my family. After saying that, Zhao Ziyuatang laughed again. What, you have a girlfriend? It was Jiang Zixi's turn to be dumbfounded. Yes, that's right. I have a girlfriend, however. Am not as bold as you are to bring my boyfriend on a blind date. Just now I intentionally joked with you. Don't pay attention to it if I really let you drink. Am afraid that your boyfriend will beat me up so much that I won't be able to get out of Sanjiang City today. It turned out that Zhao Ziyuatang was joking just now. After hearing Zhao Ziyuatang's explanation, Zhang Zixi was relieved. At the same time, her heart was gorgeous, embarrassed. She glanced at Jiang. There was a boy who was willing to stand up for her in a fight. So of course she was happy in her heart. At this time, Zhao Ziyuatang continued, actually, when I came to Sanjiang City, my girlfriend followed me, only, he wanted to say, only that he didn't have the courage to bring his girlfriend to a blind date. All right, then we are considered even. After we go home, we will tell our parents that neither of us have eyes for each other. So that's it for today. Let's go first. Zhang Zixi was relieved and prepared to leave. Don't since we met. It's also a kind of fate. I'm about to play around with my girlfriend. She's in the neighborhood. Why don't I ask her to come over? Let's all get acquainted, and the two of you will show us around. Zhao Ziyuatang's eyes were surprisingly full of anticipation. It could be seen that he was also a person who was quite fond of having fun, since there was such a magical bond. If it ended like this, it always felt unfulfilling. He was worthy of being a literary youth. The cells in his brain were just different from others. This Zhang Zixi was a little hesitant. All right, don't hesitate. It's decided, without waiting for Zhang Zixi to agree. Zhao Ziyuatang had already picked up the phone and dialed a number. Zhang Zixi thought again on second thought. This was also a good thing, if Zhao Ziyuatang hadn't arranged this. He thought that after leaving the restaurant, Jiang would have to leave. If he had promised Zhao Ziyuatang, Jiang would not be able to find a reason to leave. While thinking about this in his mind, a girl with a duffel bag appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. As soon as Zhang Zixi looked at her, she could tell that she was in the same category as Zhao Ziyuatang. This was a literary young lady. Soon, the girl had walked over. She didn't say a word. She just stood quietly by Zhao Ziyuatang's side. Come, let me introduce you guys. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Mai. Zhang Zixi and Jiang hurriedly greeted Xiao Mei. Afterwards, Zhang Zixi introduced Jiang to them as well, looking at Zhao Ziyuatang and Xiao Mei who were standing together. This was a real couple. Jiang's heart could not help but sigh. Was it really a good thing for parents to completely disregard the feelings of their juniors and insist on arranging their lives? However, choosing to be with someone like Zhao Ziyuatang, Xiao Mei's future path would not necessarily be smooth sailing. But who can say clearly about feelings? If everything was calculated clearly, feelings wouldn't be feelings anymore. The four of them had discussed to go out for a stroll together. However, Zhao Ziyuatang and Xiao Mei didn't have any idea on where to go. They weren't very familiar with Sanjiang City. They didn't know where to have fun at all. Zhang Zixi looked like she didn't care. As long as she could be with Jiang, she could go anywhere. In the end, it could only be Jiang's idea. After thinking about it for a while, there wasn't much point in going to those commercial streets. The commercial atmosphere was too thick. And the whole country was more or less the same, nothing new. He thought of a few people simply go to Ping, who boating. Autumn high and cool, the place by the mountains and water, the air should be good, where the tone is also afraid of Zhao Ziyuatang and Xiao Mei's taste. A couple of people agreed at once. 4 people a car, Jiang driving to Ping Hu, an hour or so. A few people arrived at the destination. It was the late fall season. Standing by the lake, the level was like a mirror, and the occasional waterfowl that swept by caused ripples on the water surface. Next to the level lake is a stone mountain. The mountain vegetation is dense, mainly maple and ginkgo trees. This season, the maple leaves red all over the mountain. Ginkgo leaves bright golden. From a distance, it looks like an oil painting. Zhao Ziyuatang and Xiao Mei, who came here for the first time, froze at that time. They didn't think that there was such a beautiful place in Sanjiang City. For a while, they actually didn't know whether to go boating or climbing first. Zhang Zixi was like a bird out of the cage. Cheering around Jiang, Zhao Ziyuatang, The two of us don't care about you guys. We'll start moving around freely now. And we'll contact you by phone when we go back. After saying this, without waiting for Zhao Ziyang to say anything, he pulled Jiang to go boating. There was an owner on the shore who operated a rubber boat, and they quickly went through the formalities. Watching Jiang nimbly waving the oars as the boat headed towards the middle of the lake, Jiang Zixi jumped at the chance. Where had she ever played with this kind of thing? Always rowing with Jiang could not get on a rhythm. The rubber boat rocked around on the lake, but just couldn't move forward. Jiang Zixi, however, refused to admit that it was her problem and cheered, telling Jiang to follow her rhythm. At first, Jiang taught her a little, but then he could see that she was just fooling around. After thinking about it for a while, she just came out to play anyway, so just let her be. A burst of crisp laughter came from the lake. It was Jiang Zixi's happy laughter. It seemed that a good mood was contagious, and a rare smile appeared on Jiang's face as well. After rowing for a while, probably tired, Jiang Zixi dropped the oars and lay on her back in the boat. She rested on her hands and closed her eyes slightly. Jiang continued to row the boat towards the center of the lake. The warm autumn sunlight sprinkled on Jiang Zixi's body, face and hair, and soon, her body seemed to be coated with a layer of warm golden light, and even her eyebrows and eyelashes were coated with a circle of golden edges. Jiang looked at Jiang Zixi and actually went into a bit of a trance. If life was like this, without so many love-hate relationships, he would like to stay with Jiang Zixi for the rest of his life like this. This was the first time Jiang had this feeling. In the past, he had never considered family life, and couldn't even imagine what family life would be like. It was Jiang Zixi who gave him a real feeling, however. Immediately a voice rang in his head. Jiang, what are you thinking about? Is this something you should be thinking about? Have you forgotten about your father? He was jolted for a moment. Thoughts returned to reality. Slowly, the smile disappeared from his face. It's so good. At this time, Jiang Zixi suddenly spoke. Huh? What? Jiang was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Jiang Zixi meant, and asked casually. Jiang Zixi opened her eyes at this time, looked at Jiang and said, I mean, lying on the boat, listening to the wind and the sound of the water. It's such a nice feeling. After saying that, she immediately sat up and pulled Jiang to lie down and feel this feeling. Jiang suspected her of being childish and insisted on refusing. However, in the end, he couldn't argue with Jiang Zixi and was forced to be pulled by her to lie down on the boat. What's so good about this? Jiang opened his eyes and looked at the sky, seemingly not feeling the sound of the wind and water that Jiang Zixi was talking about. Close your eyes and listen with your heart. Saying that, Jiang Zixi stretched out her fingers, which were as white as scallions, and brushed them over Jiang's eyes. Jiang was like an obedient child and really closed his eyes. He tried to calm his emotions, following Jiang Zixi's example just now, to feel the charm of nature as she said. When his heart quieted down, he really heard ethereal sounds. There was the sound of the wind, the sound of water, and the sound of birds chirping across the sky. The sounds of nature purified his mind. It would not be a bad thing if he could lie here all the time. He didn't drink, but felt already drunk, with a feeling of wishing to be drunk for a long time and not wanting to wake up. After a full 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, looking sideways. He found Jiang Zixi lying side by side with him on the boat. Looking at her slightly fluttering eyelashes and the flickering skin of a young girl, Jiang reached out his hand and couldn't help but want to gently caress her. At this moment, Jiang Zixi suddenly opened her eyes. The two of them looked at each other, speechless. Jiang Zixi noticed Jiang's hand trying to reach out, and her cheeks suddenly blushed. She got up in a hurry and sat on the boat, turning her head to the side in embarrassment. You're right. I did hear the sound of the wind and water. It's such a good feeling. Jiang shifted the topic over, no longer mentioning what happened just now so that Jiang Zixi wouldn't be too embarrassed. Giggle, Jiang Zixi let out another clear laugh. She bent down, put her hand into the crystal clear water, gently paddled a bit, and when she took her hand out again, it was full of wetness. She turned around. and flung the water droplets on her hand on Zhu Yang's face. Zhu Yang also did not avoid, let her play. He, Zhang Zixi laughed with a munching smile. Zhu Yang, who was lying on the boat, laughed along with her and said, I also heard the laughter of a beautiful woman. The smile on Zhang Zixi's face grew even bigger, coming down from the boat. Zhang Zixi's interest did not diminish and pulled Zhu Yang to climb the stone mountain next to the Ping Lake. For Zhang Zixi, who usually did not have much exercise, she actually followed Zhu Yang and climbed to the top of the mountain in one breath. Standing at the top of the mountain, overlooking the Ping, who below the mountain, there is a different view. With the Rocky Mountain on one side, the red maple forest and ginkgo forest on the other, and the flat lake at the foot. Such a view painted the late autumn season with bright colors. How can a girl who loves beauty miss taking pictures? Zhang Zixi let Zhu Yang take I don't know how many pictures for her, and in the end, she couldn't get enough of it. Pulling Zhu Yang and taking a few more selfies, seeing that Zhang Zixi was in such a good mood, how could he bear to refuse? To be honest, she was not the only one in a good mood. Zhu Yang's own mood was not pleasant. He felt that he had smiled more today than in the past few years put together. It wasn't until the sun dipped in the west that the two of them reluctantly descended the mountain. He drove Zhao Ziyotang and Zhao Mei back to the hotel and sent Zhang Zixi back to the No. 98 family area. Looking at Zhang Zixi, who was reluctant to leave, Zhu Yang felt that his heart was as sweet as honey. He was thinking that if he put down the hatred in his heart and chose an uneventful life to spend the rest of his life with Zhang Zixi, it might not be bad. What his mother said might not be without a little truth. People should learn to look forward. Holding on to the past and not letting go of it may not always be able to obtain the happiness they want. Besides, he suspected that his father's fall had something to do with the Shan group and the Three Rivers Bank. But after years of investigation, he had only found these circumstances, who was the relationship with, and how deep the relationship for the time being. I don't have a clue when his father died too suddenly. There was no evidence left. He just based on his feeling that his father is not the kind of person who will accept bribes. Even if he could soon find out the exact reason, if he wanted to clear his father's name, he would not be able to do it overnight. There was also the possibility that there was something really wrong with the father, and that he did die of suicide. This was the last thing Zhu Yang wanted to see, in case the investigation ended up that this was indeed the reason. Would all his years of hard work be in vain? Did he have to keep going on and on? If Zhang Zixi hadn't suddenly barged into his life, he probably wouldn't have considered it so much. Zhu Yang's heart wavered for the first time in several years. If for the sake of Zhang Zixi, was he willing to let go of the past and choose a new way of life? His heart did not have a clear answer yet. However, what he was able to ascertain was that he was really in a pleasant mood during his time with Zhang Zixi. Even his mind slowly changed, and he began to plan Zhang Zixi into his life. When he thought of Zhang Zixi, all Zhu Yang could think of were beautiful words, and an unintentional smile would appear on his face. While thinking about these things, his cell phone suddenly rang impatiently, bringing it over. It was actually a call from Ziyu. It was this time of the day, basically getting off work. I wonder what she could be up to. Ziyu, is something wrong? Zhu Yang picked up the phone. Brother Yang, where are you? Hurry back. Something happened to the company. As soon as the phone was connected, Ziyu's anxious voice came from inside, accompanied by her crying voice. Zhu Yang instantly realized that something bad had happened. Ziyu, don't be anxious for now. I'll go back immediately. Zhu Yang frowned slightly and hurriedly put away his cell phone, started the car, made a U-turn, and sped towards the direction of the company. Arriving at the entrance of the company, he braked the car, and after jumping down, he pushed open the door of the company and stepped inside. The scene in front of him surprised. Office equipment was smashed. The desk was overturned. The file thrown aground. A mess, the whole studio like a ransacking. Ziyu, Lu Dong, and Lai Fei stood to the side with their heads hanging down. Lai Fei was full of anger and clenched his fists as if he wanted to fight with someone. seeing Zhu Yang enter. Several people looked at him. What's going on? Zhu Yang's eyes were on fire, but he controlled his emotions on the surface. Brother Yang, it was Zheng Gang who did it. Just now he brought people over and smashed our studio. Speaking of what happened just now, Ziyu's heart palpitated and her tears almost fell. A little girl had grown up so big. I'm afraid she had never seen such a scene. Zheng Gang, Zhu Yang looked surprised. It had only been a month or so. Could it be that Zheng Gang had gotten out of prison? Zhu Yang knew what kind of person Zheng Gang was. And although he hadn't seen the scene that had just happened, he could totally imagine it. Brother, I wasn't there just now. Or else I would have definitely fought with these assholes. Xiao Jun stared with scarlet eyes. Luckily you weren't there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a scene. Zhu Yang glared at Xiao Jun. Then he looked at the others and asked, "Did they give you guys a hard time? Did you guys get hurt, compared to the studio being smashed?" Zhu Yang was more worried about whether the personnel were injured. Ludong shook his head and said, "Boss, a few of us are fine. Last time you reminded us that we should pay attention to safety. We didn't take it seriously. Who knows, Zheng Gang really dared to come to retaliate, and they had guys in their hands. Luckily, he didn't make a move with a few of us this time, or else." Hearing Lu Dong say this, Zhu Yang's heart was in a pang of fear. If someone got hurt because of this, he didn't know what to do. In the end, these few people are out to work and earn money. You, a boss, should at least ensure their personal safety. Right, HMPH, if you ask me, you few are just wimps. People are bullying the door, you don't even dare to fart. What kind of men are you? Xiao Jun angrily glared at Ludong and Lai Fei. Ludong and Lai Fei opened their mouths and didn't say a word. Probably they also felt that this thing was done in a cowardly manner. Shut up, are you the only one who can do it? As long as the people are fine, that's the best thing. Zhu Yang raised his foot and kicked Xiao Jun. He knew that with the two of them being civilized lads, how could they dare to take on Zheng Gang's gang of big and bold men? Not to mention that the other party had guys in their hands. They were completely right in choosing not to make a move. Boss, when Zheng Gang left, he said that he was waiting for you at the Regal Hotel, saying that if you are not convinced, go and find him. Lu Dong glanced at Zhu Yang and said the words that Zheng Gang left behind when he left. Lu Dong, you're crazy. What are you talking to Brother Yang about this for? Ziyu angrily interrupted before Lu Dong finished his words. This was obviously Zheng Gang's provocation. How could he let Zhu Yang go to him at this time? Wouldn't it be a disadvantage to go? Ziyu im just. Lu Dong didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to make things clear to Zhu Yang. In fact, even he regretted it after he said half of it. Why the fuck didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to look for that son of a bitch right now. Zhu Yang hadn't said anything yet, but Xiao Jun couldn't stand it anymore first, and he lifted his leg and was about to head outside. Xiao Jun, Zhu Yang shouted at him. However, Xiao Jun could not listen to him at this time. He had already walked to the door. The others were even more flustered, especially Lu Dong, regretting even more what he had just said. It's fine, don't worry. All of you go home first. I'll go take a look. Zhu Yang waved his hand towards the other three and chased Xiao Jun out. After leaving the company's gate, Zhu Yang saw that Xiao Jun was already walking towards the road. He hurriedly got into his car and chased after him. Soon, he stopped Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, calm down, don't be impulsive. Zhu Yang lowered the window glass of the passenger side and shouted towards him. Brother, don't stop me for today. If I don't get out of this, I won't be Zhao. Xiao Jun didn't listen to Zhu Yang at all. He continued to walk forward. Zhu Yang knew that Xiao Jun was going to suffer if he went over like this. So he hurriedly drove and followed again. Going over with your bare hands like that, isn't that giving away your head? Can you use your brain? Zhu Yang shouted again, use your brain, that's not what I, Xiao Jun, do. I just know that if he bullies us, we must fight back with our fists. Saying that, Xiao Jun took a few steps forward, ready to stop a cab. You can't swallow this breath. You think I can swallow it? Jiang was a bit anxious, but Xiao Jun simply ignored him. Fine, you must take this breath today. Right, fine, I'll go with you. Get in the car. Jiang could see that something had to be done today. Brother, are you telling the truth? Xiao Jun was half believing it. However, saying this, he still pulled open the car door and got in. After getting into the car, Xiao Jun glanced at Jiang again. Jiang didn't say a word, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Xiao Jun wanted to ask Jiang again how he should deal with Zheng Gang, but when he saw his appearance, he didn't even dare to say anything for a while. After following Jiang for so long, he had never seen him like this. Jiang started the car and drove towards Regal Hotel. Although Zheng Gang was no longer a member of the Mountain River group, he always felt that there was still someone behind him. He got out after spending more than a month in prison. If there was no one behind him, could he have done all this? Also, the resettlement housing construction team was found by Zheng Gang. After such a big engineering problem, the construction team only went in with a contractor. Is this reasonable? A day with Zhang Zixi, Jiang gave up the idea of finding the truth about his father's fall. Who would have thought that at this time Zheng Gang even jumped out to stir up trouble? He won't let others off easily when they let him have no good time. He can be a good person or a devil. He was going to have a hard time with Zheng Gang and see if he was a man or a ghost behind him. Jiang had already arrived at the Regal Hotel when he was thinking about these things in his mind. Instead of going in directly, he made a U-turn and drove his car into the underground parking lot of the Regal Hotel. Jiang thought about resolving this matter through the police, but on second thought, Zheng Gang must have thought about the consequences since he dared to do so. Even if he called the police, it would probably be handled painlessly. He was going to handle this matter in his own way. Recognize Zheng Gang's car. Jiang scanned the not-so-big underground parking lot and finally spoke. Well, recognize it. Xiao Jun used to be from the engineering department of Shan Group, so he naturally recognized Zheng Gang's car. However, he didn't know what Jiang wanted to do. Okay, let's find his car first. Saying this, Jiang got down from the car, then went around to the back and pulled out a baseball bat made of metal from the trunk. Brother, you're good. You even have something like this. Xiao Jun hurriedly got down from the car. He also realized at this time that if Jiang hadn't followed him here, he would have definitely suffered a loss today. Looking at the guy in his hand, he instantly gained confidence. The two of them searched around the parking lot for about 5 minutes and soon found Zheng Gang's car. It was a black BMW X5, and with a car like this, it wasn't that hard to find. After finding the car, Jiang first circled around the car and then started to deflate the tires. Xiao Jun immediately followed suit and started to do the same. It looked like Jiang wanted to start with Zheng Gang's car first. After doing this, Xiao Jun was not sure what to do next. When he suddenly heard a bang, he hurriedly looked over and saw Jiang swinging his baseball bat and smashing it on the windshield of the BMW. Instantly, the windshield was smashed out of a hole and cracked along the hole. If it wasn't for the glass film attached to the glass, the glass would have shattered. Xiao Jun looked at Jiang with a surprised look on his face, his mouth wide open. He really didn't expect that Jiang would be so ruthless when he did something. This was a $700,000 luxury car. He smashed it when he said he would. He wasn't soft at all. However, watching Zheng Gang's car being smashed, Xiao Jun really felt relieved. While Xiao Jun was surprised, there were a few more bangs, and the other pieces of glass were all smashed by Jiang. Looking at the car that was completely destroyed, Jiang nodded his head in satisfaction. Brother, this Zheng Gang is most distressed about the car. When he sees this later, I wonder what his mood will be. A smile finally appeared on Xiao Jun's face. HMPH, this is called self-inflicted suffering. Jiang snorted coldly. Brother, isn't it almost time? This bastard's losses are much greater than ours. It's considered even. Should we hurry up and withdraw? Xiao Jun felt that at this point it was considered even, so he should withdraw. Withdraw? It's not that simple. They started it. They must be made to know the consequences. Besides, do you think hell let it go after smashing his car like this? Zhu Yang's philosophy was, either you don't do it or you don't do it. Since you did it, you have to make the other party scared. Otherwise, they would definitely go back to the company tomorrow to cause trouble. The point was, smashing a car wasn't his aim. His aim was to feel out who exactly was behind Zheng Gang. Hearing Zhu Yang's words, Xiao Jun was stunned. He looked at Zhu Yang with surprise. Zhu Yang was so gentle on the surface, but he didn't expect to be so ruthless when it came to doing things. If things were left up to him, Xiao Jun, he would probably just make a scene regardless of the consequences. All right, brother, I'll listen to everything you say. You tell me, what should I do? Xiao Jun actually looked at Zhu Yang with admiration. The man in front of him not only had a high IQ, but even his methods were ruthless enough. Could he not admire him? Let's go. Go wait in the car and have a good time with this Zheng Gang later. Saying that, Zhu Yang turned around and went back to the car. The two of them sat in the car and waited for about half an hour or so. When they suddenly heard the sound of someone talking, "Brother Gang, do you think that guy Zhu Yang will still come to us?" Immediately afterward, another person's voice rang out, "Come my ass to come early. I'm afraid that I would have been scared to piss." Looking over in the direction where the voice rang out, he only saw Zheng Gang staggering over with a big belly and two little brothers behind him. It seems that they drank a lot of wine. Fuck, who the fuck did this? Zheng Gang suddenly yelled. His eyes landed on the smashed car, and his wine had mostly sobered up. He looked back and forth between the two sides of the car in heartache. At this time, Zhu Yang suddenly started the car and turned on the headlights of the car, illuminating Zheng Gang's several people who could not open their eyes. Zheng Gang hurriedly used his hand to cover his eyes, trying to see what was going on in the car. However, he only felt a white blur in front of his eyes and couldn't see anything clearly. Zhu Yang suddenly increased the gas pedal, and the car made a low roar. Rushing towards the three men, seeing that things were not going well, Zheng Gang's men hastily retreated and fell to the ground. Seeing that he was about to hit Zheng Gang, the car seemed to have no intention of stopping, even if he has seen the world. Ruthless, he is also dumbfounded, almost shit in urine. This is obviously to fight for his life. He wanted to get up and escape, but his legs and feet were soft. How could he stand up, seeing that he was going to despair? The car squeaked sound. Less than a meter away from him, in the place of rapid braking, on the concrete floor of the parking lot, a black brake mark was pulled out. While Zheng Gang was panicking, Zhu Yang and Xiao Jun came down from the car with baseball bats. Zheng Gang broke out into a cold sweat. If the other party's car skills were worse, he would have reported to Hades by now. Seeing the car stop, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he looked up and saw the two people walking down. He held his hand over the car's headlights and was dumbfounded. He was not surprised that Zhu Yang appeared. What was unexpected was Xiao Jun, who was actually with Zhu Yang. He was not a fool. He immediately thought that the rehousing project quality problem was revealed, and it had something to do with Xiao Jun. Now that he saw the two of them together, it occurred to him again that the matter could not be unconnected with Zhu Yang either. Kid, bullshit resettlement housing matter, you are directing yourself. Fame and fortune Zheng Gang. Who had slowed down, snorted coldly, Zheng Gang, you son of a bitch. Yes, so what? Look at the bear you are now. What are you still arrogant about? Without waiting for Zhu Yang to speak, Xiao Jun stepped forward and kicked Zheng Gang, who was sitting on the floor. Over, brother Gang, are you all right? How is it? The two henchmen, who ran even faster than Zheng Gang just now, were not completely devoid of righteousness as they rushed over and helped up Zheng Gang, who fell on the floor. This kid is Zhu Yang. Beat him up for me. Zheng Gang's small eyes shot out a vicious essence light. All right, y'all see. As the two henchmen said this, they suddenly fished out bright daggers from their waists. At a glance, it was clear that these two men were definitely ruthless characters. Jiang didn't dare to be slow. He quickly raised the baseball bat in his hand and took a stance. At this time, 3 people suddenly scurried out, picking up the guys in their hands and slamming them towards the back of the 2 men's heads. Ouch! Zheng Gang's 2 men ate pain in the back of the head, screamed miserably, only to feel their minds go blank. Everyone looked at the 3 people who scurried out in surprise. Ziyu, why are you guys here? Xiao Jun blurted out. It turned out that the 3 people who suddenly appeared were no one else but Ziyu and the 3 of them. Only to see them holding things like keyboards and mops in their hands, standing there, they looked so strange that they were simply here to be funny. HMPH, if we don't come, certain people will definitely turn around and say that we've wimped out. Ziyu snorted coldly. Okay, interesting enough. Buddy underestimated you guys before. Xiao Jun gave a thumbs up towards them. To be able to show up here, no matter how much can be done, it's all good. Looking for death, you guys are so full of crap. Give it to me, Zheng Gang glared fiercely at Xiao Jun. The 2 henchmen immediately reacted, manipulating their daggers, and pounced towards Jiang. However, Jiang, who had practiced sparring, where would he put these 2 men in his eyes? Besides, he had a baseball bat in his hand, with their daggers. They could not even get close to Jiang. In 3 strokes, Jiang knocked the daggers in the hands of the 2 men to the ground, swung the baseball bat, and struck them on their arms and calves. Ah! The 2 men screamed miserably and dropped to the ground, covering their injured positions and wailing. Xiao Jun, several people also did not idle. 4 people surrounded Zheng Gang 1. Even if Zheng Gang is big and thick, but cannot hold others more people coupled with a bit of alcohol. The brain and body reaction is half a beat slower, 1 to 2, was controlled by a few people, bang sound. Jiang poked the baseball bat in front of Zheng Gang. Zheng Gang, my studio was smashed by your kid. Jiang looked at Zheng Gang with a calm face. That's right, it was me who smashed it. What can you do? Pa, without waiting for Zheng Gang to finish his words, Xiao Jun raised his hand and threw a slap on his obese face. Shit, speak properly. With whom do you call your old man? What the fuck are you? Dare to make a move with my old man? Zheng Gang glared at Xiao Jun in defiance. In the past, he wasn't even counted as a henchman under his own command. Now he even made a move against him. How could he endure this slap? Xiao Jun made his move again and threw out another slap on the other half of his face. Instantly, a whole face swelled up. It could be seen that Xiao Jun didn't leave the slightest bit of leeway in his hand. Zheng Gang glared at Xiao Jun angrily, but didn't dare to curse out again. The feeling of being slapped was really unpleasant. All right, it's all come down to this. I advise you to speak properly. Xiao Jun sneered, HMPH. Zheng Gang snorted coldly and turned his face to the side, no longer looking at Xiao Jun and Jiang. Jiang waved his hand towards Xiao Jun and looked towards Zheng Gang. Then said, Zheng Gang, tell me, smashing up my studio, how should this account be settled? Didn't you also smash my car? How should this be counted? Zheng Gang still refused to bow his head. This should be considered self-defense on my part. Right, Jiang grinned, not turning red in the face or jumping out of his skin, automatically expanding the scope of self-defense. The others listened to Jiang's words and laughed without saying anything. They had never heard of such a legitimate defense. What kind of self-defense are you? He, counting Zheng Gang, even if he was uneducated, knew that Jiang's approach had nothing to do with self-defense, and wanted to curse angrily, but the fiery pain on his face reminded him of it, making him hold back the words that followed. If you want to settle this matter, it's very simple. Buy a new copy of everything in my studio as it is, or else there's no end to the matter between us. Jiang didn't care if Zheng Gang accepted his reasoning or not, and immediately made his conditions. Jiang, you bully. Do you think that I, Zheng Gang, am really easy to bully? Thinking that I can just take whatever I want just because I left the Mountain River Group, Zheng Gang felt that if he agreed to such conditions from Jiang, he really shouldn't mix in the future. Originally, he was going to pick on someone else, but who knew that his luxury car was smashed and he would also compensate for their losses. What kind of thing is this? People like them. What they value most is face, especially not losing face in front of their men. HMPH, if you don't believe what I said, then let's try. I can beat you up today, and I can still clean you up later. Jiang did not care about Zheng Gang's threat at all. He had long thought that there was someone else behind Zheng Gang, and he had a direct hard-on with Zheng Gang just to see what kind of person was behind him. He glanced at Xiao Jun again before adding, "All right, let go of him, let's go." After saying this, Jiang turned around and walked towards the direction of the car. "Zheng Gang, see, you're usually quite arrogant. When it comes to things, you're also a wimp. Bah." Xiao Jun snorted coldly, called on Ziyu and a few others, and left triumphantly. "Brother, do you think Zheng Gang will be kind?" After getting into the car, Xiao Jun took another look at Zheng Gang, who had collapsed on the ground. He had suffered such a big loss today, according to Zheng Gang's character, not to mention asking him to pay for the studio's losses. "I'm afraid that this matter isn't over at all. I'm waiting for the person behind him." Jiang snorted coldly, started the car, hit the steering wheel repeatedly, and took off. Ziyu's 3 people didn't understand the meaning of Jiang's words. The 3 of them sat in the back row of the car, chattering and discussing what had just happened. They had grown up so much. Where had they experienced what just happened, not to mention getting their hands dirty and fighting with someone? Even when they saw others fighting, they would hide far away. They had never dreamt that one day they would actually take the initiative to go up and beat up someone else. Xiao Jun, however, heard the meaning in Jiang's words. He looked at Jiang and said, "Brother, do you have something else in mind? If you fight, remember to bring me along." Jiang glanced at Xiao Jun with his afterglow and smiled slightly. "I'm just guessing. Don't think too much. Zheng Gang is probably just bluffing. Look at the way he looked just now. He's probably scared of the fight too. Let's just wait to collect his compensation." "Really?" Xiao Jun gave Jiang a skeptical look. He did not feel that Jiang's words just now were just a casual remark. "What did I speak and you still don't believe me?" Jiang smiled again, then glanced at the 3 people in the back row through the car's rear-view mirror and said, "You guys, don't go to the office tomorrow. The office is smashed like that, and you can't work. Just consider it a vacation and rest." Jiang was really afraid that Zheng Gang would bring people to the company to cause trouble again tomorrow. He was going to attend the commendation meeting held by Shan Group tomorrow morning and would not go to the company. In case something happened, he was afraid that it wouldn't be as simple as just vandalizing the office. He was afraid that Zheng Gang would cause any harm to them. Just now, a few of them had made a move, and according to Zheng Gang's vindictive character, he would definitely not let a few of them off easily. "Brother Yang, doesn't the office need to be cleaned up? The studio was smashed in a mess." Ziyu felt that he should at least clean it up first and clear out the unusable things. "This thing must be done first, otherwise, when the new office supplies are bought back, where to put them? Let's not clean up first. You guys listen to me, just rest at home at ease," Jiang said with certainty. Ziyu and the others looked at each other and did not say anything, but just nodded their heads. The next day, Jiang did not go to the company, cleaned up a bit, then went directly to the resettlement housing community to participate in the on-site commendation meeting held. The place where the meeting was held was exactly where Wang Xiyang opened the handover ceremony last time. A row of tables and chairs were placed on top of the temporary podium, and a few rows of seats were placed underneath the podium. There were staff at the scene to maintain order, and there were even media reporters who had arrived at the scene early. All the staff were standing by. The whole scene was bigger than Wang Xiyang's handover ceremony. The building that erupted out of this crisis due to engineering problems still stood not far away. However, no need to look to know that the building's facade insulation has been repainted. The commendation ceremony started at 10 o'clock sharp. Half an hour before the start time, and the staff confirmed the final preparations, Yang stood not far away and lit a cigarette. Smoking while thinking about his mind. Yoho, you're here quite early. At this time, Tang Hong walked over and stood beside Yang. Yang didn't say anything, fished out the cigarette case from his pocket, popped one out, and handed it to Tang Hong. Tang Hong glanced at it and didn't reach out to take it. Yang immediately understood what she meant.
Today is a public place. She should at least take care of her personal image. A woman who smoked in a public place would indeed look unsightly.
While the two were talking, a row of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and other luxury cars drove in at the entrance of the neighborhood. The executives from all departments of the company have arrived. Liang Shan is quite attached to today's commendation meeting. As Tang Hong's words landed, a bunch of luxury cars stopped in the parking lot. A man with a slightly chubby figure and in his 50s was the first to come down from the car. This man was none other than the boss of the Shan Group, Liang Shan. He was wearing a black stand-up tweed coat today. His hair was meticulously combed and his leather shoes were polished. This helmsman of Shan Group, a character that can usually only be seen on the internet, stood there. His aura immediately came up. Wang Xiyang also got down from the car and hurriedly walked to Liang Shan's side. Saying something to him, Liang Shan nodded slightly, then he scanned the entire room. Finally, his eyes landed on Tang Hong and Yang, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned his head to look at Wang Xiyang and said something. Wang nodded and walked towards Yang and Tang Hong. Heh, looks like Big Boss Liang is going to summon you. Tang Hong snorted coldly. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Xiyang had already walked over to them. Brother, quite early to come. Is it convenient? Big brother wants to have a word with you. Wang Xiyang looked at Yang with a smile on his face. Yang didn't say anything, just nodded his head, then threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and raised his foot to stamp it out. Yang, I will accompany you there. Tang Hong seemed a bit uneasy and hurriedly followed. Wang looked back at Tang Hong and frowned slightly. He wanted to say, Big brother didn't ask you to go over, so you don't need to join in the fun, but after thinking about it for a while, he didn't say it in the end. Several people quickly walked over to Liang Shan's side. Big brother, this is Mr. Yang Zhu, who helped us out this time. Wang quickly introduced Yang to Liang Shan. Hello. Mr. Liang. Yang looked at Liang Shan and took the initiative to extend his hand. Liang Shan stood still, and after a moment, he reached out his hand and shook Yang's hand. Mr. Zhu, young and promising. However, you seem a bit familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before? Liang Shan let go of Yang's hand. However, his gaze stayed on Yang's face. Big brother, when I saw Yang for the first time, I also felt that I looked familiar. This might be our destiny. Right, Wang didn't think that much and explained to Liang Shan with a smile. Mr. Liang, you are right. We did meet once before. You really have a good memory. Yang did not follow Wang Xiyang's words down. He smiled and actually told Liang Shan that they had met before. Wang Xiyang looked at Yang with a surprised face. He remembered that when he first met with Yang, that was not how Yang answered. He said that maybe there was a fate between them. Only then did he repeat what Yang had once said to Liang Shan. Unexpectedly, Yang had told Liang Shan that they had met once before. What was going on? Upon hearing Yang's words, Liang Shan's eyes suddenly erupted with an imperceptible light. Oh, is that so? Have we met before? Liang Shan's mind spun quickly, but he couldn't recall when he had met. It was still a few years ago. I had just graduated from university and came to our company to look for a job. And it was you who interviewed me then? Yang smiled slightly. Oh, is that so? There was such a thing. Then how come, Mr. Zhu didn't work for Shan Group afterwards? Liang Shan looked at Yang with a puzzled expression. His mind was still thinking fast. However, he had no memory at all of Yang's interview at the company. Yang smiled again and said, Mr. Liang, maybe I'm not capable enough to meet the requirements of Mountain River Group.
It's not that I didn't pass the interview. After saying that, Jiang gave another self-deprecating laugh.
A touch of embarrassment appeared on Liang Shan's face, of course. He understood the meaning of Zhu Yang's words. It was basically impossible to pass the interview and enter the company's top management in Shan Group. If one wanted to enter the top level, it was more or less related to him, Liang Shan. The top management would be in contact with the company's secrets. And if they were not familiar with them, could Liang Shan rest assured he would rather use some people with poor ability, but also would not use some people who are not under his control. The reason why there are times when he still pretends to personally host the interview.
Mainly because he does not want to make things too obvious. After all, the Mountain River Group externally still wanted to face. However, it was only a moment of embarrassment and immediately returned to calm. Liang Shan smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Zhu, you're joking. A talent like you. Our company is begging for it." "It must be that you can't see our company. Look at you now, how successful your career is, Mr. Liang." "You're making fun of." Jiang still wanted to tease Liang Shan 2 more times. At this time, a coaster official Chinese bus drove in. "Yo, Mayor Zhang's car has arrived. Mr. Zhu, I want to keep you company for now." Liang Shan nodded towards Jiang, then hurriedly greeted him in the direction of the car. Wang didn't dare to slow down and quickly followed Liang Shan. Tang Hong, however, stood still. "Why don't you go over there? Aren't you also a company executive? Look at the others." Jiang pointed with his chin at the dozen or so people who followed Liang Shan over. HMPH, a bunch of ass-kissers. Tang Hong snorted coldly and glanced disdainfully towards the gang. At this time, a loud applause suddenly rang out. Only to see a man with a thin figure and a white face take the lead in getting off the car. Following behind him were a dozen or so other people. However, those people were very conscious of keeping a certain distance from the man, making the man cease, lot position appear even more obvious, and also allowing the photographer to take pictures from the best angles. The man was none other than Zhang Zhiguo, the number 2 person in Sanjiang City, who often appeared in the local media. After Zhang Zhiguo got out of the car, he first pushed the goal, rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Mayor Zhang, hello." Liang Shan hurriedly greeted him, his face overflowing with respect, and took the initiative to extend his hands to shake Zhang Zhiguo's hand. "Oh, old Liang, why are you still polite with me? We're all old acquaintances." As soon as Zhang Zhiguo came up, he showed his familiarity with Liang Shan, and with his other hand, he gently patted the back of Liang Shan's hand. Just a simple sentence, a small action. The meaning represented inside was very different, those people following behind him. Although they always had a smile on their faces, and their expressions were not abnormal, however, they had firmly memorized Zhang Zhiguo's words and actions in their minds. This sent a signal to them that Liang Shan was someone that he, Zhang Zhiguo, valued, so you guys should have a little bit in your hearts when you interact with him in the future. "Mayor Zhang, I should, no matter what time it comes. The rules still need to be spoken, although Liang Shan was not a person from the governmental organization. However, he was well versed in the way of being an official, knowing the meaning of Zhang Zhiguo's words. His heart was happy, however, on the surface, he did not move. Zhang Zhiguo smiled faintly and did not continue the topic. He slightly turned around, reached out and pointed to the side of another man with a Chinese character face and said, "Lao Liang, this is the newly appointed deputy mayor, Comrade Huang Lion. You can support his work in the future." In fact, Huang Lion was not only the titular deputy mayor, but also the appointed executive deputy mayor. The reason why Zhang Zhiguo introduced this, invariably in front of everyone, weakened his power. His meaning was obvious. You are just a hanging deputy mayor parachuted in based on connections, and not an executive deputy mayor with real skills. How could Liang Shan not understand Zhang Zhiguo's meaning? He still hastily reached out his hand, shook Huang Lion's hand, full of smiles, said, "Mayor Huang, how are you? I should have visited you a long time ago. I was afraid of disturbing your work. I hope that you will come to our company more often in the future to walk around and give us more advice." Liang Shan's meaning is very obvious. His mouth said that he should have visited long ago. But he just doesn't go. What can you do? Wang Xiyang said with a smile in the corner of his eye. Mr. Liang, you're welcome. Shan Group is doing so successfully. Where do I dare to give any advice? Wang Xiyang is not a good person. There are other meanings in the words, how to think, you yourself to experience. If the executive vice mayor, who is in charge of industry, doesn't have the qualification to mention opinions, then who has this qualification? Ha ha ha. Liang Shan laughed to hide his embarrassment. Mayor Huang. You're too polite. All right, it's almost time. Let's go over. Zhang Zhiguo glanced at Huang Xiyang and immediately ended the topic. Today he was the supreme leader. The topic had to be led by him. If you can be allowed to say a few words, you should be content. If you still want to build up your personal prestige again, then you don't know what you're doing. Fine, fine. Mayor Zhang, this way, please. Liang Shan left Huang Xiyang behind and hurriedly walked to Zhang Zhiguo's side. Reaching out to make a please gesture, Zhang Zhiguo didn't make himself polite either, and with a smile and a nod, he walked towards the podium ahead of the others. When he passed by Tang Hong and Zhu Yang, Zhang Zhiguo was obviously stunned for a moment. He first glanced at Tang Hong without thinking before shifting his gaze to Zhu Yang. It was only for a short second, though. Other people might not even be able to see Zhang Zhiguo looking towards them, but he, as the person in question, clearly noticed his gaze. That gaze was definitely not a friendly one. There seemed to be a deep hostility in his gaze. Zhu Yang could not figure out why Zhang Zhiguo would cast that kind of gaze at him, while puzzled. Tang Hong beside him suddenly said, "Let's go, it's almost time. The leaders are about to go on stage." With that, she walked towards the location below the podium. Only then did Zhu Yang react and followed suit. Sitting down next to Tang Hong, soon, everyone was seated in their seats, those who were qualified to sit on the podium. Other than Liang Shan were all government officials. Zhang Zhiguo gave Liang Shan enough face this time. Not only did he invite him to sit on the podium, he also let him sit beside him. Liang Shan was all smiles and happy. And sitting on Zhang Zhiguo's other side was Huang Xiyang. He had a professional-like smile on his face, making you unable to tell what exactly was going on in his mind, seeing that the podium was already full of people below. Wang Xiyang turned his head and said something to Zhang Zhiguo before trying the microphone in front of him and started his speech. Gentlemen, ladies, all guests, everyone, I am very pleased to preside over today's recognition of the General Assembly. Resettlement Housing Project is the city's key project, is a livelihood project, as of today, has been successfully completed. The next will be ushered in the owners to move in. Huang Xiyang rarely have such an opportunity to speak. He was fully prepared, spoke enthusiastically. Liang Shan cooperated with Huang Xiyang's speech, turning his head slightly. Gazing at him, and when he talked about things related to his own company, he would also cooperate by nodding his head slightly. Zhang Zhiguo, who was sitting next to him, had a calm face. He had heard and spoken too many official words and platitudes like this, and am afraid that his ears and mouth had become calloused. As for the others, the expressions on their faces varied, making it impossible to see what was going on in their minds. Some of them would occasionally write a few words on the material in front of them, but as to what they were writing, no one knew. Zhu Yang sat down on the stage, looking at those people on the stage, and felt a bit helpless in his heart. He really couldn't understand the significance of having such a commendation meeting. If he really wanted to do something practical, he would never spend his mind on such a boring meeting. However, these people seemed to be quite enthusiastic about the meeting, as if the only way to prove the power in their hands was to use the meeting. Zhang Zhiguo was obviously a bit distracted as he listened, his eyes once again looking at Zhu Yang and Tang Hong's position. Zhu Yang wondered in his heart, what was a grand mayor always looking at him for? It's not like he knew him, much less crossed paths with him. If he had looked at him just now before going on stage, it belonged to mindlessness. But now he was looking at him again. It could not be explained by mindlessness. The point was, he had always felt that there was something strange about the way Zhang Zhiguo looked at him. Tang Hong, have you noticed that Zhang Zhiguo looks at both of us from time to time? Zhu Yang wanted to make sure that he wasn't mistaken. So he asked Tang Hong, who was beside him. Tang Hong looked up at Zhang Zhiguo, then turned her head to look at Zhu Yang and said, "Why don't I feel it? It can't be your illusion, right? He doesn't know you. Why is he staring at you? Do you have flowers on your face?" Hearing Tang Hong's words, Zhu Yang thought, could it really be his own illusion? However, that look that made him uncomfortable kept echoing in his mind. Of course, there were some flaws and misunderstandings in the projects that Shan Group constructed, just like the problem with the insulation layer of the facade of this building. While Zhu Yang and Tang Hong were talking, Huang Liern's speech suddenly changed the wind direction. Zhu Yang and Tang Hong looked surprised and looked up at Huang Liern. Today was a commendation meeting. It was a bit out of place to talk about Mountain River Group's problems in a general meeting. Wasn't it? Zhang Zhiguo, who had an even sharper political awareness, turned his head to look at Huang Liern once he heard this. Although his expression did not change and he was still smiling, however, anger rose in his eyes. However, such a large project, a small flaw is also understandable. The facts have proved that these problems are not the problem of the Mountain River Group itself, but the contractor's problem. Moreover, after the incident, the Mountain River Group is brave to correct. And finally, the quality of the property handed over to the hands of the owners of the property. Huang Liern is worthy of being a master of speech. A few words and rounded things back. However, Zhang Zhiguo is obviously not satisfied with this. He wants to establish the Shan Group as an excellent model. You Huang Liern is good. This is not to tear down the stage, those people on the stage. All of them are human savvy. How can not see Huang Liern this is to sing with Zhang Zhiguo? This is a power game. However, they are happy to watch the fun. Finally, Huang Liern's speech ended, and the microphone was handed over to Zhang Zhiguo. Zhang Zhiguo first swept a glance at the audience on stage, then smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Mayor Huang, for your distinctive opening remarks." He first teased Huang Liern, then immediately put away the smile on his face and looked serious. Mayor Huang is right. When companies are doing projects, they can't just keep their eyes on the money bag, but they should also pat themselves on the back and make projects that can stand up to their conscience. Saying this, Zhang Zhiguo stretched out a finger and forcefully poked the podium a few times. The sound was transmitted directly through the amplification effect of the microphone, giving people a deafening feeling. One had to admit that Zhang Zhiguo knew the art of speech as soon as the words fell. Warm applause rang out on and off the stage, although Liang Shan was also applauding and had a smile on his face. However, anyone could tell that it was a bitter smile. Zhang Zhiguo scanned the room again, extended his hand and pressed downward, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone cooperated and stopped clapping. Zhang Zhiguo slowed down a breath, then said, "Of course, such a large project, a little problem, is inevitable, the enterprise to develop. Appropriate errors, we still allow it. After the incident, Mr. Liang found me, and I promise, even if it is to lose everything, but also to ensure the quality of the livelihood projects, to ensure that the owners can move in on time." As it turns out, he did it. Just after Zhang Zhiguo finished his words, there was another round of applause. This time, the smile on Liang Shan's face was like a flower as he clasped his hands together and repeatedly bowed to Zhang Zhiguo and the guests on stage. It seemed like he was trying to show that Zhang Zhiguo's words were a bit overstated, and that these were what he should have done. In reality, he hadn't said these words to Zhang Zhiguo at all. These were all made up by Zhang Zhiguo on the fly just now, with the purpose of establishing Liang Shan, as well as the Shan Group, as an excellent model. Zhang Zhiguo once again pressed the palm of his hand, and then began to introduce the Mountain River Group. Although the Mountain River Group is a private enterprise, however, its development in recent years, we all have witnessed, just like the city's taxpayers. Zhu Yang sat at the bottom and listened to Zhang Zhiguo's. Yang sat at the bottom and listened to Zhang Zhiguo's speech. Shaking his head straight in his heart, if there is no investigation done on the Shan group, he really believed Zhang Zhiguo said these words. To describe Zhang Zhiguo's eloquence as a lotus flower with a brilliant tongue is not an exaggeration. He had always suspected that Liang Shan was supported by someone behind him, and seeing Zhang Zhiguo so vigorously endorsing for Shan group, he was afraid that he should be Liang Shan's biggest supporter while thinking about these things. Zhang Zhiguo's speech basically came to an end. The short speech of 20 minutes or so had won a dozen or so rounds of applause. If only compared to the level of speech, Wang Xiyang was much worse than Zhang Zhiguo. He was completely different from Zhang Zhiguo in mobilizing the audience's emotions. Looking at Wang Xiyang's expression, although he was still all smiles, Jiang could still tell that he was in a very unhappy mood. The top boss was such a strong one. Could he be in a good mood not too long ago? Shan Group bid to take the City Ring Road project. This is a symbol of strength, such an enterprise. We are completely at ease to hand over the bigger construction task to them. We also believe that under the leadership of Mr. Liang, the people of Shan will be able to successfully complete this honorable and arduous task. As soon as Zhang Zhiguo's words fell, there was thunderous applause. Even Liang Shan's emotions were completely ignited, and he himself felt that he was the kind of person Zhang Zhiguo's mouth was talking about. Jiang glanced towards the podium and was overcome with emotion. No wonder Zhang Zhiguo was able to operate in Sanjiang City for many years. This level of his was really not covered. A small commendation meeting could be opened so well by him. Zhang Zhiguo's official reputation in Sanjiang City had always been good. A model of diligence, love for the people, and integrity. However, what Jiang couldn't figure out was how he could think so highly of Shan Group. Could it be that he didn't understand Shan Group comprehensively enough, or was it because Liang Shan was hiding too deeply, deceiving his superiors and blinding Zhang Zhiguo's eyes? At this time, a man in his 30s hurriedly ran up to the podium and said something in Zhang Zhiguo's ear. This man Jiang recognized. He was Zhang Zhiguo's secretary, Li Jianhua. Hearing Li Jianhua's words, Zhang Zhiguo's face suddenly changed drastically, and he looked at Liang Shan angrily. And Wang Xiyang's cell phone rang. He got up and walked aside to answer the call. Jiang thought to himself, this can't be something happening. Right while he was wondering, Jiang's cell phone rang, and it was Ziyu calling. Brother Yang, it's not good. Something has happened. Jiang just brought people over and beat up Xiao Jun and a few others. Ziyu's cries came from the cell phone. What did you say? Jiang was shocked and jumped up from his seat in a flash. He took his cell phone and talked while walking outside the venue. He couldn't believe that this was true. Brother Yang, Zheng Gang brought more than a dozen people and rushed to the company without saying a word. Xiao Jun was seriously injured in order to protect me. Ludong and Lai Fei were also beaten up. We're on our way to the hospital. Ziyu said while crying, how did this happen? How come you guys are in the company? Didn't I tell you guys yesterday to take a few days off? Yu Yang said while walking quickly towards the parking lot. He still couldn't believe what had happened. Brother Yang, we just wanted to clean up the company first. That's why we agreed to go to the company. It was Ziyu's idea. Speaking of this, she was remorseful. She really shouldn't have disobeyed Yu Yang. It's fine, don't cry first, everything has me, I will go to the hospital right away. Yu Yang had already opened the car door. When this kind of thing happened, he couldn't blame Ziyu. After all, she was also looking out for the company. Brother Yang, I already called the police, but Zheng Gang took those people and ran away a long time ago. So the police can't do anything. Ziyu still couldn't stop crying. Okay, wait for me to go over, hang up the phone first. I'll go over right away. Jiang consoled Ziyu for 2 more sentences, hung up the phone, started the car, and drove out of the parking lot. When he passed by the site of the commendation meeting, he found that Zhang Zhiguo had already announced that the meeting had been adjourned. and was angrily walking towards the lounge. He couldn't care less about what happened. The car made a sharp turn. Like a fish jumping out of the water, directly rushing out of the cell gate, overtaking the car all the way. It sped forward. Suddenly, the cell phone rang again. Taking a look at it was a call from Tang Hong. Zhu Yang didn't even look at it and hung up directly. Tang Hong did not call again. Zhu Yang drove to the hospital in 20 minutes after traveling 30 minutes. After arriving at the hospital, he left the car and went straight to the operating room. As soon as the elevator door of the floor opened, Zhu Yang saw Ziyu crouching by the wall, silently shedding tears. Her hands and face were stained with blood. Not knowing if it was her own or if it was stained with someone else's, seeing Ziyu's appearance, Zhu Yang knew that things might be more serious than he had imagined. Seeing Zhu Yang arrive, Ziyu seemed to have found her backbone as she hurriedly stood up from the ground and jumped into Zhu Yang's arms at once. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. I'm the one who harmed Xiao Jun and the others. Ziyu trembled her body in Zhu Yang's arms. Zhu Yang gently patted her back. Ziyu, don't blame yourself. It's none of your business. This debt can only be counted on Zheng Gang's head in the face of this matter. What else could he say? He could not blame Ziyu even more. After a long time, Ziyu's emotions stabilized a little before she came out of Zhu Yang's arms. How are the few of them? Let's go over and take a look at them first. Zhu Yang was more worried about the injuries of the few of them. Xiao Jun is still in the operating room. Ludong and Lai Fei are bandaged in the ward. Ziyu hurriedly led Zhu Yang to a nearby ward. Knocking on the door and entering, they only saw two doctors bandaging Ludong and Lai Fei respectively. Ludong's head was broken, and above the newly bandaged gauze, a bright red color was still seeping through, and the doctors were treating the wounds on his face and other parts of his hands. Lai Fei, on the other hand, had his arm broken, and the doctor was going to make a treatment device to treat it after a simple fixation. Seeing Zhu Yang come in, Ludong and Lai Fei immediately had to get up. Boss, both of them shouted at the same time. Don't get up, don't get up. Hurry up and sit down. How is the injury? Zhu Yang quickly signaled for the two to sit down. Boss, we are fine. Xiao Jun is miserable. This is still fine. Any more serious and Yao'd be concussed. His arm would be finished. How much more serious do you want it to be? As soon as Ludong opened his mouth, he was directly interrupted by the doctor. Ludong awkwardly squeezed out a smile and did not dare to say more. All right, for the time being, change the medicine tomorrow. These days the wound should not be exposed to water, and should not eat spicy food. The doctor explained a few sentences in detail, and then packed up his things and left the ward. Boss, don't listen to the doctor's words so serious. We are really nothing. Don't believe you see. Lai Fei deliberately moved his arm in order to prove that his injury was not serious. Hiss, who knows? This time pulled the wound again. The pain made him suck in a mouthful of cold air. Quickly sit down. Don't think about anything, you guys. Recuperate your injuries at ease. Zhu Yang's face was furious. He secretly swore in his heart that he would help the few people under his hand to get justice. While talking about these things, Zhu Yang's cell phone rang once again, glancing at the caller ID. It was Tang Hong. He guessed that Tang Hong must be trying to ask him what he had left in a hurry. He had the intention of not answering her call. But he felt that it was too much to say. Taking his cell phone, he walked out of the hospital room, came to the end of the corridor and picked up the call. Zhu Yang, did something happen to your company? Did Zheng Gang do it? Without waiting for Zhu Yang to speak, Tang Hong spoke first, her anxious voice coming over the phone. How do you know? This surprised Zhu Yang a bit. After all, the incident had just happened. The matter has reached the ears of Zhang Zhiguo and Huang Liang. Do you think I can't know? What are you going to do about it? You mustn't be impulsive. Tang Hong seemed to be more worried about Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang then thought of the unusual reaction of Zhang Zhiguo and Huang Liang when he left from the commendation meeting site. I'm afraid that they had received the news at that time. I didn't expect that their news would be that fast. Thinking that Ziyu had called the police as soon as it happened, Perhaps their news came from the public security system. Tang Hong, what did you say? You advised me not to be impulsive. You wouldn't have said that if you saw how my employees were injured. Zhu Yang angrily disliked back. After saying this, he regretted a little. This matter had nothing to do with Tang Hong in the first place. There was no need for him to speak to her in such a tone. He eased his tone and continued, since both Zhang Zhiguo and Huang Liang have gotten the news. How will they deal with Zheng Gang? Zhu Yang wanted to know the attitude of the two city leaders. This. They didn't say. Tang Hong was a bit hesitant, and after a pause, he added, Huang Liang took advantage of this matter and used the opportunity to make trouble with Zhang Zhiguo, saying that Zheng Gang is an employee of Shan Group. Even if he has been fired, the cause of the matter is still caused by the quality of the resettlement houses, and it is inappropriate to hand over the City Ring Road project works to Shan Group again. Hearing Tang Hong's words, Zhu Yang grimaced and didn't say a word. Tang Hong took a breath and made sure that Zhu Yang was still waiting for her later words. So she continued. Zhang Zhiguo still insisted on handing over the Ring Road project works to the Shan Group. He said that the bidding of the URA is not a child's play, and that Zheng Gang is Zheng Gang's business, and that the general situation of the entire economic development should not be affected just because of the problems of one person. And then Zhu Yang let out a cold smile as he listened to the attitude of the two city leaders. He wasn't there. Yet he could still imagine the two leaders' righteousness, now that the people from the city government have gone back. There is no follow-up on this matter for the time being. I'm afraid that it's not over yet, and both sides might have to fight again. Tang Hong voiced her speculation, nothing more. Zhu Yang asked again in return, Oh, that's probably all that's going on. Tang Hong was a bit skeptical. She could hear the displeasure in Zhu Yang's words, however, she couldn't guess what exactly he was thinking yet. Damn it, after discussing for half a day, there's not a single person to do justice for the victims. Zhu Yang finally exploded. From the time he knew about the company's accident until now, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. He had initially pinned his hopes on the police, thinking that they would definitely be able to do them justice. Then he knew that the two city leaders knew about the matter and thought that they should have asked about it. Who knows nothing, as the owner of a company, up to now, they have not received any appeasement or condolences from any of them. All they cared about from the beginning to the end was the Ring Road project works and whether they could overpower their political opponents, and they did not care about the injured in the slightest. Perhaps they felt that the injured were just grass and could not even enter their eyes. It was only at this time that Tang Hong realized that Zhu Yang cared most about his employee's situation. As for other things, he was completely unconcerned. She quickly comforted, Zhu Yang, don't get excited. Haven't you already called the police? I'm sure the police will catch Zheng Gang and return justice to you. Hearing Tang Hong's words, Zhu Yang's heart sighed deeply. He also knew that whining or complaining with Tang Hong wouldn't solve the problem at all. This matter, in the first place, had nothing to do with her. He also didn't believe that the police would really try their best to investigate this case. The police officers who had responded at the time had also said that the assailant had escaped, and I was afraid that it wouldn't be easy to find him. They had also hinted at it, saying that a few people from Xiao Jun had also made a move, and technically, it was considered a mutual assault, even if they caught someone. I'm afraid they wouldn't be dealt with too seriously. What made Zhu Yang the most angry was this. It was clear that Zheng Gang had brought a dozen people to beat the door. Did Xiao Jun's men not fight back? What kind of bullshit theory is this? The police are clearly trying to settle the matter. It seems that this matter can only think of their own way. Thinking of this, he took a breath and said, Tang Hong, thank you for telling me this. I'm fine, don't worry. Tang Hong couldn't help much with this matter. Zhu Yang didn't want her to get involved and wanted to stabilize her. Really? You're really fine. Listening to your tone of voice just now, I was quite worried. Tang Hong was a bit unconvinced by what Zhu Yang said, don't worry about it. I'm really fine. Venting with you makes me feel much better. You're right. We've already called the police. The police will definitely take care of it. Yang tried his best to speak to Tang Hong in the most calm tone possible. After he finished speaking, he even laughed softly. All right, I'm relieved to hear you say that. I know people in the Public Security Bureau. I'll make a call later and rush it. Tang Hong was finally relieved and also revealed a smiling face. Just after hanging up the phone, Ziyu came over, saying that the surgery on Xiao Jun's side was over. Yang hurriedly stuffed his cell phone into his pocket and followed Ziyu quickly to the entrance of the operating room. At this time, the hospital bed was pushed out from the operating room. Only Xiao Jun's head was wrapped in gauze, and one arm and one leg were fixed in plaster. During the surgery just now, general anesthesia was used, and he hadn't woken up until now. At first sight, Yang almost didn't recognize him. Was this still his good brother? By the looks of it, the whole person was about to be ruined. Doctor, how is he? Yang hurriedly stopped the attending doctor and asked about Xiao Jun's condition. The surgery was completed quite smoothly. The injury is quite serious. A few pieces of broken bones were taken out, and a steel plate was put down inside. Let's see how he recovers later on. The doctor shook his head slightly after saying this, then left. Yang stood in place, his face terribly gloomy. He clenched the steel teeth in his mouth and clenched his fists. If he hadn't seen Xiao Jun's condition, he might have waited for the police to slowly find Zheng Gang. However, when he saw Xiao Jun's situation, he had already made up his mind that he couldn't hold back any longer, and he had to start his revenge in his own way. Brother Yang, are you all right? Ziyu looked at Yang and was terrified. She was afraid that something would happen to Yang again. Oh, I'm fine. First send Xiao Jun to the hospital room. His family is from out of town. He doesn't have many relatives here these days. Please take care of him. If you need to spend money, don't worry. There's a company to pay for it. Yang troubled Ziyu to take care of the injured employee. Brother Yang, just don't worry about it. Leave all the hospital things to me. Xiao Jun was injured because he was protecting me. I have to take care of him. Ziyu had tears in her eyes again as she talked about this matter. Ziyu, don't have any mental burden. Xiao Jun is such a person. Can he watch his colleague suffer? Yang opened his mouth to comfort her. The time he spent with Xiao Jun wasn't very long. However, the kind of righteousness that Xiao Jun had, Yang felt most deeply. When the studio was smashed, he had to find Zheng Gang to seek justice. Not to mention that this time, Zheng Gang hit the door. He didn't want Ziyu to have too much psychological pressure. Ziyu wiped her tears and did not say anything else. After settling down a few of them, Yang left the hospital. Sitting in the car, he didn't leave right away but thought for a while and fished out his cell phone from his pocket again. Opening his address book, he found a number from it and dialed it directly. Brother Yang, but you haven't looked for me for a while. If you don't call again, he'll think you've forgotten your brother. Huh. A slightly hoarse voice came out from the cell phone. Old Six, cut the crap and help me find someone. Not waiting for Old Six to finish his babbling, Yang interrupted him and went straight to business. No problem. This is my old business, the old rules. Deposit 5,000, pay another 5,000 after it's done. In case it's not done, the deposit is not refundable. Old friends are no exception. Hey, when it comes to business. The nature of the Old Six treacherous businessman exposed. He'll give you 20 zeros, $0 if it doesn't work. It's all yours. Yang not only didn't bargain with Old Six, he was even very generous and directly doubled his asking price. His purpose was very simple, to force Old Six to make sure that this thing was done, and he didn't care if he spent a little more money. This Old Six unexpectedly became hesitant. What? No confidence? Or you think the money is too hot? Yang sneered. Brother Yang, listening to you. Things are quite troublesome, forget it, if you can't do it. Then he'll find someone else. With that, Yang was about to hang up the phone. Don't, Brother Yang. What are you talking about? If others know about this, how can I still hang around in this business in the future? Old Six was instantly anxious. At the same time, he couldn't let the $20,000 that was about to come into his hands just fly away. All right then, it's a deal. I'll send you the information. After saying that, Yang didn't give Old Six any more time to hesitate and directly hung up his cell phone. He edited Zheng Gang's information and sent it to Old Six, transferring another $20,000 to him in the process. Lao Liu replied with an okay gesture and said nothing more when I was about to put away my cell phone. The phone rang again, thought it was Lao Liu returned, picked up a look, but it was Zhang Zixi called. He was a little hesitant, really not in the mood to answer her call at this time. However, after thinking for a while, he still picked it up. Hi, Boss Xu, how are you? Zhang Zixi's trademark greeting immediately came from her cell phone and gave a big smile. Through the cell phone screen, Yang could imagine her happy face. That tired and angry heart was instantly comforted. In this world, there were not only evil people like Zheng Gang, but at the same time, there were also innocent and kind people like Zhang Zixi. Yang smiled slightly and said, listening to your tone, you seem to be in a good mood today. Hee. That's for sure. Which day is this young lady in a bad mood? Zhang Zixi laughed, calling me something wrong. Yang pulled the topic back. What? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Zhang Zixi, a wave of unpleasant tone. However, soon her attitude changed in front of her. It seems like a bad mood never lasts more than 3 seconds. Boss Zhu, I've heard of a snack bar. It's said to be very tasty. I'll invite you to try it after work. Last time, we agreed that it would be my treat. In the end, you paid for it. I have to pay it back. Zhang Zixi seemed to be afraid that Yang would reject her and purposely emphasized that this time she was returning the favor. Yang was a bit hesitant. If what happened with Zheng Gang today had not happened, he might have agreed. However, after what happened with Zheng Gang, it was different. If he had to find Zheng Gang out, wouldn't Zheng Gang find someone to keep an eye on him? He was clearly coming for himself today. Who knew that he wasn't even there? Would he stop easily? If he met with Zhang Zixi at this time, he would most likely be targeted by Zheng Gang's people. If they laid their hands on Zhang Zixi and let her get hurt as well, it would be too late for him to regret it. I'm afraid this won't work today. I still have quite a few things on my hands. Yang casually made an excuse. This way, you won't be perfunctory to me, right? Zhang Zixi's tone was a bit disappointed. How could it be? In this way, I promise you, when I am busy with these 2 days, I will treat you. This is always okay. Right, although Zhang Zixi was simple. However, she was very sensitive. Yang was afraid that she would think too much and immediately promised that he would treat you in the next 2 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zixi really smiled with her eyebrows open. Okay, this is what you said. You can't go back on your word. She was like a little kid, just about to say pulling the check mark. In the next 2 days, Zhang Zixi didn't call him again. Thinking that she must have believed his promise, there was no news from Lao Liu either. Yang's heart was anxious. But he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. He believed in Lao Liu's ability. He had worked with Old Six many times before, and he had never let himself down. He thought that this time, the matter really wasn't that good. Yang had inquired about Zheng Gang's residence, and at night he had gone to see it, but he hadn't seen anyone go home at all. He must have gotten wind of it and went into hiding. For 2 days, he stayed in the hospital most of the time. Xiao Jun had come to his senses the same night he was injured, and had recovered quite well over the past 2 days. This was the only thing that made him feel relieved. Xiao Jun in turn comforted Yang, saying that he had a hard life and that God would not take him easily. In order not to let everyone worry, Yang acted as if nothing had happened in the past 2 days. But instead, the more he acted like this, the more everyone was worried after such a big incident. If Xiao didn't take any action, would he still be Xiao? Everyone started to take turns to comfort Xiao. Fearing that something would happen to him again, when the third day rolled around, Xiao finally received a call from old Six. "How's it going? Any results yet?" As soon as he picked up the phone, Xiao couldn't wait to know the result. "Brother Yang, I've understood your matter, and it's reasonable to want to find Zheng Gang to seek justice. It's nothing to deal with him. The key is, forget about it, or else I'd better return the money to you. Y'all just take it as if this has never happened, and eat a dumb loss." Old Six did not tell Zheng Gang's whereabouts, but said a bunch of persuasive words. After all was said and done, his meaning was obvious, that is. There were still high-ranking people behind Zheng Gang, who he could not afford to mess with, so that he would give up seeking revenge. Upon hearing Old Six's words, Xiang immediately became angry. "Old Six, what do you mean? My brother was beaten up like this. And you're asking me to pretend that this never happened. Do you think I can do that? If this were to happen to you, would you be able to endure this?" The more Xiang said, the colder his tone became. "Brother Yang, I don't mean this mainly," Lao Liu stammered. "Don't you talk nonsense to me. I know that there are people behind Zheng Gang. I have long thought of this. If I am afraid, I will not do this." Xiang looked a little impatient. This, Lao Liu hesitated for a while, and finally said, "Brother Yang, I asked my friends in the bureau to inquire. At 9 o'clock in the evening, there is an underground motorcycle race on Riverside Road, and Zheng Gang might show up. What you mean is that the police have actually grasped Zheng Gang's whereabouts. However, they have been in the way of the person behind Zheng Gang and have not acted. Right? Xiang's heart became even angrier when he heard Old Six's words. If they couldn't find Zheng Gang, it would still be justifiable, since the police had already grasped Zheng Gang's whereabouts but were hesitant to take action. The nature was completely different. Just like Lao Liu said, "I'm afraid that what the police are afraid of is not Zheng Gang." But the person behind Zheng Gang, Brother Yang, this matter is very complicated. That's all I can say. Besides, you mustn't tell anyone where I got this information from. Otherwise, there's no way I can explain to my friends. Old Six did not answer Xiang's question positively. However, the tone of his words meant just that. Xiang knew that Old Six was also in a difficult situation, so he stopped pursuing too much. 9 o'clock in the evening. There were no pedestrians on Riverside Road in the late fall season. However, it was extremely noisy. Men and women, people's voices were booming, and the roar of motorcycles was incessant. Xiang got down from the car. The weather was a bit cool at night. He couldn't help but tighten the collar of his coat, lit a cigarette, and scanned towards those young people on the road. These people were probably all in their 20s. The men had exaggerated hair and wore short sleeves. The women were even more exaggerated, with navel, gazing tops and jean shorts underneath. It was usually hard to see people like this. They seemed out of place in this world, looking at their clothes, as well as the domineering professional racing cars underneath them. It was able to tell that these people had good family conditions. The quality living conditions did not allow them to have a sound personality. Their hearts were empty, only at midnight, with speed and passion to bring them spiritual pleasure. This is the starting point of this evening's underground racing. At this time, there were constantly people riding motorcycles. Converging here, the lights of the motorcycles illuminated this open space as if it was daytime. Xiang did not have the heart to pay attention to those people. His target was Zheng Gang, and his eyes carefully searched through the crowd. Suddenly, an obese figure, riding a motorcycle, entered Xiang's field of vision. Who else could it be if not Zheng Gang? His figure was really a bit abrupt within the crowd of young people. Throwing away the cigarette butt in his hand and copying the baseball bat from the car, Xiang quickly walked over in Zheng Gang's direction. Zheng Gang was greeting other people, and he didn't notice Xiang coming from behind at all. By the time he saw Xiang had already reached him. "You,
Zhang Gang completely did not expect Zhu Yang to appear here and opened his mouth.
Wanting to speak, however, Zhu Yang did not give him a chance to speak at all. There was a bang sound. Zhu Yang jumped up and kicked Zhang Gang, knocking him down with his motorcycle without waiting for Zhang Gang to get up.
Zhu Yang swung his baseball bat towards him. Zhang Gang was so shocked that he climbed up and ran. There was a bam sound. Instead of hitting Zhang Gang's body, the baseball bat smashed into the motorcycle, making a loud metallic clash. When the bat missed, Zhu Yang immediately chased after Zhang Gang. The young men who had come over to race were startled by the sudden situation. When they reacted to the fact that there was a fight, their emotions were instantly ignited. They were originally here to find excitement.
And this kind of thing seemed to be more exciting than racing cars. For a while, cheers, whistles, and the ear-piercing horns of motorcycles sounded at the same time, as if they were waving a flag for the two of them to fight. Not a single person stepped forward to dissuade them. Nor did they call the police. They were all going wild. After a moment's work, beads of sweat actually broke out on Zhang Gang's forehead. Zhu Yang, however, was in hot pursuit. Zhang Gang's speed was no match for Zhu Yang in less than a minute's time. Zhu Yang caught up with Zhang Gang. He did not hesitate. Bang sound. The baseball bat in his hand smashed on Zhang Gang's body. Ouch. Zhang Gang cried out in pain and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Where was Zhu Yang willing to let him go? Looking at Zhang Gang's appearance, his mind appeared to Xiao Jun's several people lying in the hospital, and his heart became even angrier. Since the police didn't do anything, he would do it himself. While thinking about these things, he swung his baseball bat and smashed it on Zhang Gang's leg in one go. Ah! Zhang Gang screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Almost fainting, one should know that Zhu Yang was holding a metal baseball bat in his hand. How could Zhang Gang's flesh and skin be able to carry such a bat? Zhu Yang, I'm warning you, don't mess around. This is a society of law and order. Zhang Gang looked at Zhu Yang with a horrified face. Having suffered several times at Zhu Yang's hands, he was already a bit desperate. HMPH, you still know it's a rule of law society. When you went to my company to beat people up, why didn't you say that it's a society of the rule of law? If you have the guts, just call the police. Zhu Yang was almost amused by Zhang Gang's words. The police were looking for him everywhere right now. So I'm afraid that even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to call the police. What do you want? Zhang Gang opened his mouth, but he did not dare to say the police again, and his tone was also softened. How it's simple how you hit my people. Then I will return the same to you today. Zhu Yang's tone was icy cold. He was no longer counting on the police to solve this problem. He was going to solve it in his own way. Zhang Gang was horrified when he heard Zhu Yang's words. Of course, he knew how badly he had beaten up Xiao Jun. If Zhu Yang returned the favor, he would be considered completely cold. Mr. Zhu, it's my fault, it's my fault. You mustn't take it personally. Zhang Gang wilted all of a sudden. He struggled and fell at Zhu Yang's feet, hugging his legs and begging bitterly. Having had several confrontations with Zhu Yang, he had never been so abashed. Even a few days ago in the parking lot, when Zhu Yang smashed his car and threatened him, he had never acted like this. Because he could see that Zhu Yang was being serious this time. He felt fear and helplessness from the bottom of his heart. This is probably the fear of the horizontal ones who don't want to die. Zhu Yang would no longer believe in Zhang Gang's crocodile tears. If he easily spared him again, he would surely bring people to settle old scores with him again. He would beat Zhang Gang until he was completely scared, and then throw him to the door of the police station, no matter what. The final power to enforce the law was still in the hands of the police. He would like to see just how the police would deal with such scum. Get lost. Zhu Yang roared angrily and kicked Zhang Gang away. Then, without any hesitation, he raised the baseball bat in his hand and was about to smash it towards Zhang Gang's body. Zhang Gang had nowhere to run. Trembling with fear, he hurriedly closed his eyes, thinking, this is a complete disaster. It was at this time that a strong light from a motorcycle shone over. Yang instinctively squinted his eyes, and the movements of his hands became sluggish. He wanted to see what was going on. However, there was a white blur in front of him, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Soon, the roar of several motorcycles rang out. A smell of gasoline, mixed with the coldness of late fall, swept towards Yang. Yang instinctively quickly dodged away as a motorcycle grazed his body and whizzed past, with a beautiful drift. The motorcycle made a U-turn and rushed over again. This time, Yang did not dodge. The motorcycle braked in place a few dozen centimeters away from him. A young man of 27 or 18 years old kicked off the foot brace of the motorcycle, turned off the gas, and sat on the motorcycle. Staring straight at Yang, several other motorcycles followed the young man's motorcycle and stopped. With both men and women on the motorcycle, looking at Yang with a teasing face, as if they were looking at a big fool. Obviously, these people were brought by the young man. Brother Tian, you're finally here. Save me. This kid is going to waste me. When Zheng Gang saw the young man, it was like seeing a life, saving straw. The fear and dread that was on his face just now instantly disappeared and turned into an excited expression. The young man was clearly younger than Zheng Gang, but he still called him Brother Tian. Brother Tian did not look at Zheng Gang, but kept his gaze on Yang. It seemed like Zheng Gang's death or life had nothing to do with him. You are Yang. You dare to touch any of my people. You don't want to be in the business, do you? Tian's eyes were cold, and his eyes had a cynical look. Yang didn't say anything, but instead sized up the young man in front of him who was called Brother Tian. He was dressed in white short sleeves, jeans and marten boots, with slightly parted and broken cap hair and a shiny earring in his ear. To be honest, in terms of looks, he was considered a full-fledged handsome man. However, Yang disliked such a person from the bottom of his heart. He snorted coldly and did not speak. Kid, you're pretty awesome. Where's Lazy asking you? Ears stuffed with donkey hair. Probably Yang's attitude angered the young man. He spoke out of turn and directed a volley of curses towards Yang. Who the hell are you? What I do with Zheng Gang is none of your business. Yang would definitely not spoil him, and he would definitely not be polite if he dared to speak out against him. Probably exasperated by Yang's words. The young man laughed coldly twice and turned his head to the side, unobtrusively tending to his hair with his fingers. Yang, you're so bullish you don't even know Brother Tian. How dare you speak to Brother Tian in such a tone? I think you really don't want to mix. Zheng Gang looked at Yang and shook his head slightly, his eyes full of contempt. HMPH, Yang snorted coldly and said, I don't care if he's Brother Tian or Brother Dai. No one can stop me today. If I don't waste you bastard, my last name won't be Zhu. Yang stared at Zheng Gang with icy cold eyes, not putting Brother Tian in his eyes at all. PFFD, Brother Tian, who was on the side, burst out laughing all of a sudden, as if this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Those behind him also followed suit and laughed. Brother Tian put away the smile on his face and stared straight at Yang. Yang was undaunted and met Brother Tian's gaze. Kid, today's matter is not just between you and Zheng Gang, the resettlement housing project. You caused me to lose a few $1 million. This matter, do we have to settle it first? Brother Tian's eyes were even colder, like ice in winter. Hearing Brother Tian's words, Yang's eyes followed. The resettlement housing project? You mean the construction team for the insulation is yours? Yang seemed to have some understanding. The resettlement housing project had gone so wrong, and in the end, only the contractor of the construction team was disciplined a little, which was unreasonable in itself. He had always felt that there was someone else behind the construction team. Hearing Brother Tian say this, Yang instantly understood, only what he did not expect was that this person behind it was so young. Looking at Zheng Gang's attitude towards him, as well as those followers behind Brother Tian, it was not hard for him to tell that this person must have a good family background. With Brother Tian's ability, It was basically impossible to take this project by bidding for it, looking at him. Could he be a capable person? The reason why he was able to get this project? If he didn't rely on his family, then what did he rely on? The aftermath of the resettlement housing project. Shan Group spent a total of nearly $10 million. Liang Shan is not a fool. These money cannot let him alone to come out as the construction team behind the people. Tian is bound to bleed if he put it this way. He and Brother Tian had long been at odds, that's right. Brother Tian directly admitted, then said, "I'm a person who is vindictive. Might as well tell you what happened recently in your company. I let Jiang Gang do it. You want to take revenge. Shouldn't you look for me first?" Brother Tian had a smug look on his face. He didn't mind in the slightest to reveal his identity as the mastermind behind this. In his opinion, even if he said it, Zhu Yang couldn't do anything about it. Good, since that's the case, then I should indeed settle the score with you. Zhu Yang's eyes spewed out angry flames, and the baseball bat in his hand clenched tighter, ready to strike with Tian at any time. Ha ha ha, Brother Tian laughed out loud. Kid, save your breath. Hurry up and throw the burning bat in your hand. I've seen a lot of them, trying to scare me with this thing. Brother Tian glanced at the baseball bat in Zhu Yang's hand with a disdainful face. HMPH, you call this a burning stick. Zhu Yang sneered and then said, "Fine, then I'll let you know the power of a burning bat today." With these words, Zhu Yang raised the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it towards Brother Tian. Riding on his motorcycle, Brother Tian watched Zhu Yang smashing the baseball bat over without blinking, not to mention avoiding it. Seeing that the baseball bat was about to smash on Tian's body, suddenly, two strong men rushed out from the slant. One grabbed Zhu Yang's wrist and snatched the baseball bat, while the other, with his strong body, rammed directly into Zhu Yang, sending him staggering. Zhu Yang was surprised in his heart. He had practiced sparring for a while, and in general, he had no problem dealing with 3 or 5 people. These two, on the other hand, were obviously practiced. They should be professional bodyguards, while thinking about these things in his heart. These two men pulled away left and right. Zhu Yang did not dare to be slow, and quickly stood firm, ready to fight. The two burly men didn't even talk to each other and went straight for it. One man swung his fists and attacked his upper 3 paths, while the other man kicked his legs and attacked his lower 3 paths. These two men did not have any fancy moves. Their moves were all killing moves. Zhu Yang screamed in his heart. How could he meet such people? It was already a struggle to deal with one, but with 2 coming at once, he really didn't know how to deal with them. Thinking this in his heart, his body instinctively dealt with them. After a few moves, he had already received 2 punches and a kick. While the other party did not suffer any damage, the young men and women who surrounded behind Tian, one by one, screamed and cheered like chicken blood. It was obvious that he was waving the flag for Tian's 2 bodyguards. It was so hard to find the people behind Jiang Gang, but I didn't expect that, before touching a finger of others. I encountered 2 tough guys first. While thinking about these things, a burly man attacked with a fierce punch, smashing it right on Zhu Yang's cheek. Zhu Yang was so confused that he almost sat on his butt on the ground. This kid is really not easy to deal with, although the burly man's strength was beyond Zhu Yang's. Yet, as usual, he was panting with exhaustion, thinking that he had gotten his hands on him. He let out a cold snort and was ready to step forward to catch Zhu Yang in front of Brother Tian. Just as he stepped in front of Zhu Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of saliva with blood directly onto the burly man's face. The burly man didn't expect Zhu Yang to have this trick. He was taken aback and instinctively went to wipe the saliva from his face. Without waiting for him to react, Zhu Yang quickly stepped forward and shone a combination of punches on the strong man's face. By the time the burly man reacted, blood was already flowing down the corner of his mouth. Holy fuck! Another burly man, seeing this, let out a strange cry and rushed to pounce on him, kicking Zhu Yang to the ground. The beaten burly man was infuriated.
and seeing Zhu Yang on the ground, he rushed over and kicked towards his body. Zhu Yang's body shrank into a ball, protecting his head as much as possible, having practiced sparring for a while.
His resistance to blows was still very strong, in a situation where the enemy was strong and we were weak. Zhu Yang knew how to protect himself. He had to store up his strength and find the right opportunity to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. In his heart, he thought so, but he still underestimated the strength of the two strong men in a short while. He was beaten to the point of immobilization. "All right, grab him for me." At this time, Brother Tian finally spoke up. The two burly men were not finished. However, they didn't dare to disobey Brother Tian's words. The two of them dragged Zhu Yang over like a hawk catching a chicken and threw him at Brother Tian's feet. Brother Tian bent down with a light smile on his face. "Kid, weren't you a bully? Where's that bullishness of yours now?" Brother Tian mocked Zhu Yang to his heart's content with all his strength. Zhu Yang raised his head from the ground and glared at Brother Tian with scarlet eyes. "Son of a bitch, if you have the ability, you better beat me to death, or else I won't let you go sooner or later."
Heh heh, Brother Tian sneered twice. "Zhu Yang, look at you now. What can you fight me with? You can't even deal with two of my men.
"And you still want to settle the score with me? You're not dreaming, are you?" Brother Tian was not the least bit impressed.
He felt that what Zhu Yang said was the funniest joke under the sky. Who knew, at this time, Zhu Yang suddenly jumped up from the ground and lunged towards Brother Tian. Going, Tian was startled and hurriedly rolled down from the motorcycle. Wow, there was a gasp of surprise from the young men onlookers. Probably they didn't expect Zhu Yang to make a Jedi comeback either, the two strong men behind them, who were agile, reacted at the first opportunity and rushed forward, one on the left and one on the right. To control Zhu Yang, Brother Tian seemed to feel that he had lost face in front of so many people, and was instantly infuriated. He walked up to Zhu Yang, clenched his fists, and shone 2 punches at his stomach. "Kid, you're bullish fuck. How dare you scare me growing up? No one has dared to make a move with me." After punching a few times, he seemed to feel some pain in his fists. He rubbed the back of his hands. Fishing out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, he lit one up. Taking a drag, he glanced at Zhu Yang, then pulled out another one from the cigarette box, stuffed it into Zhu Yang's mouth, and even lit it for him personally. "You kid has some guts. I'll toast you with a cigarette." Bah, Zhu Yang and blood. Spit the cigarette on the ground. He did not appreciate Brother Tian's favor in the slightest. "Damn you, you don't know what's good for you. You even dare not give Brother Tian face. I'll beat you to death." A strong man cursed angrily and prepared to strike again. Ha. This time Brother Tian laughed out loud. Everyone froze for a moment. Even the strong man who was ready to make a move stopped. What a fucking character. More character than Lao Zai. How about it? Willing to follow me? It was the first time that Tian had seen someone with such character. And he was instantly in a recruiting mood. Not only Zhu Yang, even everyone present froze. Brother Tian was Brother Tian. He didn't follow the rules. He did things that other people wouldn't really think of. Seeing Zhu Yang froze. Brother Tian smiled slightly, then said, "Zhu Yang, I admit that you are a talented person. You are the first one who can make me suffer such a big loss in the project. If you are willing to follow me, the millions lost by my old man will be written off." After saying this, Brother Tian looked at Zhu Yang smilingly. He felt that he was able to offer such a generous offer, which any individual should accept, and this was his gift to Zhu Yang, a lump sum, easy for you to say. "What about those injured brothers in my company?" Zhu Yang looked at him coldly. "Chi, aren't they just a few lowly people? Compensate a little bit of money for each of them. That's fine. Right." Brother Tian was a bit impatient. He was all about money, not taking other people's lives seriously in the slightest, in his opinion. Perhaps there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. Heh. Zhu Yang glared at Tian and sneered twice. "Compensate some money, easy for you to say, in your eyes. Is it only money? Where's conscience and morality, eaten by you?
conscience and moral righteousness. Ha ha ha. Brother Tian glanced back at the young men and women behind him, spreading his arms wide and spreading his hands in an open burst of laughter. Did you guys hear that? He actually talked to me about conscience and moral righteousness. Ha ha ha. Brother Tian burst into laughter again. Those behind him followed with a burst of laughter as well, all looking at Yang with a gaze like a fool. As if he was a monster in this world, Yang did not say a word, still staring at Brother Tian with scarlet eyes and an angry gaze. Kid, are you living in a fantasy or am I? What kind of fucking society is it now? A money society. You're talking to me about conscience and morality. Don't you think it's stupid? Tian seemed to want to impose his values on Yang. HMPH. Yang sneered and remained silent. In his opinion, his and Brother Tian's values were 100,000 miles apart, and the two of them simply couldn't piss in the same pot. Even if there was no way to take revenge today, if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely not let him go. So, how could he possibly follow him around? Isn't this a joke? Brother Tian seemed to have an undying desire to recruit, and continued, Yang, you can solve the problem of the resettlement house, and dare to come here alone to take revenge. You are also considered to be a talented person, as long as you follow me to do my job. I guarantee that you will be very rich in the future. Scram want me to follow you, daydreaming. Yang cursed angrily and spat saliva mixed with blood towards Tian's face. You're looking for death? The two burly men controlling Yang, seeing that Yang had fallen to such a state and still dared to disrespect Brother Tian, were instantly infuriated and were about to strike again. Wait, Brother Tian reached out to stop the two burly men. The two burly men don't know what Brother Tian means. It's not right to make a move. It doesn't seem right not to make a move. They knew Brother Tian's character. How had he ever been wronged like this, even if Yang didn't die today? I'm afraid he would have to shed his skin. Brother Tian's character was temperamental. No one knew what he would do next. However, they could be sure that Yang would be out of luck today. At this time, a sexy-dressed beauty beside Brother Tian hurriedly took out a tissue and carefully wiped the blood off his face. Brother Tian, what are you hesitating for? You can't be soft when dealing with someone like this. The beauty spoke softly and coyly. However, the words that came out of her mouth were vicious, and she was completely watching the fun. Talkative, are you teaching me things? Brother Tian turned his head and glared at the beauty. The beauty hurriedly shut up. Not daring to utter a single breath, Brother Tian sneered and turned his head to look at Yang again. Kid, you have guts. You're the first one who dares to treat me like this. I'll give you a chance. We might as well play a game. Hearing Brother Tian say that he wanted to play a game, those behind him were in a swarm. All of them knew that there was something exciting to do today. Cheers and whistles abounded. Brother Tian raised his hand. Immediately silence fell behind him. Brother Tian smiled again and said, I heard Zheng Gang say that you drive a car well. I wonder if you can play with motorcycles. Why don't we have a match? If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, follow me in the future. How about it, Brother Tian? It's too cheap for him. Isn't it? How can we say that he is taking advantage of it? Without waiting for Yang to open his mouth, the pretty girl beside Brother Tian couldn't help but spit out a comment. I'm the most reasonable person. So he won't say that I'm bullying him based on the fact that I'm outnumbered. Brother Tian let out a grim smile and looked at Yang again, saying, how about it? Kid, dare to play. Isn't it just racing? Am I afraid of you? Yang sneered. Ha ha ha. As soon as Yang's words landed on the ground, a maniacal laughter rang out behind Brother Tian. Brother Tian, this kid's tone is quite crazy. If I knew that you're known as the little prince of racing, I'm afraid I wouldn't have said that. Right? Who doesn't know Brother Tian's reputation in the underground racing circle? Isn't it a death wish to compete with him? There were constantly people mocking Yang, not to mention that Yang was injured. Even when he was in good shape, he was never a match for Brother Tian. Yang was not affected by those words in the slightest. He stared at Brother Tian closely and said, if I win,
I'll take this person with me, while his gaze was fixed on Brother Tian. His finger pointed at Zheng Gang, who had been sitting on the side upside down. All right, no problem. Just a loser. Brother Tian didn't even think about it and directly agreed. It was already considered polite for him to say that Zheng Gang was a loser. He almost didn't say that he was a dog. Zheng Gang's face was ashen. How could he have never imagined that one day he would become someone else's bet? Brother Tian, don't listen to this kid. He doesn't even have a motorcycle. How can he race you? How about switching to something else? Whether Xiao lost or won, it didn't seem to be a good thing for Zheng Gang. He wanted to stop the race. Who said he doesn't have a motorcycle at this time? A strong light from a motorcycle shone through and with the roar of the engine. A motorcycle came whizzing by. A woman jumped down from the car, accompanied by a familiar voice, Zhang Zixi. Why are you here? Zhu was surprised. Among those who were surprised was Brother Tian, who almost said the words at the same time as Zhu Zhang Zixi ignored Brother Tian and walked towards Zhu. She first glanced at Zhu without answering his words. Then her gaze fell on the two strong men controlling him. Let go of him. Zhang Zixi's tone was icy cold. Colder than ice in winter. The two burly men glanced at Zhang Zixi and then looked at Brother Tian. Obviously, Brother Tian knew the beautiful woman in front of him, and the two burly men didn't dare to take matters into their own hands. Brother Tian waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to let go of Zhu without the support of the two strong men. Zhu body went limp and was about to slide towards the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Zixi stepped forward and used her soft body to set up Zhu. Are you all right? Zhang Zixi had a heartbroken and anxious face. I'm fine. You shouldn't have come here. Zhu was touched in his heart, but his mouth still complained. Let's not talk about it first. Let's go. I'll send you to the hospital. Zhang Zixi said this and set Zhu on his way out. How could Tian let Zhu leave like this? He instinctively wanted to step forward to stop it, get out of the way. Zhang Zixi glared at Brother Tian fiercely with an icy gaze. Brother Tian opened his mouth and actually did not utter a single word as he dodged to the side, ready to let Zhu and Zhang Zixi leave. Zhang Zixi, can I borrow the motorcycle at this time? Zhu eyes went to the motorcycle that Zhang Zixi rode over. It was 100,000 plus specialized racing bike. Although Zhu didn't know much about motorcycles, he could tell that the bike had good performance. Zhang Zixi frowned as she seemed to understand what Zhu meant. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Zhu, however, looked at Zhang Zixi with a firm gaze and said, I have to take this bastard Zheng Gang away. Zheng Gang was right in front of him. If he couldn't take him away, he felt that he wouldn't be able to face Xiao Jun and a few others when he went back. Besides, he had just sworn in front of Zheng Gang that if he couldn't take him away today, his surname wouldn't be Zhu. Zhu was stubborn, and when he recognized something, he would definitely do it. Good, then take him away. Instead of agreeing to borrow the motorcycle, Zhang Zixi wanted to take Zheng Gang away directly. She said it very dryly and didn't even ask Zhu the reason. No, he can go. Zheng Gang must stay. Without waiting for Zhu to open his mouth, Brother Tian immediately jumped out. He allowed Zhu to leave. However, he did not allow him to take someone with him. It would make him lose face. Saying this, Tian took a step ahead of Zhang Zixi and blocked in front of them. Zhang Tian, get out of my way. Zhang Zixi was instantly enraged. The cold eyes made people fearful. Even Zhu heart followed suit. Was this still the Zhang Zixi he knew? Zhang Zixi, what are you mad about? I don't care what kind of relationship you have with this brat. I advise you that it's best for you to stay out of my affairs. Facing Zhang Zixi's forcefulness, Brother Tian did not back down at all. He'll be in charge of this matter today. I have to take this person away. Zhang Zixi was even more forceful. Saying this, he took another step forward. What kind of mesmerizing soup did this brat put in you to make you defend him so much? Tian was even more annoyed in his heart. Seeing that he couldn't convince Zhang Zixi, His gaze fell on Jiang. Kid, what kind of a man is hiding behind a woman?
If you're capable, have a match with me. He won't go crazy with you. Without waiting for Jiang to speak, Zhang Zixi immediately interrupted Tian. Zhang Zixi, let us settle things between us on our own. Don't worry about me. Jiang finally opened his mouth as he gently patted the back of Zhang Zixi's hand. Jiang, are you okay? Zhang Zixi looked worried. She wanted to believe that Jiang had the strength, but his current physical condition was here. He couldn't even stand up. How could he go racing? Okay, you can do it as long as you win. You can take this person away. Seemingly afraid that Jiang would back out, without waiting for him to say anything, Tian turned around and mounted the motorcycle. Jiang turned his head to look at Zhang Zixi and gave her a look with firm eyes. He seemed to be telling Zhang Zixi with his eyes that he would be able to do it. So that she didn't have to worry, trembling, he walked towards the motorcycle, tried to move his arms and legs, and without any hesitation, directly rolled over and got on. The two drove the motorcycle to the starting line. Brother Tian looked at Jiang with contempt. The beautiful woman who had been following Tian walked over, lifted her leg, straddled the motorcycle, and sat behind Tian, naturally hugging Tian's waist. This was obviously going to make the race more difficult. A one-person race and a two-person race, the difficulty was completely different. Cheers immediately erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Brother Tian gave Jiang a smug look. At this time, Zhang Zixi, who was standing on the sidelines, unbuckled the straps of her trench coat and without hesitation, took off her trench coat and threw it directly on the ground. Inside revealed red tight short sleeves and a black sequined wrap skirt. Between the disguises, she immediately transformed from a pure beauty to a hot, lustful woman. It could be seen that she had come prepared. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Zhang Zixi's beauty was incomparable to the other beauties on the scene. It was an indescribable beauty. Even if she was dressed in a hot outfit, it was still impossible for people to have blasphemous thoughts. A few moments later, cheers and whistles resounded through the entire Riverside Avenue without hesitation. She rolled over and got on Jiang's motorcycle in full view of everyone. Zhang Zixi, what are you doing? Don't mess around. This is none of your business. Jiang was instantly anxious. He knew how treacherous racing was, and if he wasn't careful, he might wreck his car. Even he himself didn't want to go to such extremes. But with things pushed to this point, he had to do it, and Zhang Zixi was different. What did this matter have to do with her? If she was hurt in any way, how should he himself face it? I'm not fooling around. Your matter is my matter. Zhang Zixi hugged Jiang's waist tightly. Jiang couldn't say anything in a hurry. Zhang Zixi didn't care about this at all. She was still stubbornly sticking her face on Jiang's back. Zhang Zixi, are you out of your fucking mind? Get the hell home. Is this something you can play with? Tian had an angry face and was cursing towards Zhang Zixi. HMPH, if you can play it, why can't I? Are you unable to afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, say it earlier. Don't lose face then. Zhang Zixi snorted coldly and glanced at Tian with a taunting gaze. I can't afford to play. Fine. This is what you want to play. Don't regret it when the time comes. Brother Tian no longer glanced at Zhang Zixi, and as if he was provoking, he blasted his foot on the gas. The motorcycle let out a buzzing roar, like a beast roaring low. A cloud of black smoke rose from the tail. Jiang was not willing to admit defeat either, and tried to blast the gas twice. Adapting to the car, is it okay? Ever driven a motorcycle before? Zhang Zixi was still a little worried. Don't worry, isn't it just a motorcycle? But he played with it when he was small. Jiang knew that he could not drive Zhang Zixi down. So he said a few words to comfort her. Because there was Zhang Zixi sitting at the back, he had to be on his toes. In fact, it wasn't exactly Jiang comforting her. When he was young, his father had once bought a motorcycle, so he could drive it at a very early age and was still good at it. While the two were talking, a whistle suddenly sounded. The whistling beauty, dressed in denim shorts and a sexy corset, stood in the middle of the road. Jiang and Tian knew that the race was about to start. They took a left and a right and kept blasting the gas.
3, 2, 1. Go. The ordering beauty ripped off the sexy corset she was wearing.
The fullness of her chest visible, the scene's passion was instantly ignited. The youngsters cheered and roared, enjoying a night of passion that belonged to them. Where did Jiang and Tian have the heart to pay attention to all this?
When they heard the order from the beautiful starter, the motorcycle shot out like an arrow off the string. The two motorcycles drove side by side, their bright lights shooting into the distance, completely tearing a hole in the endless darkness of the night. The whistling cold wind, like a knife, slashed Jiang's cheeks on one side of the riverside avenue. There was a boundless gully, and the river roared violently next to it. If one was not careful and fell into the gully, one would be mercilessly swallowed by the river. The river is like a wild beast, opening its bloody mouth.
As if waiting for a beautiful meal to fall down, Jiang gathered his mind and concentrated. Any distraction at this time was absolutely suicidal.
Tian deserved to be called the little prince of racing, and had just driven out a distance of over a kilometer before laying claim to the lead. When he passed by Jiang, he even gave a provocative middle finger. The beautiful girl sitting behind Tian matched Tian with a scream. Jiang didn't care about any of this. He knew in his heart that this was supposed to be a challenge.
He sped along at his own pace, unaffected by them in the slightest, as he clung on to Tian's car, ready to find the right moment to overtake. Riverside Avenue was built based on the alignment of the three rivers, and was originally not a straight and flat road. Known as the mountain road with 18 curves, because of this reason, it has become a place where these car racing parties like to come. In the blink of an eye, has driven out 5 or 6 kilometers. Tian brother looked through the rear view mirror, only to see Jiang dead bite, completely no intention to let go. Brother Tian was inexplicably a little anxious, not only because Jiang was dead set on following, but crucially, there was still Zhang's Zixi sitting in his car. A troubled heart is prone to make mistakes while thinking about these things. A sharp turn suddenly appeared. Tian hurriedly controlled his speed, and the motorcycle tilted to the left, the metal parts rubbing against the ground. Cutting out a long line of sparks, Jiang saw the right moment, stabilized the front end, controlled his speed, turned to the inside lane, and quickly overtook the car. Damn, Tian cursed angrily after all, with rich racing experience. Brother Tian quickly adjusted his motorcycle, raised his speed, and chased after Jiang. The two cars chased after each other, and in a short while, they reached the return point of the race. Both of them knew that this was the best time to get rid of their rivals, and neither of them would miss this opportunity. Jiang controlled the speed and made a quick U-turn. The car drew a beautiful arc, not dragging at all. Tian's skill was obviously better. He didn't slow down at all. Hit the front of the car hard, drifting in place, overtaking Jiang. Jiang was anxious in his heart, but his hand movements were not flustered at all, and he still followed his own rhythm, chasing after him. Sitting at the back, Zhang Zixi didn't say a word and tightly hugged Jiang's waist. She seemed to have immense confidence in Jiang. She wanted to put her fate in his hands, and Jiang's heart was full of thoughts. Obviously, Zhang Zixi was acquainted with Tian. It even seemed like the relationship between them was not simple. As for what exactly their relationship was, Jiang did not have the heart to think about these things for the time being. The most important thing in front of him was to win the race first. With these things in mind, Jiang could not help but increase the gas pedal with the roar of the engine. Jiang was getting closer and closer to Tian, and there was almost less than 3 kilometers left from the finish line. Seeing Jiang catching up, Tian was enraged and utilized his car skills to quickly close in on Jiang's car. Wanting to knock Jiang off the track with his car skills, Zira, an ear-piercing metal friction sound rang out as the two motorcycles rubbed a spark. Ah! Zhang Zixi let out a scream. Tian quickly dumped Jiang's motorcycle. He was smug in his heart. Looking behind him through the rearview mirror, he couldn't see anything except the bright light from Jiang's motorcycle headlight. What puzzled him was that Zhu Yang's motorcycle was parked in the same spot, not moving at all. Tian thought of Zhang Zixi's scream just now and immediately had a bad feeling. Could something have happened to Zhang Zixi? He stopped in a hurry and turned the bike around to see what had happened. Zhang Zixi, what the fuck happened to you? Tian returned while his heart raced, shouting loudly, waiting to return to the place where the collision just occurred. Suddenly, a roar of the engine sounded. Zhu Yang's motorcycle unexpectedly ignited again, rushing toward the finish line. Fuck, you fucking scammed me. Tian only then reacted, and quickly turned the car around and chased towards Zhu Yang. However, it was already too late. He could only see Zhu Yang's ass from afar. Soon, Zhu Yang's motorcycle was the first to rush towards the finish line. Those who were waiting at the finish line were about to cheer when they saw someone crossing the line. Once they saw that it was Zhu Yang who returned first. They let out a gasp of surprise, and no one dared to applaud. Immediately after, Brother Tian's motorcycle arrived, and with a grim face, he jumped off the bike. He walked up to Zhu Yang, clenched his fist, and shone it at his stomach. Despicable villain, after cursing. It seemed that he was not yet relieved of his hatred and clenched his fist, preparing to throw a second punch. At this time, Zhang Zixi hurriedly blocked Zhu Yang behind him. Zhang Zixi, are you blind? Will you look at such a person? Tian pointed at Zhang Zixi's nose and let out a foul curse. I don't need you to mind my business. Zhang Zixi glared at Brother Tian with stubborn eyes. All right. You're good, Brother Tian nodded, then turned around and got on the motorcycle and took off. The others were bewildered and didn't know what was going on. Seeing that there was no more action to watch, they were disinterested and left one after another, without a word. Zhu Yang grabbed Zheng Gang, who was on the ground, and dragged him into his car. Zheng Gang wanted to escape, but just now, Zhu Yang's hand was really ruthless, breaking 2 of his bones, so even if he wanted to escape. He couldn't do it. Now he could only be slaughtered. Originally, he wanted to wait for Brother Tian to come back and beg him. However, he didn't expect that things would end up like this. After stuffing Zheng Gang into the car, Zhu Yang went back to Zhang Zixi's side. She was picking up the trench coat on the ground and putting it back on. Zhu Yang looked at Zhang Zixi with mixed feelings in his heart. He reached out his hand and removed the dead grass that was stuck on Zhang Zixi's trench coat and tightened the collar for her. Zhang Zai watched Zhu Yang do all this, and her eyes suddenly misted with water. After a long time, she leisurely opened her mouth. Zhu Yang, is there something you want to ask me? Zhu Yang did have quite a few questions in his heart, but at this time he seemed a bit unable to ask. His name is Zhang Tian. He is my brother. Zhang Zixi saw that Zhu Yang was having trouble speaking, so she took the initiative to say it. Oh, Zhu Yang answered. He had thought that the 2 people had an unusual relationship, but he had never thought that they were actually siblings. In the evening, I called you and you didn't answer. So I called Zia and realized that something happened to your company, and I looked for connections to check it out and knew that you came to Riverside Avenue. Zhang Zixi told what happened. Zhu Yang scowled. What did it mean that it took Lao Liu 3 days to find out what happened? But Zhang Zixi found out his whereabouts in a few phone calls. It didn't take a second thought to realize that Zhang Zixi must have used his family's resources. And the Zhang family's background was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, Zhang Tian wouldn't be able to be so arrogant and domineering. But at this time, Zhu Yang was not willing to get to the bottom of it. It's getting late, if there's anything. Let's talk about it some other time. I'll send you back first. There were too many questions lingering in Zhu Yang's heart. But he also knew that it was not the right time to ask about these things. No, I'll ride my motorcycle back later. Zhang Zixi, however, shook her head. She came on a motorcycle, so she couldn't just leave it here, could she? This, Zhu Yang was a little worried. However, seeing that Zhang Zixi was so insistent, she didn't say anything more and just nodded her head. Then you ride in front and I'll follow behind and send you back first. Zhu Yang thought of a compromise. Zhang Zixi's eyes were vacant, as if she was thinking about something else, not taking Zhu Yang's words to heart at all. Zhang Zixi, go back first. Seeing that she didn't respond, Zhu Yang reminded again. Oh, Zhang Zixi came back to her senses. Zhu Yang didn't say anything else, and after glancing at her, he was ready to go back to the car, Zhu Yang. Just as he was about to get into the car, Zhang Zixi behind him suddenly called out to him. Zhu Yang turned around and looked at Zhang Zixi. When you were racing just now, do you count it as using me? Zhang Zixi stared into Zhu Yang's eyes. A tiny thing was nothing in someone else's heart, but after Zhang Tian's reminder, something was not right in her heart. If she hadn't utilized her to make Zhang Tian stop, Zhu Yang wouldn't have been able to win this competition at all. This was probably the reason why Zhang Tian angrily called Zhu Yang a scumbag. Zhang Zixi was not willing to say the word use. And even more so, she was not willing to treat him as a scumbag. However, Zhang Tian's words were like a thorn in her heart. So she couldn't help but ask, "Is that what you think in your heart?" Zhu Yang's expression turned serious. "No, I'm a little messed up in my heart. I don't know what I think." Zhang Zixi slowly lowered her head at this point. Zhang Zixi, this is not utilization. I never thought of using you in my heart. If it wasn't for your brother using despicable means first, I wouldn't have used such a move. I just wanted to win the match too much. I had to hand Zheng Gang over to the police. If you had seen the injuries of Xiao Jun's several people, you probably wouldn't have spoken to me like this. Zhu Yang suddenly raised his voice, and his emotions turned agitated. Hearing Zhang Zixi questioning him was exceptionally hard on his heart. When he first started to spend time with her, he did think of using Zhang Zixi to get information about the Three Rivers Bank. But later, he denied his thoughts. He could not allow himself to utilize a girl as pure as Zhang Zixi. In Zhu Yang's heart, the entire world was gray, because Zhang Zixi's appearance had allowed him to see the world in all its colors, and it was the light in Zhang Zixi that illuminated the path beneath his feet. He was not willing to mix in anything that was not pure in his time with her. If Tang Hong had asked this question, he might have been weak, but when facing Zhang Zixi, he had a clear conscience. Did he really have a clear conscience? Then, what was the means that he had just taken to win the match? This might be Zhu Yang's subconscious behavior, only at this time. Even he might not be aware of it. I don't know, my heart is in turmoil. Zhang Zixi shook her head, repeating what she had just said. Zhang Zixi, no matter what, I ask you to remember that between us, the word utilization will never appear. Zhu Yang said very definitely. But, after all, it was my brother who found someone to smash your company and beat up your staff. Zhang Zixi looked at Zhu Yang with a sad face and immediately changed the topic. This was probably the most worrying thing in her heart. Right? Your brother is your brother. You are you. This matter has nothing to do with you. He didn't want to make things difficult for Zhang Zixi. After all, the matter was done by Zhang Tian and had nothing to do with her. Zhang Zixi, while saying this on his lips. His heart was very torn. After all, she was Zhang Tian's own sister. He already didn't know how to get along with Zhang Zixi in the future. Zhang Zixi looked up at Zhu Yang. Her eyes were full of sadness. She probably thought of this relationship as well. Zhu Yang, can we still get along like before? Zhang Zixi hesitated for a moment, but still brought up this biggest question straddling between them. The things between them were not picked apart, but Zhang Zixi was certain that they were of the same mind. Zhu Yang must have her in his heart. There were some things that could be denied with the mouth, but the eyes could not hide it. The time they spent together was not long, but the warmth that Zhu Yang unintentionally showed might not even be realized by himself. I might be able to, right? Zhu Yang sighed in his heart, but his mouth was vague in his heart, of course. He wished to be with Zhang Zixi like before, but after what happened with Zhang Tian, could they really go back? Zhu Yang, no matter what you think in your heart, I will always be that pure broken girl in your heart. I will always wear this necklace. Zhang Zixi's eyes were filled with tears as she stretched out her fingers and pointed to the necklace hanging around her neck. That was the necklace that Zhu Yang had picked out for her, and he had also given the necklace a nice name. Clear blue moonlight, Zhu Yang hung his head, not daring to meet Zhang Zixi's gaze. What would happen in the future? Even he wasn't sure, so how could he give her any promises? Perhaps their beginning was a mistake, while Zhu Yang was hesitating. Jiang Zixi turned around and mounted the motorcycle, started the car, and sped away with the roar of the motorcycle engine. Zhu Yang came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled open the car door, jumped on, started the car, and chased after her. She was a bit emotionally unstable right now, and he was afraid that something might happen to her. After chasing her out for some distance, Zhu Yang finally saw Zhang Zixi's figure, watching her riding on her motorcycle in a valiant manner, freely shuttling through the streets of the city. He realized that his worries were unwarranted. Zhang Zixi's car skills were very good. He let out a bitter laugh. No one could imagine that such a good girl would have such a side, perhaps. In Zhang Zixi's bones, apart from innocence and kindness, there was also an unyielding and wild side. Right suddenly, Zhu Yang seemed to realize that he really liked this girl, whether it was her innocence or wildness. It was like the poison of love, full of temptation and fascination, making him fall deeply into it. As the car kept weaving in and out of the neon lights of the city, Zhu Yang's thoughts were like a wild horse out of control. Love was sweet, but his love, it seemed, was bitter from the start, now, if he wanted to end this relationship. It seemed that it was no longer Zhu Yang's call to make. Everything was out of his control. It was like a motorcycle speeding down the street. Zhu Yang's car turned several intersections, and finally escorted Zhang Zixi's motorcycle back to the No. 98 family area. He stopped at the entrance of the district and watched Zhang Zixi ride into the district. Zhang Zixi must have known that he was watching her at the entrance of the neighborhood. However, she did not make any stops or even look back at him. Zhu Yang knew that her heart must be very conflicted. On one side was the person she liked, and on the other side was her own brother. How should she choose, even though this brother of hers was so ridiculous and unreliable, after all? There was a kinship between them. It was blood thicker than water. When Zhang Tian realized that something might have happened to Zhang Zixi, he came back to look for her without any hesitation. This was an instinctive emotion of a brother for his sister. Even for an asshole like Zhang Tian, he still had such a conscience in his heart. In turn, why wouldn't it be the same? Did Zhang Zixi really want to fight Zhang Tian to the end for Zhu Yang? Zhu Yang looked at Zhang Zixi's disappearing back and sighed deeply in his heart. He didn't drive away immediately, but silently lit a cigarette, trying to calm down his mood. He vaguely realized that this was just the beginning of things, and he couldn't anticipate what would happen again later. There were too many things that happened in one night, and they were also too out of his expectation. He had to digest the information, HMPH, at this time. Zheng Gang, who was thrown in the back of the car, snorted coldly and said, "Kid, you like Zhang Zixi. I think you'd better save your breath. You don't take a piss and look at yourself with such a lintel. Can you afford to climb up?" Zheng Gang had a disdainful face. "Zheng Gang, I think you're still too lightly hurt. Right? It's best to stay out of things that you shouldn't be in charge of. I advise you to think about where you should spend tonight." Zhu Yang gave Zheng Gang an angry look through the rear-view mirror. Zheng Gang's words deeply stung Zhu Yang. He also knew that there was a big gap between his and Zhang Zixi's family conditions. However, this kind of words coming out through someone else's mouth still made one's heart feel a little uncomfortable. What's more, the person who said it was Zheng Gang, Zhu Yang was not willing to come and discuss these things with Zheng Gang. He felt that Zheng Gang was trying to deliberately anger him by saying such words after being beaten by himself. If he really got angry, wouldn't he fall for his trick? In fact, his hatred for Zheng Gang had now decreased a lot, because he knew that he was nothing more than a knife in Zhang Tian's hands. He had transferred all the accounts of the company being smashed and the employees being beaten to Zhang Tian. As for Zheng Gang, he would throw him in front of the police station, so he thought that the police would have no reason to harbor him even if they wanted to do so now. Right, Zhu Yang, are you really going to hand me over to the police? Where did Zheng Gang have the heart to discuss Zhu Yang's feelings? He struggled to sit up and looked at Jiang with an incredulous face. Hee, you're full of crap. I advise you. Save your saliva for later and talk to the police. For such a person, Jiang didn't even have the heart to take care of him. What do you think the police can do to me? Zhang Tian won't watch me go to jail. What I did was at his behest. He will definitely fish me out. This face, the police will definitely give it. I advise you, it's better not to waste your efforts. You've beaten up and punched, or else, what's going on between us? Let's just write it off. Speaking of this. Zheng Gang was surprisingly a bit smug. Zhu Yang suddenly turned his head and stared at him with a sharp gaze. Zheng Gang, don't be too smug, although you are not an accomplice, but you have done all the bad things. Even if it's for Xiao Jun, I will make you sit through the bottom of the jail. As for Zhang Tian, do you think I will let him go? Hearing Zhu Yang's words, Zheng Gang froze for a moment. He met Zhu Yang's gaze, and after a moment, he actually laughed out loud. Zhu Yang, after hearing your words, I conclude that you haven't figured out Zhang Tian's bottom line and don't know his methods. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said such childish words. I don't care what his background is. All I know is that he beat up my brother and has to pay the price. I'll go find him again. Zhu Yang ruthlessly interrupted Zheng Gang's later words. To have revenge was his character. If a man is a man, how can he stand between heaven and earth if he doesn't take revenge? This was the case with his father's matter. And it was still the case with his brother's matter. I'm afraid that without waiting for you to find him, he might find you first, right, having suffered such a big loss. Do you think Zhang Tian will just let it go? Zheng Gang sneered. HMPH, that would be best. I'll wait for him. Zhu Yang's gaze narrowed slightly, without the slightest bit of fear. Zheng Gang saw Zhu Yang so agitated. He sneered twice and no longer spoke more, with an expression of him waiting to see your bad luck. Yu Yang had a frosty face, no longer paying attention to Zheng Gang, flicked the cigarette in his hand out of the window, restarted the car, and drove towards the nearest police station. The car stopped in front of the police station, and he pushed the door to get out. The guard of the police station noticed him through the glass window of the post. What's going on? Hurry up and drive the car away. You can't park here. The doorman was a bit impatient and shouted towards Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang didn't pay any attention to him at all, and didn't even bother to look at him. He walked to the back next to the car door, pulled it open, and dragged Zheng Gang out of the car as soon as he could. Slamming him hard against the automatic retractable door in front of the police station. What's going on? The doorman in the guardhouse realized that something was wrong and hurriedly grabbed the baton on the wall and ran out from the guardhouse. By the time he came out, Zhu Yang had long since jumped into his car and took off. He glanced behind him through the car's rear-view mirror, only to see that the entrance to the police station was already a mess. Zhu Yang didn't have the heart to pay attention to that. Anyway, he had handed Zheng Gang over. So it was time for those cops to get busy behind him, or they would find themselves soon, and he wouldn't mind confronting Zheng Gang on the spot. It was only at this time that Zhu Yang felt pain all over his body. Zhang Tian's 2 bodyguards, they were really hard on him. Driving to the hospital, he hung up at the emergency room. The doctor in the emergency department at night happened to be Xiao Jun's attending doctor, and he recognized Zhu Yang at once. Seeing him injured like this, he was taken aback. Do you guys think that we as doctors are idle? Going out and fighting without moving, the doctor frowned and just counted. I guess in his eyes, Zhu Yang's gang were not peaceful people. Zhu Yang gave a bitter smile and did not explain anything. Luckily, the doctor didn't ask any more questions and let him take off his clothes, carefully helping him with the injuries on his body. There were injuries all over his body, but fortunately, they were all superficial injuries that didn't hurt the bones. He applied medicine where it was needed, and bandaged where it was needed. After finishing the work, it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. The doctor arranged for Zhu Yang to stay in the ward, whether mentally or physically. Zhu Yang instantly relaxed and fell asleep while lying on the hospital bed. He had never imagined that a hospital bed would be so good to sleep in. Zhu Yang had just fallen asleep when his cell phone unexpectedly rang. He was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone with a jolt. His eyes opened at once, lying on the hospital bed. He slowed down for a while before he took over his cell phone, and by the light of its screen, he saw that the caller ID was Tang Hong. Heart puzzled at this time, how could she call herself despite the doubt, he still picked up the phone. Hello? He opened his mouth lazily. Zhu Yang. Did you beat up Zheng Gang and throw him in front of the police station? Tang Hong didn't have any pleasantries and got straight to the point. Yo-ho, you're quite well informed. How did you know? Zhu Yang was puzzled in his heart. It had only just happened, and it was the middle of the night. How did Tang Hong know so quickly as he said this? He sat up from the hospital bed and leaned towards the cushion. Don't you care how I know? I'll just ask you. Is this true? Tang Hong didn't answer Zhu Yang's question, but anxiously confirmed the truth of the matter with him. That's right. I'm the one who beat up Zheng Gang. And I'm also the one who threw him in front of the police station. Zhu Yang didn't hide it and told Tang Hong directly. Since she had called in, she must have grasped the whole thing. There was no point in hiding it from her. Zhu Yang, you're too impulsive, Tang Hong complained, then asked, where are you now? I'll go find you. It's too late, isn't it? Zhu Yang looked at the injuries on his body and hesitated a little. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and tell me, Tang Hong said impatiently. All right, then you come to the hospital. Zhu Yang was helpless. Hospital. Tang Hong was obviously a bit surprised, then said, okay, I know, wait for me, go over right away. After saying that, without waiting for Zhu Yang to open his mouth, Tang Hong hurriedly hung up the phone. Anyway, things had already happened, so Zhu Yang didn't think too much about it. He threw down his cell phone and continued to sleep. It always felt like he hadn't slept for long, and in a daze. He felt that someone had entered the door and turned on the light. That person didn't say anything, and stood in front of the hospital bed for a long time, staring straight at him. Zhu Yang woke up with a jolt. Who else could be standing in front of him if not Tang Hong? Tang Hong's eyes were full of tears and sadness. Seeing Zhu Yang suddenly waking up, Tang Hong hurriedly turned her head away and wiped her tears. Hee. You're here. You didn't even wake me up when you came, spying on me. Didn't know you had such a fetish. The atmosphere in the hospital room was really a bit low. Zhu Yang pretended not to see Tang Hong's tears as he grinned and joked with her. Scram, you're all hurt like this. And you still have the heart to joke. Tang Hong glared fiercely at Zhu Yang before reaching out and slapping Zhu Yang's body. Hiss. Zhu Yang frowned slightly and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What's wrong? Did it hurt you? I didn't exert myself either. When did I become so weak? Tang Hong thought Zhu Yang was joking with her. Saying this, she uncovered the quilt on Zhu Yang. The scene in front of her froze her in a flash. She only saw that there was hardly any good skin on his body. All of it was coated with potion. Tang Hong's nose was sore, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling down. Hee, look at this. What's going on? You beat me up. I haven't cried yet. Why are you crying first? Zhu Yang tried to act as relaxed as possible. He couldn't see a woman shedding tears. You're still laughing. Does it still hurt? Tang Hong rubbed her eyes and blankly glanced at Zhu Yang before inquiring again in the gentlest tone. I have thick skin. What's the pain? It'll all be fine after a nap. It's just a superficial injury. It doesn't matter. Zhu Yang was afraid that Tang Hong would be worried and described the injury as very minor, although it was a superficial wound. It wasn't like Zhu Yang said that it could be healed after a sleep, if he wanted to be completely well. I was afraid that he would need to recuperate for a week. Tang Hong looked at Zhu Yang and sighed deeply. Who did this? Was it Zhang Tian? Tang Hong changed the topic and stopped mentioning the injuries. She could also see that these were indeed superficial injuries. And as long as they didn't move the muscles and bones, there wasn't much of a problem. Zhu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, staring straight at Tang Hong. How do you know that Zhang Tian did this? Do you recognize him? Recognize? Recognize the contracted work on the outer wall of the resettlement house was done by him. How could I not recognize him? Tang Hong suddenly became evasive.
and her eyes were somewhat hiding. Hee, so it's like this, ah. Since Jiang Tian is the contractor for the resettlement house's external wall. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhu Yang's eyes were still sharp when dealing with the quality of the resettlement house's external wall. As the boss of the PR company and the main implementer of the plan, he unexpectedly didn't know that the external wall insulation was done by Jiang Tian.
Wasn't this a deliberate concealment? How many other unknown secrets were inside a small project quality problem?
Who could say, Zhu Yang, don't be angry first. I'm not intentionally hiding it. It's just that. It's just that Jiang Tian's background is very strong. So strong that even the Mountain River group doesn't dare to offend him, right, without waiting for Tang Hong to finish her words.
Zhu Yang directly interrupted her later words. This. Tang Hong slowly lowered her head, not knowing how to face Zhu Yang. The ward fell back into silence. Awesome. What kind of background does this Jiang Tian have that he makes Liang Shan scorn?
Zhu Yang withdrew his gaze from Tang Hong and leaned back on the bed, his eyes staring at the snow-white ceiling.
Seemingly muttering to himself, Zhu Yang, let's not worry about what background Jiang Tian has. Can you listen to me? This matter ends here, okay? Tang Hong stared at Zhu Yang with a supplicating gaze. She hoped to hear Zhu Yang promise her. However, Zhu Yang shook his head. Tang Hong, things have come to this point today. It's no longer something I can just say to stop.
Having offended Jiang Tian, do you think he'll just let it go? Zhu Yang threw the question to Tang Hong again.
This, Tang Hong froze, lowered her head, and didn't speak for the old half-day. Zhu Yang seemed to be thinking about his own mind as well, and didn't say anything either. There were a few more minutes of silence in the hospital room. Tang Hong suddenly raised her head, looked at Zhu Yang and said, Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it. What? Y'all handle it? How will you handle it? Tang Hong's words took Zhu Yang by surprise. With Jiang Tian's background, it seemed that Liang Shan didn't even dare to offend him. But Tang Hong dared to take over this matter. Could it be that Tang Hong was very honorable in front of Jiang Tian? Zhu Yang's eyes glanced back and forth at Tang Hong's face, as if he wanted to see through her expression. Don't worry about how he'll handle it. In short, please make sure you trust me. I'm sure he'll be able to take care of things. Tang Hong's gaze was firm. Zhu Yang didn't say anything. He was still staring intently at Tang Hong's face. Even if Jiang Tian was willing to reconcile, he, Zhu Yang, might not be able to agree. Several people from Xiao Jun were still lying in the hospital. Could he just let Jiang Tian off the hook? Zhu Yang stared at Tang Hong for a full dozen seconds. He wanted to say something more, but finally opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He knew that Tang Hong was doing it for his own good. But how could she understand what he was about to do, seeing that Zhu Yang didn't say anything? Tang Hong thought that he had acquiesced to his way of handling the situation. She tried to squeeze out a smile, wanting to lighten up the dreary atmosphere. However, even Tang Hong herself felt that her smile was really a bit forced. Zhu Yang, no matter what, you beat up Zheng Gang and threw him in front of the police station. You were too impulsive. Aren't you handing yourself over to the police? It shouldn't be hard for them to find trouble with you. Right, Tang Hong didn't want to talk about this issue. However, this issue couldn't be circumvented. She had to remind Zhu Yang. HMPH, who let the police harbor them, since they want act, I'll push them from behind. I'd like to see how else they'll harbor them. Zhu Yang did not take this matter to heart in the slightest. No matter where he reasoned, it was Zheng Gang's problem. He was the one who brought people to smash his company and beat up his employees. Since he couldn't move Jiang Tian for a while, he would start with Zheng Gang first. Zheng Gang did not say it. He did things, are Jiang Tian instructions. If a interrogation, Zheng Gang, Jiang Tian confessed, things will not become simple. Although he still didn't know Jiang Tian's background, he felt that no one was above the law. Right, Zhu Yang? Why are you so stubborn? Is there really no way to get past this matter? Looking at Zhu Yang's determined eyes, Tang Hong was a little disturbed. She felt that Zhu Yang wasn't smooth enough to know how to compromise. With a character like that, she really didn't know how he did business all these years. Hey, things are done. What do you say? Zhu Yang snorted coldly. Aren't you worried about the police taking you away on such grounds? Tang Hong shook her head helplessly. Since I've done it, I'm not afraid. I can't wait for the police to come and take me away. I'd like to see how they'll handle this. Zhu Yang had a disinterested look on his face. Besides, if the police really wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't have waited until now. It had already been a few hours since the incident happened, and the police must have already found out his identity. However, they were slow to act. This in itself was full of weirdness. The more this happened, the more interested Zhu Yang became. And he wanted to know what other demons and monsters were behind the matter. Tang Hong was so angry by Zhu Yang's words that she didn't know what to say. Oh, just don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Zhu Yang laughed and comforted Tang Hong instead. Tang Hong looked at Zhu Yang and sighed deeply, her eyes all helpless. Zhu Yang wasn't sure about the inner workings of some things, but Tang Hong knew. She wanted to tell him everything, but the words came to her lips, but they didn't come out. She comforted herself in her heart. Perhaps there was still room for things to turn around, right? Seeing Tang Hong still looking worried. Zhu Yang smiled again. All right, it's getting late. If you don't sleep, it will be dawn. Shouldn't you go back too? Zhu Yang didn't want Tang Hong to follow and worry too much. He had his own plans and didn't want to be disturbed by Tang Hong's thoughts. You're hurt so badly. How can you do it without someone to keep you company tonight? I'll make do in the ward. Saying that, Tang Hong got up to pack up the companion bed next to her. Don't. Let's forget about it. With this injury of mine, where do I need someone to accompany me besides? Aren't you going to help me with Zhang Tian's matter? It's better for you to go back and have a good night's sleep to recuperate. Zhu Yang waved his hand repeatedly. Seeing that it was almost dawn, maybe Zhang Zixi would come to the hospital to visit him. She had left in a hurry last night and would definitely think about her injuries when she returned. If she came to the hospital and collided with Tang Hong, how should he explain? Tang Hong gave Zhu Yang a puzzled look and said, Zhu Yang, why do I think you're a bit strange? It seems like you're afraid of me staying. You're not hiding anything from me. Are you? What are you talking about? How could I possibly have something to hide from you? Zhu Yang's heart tightened. He had to admire a woman's sixth sense. Tang Hong had guessed his mind in a flash. He hurriedly added, Actually, I'm thinking about the two of us, as you know. A few of my company's employees are also in the hospital. Later on, they'll surely come over to see me. Did a little bit not so good if they see you. What's wrong with that? I'll just take this opportunity to meet your staff. Am I so unseemly? Tang Hong's thoughts were completely different from Zhu Yang's. Instead, she felt it was a chance to enter Zhu Yang's circle. No, I don't mean this. Zhu Yang felt a bit of a headache all of a sudden. Tang Hong, a few of my employees and I were injured. It's more or less related to your company. If they meet you at this time, not only will it not give them a good impression, maybe they will even hate you as well. Zhu Yang racked his brain and made up a reason. Tang Hong looked at Zhu Yang with a strange gaze. She was a bit unconvinced by this reason. He said, Everything you said is true. Didn't lie to me. How do I feel? All right, if you don't believe me. Then stay. Seeing that he couldn't convince Tang Hong, Zhu Yang was in a hurry and simply came up with a move to retreat. Forget it, I'd better listen to you, not knowing what Tang Hong suddenly thought of. She suddenly changed her mind again. Huh? What do you mean, changed your mind? Really want to go? Zhu Yang followed and froze for a moment. According to Tang Hong's character, she couldn't wait to stick with herself, so how could she easily agree to leave? Zhu Yang gave Tang Hong a puzzled look, always feeling that there was something in her heart. Heh. Certain people don't welcome me to stay, so I won't make a fool of myself. Tang Hong let out a laugh and dumped the blame on Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang shook his head helplessly, without saying anything else. Tang Hong picked up the bag next to her and carried it on her back. Waving her hand towards Zhu Yang as she turned towards the door, Tang Hong, Zhu Yang suddenly called out to her. Tang Hong stopped and turned around, staring at Zhu Yang with wide eyes, waiting for his later words. "Thank you." Zhu Yang didn't know what to say, and after half a day of thinking, he only uttered these 3 words. How could a woman worry about his injuries in the middle of the night and run to the hospital to see him? How could she not move him? He felt ashamed for taking advantage of Tang Hong. Hearing Zhu Yang's words, Tang Hong's face suddenly smiled a little. "With your words, even if I die, I am willing with these words." Tang Hong walked towards Zhu Yang again, walking up to the hospital bed. She quickly leaned down and placed a kiss on Zhu Yang's lips, and quickly got up again, giggled, and turned around to walk out of the hospital room, looking at Tang Hong's back as she left. Zhu Yang's heart sighed. It was obvious that Tang Hong was filled with love fantasies for him and was getting deeper and deeper into it. What woman would worry about other people's business in the middle of the night if she wasn't invested in true feelings? Zhu Yang could still feel the faint, sweet flavor remaining on his lips. He was somewhat less tolerant of continuing to utilize Tang Hong. If Tang Hong knew in the future that he had no feelings for her and was totally using her, would she go crazy? Zhu Yang thought about ending this relationship immediately. However, on second thought, if he didn't use Tang Hong, how could he find out about his father? Who else could he count on in Mountain River Group, other than Tang Hong? From the recent contacts, Tang Hong was clearly not an ordinary person, and she had a good chance of getting in touch with the very core of Mountain River Group. She even had the certainty of fixing Zhang Tian. Could such a woman be a simple woman? Zhu Yang's heart was very conflicted. Lying on the hospital bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When the day dawned, it was with great difficulty that he fell into a deep sleep. Not knowing how many hours he had slept, Zhu Yang was awakened by the noises in the corridor outside. In a daze, he heard what seemed to be the sound of a doctor checking in. He didn't want to pay any attention to it, and didn't even bother to open his eyes. He only felt very tired and wanted to sleep for a day and a night before he got over it. At this time, he faintly heard the sound of small sobs by the hospital bed. He thought he was hallucinating upon closer listening. Yes, someone was indeed whispering. He hurriedly opened his eyes and turned his head to see that there was indeed a woman sitting beside the bed. Who else could it be if not Zixi, only to see her eyes red, silently weeping, both eyes red and swollen? If she hadn't been crying all night, how could she look like this? Zhu Yang's heart seemed to be torn by something unusually painful. The best love in the world was love at first sight, and the most miserable love in the world was also love at first sight. Unfortunately, the encounter between Zhu Yang and Jiang Zixi belonged to the second kind. "Zixi, why are you here?" Zhu Yang hadn't thought about how to face Jiang Zixi when Jiang Zixi saw that Zhu Yang had woken up. She hastily wiped a handful of tears from her eyes and squeezed out a smile in a raw manner. "Hi, Boss Zhu. How are you?" Jiang Zixi wanted to greet him in the same way as before, but halfway through her words, the bean-sized teardrops rolled down first. Zhu Yang could no longer control his feelings as the tears came out of his eyes. He once thought that he had a hard heart and had cried his tears dry since his father's death. But it was only at this moment that he realized that he was not invulnerable to all poisons. Jiang Zixi had easily breached his defenses in the most tender way, seeing Zhu Yang shedding tears. Jiang Zixi froze for a moment. After a long time, she unexpectedly broke into tears. Hurriedly, she rummaged through her bag and wiped Zhu Yang's tears. Zhu Yang grabbed Jiang Zixi's hand, gently stroked it, stared straight into her eyes, and said, "Zixi, let you be aggrieved." Jiang Zixi was stunned. How could she not expect that Zhu Yang would say such words to her? Although it was not a confession, but to Jiang Zixi's ears, such words were even more flattering than a confession. Her cheeks instantly reddened, and she hung her head, not daring to look at Zhu Yang, but a light smile appeared on her face. In this instant, she felt that all the aggravation she received yesterday was worth it. After a moment, Jiang Zixi stretched out her hand and caressed Zhu Yang's forehead wound, asking softly, "Does it still hurt?" Zhu Yang shook his head slightly.
The two people looked at each other with 4 eyes, and no one spoke any more.
Ouch, I didn't see it. I didn't see anything, huh? At this time, the door of the ward suddenly opened.
Ziyu appeared at the door of the ward. She looked at the two of them and laughed straight when Jiang Zixi heard Ziyu's words. She hurriedly took her hand away from Zhuyang's face, and the blush that had just faded from her face climbed back up. Even her neck was red. Jiang Zixi, shouldn't I change my name to your sister-in-law, haha. Ziyu saw Jiang Zixi's shy face and became more energized. You hate ignore you. Jiang Zixi glanced at Ziyu and hurriedly turned her head to the side. It was said that at such an age...
It shouldn't be like this, however. Jiang Zixi had not been in love before. Her face was thin, and after being talked to twice by Ziyu, she did not know how to cope. Ziyu, this mouth of yours, ah. Zhuyang laughed and glared at Ziyu. Ziyu joked with Zhuyang often and did not care as she laughed. Zhuyang put away his smile and continued. How did you know that I was injured and hospitalized? Hee, have you forgotten what we do when Zixi called me last night? I realized that something was wrong, and then when I called both of you, neither of you answered, and it wasn't until this morning that I inquired about it, and found out that the two of you had done something so awesome. As Ziyu said this, she even gave a thumbs up towards the two of them. Obviously, she didn't know about Jiang Tian, and even less about Jiang Zixi's relationship with Jiang Tian, only knowing that he had captured Jiang Gang back and thrown him to the police station. If she knew about Jiang Tian and Jiang Zixi's relationship, she wouldn't have said so much in a colorful manner at this moment. Zhuyang and Jiang Zixi glanced at each other. No one said anything. At this time, the door of the ward opened again. Lu Dong pushed a wheelchair and pushed Xiao Jun in. While Lai Fei limped behind on his crutches, although they were both injured, their faces were filled with smiles. Needless to say, they had heard about last night's events. Who wouldn't be happy to be able to find Zheng Gang and finally hand him over to the police? Zhuyang glanced at them, sighed in his heart, and said, Come on, everyone in our company is considered to be gathered. Should we all sit down and let's have an impromptu meeting? Zhuyang smiled and joked with everyone. Everyone let out a laugh. Then they really did find stools and sat down around Zhuyang. Everyone put away their smiles and looked at Zhuyang with a serious face. Zhuyang scanned the circle, frowned slightly, and said, Can you guys not be so serious? Make it look like a farewell ceremony. PFFD, just after Zhuyang finished his words, Jiang Zixi couldn't help herself first. She burst out laughing all of a sudden. The others also burst into laughter. The atmosphere in the hospital room got better all of a sudden. People who passed by in the corridor outside had sideways glances, and they were probably wondering in their hearts, what on earth were these people doing? Why are they so happy to be hospitalized? After laughing, Zhuyang put away the smile on his face and said, Now the company's situation, everyone can see, except for Ziyu. Everyone else is injured. Don't be in a hurry. The most important thing at the moment is to recuperate from the injuries. Wait until the injuries are healed. Then we'll do a big job. Don't worry, during the hospitalization period, the salary will be issued as usual, and all the medical expenses will be counted as the company's. Good. Zhuyang's words just finished. Everyone let out a cheer in terms of morale boosting. Zhuyang was really a good hand. Zhuyang smiled and swept a glance at everyone, waved his hand, and said, Dismissed, Brother Yong. No way, that's all we're talking about. Several people looked at each other. Ziyu couldn't help herself first and looked at Zhuyang with a surprised expression. What, the money that's due is in place. What else do you want me to say? Zhuyang had a smile on his face. Of course, he knew what Ziyu meant. She definitely wanted to talk about Yung, and herself to see what to do behind the scenes. Although Zheng Gang was sent to the police station, but the matter has not been finalized for a day. We cannot rest assured, however, Jiang Zixi is still in the ward. Zheng Gang's matter, after all, has something to do with Jiang Tian. Discussing this matter in front of Jiang Zixi's face, afraid that she can't accept it. Brother Yang, Why are you still playing dumb with us? You know, I'm talking about Zheng Gang. Ziyu was dissatisfied with what Jiang said. What else is going on with Zheng Gang? It's all been handed over to the police. Let the police handle the things behind it. Zhu Yang pretended not to care and looked at everyone with a calm face. No, Brother Yang, you saw how the police acted in this matter. They are obviously favoring Zheng Gang. We can't just do nothing, right? It was unexpected that Zhu Yang would have this attitude, which was out of Ziyu's expectation. After being so aggressive last night, I seem to have wimped out a bit today. Ziyu, boss must have his reasons for doing this. I think let's just listen to boss, without waiting for Zhu Yang to open his mouth again. Lai Fei, who hadn't been talking much, spoke first. He was good at prying all kinds of information, and knew more about the human condition than a few of Ziyu's, and knew that behind a thing, there would be intricate connections, and Zhu Yang must have his reasons for doing so. It is true that one should not make judgments based on one's own ideas, when one does not have a full grasp of the situation. Lai Fei, why do you say the same? Ziyu glared fiercely at Lai Fei. She had twice witnessed Zheng Gang bringing people to the company to vandalize it. And she also knew that the last time she had spent just a month in jail because of the quality of the resettlement housing. If we don't find a way to make his charges heavier, he might be out of jail again in a few days. What will happen again later? Who can say? Zhu Yang seemed indifferent and didn't even bother to discuss the matter. How could this not make Ziyu anxious? Brother, if you ask me, you shouldn't have handed that bastard Zheng Gang over to the police. If it were me, I would have directly crippled him. Xiao Jun, who hadn't made any comments, spoke up at this time. His thoughts were even more extreme. Of all the people present, I'm afraid that the person who hates Zheng Gang the most is him. Xiao Jun? Ziyu was so angry that she raised her leg to kick him, if it wasn't for the fact that he was badly injured. The kick would have gone straight up. Fight, fight, fight. You just know how to fight all day long. Can you use your head when it comes to things? Ziyu ruthlessly counted down Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun hung his head like a defeated rooster, not daring to say another word. All right, all of you go back to your wards and rest. I know in my heart that I don't need you to worry about this matter. Zhu Yang interrupted them and waved his hand, telling them all to go back, seeing that Zhu Yang was so determined. No one could say anything else, in terms of intelligence. No one present could compare to Zhu Yang. And since he already had a plan in mind, the others had no choice but to call it quits, after everyone had gone out. Jiang Zixi looked at Zhu Yang with a frustrated look on her face. Zhu Yang, I know you have concerns about Zheng Gang because of me. Actually, what are you thinking? This has nothing to do with you. Don't ever take the blame on yourself. Without waiting for Jiang Zixi to finish her latter words, Zhu Yang interrupted her. Jiang Zixi was a smart girl. How could she not know what Zhu Yang had in mind? Zhu Yang, you don't have to lie to me. I know what's in your heart. If I hadn't seen the injuries of a few of Xiao Jun's people, I might have advised you to be more generous. But Jiang Zixi paused when she said this and let out a deep sigh. Zhu Yang did not say anything as he waited for Jiang Zixi to continue. Actually, how to deal with Zheng Gang is not the point. The key to the problem was Zhang Tian behind Zheng Gang. If Zhang Tian was sent to prison by him, then how could he continue to get along with Jiang Zixi, but things just to Zheng Gang here to stop? Zhu Yang heart and not willing, besides. Zhang Tian lost face last night and lost money on the resettlement housing project. Is he willing to stop? How this matter was handled was a dilemma for Zhu Yang. It was also a gulf in front of him and Jiang Zixi. Or rather, how things should be resolved, in a way, depended on what Jiang Zixi had in mind, seeing that Zhu Yang didn't say anything. Jiang Zixi continued, After I went back last night, I didn't sleep all night and thought a lot. I know that the root of the problem lies in my brother. He is spoiled by his family, arrogant, capricious, and morally corrupt, before I came to the hospital. I was still thinking about how to persuade you to reconcile with him,
but now I feel that I just can't say this kind of words." Speaking of this, Jiang Zixi's tears almost fell again. Zhu Yang scowled. He didn't know what to say. Was Zhang Tian merely spoiled by his family, and arrogant and capricious? Can it be considered ethical to dare to cut corners on the resettlement housing project, and then beat up the staff of the public relations company who dealt with the problem afterwards? This is a violation of the law, and should go to jail. It was not good for Zhu Yang to say such words in front of Jiang Zixi. It didn't make sense for him to add to her mental burden. "Hish, so what do you mean?" Zhu Yang finally raised his head and looked at Jiang Zixi. He had a serious face, as if Jiang Zixi's next words were very important to him. Jiang Zixi looked embarrassed. She shook her head slightly. "I don't know, up to now. My heart is still very messy, reasonably speaking. No matter what you do, there is nothing wrong with it, but, Zhu Yang, you give me a little bit of time. I'm going to persuade my brother. I'm going to persuade him. I believe he will listen to my words. I let him come over to apologize to you. Compensation for your losses. Do you see okay?" Jiang Zixi reached out and grabbed Zhu Yang's hand, looking at him blearily. Zhu Yang handed Jiang Zixi's hand and clutched it in his palm, gently caressing it, but in his heart, he sighed deeply. How easy is it to convince Zhang Tian to apologize and pay for the damages? He's a 27 or 28-year-old adult. Not a child, and if he had recognized his mistake, he wouldn't have come this far, but looking at Jiang Zixi, Zhu Yang could not refuse directly. "Well, if he can really make amends and apologize for our losses. This matter, I can stop pursuing it." Zhu Yang told himself in his heart that if Zhang Tian could really make it this far, he would rather reconcile with Zhang Tian for Jiang Zixi's sake. He didn't want to see Jiang Zixi in such a difficult situation. "Really, you're not lying to me, are you?" This was probably the sentence Jiang Zixi wanted to hear the most. A big smile broke out on her face, like an innocent child, and she barely managed to jump out of her chair. "Fool, of course it's true. Would I lie to you?" Zhu Yang seemed to be infected by Jiang Zixi's emotions, and a smile appeared on his face as well. He reached out and gently tickled a finger on her nose. A scarlet redness instantly flew onto Jiang Zixi's cheeks. She shifted her gaze aside, not daring to look Zhu Yang in the eyes, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth spoke of her mood at the moment. Neither one spoke, and the atmosphere in the hospital room was instantly quiet. Even the air smelled of love. Jiang Zixi enjoyed the atmosphere, but her heart was like a deer in the headlights, blushing that, "I'm going to go back and finish up with my brother first." Jiang Zixi was a bit at a loss for words, got up in a hurry, walked out 2 steps, and then remembered that she forgot her bag, turned back to get her bag, and left in a hurry. Walking to the door, he seemed to think of something else. She turned to look at Zhu Yang and said that she would come back to see him tomorrow. Then, with a smile on her face, she pulled open the door and left. Looking at the direction, Jiang Zixi left and smelling the faint fragrance left behind by Jiang Zixi in the air. Zhu Yang's mood was a bit complicated. Did he really like this simple girl? Should I go with her like a moth to a flame? Against all odds, he was surprised at how quickly their feelings for each other had warmed up. How many days have we known each other? When did you fall in love with this girl? Was it the first time you ran her over with your car and looked at her in a pathetic way? Or wiping the ice cream off the corners of her mouth and feeling the warmth of her lips? Or lying side by side in the boat, smelling the fresh scent of her hair? Or was it the one where she smiled and said, "Hello, Boss Chow"? Or did she straddle the motorcycle without a second thought and tighten her arms around her waist? Or maybe it was her red, swollen eyes and whispered sobs. He was amazed at how many moments had been left between them in just a few days. Each one, in retrospect, making his heart flutter. There are many more clips like this. Some people spend their entire lives together and may not have so many beautiful or tear-jerking moments. If that's not love, what is? Zhu Yang could no longer deceive his heart. Suddenly, he thought of his father falling from the mountain river group building and collapsing on the cold ground.
He also thought of Zhang Tian's hideous face after he failed to race the car, pointing at his nose and cursing angrily, saying that he would not let him go. Immediately after that, Liang Shan, Zhang Zhiguo, Qin Liju, Zheng Gang, Tang Hong, and so on. The faces of many people flashed in his mind one by one like a slideshow. He felt like he couldn't even see what was going on in front of him. All he could see clearly was each person's face. But not their hearts. There was a voice, like the devil, roaring loudly in his heart, Zhuyang Zhuyang. You have so many things to do. What makes you stop? Who are you to have love? It was as if he had been daggered through the heart. And his body began to convulse, suffocating him for a time. He tried to get rid of the suffocating feeling. But the more he struggled, the more he couldn't breathe. There seemed to be a force that wanted to forcefully pull him away from Zhang's Zixi. Beads of sweat, instantly rolling down his forehead, smashed against the back of his hand and fell to pieces. He struggled, trying to catch something in the darkness, but he couldn't catch anything. Knock, knock. Knock! There was a knock on the door. Zhuyang came to his senses in a flash. He breathed heavily and wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. Feeling as if he were alive again. So you're in this ward, seeing no one talking. I thought I had gone to the wrong. The door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Zhao Ziyuatang and Zio Mei appeared in the doorway. Zhuyang looked at the two of them and tried to squeeze out a smile. What brings you here? He was a little surprised. Zhao Ziyuatang and Zio, I belong to the literary youth. Besides, Zhao Ziyuatang also has a retired provincial leader grandfather. The last time they knew each other, it was completely by chance. It stands to reason that there will be no crossover in the future. I didn't expect them to visit him. Look at you. I've heard about you. We're kind of friends. How could I not come to see you? As Zhao Ziyuatang said this, he pulled over a chair and sat by the hospital bed. Zio Mei, like last time, was still reticent and very cool, and after she greeted Zhuyang, she sat quietly by Zhao Ziyuatang's side. Zhuyang smiled slightly. He really couldn't figure out how the almost chatterbox Zhao Ziyuatang could like Zio Mei. I wonder what they're usually like when they're alone. What surprised Zhuyang even more was that Zhao Ziyuatang took him as a friend. I wonder how the word friend is defined in his mind. Is it that anyone who has met once or had a meal can be called a friend? As for how he knew about his situation, Zhuyang didn't want to ask more. Zhuyang, do you need my help with this matter? Even though my old man has retired, dealing with a Zheng gang is just a matter of words. This person is really detestable and simply lawless. Zhao Ziyuatang looked angry, as if he was the one who was aggrieved. Zhuyang let out a bitter laugh. I thought to myself, this kid is a little bit interesting, and the general official second generation is really different. Without a bit of heart, think of what to say. How does the average official talk like that, even if they use some tactics behind the scenes? They wouldn't be so tongue-in-cheek about it, but that was exactly why Zhuyang felt that Zhao Ziyuatang was considered a person to befriend. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe what I'm saying? When Zhao Ziyuatang saw Zhuyang smiling without saying anything, he became a bit anxious. Zhuyang smiled again and looked at Zhao Ziyuatang and shook his head. If it's just a Zheng gang, where does it need your family's old man to make a move? Zhuyang gave Zhao Ziyuatang a meaningful look. Oh, you mean there's something else to the whole thing, despite not being in the officialdom, but coming from a family of officials, and usually learning by ear. Zhao Ziyuatang immediately realized that the situation was not so simple. Zhuyang nodded slightly, then sighed and said, things are a bit complicated, so I won't trouble you. If I need your help, I will definitely ask. He made a polite remark, not being very familiar with Zhao Ziyuatang. He can't really not know what's important when people say they are helping. Besides, this matter was related to Zhang's Zixi. How could he open his mouth? Well, since you put it that way, I won't push it. Zhao Ziyuatang glanced at Zhuyang and stopped continuing the topic. At this time, the doctor came in to change the medication and asked the visitor to wait outside.
Zhao Ziyuateng hurriedly took Zhao Mei and walked out of the hospital room. After the doctor changed the medicine, Zhao Ziyuateng and Zhao Mei came in again. The expression on his face became unnatural, completely different from earlier. He looked at Zhu Yang and shook his head helplessly. "I'm a person who doesn't tell lies. I wanted to do you a favor, but am not really in a position to get involved in the Jiang family's affairs." Zhao Ziyuateng looked embarrassed. "What? Did you find out everything?" Zhu Yang smiled helplessly in his heart. He couldn't help but lament the Zhao family's well-developed intelligence network, and in a moment's work, Zhao Ziyuateng figured out the ins and outs of the matter. This is the benefit of being an official. There are so many resources that can be mobilized. No wonder everyone wants to be an official at the same time. He was also curious as to what exactly was the origin of the Jiang family, that even the Zhao family in the provincial capital was unwilling to be easily offended. He hadn't realized until now that he hadn't even known about the Jiang family's background, which was ridiculous to say the least. I'm afraid no one would believe that. Perhaps those who knew the inside story thought that he should know Zhang Tian's background, so no one explained it to him. Finally, he couldn't help himself and inquired to Zhao Ziyuateng, "What exactly is the origin of this Jiang family that even your Zhao family is afraid of it?" When this was asked, it directly froze Zhao Ziyuateng. "Big brother, isn't it? You can't tell me that you don't even know that Zhang Tian's old man is Zhang Zhiguo." "Right." Zhao Ziyuateng's eyes widened as he looked at Zhu Yang with an unbelievable gaze. "Huh? What did you say?" "Zhang Zhiguo. You mean Zhang Zhiguo, the mayor of Sanjiang City, compared to Zhao Ziyuateng." Zhu Yang was even more surprised. His mouth was hanging open. He couldn't believe this. He couldn't associate the three words Zhang Zhiguo with a real person. And after thinking for a while, it occurred to him that the only person with the name Zhang Zhiguo seemed to be the mayor of Sanjiang City. Who else could it be if not him? How many more Zhang Zhiguo could there be? Zhao Ziyuateng glared at Zhu Yang without any good humor. Zhu Yang was completely confused. The first thing he thought about was not Zhang Tian's background, but Zhang Zixi, who was surprisingly the mayor's family's golden young lady, knowing that there was a huge gap with Zhang Zixi's family conditions. It had not occurred to me that the gap would be so large. The feelings that were already not so sure were put under a big question mark by Zhu Yang. What virtue and ability does he have to fall in love with Zhang Zhiguo's daughter? It's important to stop a relationship while it's just getting started, and not move forward in any way. But would Zhang Zixi agree in a matter of seconds? Countless thoughts intertwined in his mind. "What, dumbfounded, aren't you? Let me tell you. Where has this gotten to?" Zhao Ziyuateng also saw the change in Zhu Yang's demeanor, and he smiled slightly. Zhu Yang then counted back to his senses as he looked at Zhao Ziyuateng without saying anything. Zhao Ziyuateng took a breather and then told him a few more things. "Zhang Zixi's mother is called Liu Mei, and Zhang Zhiguo is a university classmate, and Liu Mei's father is likewise a retired provincial leader." Back then, strongly opposed to her and Zhang Zhiguo together, unable to do so, Liu Mei recognized Zhang Zhiguo, and even forced him to die to be with Zhang Zhiguo, and finally, behind the back of his family, secretly got a marriage license with Zhang Zhiguo, and soon became pregnant with their first child, which is now Zhang Tian. The story was a big deal at the time. Liu Mei's father was so furious that he became very ill and threatened to break off the father-daughter relationship with her. In the end, I don't know what happened, but a few years later, their relationship suddenly eased up. Probably because the Liu family had no choice but to accept the reality. Since then, Zhang Zhiguo leveled off from the township government agencies of a small section, one step at a time, and finally even sat in the mayor's position. Zhao Ziyuateng also told Zhu Yang that the Liu family was different from their Zhao family, and although the Liu family's old man had retired, both of his sons worked in the government sector and were real power players, listening to the news. Zhu Yang was dumbfounded,
Any one of these things taken out would make his jaw drop, let alone so many. He felt more and more that the gap between him and Jiang Zixi was simply an insurmountable chasm. After slowing down for half a day, he let out a bitter laugh and said, "I thought that Jiang Zixi was climbing high on your Xiao family by matching with you. But who knew that it was actually your Xiao family climbing high on Jiang Zixi?" Xiao Zaiwotang, embarrassed smile, said, "You do not mind me gossip. I was not interested in these things. It is not to match with Jiang Zixi. The old man will be her family of those old calendar turned out, told me to listen to after saying this." He added, "No, big brother, are you actually boyfriend and girlfriend with Jiang Zixi? How come you don't even know anything about her family?" Xiao Zaiwotang gave Jiang a suspicious look. "Of course it's a boyfriend and girlfriend, only Jiang Zixi keeps a low profile and never talks to me about the family." Jiang immediately reacted and made up a random excuse. After all, the last time he accompanied Jiang Zixi on a blind date as a fake boyfriend. If he told Xiao Zaiwotang the truth, wouldn't it make him think they were playing him? Jiang didn't want this unnecessary misunderstanding to happen. Fortunately, Xiao Zaiwotang didn't think much of it either. Jiang Zixi's family conditions are special. Appropriate concealment is normal. I think it is not yet time to tell Jiang, "No, big brother, what do you think this is about?" It's not good for you to offend anyone, but this second-generation ancestor of the Jiang family. Tell me, how can you still get along with Jiang Zixi? Xiao Zaiwotang was anxious for Jiang. The brain circuits of literary youth are different from others. After all, the first thing that came to his mind was Jiang and Jiang Zixi. Perhaps he didn't even feel that offending Jiang Tian was a big deal. But instead, he was not good enough to get along with Jiang Zixi. Jiang shook his head helplessly and let out a bitter smile for a moment before he said, "What's the solution? Take one step and see what happens. Whenever you get involved with an official." "Nothing good happens," Xiao Mei, who hadn't said anything, suddenly interjected at this time. Jiang froze for a moment. This Xiao Mei was speaking too bluntly, right? It quickly occurred to her that probably things weren't going too well for her and Xiao Zaiwotang. Either, otherwise, the Zhao family wouldn't have let Xiao Zaiwotang out on a blind date in the families of government officials and eunuchs. The concept of gentrification is more important, and most of the marriages of their children are political marriages. Xiao Zaiwotang turned her head to look at Xiao Mei and smiled awkwardly, not following up on her topic down the line. Xiao Mei didn't say anything else. She must have known that things between her and Xiao Zaiwotang weren't very good in the first place, and she didn't want to make things too difficult for Xiao Zaiwotang. "Hey," Xiao Zaiwotang sighed, patted Jiang's arm and said, "Buddy, you and Jiang Zixi's matter, brother can't help. Everything relies on you if Jiang Tian's side won't stop." "You tell me." "If Jiang Tian's side won't stop, you tell me. I'll think of a way for you to find someone to come out and mediate. It shouldn't be too much of a problem." Xiao Zaiwotang seemed righteous. Being able to say something like that made Jiang's heart burst with emotion. Originally, he was still planning on how to deal with Jiang Tian, but now it seemed that he couldn't do anything. So he could only stop and wait to see how things would develop. He couldn't fight against the power of the Jiang family. Jiang also didn't know when Xiao Zaiwotang left. He just felt like he was in a bit of a trance. As for what Xiao Zaiwotang said later, he didn't listen to it at all. All he could think of was Jiang Zixi's family conditions, and in his heart, he was thinking about how to break off his relationship with her, thinking about it. I couldn't come up with a good idea. Eventually, he actually fell asleep in a daze in his hospital bed last night with a total of just over 4 hours of sleep. I was just too tired when I woke up. It was past dinner time, and when I turned my head to look out the window, it was dotted with lights, and night had fallen early. There was a dinner sitting on the bedside table. It was already cold, probably bought by Ziyu. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, he didn't wake him up. For a while now, he was really getting a little hungry. "You're a good sleeper. You've been asleep most of the day. I've come in to check on you a couple times. You're hungry, aren't you?"
I'll heat up the meal. Ziyu pushed the door in and saw that Zhu Yang had woken up from his nap.
So she hurriedly picked up the meal and put it in the microwave to heat it up. Knock, knock, knock. There was a loud knock on the door. Ziyu and Zhu Yang exchanged a glance, wondering in their hearts who had come to visit at this time. She still went over and opened the door, only to see a middle-aged man with a country face standing in the doorway.
Who are you looking for? Ziyu didn't recognize the visitor. He only felt that he was very imposing, and asked suspiciously, Mayor Huang, what brings you here, without waiting for the visitor to speak.
Zhu Yang recognized the visitor first. He is none other than Gov, Deputy Mayor Huang Liang, Ziyu.
This is Mayor Huang. Hurry up and invite Mayor Huang in. With these words, Zhu Yang was about to roll over and get out of bed.
Zhu Yang, lie down, don't get up. Huang Liang, in Ziyu's puzzled eyes, had walked quickly to the hospital bed. Where Ziyu had seen such a big leader, she froze for a moment and then quickly reacted and hurriedly moved over a chair. Asking Huang Liang to sit down, afterwards, the hospital bed was swung up again to make it easier for Zhu Yang to talk to him. That done, she had the good sense to leave at her level. She wasn't qualified to listen to people's conversations.
Mayor Huang, what brings you here? Zhu Yang looked at Huang Liang, puzzled in his heart. He didn't know Huang Liang at all.
And if he hadn't met him at the commendation ceremony, he wouldn't have recognized him even if he was standing in front of him.
Although he had only met him once at the commendation ceremony, Zhu Yang couldn't say he had a good impression of him. At the very least, he hadn't cared when the company's employees had been beaten up, but had used that incident to try to suppress Zhang Zhiguo. I really don't know what his intentions are for today's sudden visit. Last time in the commendation assembly, originally wanted to meet you. Who knows the sudden situation? I did not expect. We actually met here. After hearing about you, in the morning to come to visit, but no official business, this is not. Off work specially come over.
How do you think the body? Huang Liang had a look of regret on his face, as if he was the one who was injured. Of course, Zhu Yang would not take Huang Liang's words seriously. These politicians, every word they say and everything they do, has his purpose. If you take his words seriously, then you're really being childish. Thank you, Mayor Huang, for your concern.
You're so busy with your work, but you still made a special trip for my matter. It's too much trouble for you.
Anyway, just to be polite, although Zhu Yang is not a government agency, but he is at least a small boss.
Less to deal with people, like this scene, or can easily deal with. What are you talking about, coming over to see you?
Isn't that the right thing to do? Huang Liang feigned displeasure. Zhu Yang smiled faintly and did not say anything.
He was the executive vice mayor of the government, and he was not familiar with him, so there was absolutely no need to visit him in person.
With all the people in the city, does he have to visit anyone who is sick? Being able to come see him in the first place showed that he had been paying attention to Zhang Gang's affairs. Knowing that Huang Liang would definitely explain the reason for his visit, he didn't ask any more questions as he waited for him to speak in person. As expected, seeing that Zhu Yang didn't say anything, Huang Liang frowned slightly, sighed, and continued, Mayor Zhiguo is usually busy with his work, and it's inevitable that he would neglect his children's education. What I didn't expect was for Zhang Tian to be so lawless and do such a ridiculous thing. Huang Liang's words were half regret and half anger. However, Zhu Yang instantly understood where he was coming from. He didn't mention Zhang Gang, only Zhang Tian. The intention was very obvious. He was coming for Zhang Zhiguo. Why is he telling himself these things? Isn't it just that you want to use yourself as a knife to get at Zhang Zhiguo? I'm afraid that if he does it himself, there is no certainty of winning and pushing him out, no matter whether he can cause damage to Zhang Zhiguo or not. It has nothing to do with him, Huang Liang. Zhu Yang wasn't that stupid. How could he be willing to be a knife in someone else's hand?
He smiled slightly and said, Mayor Huang, this matter is all Zhang Gang's doing. It has little to do with Zhang Tian.
He's just a little more capricious and playful, and was taken advantage of by Zhang Gang. Besides, Hasn't Zheng Gang been taken away by the police? Zhu Yang deliberately played dumb. Hearing Zhu Yang's, Wang Liang's thick eyebrows jumped a few times. He stared straight at Zhu Yang for a few seconds. Zhu Yang, do you really think so? Do you think that because he's the son of Mayor Zhiguo, you're afraid that the police won't deal with him impartially? Don't worry about this. If you have any grievances, feel free to speak up. I believe that even Mayor Zhiguo will not harbor them. Besides, isn't there still me? I will definitely do you justice. Wang Liang's words have already said very obvious. This is to pull together Zhu Yang. Together against Zhang Zhiguo. In Wang Liang's opinion, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could he want to miss it? Zhu Yang smiled and shook his head slightly. Mayor Huang, Zhang Tian really didn't do anything to me. He was just being used. You don't have to think too much, whether Wang Liang was capable or not. Zhu Yang wasn't very clear. But he really didn't like his tactics of dealing with his political opponents. If you really wanted to get to the bottom of this, you shouldn't have come to him. Just let the police handle the case. Why bother? This kind of secret tripping and using underhanded tactics. He didn't appreciate. HMPH, he was used. You really think so? You know what? He's still moving around today, trying to get Zheng Gang out of the police station. If he wasn't weak-minded, why would he do all these things? Wang Liang was suddenly a bit annoyed. Zhu Yang was stunned for a moment. This was a situation that he had not heard of. If that's true, this Zhang Tian is too arrogant, right? He sent Zheng Gang to the police station on the front foot, and he had to find a way to fish for him on the back foot. He suddenly thought of what Zheng Gang had told him yesterday, that what he had done was at the behest of Zhang Tian, and that if he went in, he would definitely give Zhang Tian up. No wonder Zhang Tian couldn't wait to fish Zheng Gang out. Mayor Huang, the police station won't release Zheng Gang just like that, right? Zhu Yang's heart was a little worried. If there's no way to cure Zheng Gang even like this, when he comes out, he'll be even more arrogant, and there'll still be good days for him. No, you're too naive, aren't you? Have you forgotten how Zheng Gang got out of prison last time? Wang Liang snorted coldly. His face was full of disdain. Almost didn't say that you are just childish. Zhu Yang scowled. The last time something so big happened, Zheng Gang merely spent a month or so in prison. At that time, he didn't know how he got out, since he knew that the person behind him was Zhang Tian. He understood everything. This time, it's just a fight and assault, much milder compared to the last time. So how many days can he be locked up? From the police's handling of last night's events, it's basically a sure thing. None of the police had come to question him about last night until now, so I guess it must have been a minor incident in their minds originally. Or perhaps they were considering the Zhang Tian factor. Zhu Yang was a little frustrated in his heart. Can't we do anything about these people? Seeing Zhu Yang scowling, Wang Liang smiled faintly and continued. I didn't understand the situation last time and let Zheng Gang escape. This time, since I know about it, I won't let him out so easily. Just rest assured that he will be allowed to rehabilitate himself properly inside. And even if Zhang Tian is involved in it, he will never be spared. Zhu Yang snapped his head up and stared intently at Wang Liang. Although Wang Liang's motives were impure, however, it would not be a bad thing if he could reach a cooperation with this kind of person and help him solve some of the troubles around him. Zhu Yang's mind began to move, thinking of this. Another voice in his heart immediately reminded him that no, he resolutely could not work with such a person. The person he wants to deal with is Zhang Zhiguo. Cooperating with him can only be a knife in his hand. Whether he can fight for the benefits, who can say clearly? Besides, what Wang Liang did shows that this person's character is not good. It's really hard to say if he'll help when it matters. Besides, what Zhang Zhiguo's attitude was until now was unclear, and he couldn't foolishly just rush over to confront him like that. A more important point was that both Tang Hong and Zhang Zixi had said that they were going to convince Zhang Tian and reconcile with him. It was an unwise choice to take the risk of entering into a partnership with Wang Liang when things were inconclusive. Zhu Yang's mind was working fast, and he made up his mind that he couldn't catch the olive branch thrown over by Wang Xiyang for the time being. Because what he throws over isn't necessarily an olive branch. It could be a ticking time bomb. What? You don't trust me? You should know that I can still talk my way out of the public security port. Wang Xiyang was a bit impatient when he saw Zhu Yang's delay in taking a stand. No, Mayor Huang, you've misunderstood. What happened between Jiang Tian and I is really just a small misunderstanding. Thank you for your kindness, Zhu Yang politely declined. Wang Xiyang frowned once again when he heard Zhu Yang's words. After all, Wang Xiyang was someone who had seen the world and was briefly displeased, followed by a laugh. Good, that's good, since it's a misunderstanding. It's good to make it clear. Mayor Zhiguo's side should also be relieved. Jiang Tian, this child, a little bit not let adults worry Wang Xiyang called Mayor Zhiguo with every breath, as if he wanted to show how good their relationship was, and all the things he did seemed to be for Jiang Zhiguo's benefit. Having said that, he didn't seem to have anything else to say, and the atmosphere in the hospital room was a little awkward. Wang Xiyang laughed, then said, Zhu Yang, then I won't bother you to recuperate. Today will be this. First, with that, Wang Xiyang stood up. This kind of person is smart enough to just get his point across, and he won't force the issue as to what others want to do. He believed that Zhu Yang would definitely go back to him when he really needed his help. Mayor Huang, I'll see you off. Zhu Yang made a move to get out of bed. No, Wang Xiyang waved his hand repeatedly. You hurry and lie down. After that, he was ready to leave, walked out 2 steps, seems to think of something. Once again stopped, turned around, said, Zhu Yang, you are a talent dealing with the resettlement housing project quality issues. I can see. No one else can compare, for you such a talent. I'm the mayor of this when the mayor should be given protection and care, so that, in the future, you have anything, at any time you can come to find me. Wang Xiyang seemed to be afraid that Zhu Yang wouldn't understand where he was coming from, and reminded him once again. Zhu Yang felt funny in his heart. How could a deputy mayor say something like that? It reveals political immaturity. Not to mention anything else, there was no way to compete with Jiang Zhiguo based on that alone, once the 2 people completely tore themselves apart. It was hard to say who would win in the end. He was supposed to be an irrelevant person. There was no need to get involved in a fight between the 2 of them. With that in mind, his mouth expressed his gratitude. Wang Xiyang probably saw that Zhu Yang was not interested in cooperating, so he smiled faintly and turned to leave. When Wang Xiyang left with his front foot, Zia Yu pushed open the door. She didn't come in right away, but poked her head in and observed the situation inside. Come on, don't look. Didn't you see him go? Zhu Yang glared at Zia Yu without any good humor. If it wasn't for Zia Yu keeping an eye on the situation over here, he wouldn't have pushed his way in just as Wang Xiyang left. Zia Yu grinned and dashed in. She first opened the table board on the hospital bed, then took the meal out of the microwave and set it on the table board, and then she also handed Zhu Yang's chopsticks. She really saw Zhu Yang as a serious patient. Zhu Yang had wanted to say that he could do this, but in the end he didn't. He didn't want to brush off Zia Yu's good intentions. After doing this, Zia Yu sat on the chair Wang Xiyang had just sat on and watched him eat. Zhu Yang picked up 2 mouthfuls of rice and looked at Zia Yu again. Say, what do you want to ask? Hurry up and ask while I'm in a good mood. He guessed what Zia Yu was thinking. In fact, there is no need to guess. Although Zia Yu did not open her mouth, Zhu Yang still saw through her mind at a glance all the questions are written on the face yet. Hehe, really can't hide anything from you. Zia Yu was a bit embarrassed by Zhu Yang's words. She grinned and first gave a thumbs up towards Zhu Yang and said, Brother Yang, was that person just now really the government's vice mayor Wang Xiyang? Your injury actually alarmed the vice mayor. Your face is big enough. Zia Yu unexpectedly looked at Zhu Yang with a face of adoration. Cut the crap. Just say what you have to say. Didn't you just check your cell phone for messages? Zhu Yang took a bite of his meal and glanced at Zia Yu again. To be honest,
He didn't want this so-called face Wang Liang gave him at all. He. It's still Brother Yang who is great.
Nothing can be hidden from you. Ziyu smiled again and asked immediately afterward, what did he come to find you about? Related to Zheng Gang's matter, Ziyu asked directly, pretty smart brain, yes, you guessed right. Zhu Yang nodded. The biggest relationship with them at the moment is the matter of Zheng Gang. Huang Liang appeared in the ward at this time. Not for this for which, ouch, nasty, no laughing at people. Ziyu, of course, could hear the good and bad words. Zhu Yang was obviously taunting her. Things were obvious. I'm afraid everyone could see it. She gave Zhu Yang a blank look and then asked, what I'm asking is, what exactly did Mayor Huang say? Is it to punish Zheng Gang severely? A smile appeared on Ziyu's face. In her opinion, even the vice mayor personally asked about the matter. Zheng Gang must be in bad luck this time. Yes, it's true that Zheng Gang should be severely punished, but I can't work with him. Zhu Yang's eating hand paused for a moment and spoke thoughtfully. Work with him, collaborate with who, with what? Ziyu didn't understand Zhu Yang's words and looked at him suspiciously. Oh, nothing. You just need to know that Zheng Gang will definitely be punished this time. Everything else is trivial. Zhu Yang reacted and quickly changed the subject and continued eating. As for the things he talked to Huang Liang about, he definitely couldn't go around publicizing it, and there was even no need to tell Ziyu about it. This time Zheng Gang is definitely going to be unlucky. There is no doubt that Huang Liang wants to suppress Zhang Zhiguo. This is definitely a good breakthrough. How can he allow Zhang Tian to easily fish Zheng Gang out of the police station? Not only would he not let Zheng Gang go out easily, I'm afraid that he would also use some tricks on him and try to get something useful out of his mouth. Well, I knew it. Those who have done bad things will be punished, and we can work without fear in the future. I'll tell them the good news later. Ziyu smiled happily. She did not pursue Zhu Yang any further to ask what he meant by cooperation. That's probably why the less you know, the easier it is for people to be happy. It was at this time that the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Zhu Yang and Ziyu turned their heads to look over, only to see Tang Hong walking in a trance. You are? Ziyu had never seen Tang Hong before. She looked confused and thought that whoever was visiting the patient had gone to the wrong ward. Oh, this is Director Tang from the Mountain River Group. Zhu Yang hurriedly introduced Ziyu. Ziyu wanted to greet Tang Hong, but Tang Hong stood still as if she hadn't heard Zhu Yang. Ziyu couldn't help but frown slightly. Ziyu, don't you want to tell them the good news? Hurry up and go. I'll have a word with Director Tang. Zhu Yang sent Ziyu to recuse himself. He didn't want others to know what he was talking about with Tang Hong for the time being. Looking at Tang Hong's expression, he must have brought some important news. Ziyu didn't say anything. She gave Zhu Yang a meaningful look, as if to tell him, don't forget, you're the one who has a girlfriend. You must pay attention to the proportion. Zhu Yang understood the meaning of Ziyu's eyes. It's no wonder Ziyu misunderstood at this late hour. A beautiful woman in a trance appeared in the hospital room, who could not have a misunderstanding. Zhu Yang pretended not to read Ziyu's eyes. Besides, how could he explain such a thing? Should I tell Ziyu? You mustn't misunderstand. I don't have the slightest relationship with her, and am purely using her. Ziyu turned around and walked out 2 steps, then turned back to look at Zhu Yang and said, Brother Yang, your body is still not well. Don't talk for too long. This day down, the wards have not been cut off. When can you get well? Ziyu still couldn't help but remind. These words were not only spoken to Zhu Yang, but were also a reminder to Tang Hong. Okay, got it. Zhu Yang knew that Ziyu was pointing at him, and he was a little impatient. Zhu Yang, Zhu Xiang, when is your father? Right when Ziyu left, Tang Hong stared into Zhu Yang's eyes and suddenly asked this. Zhu Yang froze for a moment. His hands let go, and his chopsticks fell on the table board. He didn't seem to realize any of this at all.
Looking at Tang Hong with a surprised expression, not speaking for a long time. Why don't you say anything?
Looks like I was right. Tang Hong sneered. How do you know that? Did you hear something? Zhu Yang looked back at Tang Hong with a serious face.
This was something he hadn't told anyone about, and even, in the past few years, he had been deliberately hiding his identity. Unexpectedly, Tang Hong knew all this. How did she know? Zhu Yang's heart was filled with questions. Tang Hong shook her head slightly as she stared straight at Zhu Yang, her speaking voice suddenly cold.
Zhu Yang, why are you hiding from me? What exactly is your purpose in approaching me? I approached you.
Are you out of your mind? You've always been the one who approached me. Okay, when did I approach you?
Zhu Yang was a bit angry with Tang Hong's attitude and tone of voice. From her tone, Zhu Yang could hear that she was beginning to doubt his motives. He quickly sobered up and adjusted his emotions, since Tang Hong knew his identity and still came over to him. It meant that she had no intention of turning her back on him, and he had to figure out what was in her heart first. More importantly, he had to find out what exactly Tang Hong had heard first. You're right. I've been the one pestering you. I'm the one who's cheap. Okay. Tang Hong was rendered speechless by Zhu Yang as she let out another sneer. Tang Hong, what are you talking about? I really don't know. Why would you think that? Zhu Yang shook his head slightly. What did I think? What do you want me to think? I want to be with you with all my heart, but you have such a big thing to hide from me. What do you really mean? Could it be that you never had me in your heart? Tang Hong raised his voice. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a hospital room, I'm afraid she could growl. Then what do you want me to tell you? Should I tell you that my father, Zhu Xiangwen, embezzled money from the bank and jumped off a building in fear of committing a crime? As soon as Tang Hong's words were finished, Zhu Yang excitedly disliked him back in all these years. He had never mentioned this matter in front of outsiders. Suddenly he said it, and it seemed to him that his heart was bleeding. However, he is stealing the concept. What Tang Hong cares about is whether he has him in his heart or not. While Zhu Yang is talking about how difficult it is to talk about his father, he couldn't be taken in by Tang Hong. What did you say? Your father embezzled money from the bank and jumped from the building in fear of committing a crime. Just now Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu said not so. Upon hearing Zhu Yang's words, Tang Hong instead froze for a moment and looked at him with a surprised expression. She also stopped counting on Zhu Yang for not telling his father in advance. Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu. What exactly did they say? Zhu Yang frowned a bit and looked at Tang Hong with a nervous expression. He uncovered the covers and sat directly on the edge of the bed. He felt as if he was one step away from knowing the truth. For the first time, after years of painstakingly tracking things down, he heard from someone else's mouth that there might be another reason for his father's death. Zhu Yang, looking at Zhu Yang, Tang Hong suddenly hesitated. She realized that things seemed a little big and wondered if she should tell him what she had heard. What did you hear? You hurry to say Zhu Yang is a bit impatient. Zhu Yang, I may have heard wrong. Tang Hong was at a loss for words as she looked at Zhu Yang's impatience. She thought of how Zhu Yang had once inquired with her about Zhu Xiangwen. And it was only now that she realized his intentions. The more she did, the more she dared not say any more. For fear of stirring up some kind of trouble, Tang Hong, why don't you say it? Zhu Yang suddenly jumped down from the bed and grabbed Tang Hong's shoulders hard. Shaking them vigorously, you're hurting me, Tang Hong screamed, feeling the strength in Zhu Yang's hands as well as his slightly trembling body. The aura of exuberance that was just there a moment ago was completely gone. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. I won't push you. Take your time. Zhu Yang hurriedly let go of Tang Hong's shoulders. But his eyes kept staring at her face, all expectant. Hey, forget it. I'll tell you everything. Tang Hong looked at Zhu Yang and hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind and telling all the news she had heard. Looking at Zhu Yang's mood, she couldn't not say It turns out that just a few hours ago,
Tang Hong went to the 19th floor of the Mountain River Group to find Liang Shan.
Wanting to ask Zhang Tian in the resettlement housing project just how deep the involvement, she had to find a way to mediate between him and Zhu Yang's contradictions. Just as he walked to the door of Liang Shan's office, he heard a conversation between Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu coming from inside, probably because the two felt that the company was already off duty, plus there would be no one coming to the 19th floor. So, without even closing the office door tightly, there were no taboos in talking. Tang Hong knew that eavesdropping on other people was not a good habit and hurriedly tried to back out. But just at this time, he heard Liang Shan mention Zhu Yang to Qin Lizhu, ghostly. She didn't leave and stood in the doorway to eavesdrop on the conversation inside.
Lizhu, have there been any results on the situation? I asked you to check about Zhu Yang. The first to speak was Liang Shan.
It's clear he's Zhu Jiang, when son. Qin Lai Zhu's voice came out from the office. What did you say? There's no mistake. Right, he is Zhu Jiang, when son. It's really a ghost. Liang Shan had a surprise tone, this kind of thing. How could I be wrong? Zhu Jiang, when does have a son, however, it's been 10 years. I didn't expect him to still appear. What should we do? Qin Lai Zhu's impatient tone was mixed with panic. Pa, Liang Shan slapped his desk, glared at her and said, what's the panic, even if he is Zhu Jiang, when son, so what? What happened back then? Has already been characterized, besides the death of no evidence. He can know how much, even if he knows. What evidence is there? Taking a breath, Liang Shan frowned and said, no wonder I feel that this kid looks familiar. It turns out that he is actually Zhu Jiang, when son, and that idiot Wang Xiyang even said that it was fate. Humph, I wonder what purpose he has in showing up at this time. Where did he just show up now? Didn't I hear him say that he applied for your company a few years ago? Also, I checked the bank's surveillance and found that a few days ago, he had been to the bank and even opened an account there. Do you think that this is a coincidence, or is there another purpose? Qin Lizhu's mind was finer than Liang Shan's. Ever since Liang Shan asked her to check on Zhu Yang, she checked the bank's surveillance in passing. I didn't expect to find anything. She wondered if it was a coincidence or if Zhu Yang had another agenda. She'd like to check the last few years, but unfortunately, the surveillance system doesn't retain video that far back. If she found out that Zhu Yang had appeared at the bank several times in the last few years, I'm afraid she could have broken down right then and there. Whatever his purpose is, let's just keep an eye on this guy. You don't have to worry too much. Liang Shan deliberately kept his composure. Now, no regret. Early to know now. In the beginning, really should not frame Zhu Jiangwen. You also let me put the bribe money in his office. You say, for more than 100 million yuan of loans, as far as to take his life. These few years, I have been living a day of trepidation. A loan of over $100 million. Yes, you don't think that's a lot of money now. But what did it mean to us 10 years ago? You won't forget, right? Besides, the latter words were not said by Liang Shan. Qin Lai Zhu opened her mouth to say something else. Liang Shan, however, interrupted her and even glanced towards the office door, reminding her that she should never bring up what happened back then again. Next, he shifted the conversation to the city's Beltline project. Tang Hong listened to their conversation and didn't dare to go back into the office to find Liang Shan. After she went back, she asked her friends in the Public Security Bureau to look up the case of Zhu Jiang when's fall 10 years ago, and found that what the Public Security Bureau found out was completely different from what Liang Shan said. She immediately realized that there was something else going on in the case that year. It also realized that Zhu Yang approached her with another purpose. As the son of the deceased, it's impossible not to know what happened. These things were not what she cared about. What she minded more was Zhu Yang's feelings for her. Was it real or fake? A woman's sixth sense told her that Zhu Yang had his purpose in approaching her. Thinking of this, she immediately came to the ward to look for Zhu Yang. Hearing Tang Hong's words, Zhu Yang was stunned, then his body began to tremble, followed by falling on his butt on the bed,
has always suspected that his father's fall is something else.
Suffering from no evidence, when he personally heard Tang Hong set out all this, he was completely confused. There really was something else going on with my father's death, regardless of whether he jumped off the building on his own or had another hidden agenda. At least the cause of the incident was framed by Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu. If this reason is established, the father has no reason to fear jumping from the building, because there is no such thing as fear. And what was the cause of the father's fall? The only reason Zhu Yang could think of right now was that he had been pushed down the stairs. A shiver ran through his body at the thought. He desperately wanted to know the details of the whole thing. Never more than now, but how was he to find out these details and get justice for his father? He didn't have a clue. He just felt a blank inside his brain. Zhu Yang looked ahead with dull eyes and didn't move a muscle. "Zhu Yang, are you all right? The situation I heard was a bit one-sided. There's no need for you to." Tang Hong had never seen Zhu Yang like this before, and she panicked in her heart. She wanted to comfort him, but even she felt that what she said was a bit childish. "No, you don't have to say anything. I'm afraid that's what happened." Zhu Yang finally slowed down. He stared straight at Tang Hong and said, "I want to know the details of what happened. Can you help me?" Zhu Yang had no choice but to pin his hopes on Tang Hong. She was in the best position to inquire about her father's condition, as she worked for and was an executive of the Mountain River Group. Tang Hong was a little hesitant. She knew in her heart that it was not easy to find out this information. Overhearing these situations today is purely coincidental, and who can expect to do anything based on coincidence? Besides, only Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu knew about this kind of thing, so was it better to ask them directly? Looking at Zhu Yang's sad appearance, Tang Hong couldn't bear to refuse again. She was in a dilemma. "Tang Hong, I know that it's really hard to make this work." Zhu Yang understood Tang Hong's difficulty. He turned his words around and continued, "Do you know why I didn't fall in love all these years? That's because I couldn't let go of my father's matter. And if this matter is resolved, I won't have any more worries and will be able to fall in love wholeheartedly." Zhu Yang is hinting to Tang Hong that if she is willing to help him, he will accept her completely. He knew the implication was shameless, but in order to find out the cause of his father's death, he didn't mind using Tang Hong. Zhu Yang knew what Tang Hong had in mind for him, and using a woman's feelings for him to do things was really not manly. However, Zhu Yang couldn't afford to think that much. The resources he had at hand that he could use were too few. Tang Hong seemed to be the last straw for him to find out what was going on, and he had to hold on to that straw. As for how disappointed and sad Tang Hong would be with him after it was over, he had no time to think about that at all for the time being. "Zhu Yang, are you telling the truth? Didn't lie to me." Tang Hong's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard Zhu Yang's words, and even her face glowed all along. She could feel that Zhu Yang was not warm and fuzzy towards her. She did not understand the reason for this, but now she finally understood. She began to fantasize about waiting for things to be over. Walking hand in hand with Zhu Yang on the street, fantasizing about the two staying in the house, one cooking and the other doing chores. Or even a number of years later, the two people gray hair, holding each other along the way, in Tang Hong's bones. She is a love romantic, fantasizing about a romantic and sweet love. A promise verbalized by Zhu Yang made Tang Hong's heart begin to throb. And like a moth, she recklessly pounced on the burning bonfire, looking at Tang Hong's expression. Zhu Yang's heart seemed to be viciously stabbed. Although Tang Hong did not voice out the ideals she had in mind, Zhu Yang was able to see it in her expression. He had given Tang Hong a wonderful promise, and he really didn't know what would happen to Tang Hong when the time came for him to burst this wonderful soap bubble with his own hands. Zhu Yang felt that he was the most shameless man under the sky, however, as soon as he thought of the image of his father's fall. The faces of Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu immediately surfaced in Zhu Yang's mind, and his heart slowly began to harden. Revenge is merciless, not to mention facing someone as vicious as Liang Shan. Any softness or hesitation will end in doom. Thinking of this, Zhu Yang's gaze firmed up as he nodded heavily towards Tang Hong. Of course, what I said is true. How could I lie to you? Don't you believe me? Although Zhu Yang couldn't see his own face, he could feel that his facial expression must have been very sincere when he said this. And even a hint of tenderness would show in his eyes. Since he had met Zhang Zixi, he had been read into her mind several times. And for this reason, he had even looked into the mirror and practiced controlling his expression. He believed that the expression on his face at this moment, matched with his words, would definitely impress Tang Hong's heart. I believe you, it'll help you with your prying. Tang Hong didn't have any hesitation and directly agreed. She didn't consider for a second that this matter would be beyond her ability. Don read, thank you. Tang Hong agreed too dryly, which caused Zhu Yang's heart to ache again, even if she hesitated a little, or made some material offer, or asked him to make a promise. His heart might feel better, but in favor of none of these. She just agreed so readily. Thanks for what? I'm not doing this for both of our futures. A thick smile surfaced on Tang Hong's face. Tang Hong, Zhu Yang wanted to say that in case something changed in the future, he hoped she wouldn't hate him too much. But the words came out of his mouth, and he swallowed them. How can you say something like that? Tang Hong wasn't a fool. Once she said that, what would she think in her heart? What are you trying to say? Tang Hong stared at Zhu Yang's face. Oh, it's nothing. I just want to say that Liang Shan and Qin Lizhu are not good things. You must beware. Zhu Yang hastily made an excuse. Don't worry about it. I have it in my heart when I go back. I first check that $100 million loan from the Mountain River Group back then, and see if I can find anything. Tang Hong's mind quickly had a preliminary plan. After saying that, Tang Hong suddenly put away the smile on her face, stared straight at Zhu Yang, and said, Zhu Yang, those promises you made just now, it can't be that you want to take advantage of me to do something for you. And casually said it, right? Zhu Yang's heart shook when he heard this, and he stared straight at Tang Hong. This woman in front of me, to be able to sit on the position of the director of the marketing department of the Mountain River Group, is by no means only by virtue of her beautiful face. Behind her face, there must be a very high level of intelligence. The reason why she acts like a little woman in front of him is because she's not defensive of him. This was something that Zhu Yang was a little too proud of. Why would he do that if he didn't really have no choice? Tang Hong, if you think that I'm using you, then what I said just now, let's just pretend that I didn't say it, and that way, you won't have to take the risk. Zhu Yang feigned anger. Aya, come on. I just said it casually. Why are you still angry? I believe you. I believe you, okay. Tang Hong saw that Zhu Yang was angry, and a smile returned to her face. She took a step forward and walked to Zhu Yang, holding his arm, and said, the injuries on your body are not yet healed. Hurry up and get into bed and lie down. Helping Zhu Yang onto the bed, the plumpness of Tang Hong's chest pressed tightly against his arm. Zhu Yang could feel the elasticity and softness. If it had been before today, he would have pretended to pull his arm out without thinking, but not today. He couldn't show too much. He even touched his arm toward hers on purpose. Nasty, still not honest when your body is hurt. How could Tang Hong not feel the movement coming from Zhu Yang's arm? Her cheeks instantly turned a little scarlet. You misunderstand. I didn't mean it. Zhu Yang explained. Oh, you don't have to explain. I'll give myself to you when you're well. Tang Hong pressed against Zhu Yang's ear and whispered, exhaling like orchids, pouncing on Zhu Yang's face, making him almost unable to hold.